Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 131, Spiritual Power Vortex. Wu Xian's cold eyes flashed with a deep killing intent, and stepping forward in large strides, he wanted to rush into Nangang Yu's bedroom. However, Qing Long stepped forward to block him. Master has commanded that without his order, no one is allowed to enter. Wu Xian's sharp gaze landed on Qing Long as he coldly said, "Qing Long, do you think you can stop me? Moreover, don't forget that our first priority is to ensure Master's safety." He had barely finished speaking when his eyes flashed with a cold light, while a fierce amount of spiritual pressure was released from his body. Qing Long dodged too late, the jolt from the spiritual pressure pushing him back several steps. His complexion became somewhat pale and unsightly. Qing Long, Bai Hu, Zhu Ke, and Xian Wu were each given a code name after one of the 4 divine beasts. To the public, they are known as Nangang Yu's personal bodyguards. Unknown to most though is that Nangang Yu had 4 other guards that he had secretly trained. They were given code names after the 4 ferocious beasts, Wu Xian, Wu Yu, Wu Nian, and Wu Go. They were guards trained to offer their life for their master, no matter the danger to themselves. All 8 people were experts in their respective fields, each a leader in charge of their own force. However, as teams, Qing Long is the leader of the 4 great divine beasts, with Wu Xian the leader of the 4 great ferocious beasts. Wu Xian's team was slightly stronger than Qing Long's team. After Wu Xian pushed Qing Long aside, he focused his spiritual power in his palm, using it to open the iron gate leading into Nangang Yu's courtyard. The iron gate had just opened, when before anyone could enter the courtyard, they were abruptly blinded by a bright flash of white light. Next, it was like a sudden gale started in the courtyard, causing the leaves on the ground to scatter in the air. These sudden storm clouds seemed like a foreshadowing of trouble ahead. Wu Xian's complexion changed, and rushing to stand in front of Nangang Yu's bedroom door, he roughly pushed it open. However, as soon as Wu Xian and the others entered the room, their expressions stiffened as they blankly stared at the curtain in front of them. The curtain hung from the bed and fluttered in the cool breeze, along with the tassels and clothes surrounding it. Behind the lightly fluttering curtain, alternately hidden from view and then visible, Nangang Yu and He were tightly embracing each other. With their lips plastered together, it was difficult to distinguish their expressions. The corner Wu Xian's mouth twitched, along with everyone else's. Awkwardly shuffling their feet, they didn't know what to do with their hands or where to look. This is the first time that they had ever seen their cold-hearted master display such unbridled passion. He was always emotionless, yet now he is behaving like he is intoxicated. However, before Wu Xian and the others could return to their senses, a vortex could suddenly be seen by the naked eye, slowly forming between the 2 people. The vortex spun, first absorbing the spiritual power in the room, and gradually accelerating its speed as it slowly expanded. Once it shrouded Wu Xian and the others, it then spread outside the room. As Wu Xian stood absent-minded, he unexpectedly felt a great invisible force start to suction out the spiritual power from within his body. What's going on here? How could this be? With shock written across everyone's faces, they hurriedly set up protective barriers around their bodies, capable of resisting that suction. Fortunately, after they set up the protective barriers around their bodies, the suction disappeared without a trace. No, more precisely, the suction bypassed them, following the vortex to spread out to surrounding areas. Wu Xian gazed towards the delicate and slender girl on the bed, his eyes showing bewilderment. Is this strange vortex created by this woman? Was this why Master insisted on risking his life to save her? In the end, just who is she? Slut, why with Master? Get off him. Go die. A shrill scream suddenly reached their ears. Wu Xian and the others turned their heads, only to find Zhu Ke looking insane as she rushed towards the 2 intimate people on the bed. Chapter 132, Unlucky Zhu Quebec. As Zhu Ke stood there, the huge vortex hovered over her, and little by little, it suctioned out many years' worth of her accumulated spiritual power that she had cultivated. Her complexion aged and withered at a speed naked to the eye, yet she was completely unaware of it. Zhu Ke's entire body trembled as she became devoid of rationality, and she rushed towards He in the center of the vortex. It is unknown when, but she was now holding a dagger, the tip shining a strange blue-green. Obviously it is smeared with something highly poisonous. A crazy smile was plastered across Zhu Kei's lips. Even if she had to risk her cultivation base, she must kill this woman, she must get revenge of the hatred due to her disfigurement. Furthermore, she will not let this slut snatch master away. Zhu Kei, you can't. Qing Long and the others exclaimed, their complexions suddenly changing. However, it was too late, the sharp dagger blurring as it was fiercely stabbed towards Hashi. But the expected eruption of blood didn't happen. On the contrary, Zhu Kei, who had rushed over, screamed, and with her body resembling a kite flying off after its string is broken, she flew around the room, finally crashing into a wall. She spit out a mouthful of blood, denial and hatred in her eyes as she glanced at Hashi, then fainted with disappointment written across her features. Bai Hu looked at her worriedly, whispering, Zhu Kei didn't form a protective barrier over herself before she fainted, her cultivation base. Humph, she valued her jealousy more than master's safety. She reaps what she sowed. Wu Xian's cold and pitiless words instantly dispelled Bai Hu's intention of helping Zhu Quebec. Just at this moment, Nangongyu suddenly opened his eyes in the center of the vortex. He first thoroughly examined Hashi's body using his spiritual power, to make sure she wasn't in any danger, then, his cold dark eyes swept around the room, finally landing on several of his subordinates outside the door. Wu Xian and the others felt their bodies quiver all over under the gaze of those cruel, icy red eyes, to the point that they were almost unable to maintain their protective barriers. Nangongyu coldly snorted, then said in a low voice, "No next time. Whoever dares to violate my orders in the future, don't even bother to appear in front of me again." As he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the door that was knocked open by Wu Xian closed in a flash, firmly sealed with a spiritual power enchantment. Wu Xian gasped for breath, his face sagging into an expression of relief after the terror he had felt. Just a moment ago, Master's expression when he had looked at him was really too frightening. Wu Yu frowned while muttering next to him, "It's close to the time for Master's illness to show up. If Master is like this now, what will happen to him later? Will he be okay?" They all looked at each other in dismay, sinking into a depressed silence. At this time, everyone worrying in the courtyard of Hell King Manor wouldn't know, but that vortex which had first only affected the 6 of them, had now swept throughout Yanjing City. Apart from Nangongyu, no one knew that in the center of this vortex, the seal on Hashi's dantian is gradually lifting. At this moment, Hashi's dantian resembled a dissatisfied and greedy black hole. Countless amounts of spiritual energy was being sucked in, but when the spiritual energy was completely absorbed, it was still unsatisfied. The vortex continued to expand, and the fierce wind began to strengthen abruptly, causing dust and sand to fly everywhere. While the spiritual energy that was drawn into the vortex, regardless of whether it was from the air or the vegetation, was completely absorbed. Demonic beasts in the forest rampaged, their bodies all emitting a harsh light as they resisted their spiritual energy being absorbed with all their strength. In the sky of Yanjing City, martial artists riding on flying swords suddenly felt the swords under their feet start buzzing, and no longer able to transfer their spiritual power, they fell down from the sky one by one. Fortunately, every martial artist that is able to fly possessed a magical tool that would protect their body and save their life, so they were luckily able to escape from an ending of becoming a meat patty. Chapter 133, Demon Day and Night. In Yanjing City, for anyone that is a cultivator, when they tried to absorb spiritual power, they discovered that not only were they unable to absorb any, but instead, an invisible force was extracting the spiritual power within their bodies. All the martial artists turned pale with fright, and immediately, they took out all kinds of spiritual talismans and magical tools to resist this powerful suction. However, this force was much larger than they expected, so other than martial artists at Gold Core stage or higher who were able to form protective barriers, the rest of the martial artists, no matter how powerful a magical item they used, they couldn't stop the spiritual power dissipating within their bodies. At this time in Yanjing City, alleyways that are normally silent as soon as the sun set, were instead in chaos. Even the older generations from large influential families that were in closed-door cultivation were alarmed, having come out earlier. Every major family, including Jean Ling's royal family, all sent out troops to inquire and investigate the source of why they were unable to use their spiritual power. Unfortunately, since all the martial artists were unable to use their full strength, they naturally couldn't find the source of this weird phenomenon. Suddenly, the absorption of spiritual power sped up, and in the sky above Yanjing City, there appeared a huge white vortex, visible to the naked eye. The vortex rotated faster and faster, while its size grew larger and larger. Hovering above Yanjing City, it resembled a white sun, lighting up the entire city. Heavens, what's that? Is this vortex absorbing our spiritual power? In the end, what is this? All the martial artists in Yanjing City rushed outside to look at the glaring white vortex. Suddenly, someone shouted out, "Demon Day and Night has arrived, this is the beginning of the Demon Day and Night." Once these words were said, all the martial artists burst out in a huge uproar, horror expressed on everyone's faces. Demon Day and Night, could this really be the world's biggest calamity, Demon Day and Night? Doesn't that mean the big calamity will soon descend upon me, Luo continent? In the distance, a man with the appearance of an evildoer, with long and narrow phoenix eyes, was at this moment standing on the summit of a mountain. Looking at the white light in the distant east that was just like a scorching sun, the corner of his mouth raised into a brilliant smile. After waiting for so long, has it finally appeared? At this point, in the center of the vortex, He wasn't the slightest bit aware that she had caused something strange. Currently unconscious, her originally dried up and empty dantian was little by little being filled. The meridians throughout her body were being nourished by the pure essence of spiritual power, and after circulating around her body 12 times, it then returned to her dantian. The last seal that remained on her dantian had now been destroyed, eroding away with the pure spiritual power, causing Hexi's cultivation base to rapidly increase in stages. Early stage of Qi refining, middle stage of Qi refining, peak of Qi refining. Nangongyu slightly raised an eyebrow as he watched the cultivation base of the girl in his arms rising. Slowly it broke through to the Qi refining stage, and from the Qi refining stage, in a flash it rose to the advanced rank of the foundation establishment stage. Yet despite this, the growth of her cultivation base still didn't stop. Such a frightening advancing speed, if other martial artists were to see it they would certainly be scared to the point that their eyes would fall from their sockets. Nangongyu bowed his head, kissing the girl's warm and soft, rose-petal lips. So although the blood within his body had begun to freeze, causing his body to tremble in pain, while his skin is pale and transparent, seeming as if it will crack at any time, his lips still formed a gentle and soft smile. At the same time, Hexi's space was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. Chapter 134, High-Rank Foundation Establishment Stage. The bottom of the 9th secluded spirit spring boiled, a vortex hovered above ancient Rhyme's spiritual field, and a click could be heard from every door in Shumi Palace. And inside Shumi Palace, inside one of the empty rooms, the constantly leaping light within the huge egg suddenly froze. Cracks now started to appear across its formerly smooth surface, as if something was about to break out of it. Warm sunshine shone in from outside, illuminating Hexi's body. The speck of golden light flickered across her beautiful and delicate face, resembling a naughty spirit, causing her to wake. With her long eyelashes slightly trembling, Hexi frowned as she slowly opened her eyes. Just as she was about to move her body, she suddenly released a pained groan. Her whole body felt like it had been crushed by elephants running over it. The ache was unbearable, especially the meridians within her body, they felt like they had been pulled by something. Even moving one finger was painful. Hexi took a deep breath, wanting to soothe her body by running her internal energy through it, yet unexpectedly, her dantian slightly responded as well. There was the pure essence of spiritual power overflowing from her dantian, and in a flash, it spread to the meridians throughout her body. Under the nourishment from the spiritual power circulating, the pain in her meridians slowly soothed, gradually helping her limbs to become more flexible. The feeling resembled a whole-body massage, and Hexi couldn't help but sigh due to the comfortableness of it. Suddenly, her expression changed and she abruptly sat up. With the spiritual power in her dantian working, and using the awareness of divine sense, to be able to see clearly, she could watch the spiritual power slowly wandering about in her meridians. When the spiritual power reached the meridian running to her hand, Hexi's mind focused, and in the next moment, a multicolored ball of light formed on her palm. Shocked, she lost her focus, and the multicolored ball of light instantly disappeared. How could this be? Her dantian is unsealed. Moreover, the spiritual power within her dantian had raised her cultivation base to at least 9th rank of the foundation establishment stage. Her memories from before she lost consciousness slowly overflowed, and she remembered that she was being chased by several Meridian stage assassins who wanted to kill her, so she had fled into Tsang Mountain. Although she had tried every method to deal with them, even managing to kill 2 of them. In the end, there was still a gap in their strength and hers, and the enemy had stabbed her through the chest and abdomen with a sword. Yet now her body wasn't injured, while her skin was even more exquisite and translucent than before. Even the white whip scars marring her skin had completely disappeared. So is she really completely awake? Furthermore, in such a short while she had managed to jump over the chi refining stage, landing on a high rank of the foundation establishment stage. Hashi's heart filled with joy. After transmigrating, her strength had been too weak, and she had had no way to advance as her dantian was sealed, so all along she was anxious. The Majestic. Bai Wuchang, too, the organization's youngest gold medal killer since the beginning of history, had unexpectedly fallen to the point of being called trash in a different world. Now that she had finally broken her shackles, and advanced to the foundation establishment stage in such a short while, how could she not be happy? One must know that apart from here, the prodigy-filled Hell King Manor, that throughout all of Yanjing City there is only a few Meridian stage martial artists. While it was possible to count the amount of gold core stage martial artists with only 10 fingers. In her memories, Nalan Feishue was called a talented martial artist because it had only taken her 2 years to reach the early stages of the foundation establishment stage. As she laughed lightly, she couldn't help but spread her palm out once again, and very soon, another multicolored ball of light filled with spiritual power appeared on her palm. Focusing her mind, she subtly controlled the spiritual power, and without much effort that multicolored ball of light turned red, representing the fire element. Hashi's eyes shone, and the red-colored ball of spiritual power soon became blue, representing the water element. 1. Divine Sense, an ability possessed by cultivators to scan their surroundings, far beyond the limits of their ordinary 5 senses, with their spirit. The total area they can scan corresponds to the strength of their spirit. 2. Bai Wuchang, White Impermanence. Hashi's assassin name from her past life. Chapter 135, Soft and White Meatball. According to her thoughts, she was unexpectedly able to change the ball of spiritual power into 5 different colors, as well as combine them. However, don't common martial artists only have a single white color to represent their spiritual power? Even double attribute spiritual roots display a milky white color. Furthermore, the more spiritual roots a person has, and the more spiritual power they use, the white ball of light would appear dusky, like a muddy moon. Suddenly, a young and tender child's voice sounded in Hashi's mind, "Silly mother, this is because mother's cultivation is the 5 elements of spiritual power, so of course there are 5 different colors." Hashi was surprised at first, then she realized that this familiar child's voice belonged to Dandan. But, didn't Dandan say that when she was outside her space, they would be unable to communicate? Yet now she could clearly hear Dandan's voice from inside her space, so didn't that mean that Dandan had also risen in rank? Hashi's heart pounded, and in a flash her consciousness entered her space. Once she entered her space, Hashi felt that the spiritual energy was now more than 10 times richer than it previously was as it assaulted her senses. Before she had a chance to look around at the changes in her space though, she suddenly felt something round run into her arms with a thump. Hashi staggered back several steps, before she then steadied herself with difficulty, raising the small thing in her arms in front of her eyes. This is a smooth, soft and white meatball, or jelly to be more precise. Touching it feels really good, it was cool, soft, and its color resembled silky milk. Anyone who looked at it will crave to swallow it. On top of the meatball is a small round head, and on its small head it didn't have hair, but 2 slender antennae. At this moment that small head was slightly tilted, its antennae gently swaying, while a pair of big, watery, jet black eyes occupied half of its face, staring with a fixed gaze at Hashi. For short, small, and fat lotus root-like limbs incessantly moved, and a pitiful protest came out from its mouth, "Mother, mother. Dandan feels uncomfortable when you carry me like this. Mother, Dandan wants to be hugged." Those big black eyes blinked, brimming with childlike admiration and longing as they looked at Hashi, so although Hashi has a cold and emotionless heart, when being looked at by these adorable eyes, of course her heart would be moved. She blinked and asked, "You're Dandan?" "MHM." Dandan nodded. Suddenly it struggled to free itself from Hashi's raised hands, and with one jump, it hung itself around Hashi's neck. "Mother, I'm Dandan. Dandan missed you so much." Feeling its soft and jelly-like texture touch her face and rub lightly, acting like a spoiled child who would throw a tantrum, Hashi simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She grabbed it from her neck, but this time adjusted the way she held it so it could be comfortable. Looking at its plump body, she frowned. How come you're so fat? Letting you eat, and eat every day, now look. Now you've turned into a rolling ball. Dandan heard this and immediately started crying. Dandan not fat. Dandan's originally like this. Mother dislikes me, wah. Alright. Dandan's the cutest, Dandan's the slimmest. Mother doesn't dislike you, will this do? She appeased it for half a day, and only then did the overly sensitive, spoiled, spiritual pet feel good. She recalled its words from just a moment ago, and asked, what did you mean when you said the 5 elements of spiritual power? 5 elements of spiritual power, wasn't it 5 spiritual roots? The 5 spiritual roots in a cultivation world were known as useless spiritual roots, and that was practically what her previously crippled dantian was. But it seemed that when referring to her spiritual power, it wasn't the same. Chapter 136, Promoted Space. Dandan bit a finger, blinking its big eyes as it looked at Hashi. The 5 elements of spiritual power are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 types of spiritual power. Mother, you don't even know about this. Hashi held her forehead. She shouldn't have had hope for Dandan's IQ. Moreover, this guy obviously didn't know anything, yet it had an expression on its face that showed it thought she was stupid. Fine. I'll just ignore you, we'll see whether you'll be able to be good or not. Hashi no longer paid any attention to this little imp, and turning her head, she began to examine the changes in her space. That's right, after only one night, Hashi had not only lifted the seal on her dantian, promoting to foundation establishment stage, but Dandan had hatched from its egg, while her space had also experienced a big change. Originally vast, the ancient rhyme spiritual field now expanded further away than the naked eye could see, and the spiritual herbs that grew in her space had all matured in one night. One must know that in Luo continent, spiritual herbs are graded by years. For example, the growth period for a first-grade spiritual herb is 10 years, for a second-grade spiritual herb it's 100 years, for a third-grade spiritual herb it's 1,000 years, for a fourth-grade spiritual herb it's 5,000 years, and for a fifth-grade spiritual herb it's 10,000 years. It's very difficult to find spiritual herbs that are 5th grade and higher, and it's not so easy to distinguish how old they are. Originally the ancient rhyme spiritual field could accelerate a plant's growth period 100-fold, but for first or second grade spiritual herbs to grow into third grade spiritual herbs, it still requires a long process. Yet now, in only one night, several stalks of third grade spiritual herbs had matured. What made Hashi even more amazed is that a portion of first grade spiritual plants in her space had unexpectedly advanced to second grade spiritual plants. In Luo continent this kind of situation was unheard of. Hashi quickly walked to the 9th secluded spirit spring, noticing that from its outward appearance, nothing had changed in the spirit spring. But, when she cupped her hands to try and drink a mouthful, she felt that compared to its previous rich spiritual energy, it had now increased several times in such a short while, nourishing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in her body. With such potent spiritual power infusing her meridians, not only did she not feel pain, instead, she was so comfortable she released a sigh. It seems that even the 9th secluded spirit spring has promoted. Hashi was pleased and noticed Dandan imitating her by leaning on the side of spirit spring, its small head stretching over to drink a mouthful of spring water. Yet after drinking just 2 mouthfuls it suddenly raised its body, flinging the water off its head, and said with a deflated expression, "No taste, it's not tasty at all." Hashi was amused by Dandan's small appearance despising the water. She then discovered that since the spiritual plants in her space had matured, and that the spiritual energy is so rich, Dandan is no longer interested. Even the 9th secluded spirit spring is actually being despised by him. You're a little guy that doesn't know what's good. Before, as long as it contained spiritual energy, wouldn't you happily eat it all? Now that you've grown up, you've actually learned to be picky about food. Dandan hugged Hashi's arm, its body hanging off her as it acted like a spoiled child and said, "Mother makes the best foods to eat, Dandan could eat it for a lifetime and will never dislike it." "Mother, Dandan hungry, so hungry. I want to eat Mother's tasty roast chicken, cake, and rabbit meat." Black lines appeared on Hashi's forehead. She felt that this little guy did nothing but eat when it was in the egg, and now that it's hatched it's become a picky eater. In the future, will it keep eating till she becomes a pauper? Hashi didn't know, but ever since Dandan had been eating the spiritual foods that she made, its appetite had begun to be wicked, as previously Dandan had no way to refuse it if it wanted to break out of its shell. But after hatching, it has a human sense of taste and aesthetics, leading it to begin avoiding things with spiritual energy but no taste. Of course, if the spiritual energy is rich to a certain extent, Dandan will still ignore the taste and drool. Chapter 137, Spirit Firmament Palace. However, thinking about it now, Hashi herself is also hungry. Just before she was chased by the assassins, she had made a lot of food and placed it safely in a room in Shumi Palace, specifically finding a cabinet to organize and store different foods. Remembering it now made her salivate. One must know that the time in Shumi Palace has practically stopped, so the food stored inside, no matter how long it is left there, is still exactly the same as when it was stored. So when it's removed, even the steam wouldn't have dissipated. Arriving at the front of Shumi Palace, Hashi was surprised to discover that even Shumi Palace has gone through some strange changes. Shumi Palace has 81 doors, and in total there are 9 palaces all grouped together, 9 doors to every palace. Yet because most of the doors were closed, Hashi was unable to see what was inside them. Therefore, up until now Hashi had only known what the first palace is called, the Spirit Firmament Palace. The only door open there was the first room where Dandan was placed. But now, after her space had promoted, the originally locked 8 doors had unexpectedly disappeared. There was now only one door remaining with the words, Spirit Firmament Door, on top of it, and at this moment it was closed. Hashi slowly pushed the door open, and in a flash, her mind was suddenly filled with vague information. 9th palace in heaven, this is Spirit Firmament. All living things are for thou to use. The door completely opened, and the first thing Hashi saw, is 8 jade boxes floating in the air, surrounded by flickering white light. The shape of these jade boxes is quite ordinary, and on the jade boxes a simple totem is carved. Hashi felt that she had seen this totem somewhere before. Each jade box is surrounded by a milky white, close to transparent light, and the jade boxes floated around the room on this light, like mischievous imps. Hashi reached out her hand to catch them, yet they darted away before she could even grab one. Her eyes were following one of the jade boxes, when her gaze fell to the left corner of the room, and suddenly she was so shocked. She nearly jumped. She saw an extremely familiar storage rack, and arranged on it had been her cooking tools, etc. Clearly the Spirit Firmament Door was Dandan's former location. But now, that corner is in a mess. The small doors on the storage rack were open, empty bowls and plates were piled in a heap, while there were several chewed bones thrown to the ground. Veins appeared on Hashi's forehead, and turning around, she saw Dandan duck its small head. With the appearance of a guilty conscience, it secretly tried to slip away, immediately letting Hashi know who the culprit is. She extended out her hand, grabbed its neck, and lifted it before her eyes, darkly asking, Dandan, did you eat these things? Dandan ducked its small head again, pitifully replying, Mother, I was hungry, when I climbed out of the egg, hungry, so I eat. The corner of Hashi's mouth twitched, this cabinet was full of food. You've eaten so much, yet you still dare to shout at me that you're hungry. Her braised moon chicken, roasted cloud rabbit, preserved porcupine leg, 2 full storage racks of food. She spent a lot of crystal stones to buy the ingredients, and little by little built up a stockpile, yet unexpectedly, it was all finished overnight. Moreover, when she looked Dandan up and down, it looked so small, how could it eat so much food? The amount of food was 10 times the size of it. Dandan's mouth flattened, and weeping, it said in a sorrowful child's voice, Dandan's body is growing, of course I will be hungry. Mother, don't get angry, okay? Hashi felt helpless, she was unable to find a way to deal with this terrible eater of food. Chapter 138, Divine Sense Imprint. Hashi put Dandan back on the ground, but it immediately tried to take advantage of her and clung to the bottom of her clothes, shouting about being hungry. This time Hashi completely ignored its spoiled child act, spreading out her hands, everything was eaten by you, where would I get the ingredients from in such a short time? I have no energy either, so there's nothing I can do, you'll just have to starve. Furthermore, I want you to clean up this mess you made, otherwise, you'll never eat the food that I make again. Finished speaking, she no longer cared about Dandan's tantrum, and instead started to examine the jade boxes. Dandan yelled for half a day, but after realizing that Hashi was really angry and was refusing to acknowledge him, he couldn't but help drop its small head, its antennae softly drooping. All of a sudden, the antennae on its head moved, and looking around at the mess in the room, it lifted its arms in the air, waving its small hands. Soon, everything was once again categorized, all neatly placed back on the shelves. Dandan looked at the shelves for a long while, letting out a giggle, and just when it was about show Hashi so she could praise it, it noticed her staring at the 8 jade boxes flying around the room with anxiousness. The antennae on its small head swayed, and suddenly understanding, it waved a claw in the air. Soon after, the light surrounding the 8 jade boxes flickered, and with a whoosh, they flew towards Hashi, abruptly stopping in front of her. Hashi stared blankly, confused about what had just happened, when Dandan used its small and short legs to run to her, pulled a corner of her clothes, and boasted, "Mother, you see, I've tidied it all up. I also helped Mother catch these disobedient boxes. Mother, aren't I awesome? Don't get angry again, okay?" Hashi touched its small head, praising it. Seeing it roll about in happiness, she couldn't help but laugh. Whether it's in an egg or this unknown shape, this little guy behaves like a 5-year-old child. Hashi picked up one of the jade boxes, first trying to open it using spiritual power, and when that failed, she used her divine sense to probe it. Unexpectedly, as soon as her divine sense touched the jade box surrounded by light, it was as if she had used a key to open a lock. The light around the jade box disappeared, and it then heavily landed on Hashi's hands. Seeing Hashi's puzzled expression, Dandan's antennae perched upright on its small head, and with a crisp and clear, childlike voice, it said, "Because Mother is the owner of Shumi Palace, these jade boxes recognize Mother's divine sense imprint. Other people have no way to open these jade boxes." Hashi suddenly understood, and collecting the remaining 7 jade boxes, she hurriedly opened them. Soon, the boxes were emptied, and everything inside was arranged neatly in front of Hashi. A hard-shelled egg the size of a chicken egg, 2 black-colored pills with unknown properties, and 5 jade slips. Hashi sat cross-legged on the ground, examining the things in front of her, unsure of what to start with. She beckoned Dandan over. "Dandan, do you know what these things are?" Dandan scratched its antennae with a small, stubby hand, confusion across its face. However, when it noticed the jade slips, its eyes lit up like it suddenly recalled something. Running over, it pulled one of the jade slips from the pile, handing it to Hashi. "Mother, I remembered. Grandpa Shumi said that he left Mother some guides. He told me to tell Mother that after the Spirit Firmament Palace door opened, to first look at this. Yes, it's this jade slip." Hashi's eyes shone, and taking the jade slip, her mind quickly sank into it. Chapter 139, New Harvest. Shumi Palace, also known as Montuoshan Mansion, was created by a Shumi Taoist using a myriad of the world's spiritual objects. Refined over many years, it has now become a divine artifact. Since the beginning, when the Mi Luo and Xian Luo continents were formed, there were rumors. These rumors said that whoever possessed Shumi Palace obtained heavenly law, and that whoever obtained heavenly law would rule all lands under heaven. Therefore, the person who inherits this divine artifact must be descended from a divine bloodline. They must harbor virtuous thoughts and beneficence towards common people, otherwise, they will be devoured whole by heavenly law itself. Shumi Palace is divided into 9 palaces and 81 doors. The 9 palaces are Spirit Firmament, Black Firmament, Green Firmament, Blue Firmament, Scarlet Firmament, Jade Firmament, Amethyst Firmament, Highest Firmament, and Divine Firmament. Each palace has 9 doors, and each of the 9 doors have a set location. But if the 9 doors open all together, a formation will be activated and the 9 doors will disappear, changing into a palace instead. Hashi continued to read, discovering that in addition to storing treasures in Spirit Firmament Palace, the biggest feature here is the time stagnation. Of course, this kind of time stagnation could only be useful for storing foods as it was unable to be used for cultivation, so its only function is keeping food fresh. When Hashi went to look at the information detailing the other palaces, she found that the text was covered by a layer of white mist, causing it to be unreadable. It seems that the information will only be readable once the palaces are unlocked. Moreover, looking at the meaning of this guide, it appeared that each palace served a different purpose. Inside each palace there are probably more treasures concealed, so once all of the palaces are open, there would be a large sum of money, enough that it could make one very wealthy. Unsatisfied by the lack of information, Hashi put the guide down and picked up the remaining jade slips. In these 4 jade slips, 3 contained the same type of content. They were ancient records from the Shumi Taoist, called the All Living Things Record. The All Living Things Record was divided into sections documenting spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, and spiritual tools. Everything that the Shumi Taoist had seen throughout their life was described inside, and instead of vague details, each characteristic, as well as the locations of where they could be found, was documented with great care. It included information about all kinds of rare treasures, rare birds, and unusual beasts. There was even a clear image of each thing accompanying the jade slip. Wasn't the All Living Things record like a version of the Compendium of Materia Medica? 1. She had been afraid that because she herself is a newbie in this different world, that she wouldn't be able to recognize or understand anything and be considered a country bumpkin. Now she doesn't need to be worried. By the time Hashi had reached the last jade slip, she was positively overjoyed. Her previously neutral expression transforming into a brilliant smile. Recorded in the last jade slip is the knowledge on how to refine pills, written by Old Man Shumi himself. Called the Overflowing Cauldron Pill Scripture, it lists the prescription for every kind of precious pill. In her previous life, Hashi was known as an accomplished doctor with excellent medical expertise, so when she arrived in this strange cultivation world, of course she wanted to learn how to refine pills. But unfortunately in Miluo continent, becoming a doctor is a scarce profession. The art of pill refining is secretly passed down between family members or between master and disciple. If you were able to find a book regarding pill refining at the market, describing its basic foundation, it would be priceless. And yet here this jade slip regarding pill refining was found, listing in detail all kinds of medicine ingredients and prescription combinations. Combinations detailing the choosing and usage, how to pair them, contradictory medicines, and even how to refine fire attribute and temperature control. So once as she saw this, she exclaimed in joy, "Mother, I'm hungry. How about you roast this egg for me to eat?" Hashi, immersed in the overflowing cauldron pill scripture, extricated herself with reluctance as Dandan's eager voice reached her ears. Hashi turned her head in surprise, and seeing Dandan holding something round, she couldn't stop black lines from forming on her forehead. "Isn't that the nameless egg from one of the jade boxes? You're not allowed to eat that. I'll go out now to find food for you, so behave and take good care of the egg for me. If you dare eat the egg, don't ever think about eating anything in the future." 1. Materia Medica equals Latin for medical material. Here it refers to a collection of medical books. For more infos. Chapter 140, Seeing Ju K again. What a joke, this is a treasure Old Man Shumi left. Maybe one day it would hatch into a divine beast, so if she let Dandan eat it, wouldn't she cry to death with regret? Dandan blinked its big eyes towards Hashi. "I won't eat the egg. Mother, how about you take me out so we can eat together? I'll be obedient." Hashi's brows raised. Staring at its eye-catching appearance, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise, and shaking her head she said, "For the time being, no. There are a lot of bad people outside. If they catch and cook you, what would you do? You better stay in the space for now. I will bring you delicious food." Old Man Shumi had said that Dandan's identity will trigger greed and desire in humans. Her current strength is too weak. How could she dare to casually bring this little guy out? Once it heard that bad people would want to catch him, Dandan's small antennae trembled with fear, leaving it no choice but to quit asking about going out. Feeling aggrieved, it held the egg as it pitifully said, "Then mother, you should quickly bring in food for me to eat, Dandan hungry." After saying that, its small face rubbed against the eggshell. Hashi has good vision and noticed that when Dandan rubbed against the egg, a faint light seemed to be emitted from within. Putting aside thoughts of the egg, she picked up the two strange pills and sniffed them. Yet without being able to figure out what they were for, and not wanting to randomly eat them, she tossed them back into a jade box, deciding to temporarily leave them for now. Withdrawing from her space, Hashi let out a long sigh of relief, her mood brighter than it had been since she had awoken. As expected, now that her strength is increasing and she finally has the ability to defend herself, she is at last able to feel a sense of security. Touching her grumbling stomach, Hashi got up and walked out of the room. Yet as she reached the inner courtyard, she stared blankly as before her eyes is a gorgeous palace with an exquisite garden on display. Just a moment ago when she was inside the room, she had noted the unfamiliar decorations and furnishings, but it wasn't until this moment, seeing this luxurious and noble residence, that she felt that her intuition was right. When she was losing consciousness after being attacked by the assassins from Drought Demon Organization, she vaguely remembered seeing a familiar face and hearing a grave voice in her ears that caused her to feel relieved. "Nangong Yu, that must have been Nangong Yu." Hashi covered her chest with a hand and felt her heart palpitating incessantly, a grateful expression slowly emerging in her eyes. If she's not mistaken, only Nangong Yu has the yuanyang fruit, and only Nangong Yu knew how to unseal her muddled dantian. Moreover, when she was being chased, the imprint on her hairpin protected her from a fatal strike, so Nangong Yu certainly would have known of her situation. So, he saved her life in the nick of time, as well as helping her unseal her dantian. Thinking of this, Hashi's footsteps accelerated. At this very moment she was eagerly wanting to see Nangong Yu, she didn't want to delay meeting him for another second. Looking for someone to ask for directions, Hashi had barely made it to the courtyard's gate, when she heard noises from outside. The voice of the man was very familiar to Hashi as it belonged to Bai Hu, that freeloader who would come to her courtyard every day for food and drink. But that woman's voice, at first Hashi thought it was unfamiliar, yet as she continued listening, she felt it was somewhat familiar. Listening to them, she heard Bai Hu's voice cold with disapproval, "Juke, don't cause trouble again. This is Master's order, don't tell me you won't even obey Master's orders." Juke. Juke. Hashi suddenly realized that no wonder she felt this woman's voice was unfamiliar yet familiar, and that she thought it was faintly annoying. So as it turns out, it was that arrogant woman who claimed she came to present pills to Hashi by her master's order, yet who tried to kill her instead. Saying all this, the person who saved her must really be Nangong Yu. Chapter 141, What Happened to Nangong Yu? Hashi was just about to push the door open, when Juke's sharp voice came through the thick iron gate. "Bai Hu, if you still regard me as a partner considering we grew up together, then step aside. Otherwise, I will be forced to be impolite to you. Today I must slaughter that slut." Bai Hu immediately retorted, "You heard Master's words before he lost consciousness, she is Master's personally chosen princess. From now on, she is also our master. Even if I blamed her for causing harm to Master, Master's orders are not something we can ignore." "Princess. Harmed Master." Hashi, whose hands were about to slightly press on the door, froze, bewilderment appearing in her eyes. Juke was silent for a minute, then when she next spoke, it was in a voice sharp with anger. "Bai Hu, don't forget, Master's current condition is due to that slut harming him. If it wasn't for him saving her, how could Master still remain unconscious? I'm not able to move out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me if I use poison against you. Juke, don't cause trouble without a reason. Even if you used poison, just based on your current cultivation base, how could that injure me?" Bai Hu's voice was filled with exhaustion and annoyance. "What's more, Qing Long has suggested that perhaps she'll be able to cure Master. After all, Qing Long personally witnessed her curing Ouyang Haoshuan's illness. He definitely wouldn't lie about something like this and jeopardize Master's safety. Moreover, have you forgotten what's behind this door?" Bai Hu's voice became cold, sharp like the edge of a sword. "No one is allowed to enter Master's bedroom, including us 8 trusted subordinates. Whoever enters without permission will be killed, no excuse. The only one who is allowed to enter is Miss Naylan. Don't tell me that you still don't understand what this means." Juke's expression blanked for a moment, then she suddenly laughed loudly, her voice full of resentment and loathing. "You believe that trash that's unable to use spiritual power will be able to cure Master? You don't want to listen to me even though I'm a 5th-ranked doctor, and an official member of the Doctors Association. Then could you give me your word that you can definitely cure Master?" Bai Hu calmly asked. Juke hesitated before she responded, then she abruptly raised her voice. "If I'm unable to cure Master, don't tell me that immature and inexperienced girl is able to do it. Aren't you and Qing Long being muddle-headed? The two of you believing that slut, do you really want to kill Master?" Hashi's complexion had become extremely unsightly listening till here, and not wanting to hear any more, she pushed the door open, her sharp eyes focusing on Bai Hu. "What happened to Nangong Yu? They said she harmed Nangong Yu. In the end, what did they mean?" Bai Hu and Juke were shocked, Bai Hu blurting out, "Miss Naylan, you, since when have you been standing behind the door?" He is an expert on Gold Core stage, yet he was unaware that there had been an ordinary person listening from behind the door. Hashi didn't care about answering his question, and instead, with a calm expression on her face asked, "What happened to Nangong Yu?" "Injured too heavily. Bring me to see him immediately." Hashi couldn't describe her mood at this moment. It's like there was a claw incessantly scratching at her heart, painful and irritating. Obviously he is only a stranger she met by chance, but once she heard that he was seriously injured, her good mood disappeared without a trace, leaving only worry and a trace of unfamiliar fear remaining. Fear that something will happen to him. Bai Hu had no time to answer before Zhu Ke screamed, "Slut, it was you that harmed Master. If you hadn't seduced Master, his condition wouldn't be so life-threatening. You should just go die, you slut." Chapter 142, Overconfident in front of an expert. Barely finished speaking, a blade made of wind condensed on her palm, resolutely shooting towards Hashi. This time, her attack used all of her strength as she was no longer holding back. Swearing an oath to herself that she would willingly risk her life and be blamed by Master, she wanted to behead this slut on the spot. "Zhu Ke, don't!" Bai Hu exclaimed in alarm, a protective barrier immediately condensing on his palm to protect Hashi. However, Zhu Ke was closer to her. Without checking, he knew that it was too late to save her, his complexion couldn't help but changing. The wind blade whistled as it shot towards Hashi with deadly killing intent, sweeping up pebbles and dirt in its wake. Hashi calmly watched the wind blade approach her, neither retreating or avoiding it. Instead, a corner of her mouth slowly lifted into a ridiculing smile. Just when the wind blade was about to reach her, Hashi suddenly raised her hand, the white bone whip clutched in her fist since who knows when. The bone whip lifted slightly, and in a split second a faint golden blue light flickered, striking the wind blade and splitting it in two in the blink of an eye. The wind blade swept past her sides, raising strands of her soft black hair, and finally disappearing without a trace. Standing unharmed in the middle of the gale, Hashi sneered at Zhu Quebec. Bai Hu's mouth opened wide with shock, astonishment plastered across his face. With white skin resembling snow, eyes like brilliant jewels, and delicate facial features, the girl standing gracefully under the sunshine was just like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her body didn't have any obvious spiritual power, but from her action a moment ago, Bai Hu could clearly sense spiritual power being used. Moreover, Bai Hu had never seen this type of spiritual power before. It wasn't one of the single spiritual root powers of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, yet neither was it one of the common variations of spiritual roots. How could this be? Did Nalan Hashi have a cultivation base or not? Compared to Bai Hu's astonished expression, Zhu Ke had quickly shaken off her shock. And with her face abruptly distorting, her eyes bloodshot red, she fiercely glared at Hashi as if she wanted to tear her apart. It's you who stole my cultivation base. Slut, it's you who stole my cultivation base, right? Return my cultivation base." Hashi looked at Zhu Ke with her expression as cold as ice, her eyes mocking. "Oh, I see, so your cultivation base has dropped from early gold core stage to mid-meridian stage. No wonder that wind blade strike was like a gentle breeze, completely lacking in power." Hearing that caused Zhu Ke to immediately become crazy and hysterically rush towards Hashi. "Nalan Hashi, you stole my cultivation base, you must die. Even if I'm only mid-meridian stage, I'll still be able to kill you. I will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces." As Zhu Ke shouted, she withdrew one of her handmade poison powders, fiercely tossing it at Hashi. One must know that this poison powder was made when she was still a gold core stage martial artist, so even a martial artist of the same rank would be somewhat fearful to come into contact with it. While Nalan Hashi was someone who had only recently advanced from the chi refining stage, so how would she be able to withstand it? Once this poison powder touched a person's body, their skin will itch as it rots, inch by inch, not stopping until they finally turn into a stinking corpse, their bones dried up and their flesh like liquid. "Nalan Hashi, you harmed me, so if I can't dismember your body, I will instead break your bones and scatter the ashes of your corpse. Until then, I cannot avenge the hatred in my heart." As the powder spread, Hashi sniffed the air and could smell a particular stench. A corner of her mouth lifted into a cold smile, and sneering, she said, unexpectedly, "You dare use poison in front of your ancestor? You're practically playing with an axe at the doorway of Lu Ban's house. 1. Overestimating your capabilities like this. 1. It is said that Lu Ban, influenced by the fact that the leaves of Kogon grass are shaped like the teeth of a saw, invented the saw, and that he constructed a bird out of bamboo strips that could fly in the air for 3 days and 3 nights without falling. Lu Ban had a number of inventions, which is the reason why he is worshipped by Chinese people as the founder of carpentry as a trade. 2. Play with an axe at the doorway to Lu Ban's house is, of course, indicative of not knowing one's own limitation. Chapter 143, Princess. What rubbish is this? Barely pausing after speaking, Heshi's hand was already in motion as she tossed out a handful of silver poison at Jukei's approaching poison powder. What happened next caused the people present to become stunned. The blackish-gray poison powder and the silver powder were like nemesis meeting midair. When they collided, it was like time stopped as they both hovered in the sky, forming an ash-gray barrier that caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Subsequently, Heshi lightly brandished the bone whip in her hand and strong spiritual power erupted, knocking aside the poison barrier. The mixed poisons then, without pause, flew straight towards Zhu Quebec. Ah! Zhu Kei's eyes opened wide with fright, horror expressed on her face. When she threw the poison powder she had been utterly confident that Heshi would die, so unfortunately, she hadn't made any defense preparations. So when the poisons headed towards her, she was completely caught off guard. The tip of her nose smelled a familiar stench, causing Zhu Kei's body to shake all over and despair to surge within her heart. The next moment, a protective barrier appeared in front of Zhu Kei, in a flash obstructing the poisons from reaching her. The poison powder and the silver powder then gently fluttered to the ground. After barely touching the ground, the silver powder began to evaporate, the poison powder soon following and also disappearing without a trace. However, what is most horrifying of all, is that the ground where the silver powder landed, there were burnt holes remaining. These are so-called divine medical poison. After committing a crime, it will naturally evaporate and disappear without a trace, not even a hair will remain. Compared to Zhu Kei's handmade poison, this melting bone silver powder was 1,000 times more formidable. Previously, Heshi didn't have any spiritual power, so she had no way to infuse the melted bone poison into a martial artist's body, but it will be different from now on. She still has many hideous poisons in her hands waiting to be improved, so if any people dared to provoke her, she absolutely wouldn't show mercy. Bai Hu saw the complete evaporation, the corroded ground due to the silver powder, and horror bubbled forth in his heart. Although these poisons didn't injure him, if they were used against an ordinary low-level martial artist, it would be absolutely fatal. In just a few days, Miss Nayland's strength has increased to such a degree, no wonder to her, master is so. As he raised his head, his eyes that looked towards Heshi were filled with fear and respect. Yet in the end, Zhu Kei is their comrade, someone they grew up with. Princess, Zhu Kei is presumptuous and intended to attack Princess, she ought to be punished. But even if she's guilty she shouldn't die, please Princess, spare her life. Princess. Heshi's brows wrinkled, what sort of name is this? Just as she was about to open her mouth and ask, Zhu Kei who was standing behind Bai Hu once again went mad, wanting to rush towards Heshi. You think with just your little cultivation base that you can really compete with me? Before I was only momentarily tricked by you, this time I must kill. Zhu Kei had barely finished her threat, when Bai Hu lifted his hand, and released a powerful burst of spiritual pressure towards her. Zhu Kei's complexion changed, and quivering all over, she spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. In disbelief, she raised her head and stared at Bai Hu. You go so far as to injure me for an unknown slut, good. Bai Hu, you saw that I was harmed by this woman and lost my cultivation base, so now you want to push me further into a pit of despair too. Chapter 144, A Life Close to Death. At this moment, the annoyance is clear on Bai Hu's face as he looked at Zhu Kei, the light in his eyes as cold as ice. Zhu Kei, you've crossed the line, I will report your conduct and deeds of today to Master. Wait until Master wakes up, you should think about how you'll explain this. Finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Zhu Kei, instead looking towards Heshi. Princess, Qing Long requested that I immediately bring you to see Master once you were awake. If you would follow me. Heshi frowned, her worry for Nangongyu her main focus. How's Nangongyu now? Master fell into a coma late last night, and up until now there has been no signs he would awaken. Every doctor in the manor, including Zhu Kei, has examined him. But as of yet we've been completely unable to do anything for him, we're currently helpless. Heshi promptly said, bring me to him. Compared to Nangongyu's safety, settling accounts with Zhu Kei and caring about being called princess were insignificant worries. Moreover, when she thought of using melting bone poison to kill Zhu Kei, she now realized it would be too cheap. A death for her. If Zhu Kei tried to provoke her again, she has many amusing games prepared, all waiting to play with her till the end. Bai Hu quickly walked ahead, leading the way. When he passed by Zhu Kei, his cold gaze noticed the resentment on her face, so he just helplessly shook his head. All of Nangongyu's subordinates were aware of Zhu Kei's feelings towards Master, they had even openly or secretly advised her. However, for her own selfish desires, she had disregarded Master's orders. This UK, it seems like she wouldn't be staying long in Hell King Manor. There was quite a distance to the place where Nangong Yu cultivates, and the whole way there, she kept trying to remember what happened last night. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she has no impressions of what had occurred. Sneaking a glance at Baihu from the side, she saw that his face was taut due to his displeasure. With his icy expression, he no longer resembled the enthusiastic gossiper she had come to know at her courtyard. She could clearly sense that his discontent and resentment was aimed at her, because it was because of her that Nangong Yu was unconscious. Was it Nangong Yu who saved me yesterday? Baihu's footsteps slightly paused, a corner of his mouth rising in a faint curve. Yes, princess. All of them had personally seen Hashi's dying appearance yesterday. If Master hadn't done everything he could to save her, it's likely that Hashi wouldn't have been able to survive, let alone have her strength rise to such a degree. However, because of her, Master is now in a coma, his life close to death. This resulted in Baihu unable to do anything but hate Hashi. If she didn't exist, Master surely would have been able to withstand his illness like previously, without it being so life-threatening this time. Princess again. Hashi frowned. I'm not your princess. Baihu snorted, his tone formal and distant. I apologize, but this is Master's command. Even if we're unwilling, we can only obey. Since Master said that you are to be called princess, then you are to be called princess. To hell with it. Nangong Yu said that I'm to be called princess, so I'm called princess. Does no one ask her opinion? Furthermore, why on earth has Nangong Yu commanded his subordinates to call her princess? Has his brain short-circuited? But before Hashi could refute Baihu, they had already arrived at Nangong Yu's recuperation room, so she could only quickly focus on the task at hand. Standing in front of Nangong Yu's room there was a crowd of people that included Qing Long, as well as 3 noticeable men. Next to Qing Long, there is a tall and thin man dressed in black, his eyes bright and sharp, with a temperament somewhat similar to Qing Long. Hashi had already met 3 of Nangong Yu's personal bodyguards and knew they were named after the 4 divine beasts, Qing Long, Baihu, and Zhu Ke, so then this is probably Xian Wu. Chapter 145, Cold Poison. Standing beside Xian Wu is a young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, his features bright and handsome, while his expression resembled an ice sculpture. His imposing manner gave off a warning, keeping strangers from coming close. Hashi's intuition faintly told her that this person is more powerful than Qing Long. His temper seemed to be very cold and indifferent, yet she had no idea who he is. When her gaze fell on the third person, she startled slightly. She has actually met this person before, yet he didn't leave a deep impression. He was the auctioneer at Gluttonous House, Wu Yu. Wu Yu noticed Hashi's surprise as she looked at him, a corner of his mouth raising into a smile. Serene eyes with hidden depths made it impossible for people to guess what he is thinking. Qing Long watched Hashi arrive, and without greeting her he immediately said, "You, come with me." In a flash, the door to the room was pushed open and Hashi followed him in. After barely entering the room, her senses were assaulted by a blast of heat. Fine beads of sweat started to form on her forehead, and furrowing her eyebrows, she quickly used a small amount of water spiritual power to resist the heat. Only then was she able to feel comfortable. Qing Long saw Hashi's body produce pure spiritual power, and his eyes slightly revealed his astonishment as he explained, "The cold poison in Master's body has begun to enter his heart. We have tried everything we could think of to suppress it, but so far it's only helped a little." Walking around a corner, they came upon a large bed. Smoke filled the room, raising the temperature, and lying on the bed with the smoke wafting around him, is Nangong Yu. At her first glance of Nangong Yu, Hashi's eyes suddenly narrowed. The man on the bed is only wearing a white silk robe, and with his hair undone, eyes tightly closed, his handsome appearance resembled a jade sculpture from afar. The inside of the room is clearly burning hot, yet his face didn't have the slightest trace of color. Instead, his white complexion seemed to be frozen and transparent. Hashi had never seen Nangong Yu like this before. In her impressions of him, Nangong Yu is always elegant, filled with demonic charm, a pervert, and completely ostentatious. But the Nangong Yu of this moment looked so fragile, as if he could break with just one touch. Without waiting for Qing Long to present her, Hashi quickly stepped forward and grabbed Nangong Yu's wrist. So cold. Hashi's hand shivered slightly. She is obviously holding a person's wrist, but it felt like she was holding a piece of jade just removed from the freezer. And this kind of cold, as she is touching it, she had the illusion it was permeating into her bones. As she focused, and using her spiritual power to slowly penetrate his pulse, she began to examine his body. After maintaining this position for longer than it took to burn a stick of incense, her eyebrows started wrinkling tighter and tighter. Qing Long's expression as he watched her was anxious, like he was slowly being burnt. Several times he wanted to interrupt Hashi and inquire about his master's condition, but he was afraid that disturbing her treatment would be harmful to his master. Just when his patience had almost reached his limit, Hashi finally released her hand. Yet the wrinkle between her eyebrows still didn't loosen. Qing Long quickly asked, "How's master? Can he be cured?" If even this genius Dr. Shiyu that cured Ouyang Haoshuan is helpless, then they would have no other choice but to request help from an elder from the Doctors' Association, and that would be Zhu Kei's master. But if this were to happen, then master's situation would be known by other people, and at that time, Hell King Manor would no longer be able to maintain its transcendent position. This might also lead to master attracting a fatal disaster. Thinking about this, Qing Long's hand that was gripping his sword firmly tightened. His eyes gazing at Hashi unconsciously filling with a trace of hope. Chapter 146, Treatment Plan. Hashi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Nangongyu's illness, how old was he when this began to attack?" Qing Long promptly replied, "This illness has accompanied master since he began to successfully cultivate spiritual power, and he became able to draw vital energy into his body. Every 7th day, of the 7th month, it will flare up, attacking the blood throughout his body and causing it to freeze, while his meridians become stiff and frail. This situation lasts for 3 days, and only then does it slowly improve, so that by the 5th day, master will be completely restored like usual." Hearing what Qing Long said, Hashi's face slightly revealed her surprise. Turning her head, she looked all around the room, then said, "Every year when Nangongyu's illness flares, does he use a strong yang object to suppress the cold poison in his body?" She pointed at the steam rising and curling out from a high-quality fire crystal stone, "Not this thing or yuan yang fruit, these aren't enough by far to suppress the cold poison in his body." "How did you know?" Qing Long blurted out, his face full of surprise as an enthusiastic light burst in his eyes. "Yes, every year when it nears the 7th month, master will enter the flame cave for seclusion. Only the yang from the flame cave is able to suppress the cold energy in master's body." Qing Long was just about to explain why Nangongyu hadn't yet entered the flame cave, but noticed Hashi nodding, the realization on her face as she said, "I've heard about the flame cave. Located in the center of the cave, there is heavenly yang fire. It is said that it's able to entirely burn all living things on the world. If it's the flame cave, then it would indeed be possible to suppress Nangongyu's cold poison." Of course, this wasn't what she had heard, rather, she knew all this from before, when she had read the All Living Things record. But, Hashi frowned, her expression slowly becoming complex as she looked at Nangongyu on the bed. The fire element in the flame cave is violent and extreme, even to Nangongyu's body. After entering for so long, the body will start to suffer from irreversible damage. Therefore, for him to enter the flame cave, it is necessary his body is in peak condition, or else he would be unable to bear the intense yang fire. But in order to save me, this guy, in order to save her, did he go so far because he didn't treasure his life? However, they're both just strangers coming together by chance, so why? What did he really want? The expressions on her face continuously changed between guilt and gratefulness, while there was even one of heartache. When she started feeling doubt, for a moment she even forgot to maintain the water's spiritual power, causing her to nearly be unable to stand the impact from the heat wave. Qing Long's face revealed his rapture. His eyes no longer glared at Hashi with condemnation and doubt, rather, they were full of hope. He repeatedly nodded as he said, "What Princess said is true. Every year near the 7th month, master will enter seclusion, adjusting his cultivation base and strength to be the best they can be. Once the 7th day arrives, he withdraws to the flame cave. Outsiders think it's for seclusion, but just as Princess said, every time master leaves the flame cave, the injuries to his meridians and dantian increase. Each year we all worry for master, wondering if he'll be able to hold on or not." Pausing for a while, he then slowed his voice and asked in a whisper, "Princess, do you have a treatment method?" Hashi didn't answer. Instead, she lightly tapped the bed with her finger as she pondered. After a long while, she frowned and said, "For now, I'm unable to think of a method to solve the root of the problem, but I have a plan to temporarily alleviate his illness. We just need to make it like he's cultivating in the flame cave to get him through this difficult time. But this plan is only an idea. I've never implemented it on other patients, and my treatment plan is completely different of that from your doctor, so I'll leave it up to you all to decide if you're willing to follow it or not. Chapter 147, I will definitely cure you. Qing Long promptly asked, "May I ask Princess to describe the details of the treatment plan?" He nodded, then listed out a series of herb names: jade marrow mushroom, 7 red cloud lotus, heavenly spirit fruit, congeal grass. You only need to find these herbs, that would do. Qing Long's face immediately showed doubt when he heard what was said. Congeal grass has an extremely strong cold attribute. If it's taken alone, taking too much can cause the cold poison to flare in an ordinary martial artist and they would lose their life. Currently Master's cold poison has flared up. How can you? She lifted her eyes. Her gaze indifferent as she looked at him and lightly laughed. I that said my treatment plan is different compared to other doctors, so the medicinal ingredients I use will also be different. If you don't have any confidence in it, you may refuse to employ it. Qing Long startled, momentarily hesitant as he requested, "Please allow this subordinate to discuss this with the others." She nodded. "You had best decide as soon as possible though, with Nangongyu's condition it cannot be delayed. In another 6 hours, I can't be certain that I'll be able to save his life." With anxiousness on his face, Qing Long's figure flashed as he instantly disappeared from the room. Now, only Nangongyu and He remained in the room resembling a sauna. He quietly looked at the unconscious Nangongyu, and after a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but extend her hand, softly caressing his face. Nangongyu's slender eyebrows arched gracefully towards his temples, while the bridge of his nose is high and straight. He has thin and finely shaped lips, and long eyelashes that gently fluttered, casting faint silhouettes against his cheeks. His skin is snow white, almost transparent, and under his thin skin it is almost possible to see faint blue-green veins, his aura fragile yet beautiful. He will always remember that when those ink-black eyes were open, they looked at all lands under heaven with arrogance, displaying a willfulness to all. How they burned like fire, with serene and hidden depths. "Nangongyu, the coldine object, was it your own blood?" She softly whispered in his ear, "You and I obviously only met by chance, so why do you go to such lengths for me? From when she was a child till now, if anyone around her was good to her, it was in order to take advantage of her. Squeezing her for everything she was worth. So much so that finally, the partner who had braved fire and water with her, who had risked life and limb with her countless times, Lingye, betrayed her. Such experiences had caused He unable to believe anyone, unable to open her heart and accept anyone. However, Nangongyu's conduct and deeds were making her originally sealed heart crack. On one hand, she wants to believe him, while on the other hand, she is afraid she is being taken advantage of. "In any case, I will definitely cure you." He murmured, "Even if it was just you being kind, I will cure your illness completely." In fact, Nangongyu's current condition isn't that severe, so she is utterly certain that she can use ordinary prescriptions to suppress what ails him. Unfortunately, what made He afraid, is that she had used countless methods to check Nangongyu's body, but she still couldn't find the source of the cold energy within him. Obviously there is no source, and also no sign of poison, but with the passage of time his body is gradually becoming colder, so much so that even his dantian is slowly showing signs of freezing. This caused He to feel puzzled. Apparently she wouldn't be able to find the cause of Nangongyu's illness in such a short amount of time, so currently the only thing to do is alleviate his symptoms, putting the discussion on hold until later and helping him pass this stage first. Qing Long went outside to inform Wu Xian and the others the details of He's diagnoses, and her proposed treatment plan. Chapter 148, Sacrificing Your Lives. As he finished speaking, Zhu Ke, who had just rushed over, let out a sharp protest. "Qing Long, is there something wrong with your head? Congeal grass is a coldine plant. That slut wants to use congeal grass and deliberately harm Master's life, yet you believe her." Zhu Ke's voice became sluggish, then she abruptly shouted loudly, "I can't cure Master's illness, but my teacher can. She's a third-generation elder of the Doctors' Association, any incurable disease will completely recover by her hands. As long as we invite my teacher to come here, she will certainly be able to cure." "Master." As Zhu Ke's voice faded, Wu Xian raised his hand, and a sudden attack of strong wind knocked her to the ground. Zhu Kei cut a sorry figure as she tumbled about, a trickle of blood flowing from a corner of her mouth. Her complexion was deathly pale as she glared at the people around her, her cold eyes containing fierce anger and hatred. Wu Xian coldly snorted, his sword-like gaze thrust towards her. Zhu Kei, don't forget our oath. Anyone who leaks Master's condition is committing an act of betrayal, suffering heaven's punishment. Even if the person you leaked it to is your teacher, it's still the same. Zhu Kei's body trembled under the force of Wu Xian's power. When she remembered that she was now only so weak because of that slut Nailin Hashi, the resentment in her heart fiercely blazed, burning ever more vigorously. You're all a group of idiots. To actually be played with by an unknown woman and run around in circles, it's clear that my teacher's ability is the one thing that will most likely be able to make Master recover, and yet none of you believe in me or my teacher, instead believing in that slut. Zhu Kei sneered as she laughed loudly, her face distorting with a sinister smile. Coupled with the scars on her face, it looked terrible and ugly. In this case, this slut can't cure Master's illness, no. Instead this slut wants to make Master take congeal grass, so she clearly wants to kill Master. If Master suffers a mishap because of your decision, then you will all be at fault. You will all have to apologize by sacrificing your lives for your offenses. Qing Long and the others looked at each other in dismay, their expressions revealing their indecision. After all, if Hashi harbored malicious intentions, it's likely her treatment will harm Nangong Yu's life, but if they didn't use Hashi's treatment plan, they were still helpless. Did they really need to request help from the Doctors' Association? That would be introducing a potential source of future trouble, and if Master was awake, he definitely wouldn't approve of this decision. In the end, what should they do? You said that if I can't cure Nangong Yu, they must sacrifice their lives, so then if I can cure him. Suddenly, a clear and distinct woman's voice sounded from inside the door, causing everyone to immediately look towards the direction the voice came from. Before their eyes, Hashi, disguised as a youth, unhurriedly walked out from inside the room. Although she is wearing men's clothes, without anything else to disguise her appearance, all it took was one glance for everyone to be able to see that she is clearly a woman. Her exquisite, snow-white skin glistened under the sunshine, and her hair is moist due to perspiration, causing some of it to stick to her cheeks and border her picturesque features. With her bright eyes and white teeth, it made her resemble a fairy born amongst the dawn mist, so beautiful that it stunned and dazzled everyone. Everyone's heart became distracted as they looked at her, secretly thinking, no wonder the always cold-hearted and emotionless Master treats Miss Nailin differently compared to anyone else. Chapter 149, Make a Bet. But when Zhu Kei saw Hashi looking this way, she could only feel the jealousy in her heart burning. Her glaring eyes resembled a dead fish's eyes as they protruded out, and as she fiercely focused on Hashi, the scars on her face kept trembling. Sucking in a deep breath, she spoke in a stern voice, Nailin Hashi, I haven't asked what vicious thoughts you have in mind, but since Master's cold poison has flared up and you want to use congeal grass on him, you clearly want to harm Master's life. Don't think your flowery words that can deceive Qing Long and the others can fool me. I'm a 5th-ranked doctor acknowledged by the Doctors' Association. With just your 3-legged cat's ability, you dare to say that you're more powerful than me. Hashi sneered, her gaze as she looked at Zhu Kei full of contempt and disdain. Such big talk, Zhu Quebec. You should wait until you've healed the scars on your face before you say that to me again. The expression on Zhu Kei's face abruptly stiffened, and she subconsciously covered her face with a hand. From the moment she saw Master carrying this slut back, she had forgotten everything else, her mind muddled by her burning jealousy. For a while she didn't have the time to care about the veil on her face falling off, but now, thinking of other people seeing her ugly appearance, fear started to appear in her eyes. For a woman like Zhu Kei who wished to appear beautiful to everyone, her appearance meant everything to her. She especially feared appearing so ugly like this in front of Master. Zhu Kei's features twisted, the expression in her eyes full of hostility as she looked at Hashi. Slut, you. You haven't yet realized that the scar on your face is growing bigger and turning blacker. Hashi indifferently interrupted her, to tell you the truth, one day that scar will spread to cover your whole face, emitting an unpleasant smell. Ah, it must feel wonderful, but aren't you a 5th-ranked doctor? I believe that you will certainly be able to cure it. Zhu Kei's eyes suddenly widened with her alarm, incredulousness filling her face. No. She totally didn't believe Hashi's words. There is no such poison in this world, but the way this slut said it, as if she was making a solemn vow, what if by chance it was true? Hashi ignored Zhu Kei's panic, instead restraining her expression as she said, let's return back to the point. about how I can use congeal grass and the other medicines I mentioned, making Nangong Yu awaken and helping him get through his illness this time. Impossible. Zhu Ke blurted out, congeal grass is extremely cold, it will only increase Master's symptoms. How could cure you Master's illness? Oh, then since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? She gently played with the jade ornament hanging at her waist, smirking as she said, if I can't awaken Nangong Yu, I'll accept your punishment. Zhu Ke promptly raised her voice and roared, if you can't cure Master, I shall cut your face and use poison to corrode the skin all over your body. A sword-like coldness flashed in Hashi's eyes, and she slowly said, I have no hesitations to agreeing, but what if I cure Nangong Yu? Zhu Ke blanked for a moment, then sneered as she coldly laughed, using these medicines you've listed you will absolutely be unable to awaken Master, you're just raving like a lunatic. If you're truly able to cure Master, I will discard my cultivation base and henceforth no longer be a doctor. Will this do? Hashi faintly smiled, and no longer paying attention to Zhu Ke, she turned around and looked at Qing Long, immediately prepare the medicines I've asked for. Chapter 150, Dried Up Spiritual Plants. Qing Long looked hesitant, before he frowned and said, Princess, there is something this subordinate forgot to tell you, but about preparing those herbs, there may be some difficulties. Ah. Hashi raised her eyebrows, revealing her surprise. Those medicines were just common spiritual plants, only the congeal grass is a fourth-grade herb. Although it's considered precious, based on the Hell King Manor's wealth and influence, how could they not get it? Qing Long glanced at her with a complex expression in his eyes. Yesterday and last night, it appears that all the spiritual plants in the city were sucked dry, causing them to wither and die. Even the spiritual plants stored in jade boxes were not spared, especially all those stalks of congeal grass. Although it's only a fourth-grade spiritual plant, it belonged to a rare species, so we really don't know where to find it. Hashi startled, suddenly recalling that along the way when she came here, all the places she passed were indeed without any green, so actually, all the spiritual plants are dead. Seeing Hashi frown, Zhu Ke at once laughed loudly, so as it turns out. You knew that all the spiritual plants had withered, and were only trying to play me with this bet. You knew your method was unachievable, so you deliberately made a show of being earnest, as if you were actually taking things seriously. Slut, can you not be so shameless? Don't think that just because all the spiritual plants have withered that you don't have to fulfill our bet, I will still destroy your face. Qing Long and the others frowned as they listened, feeling that Zhu Ke has already gone insane. In order to settle her grudge with Hashi, she was even ignoring Master's safety. Bai Hu suddenly spoke, Zhu Ke, doesn't your teacher have a portable medicine garden? That's a heaven and earth treasure, so the herbs inside were surely spared of having their spiritual energy sucked away. You should quickly ask her for several kinds of herbs, perhaps it's not too late. For what reason? Zhu Ke screamed, and then continued hysterically, why should I help this slut? If we want to cure Master, we only need to invite my teacher to come. Even if I'm dead I will still refuse to help this slut. After hearing Zhu Ke's rant, Qing Long, Wu Xin, and the others glared at her with barely contained fury. Regardless of the bet's result between her and Nailan Hashi, this type of Zhu Ke absolutely mustn't stay in Hell King Manor. Once Master awakens, we'll see how he punishes her. Hashi however looked calmly at Qing Long, saying, take me to see the manor's medicine garden. Qing Long startled, astonishment on his face, Princess, the spiritual plants in the medicine garden have all died, not even a single stalk remains. Hashi shallowly laughed, then slowly said, what I want to see are the dead spiritual plants. In this world, dead spiritual plants didn't have any value. This is why they used jade boxes to pack spiritual plants for business transactions, because once a spiritual plant withers, its spiritual energy disappears. If you tried to refine pills with them, they wouldn't be able to mix with the other ingredients or withstand the heat needed to temper the pills, so they naturally didn't have any effect. But Hashi is different, she wanted those spiritual plants to use like traditional Chinese medicines. For the so-called traditional Chinese medicine, in order for long-term preservation, it can be preserved through the processing of drying. If it's withered, it doesn't affect the effectiveness of the medicines at all. Zhu Ke eagerly wished to see Hashi's humiliation once she failed. She had better be aware. The medicine garden in Hell King Manor is very large. Moreover, because there was a spiritual formation placed around it, the spiritual energy had been extremely rich. But at this moment, the field is barren, all the plants had withered and become ashes. The crystal stones strategically placed for the spiritual formation had also lost their spiritual energy, turning into dust. As she sighed, how could this be? As she met Qing Long's conflicted gaze, he said, "Princess, do you really not remember what happened last night?" Chapter 151, I will not be refining. As she stared blankly, unresponsive to Qing Long's words, but still heard him when he spoke once more, last night after Master helped heal Princess' body abruptly formed a huge vortex. It practically absorbed all the spiritual energy in Yanjing City. These spiritual plants died last night because of the vortex. As she opened her eyes wide and examined the field of dead spiritual plants. Looking back at Qing Long again, her heart was at first astonished, but then she suddenly understood. Dandan, that's right. All of this must have been done by Dandan. That big food eater must have absorbed all of the plant's spiritual energy. Old Manshumi had previously said that for Dandan to be able to hatch, it needed an extremely large amount of spiritual energy. At the time, she had worried about how to feed this spoiled spirit pet till it was satisfied, and was concerned that it wouldn't be full until she was poor. She had guessed that Dandan would need a lot of spiritual energy to hatch, but she never would have expected that it would need this much spiritual energy. However, this is a city full of spiritual energy, and this slow egg absorbed it all yet still dared to say it's hungry to her. It was simply trying to defraud its mother. As she ruminated for a while, then decided to no longer care about this problem. After all the spiritual energy throughout the city had already been absorbed. It wasn't as if that little guy would still able to squeeze back into the egg, or spit out the spiritual energy anyway. Moreover, Dandan is her spirit pet, for it to be able to hatch, she is already very happy. As for the rest, who cares? As she squatted down, and plucking a spiritual herb's withered stalk, she brought it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. After tearing off a little of it, she placed it into her mouth to chew and taste it. Not bad. Although there is completely no spiritual energy, the herb had only lost half of its medicinal effect. Compared to using it for special techniques, using it to concoct traditional Chinese medicines would be perfect. As she stood up and pointed at the withered spiritual plants while speaking, collect the several spiritual plants that I listed before. Qing Long became puzzled. Princess, do you intend to use these for refining? Once these common herbs without spiritual energy touch a fire used for refining, they will disintegrate into ashes, then disperse in a puff of smoke. As she spread out her hands, as I said, I'm not an ordinary doctor, so I will not be using them for refining. Not using them for refining. So how is she going to treat Master's illness? At this moment, Qing Long couldn't help but look at her with suspicion. This Miss Naylan wouldn't really act like Zhu Kei had said, right? Just coming by to show off and swindle them. But recalling the miracles performed on Ouyang Haoshuan's body, he pushed down the doubt in his heart, and began collecting the dead spiritual plants one by one. After returning to the bedroom where Nangongyu was residing, she once again passed down a series of instructions. She wanted them to prepare a pot, stove, and fire, and even told Qing Long to find a huge wooden tub. As Zhu Kei watched from the side, a sneer was plastered across her face as she laughed loudly. I've studied medicine for over 10 years and have followed my teacher to see countless patients, but I've never seen a medical treatment such as this. Naylan Hashi, you are clearly trying to exhaust your limited abilities since you know you will lose, right? Hashi was doing her job, focusing on crushing the medicine ingredients in accordance with strict measurements. When she heard what was said, she raised her head to glance at Zhu Kei, disdainfully laughing. No culture is terrible. Instead, the most terrible thing is when someone has no culture, yet still insists on running around, making an exhibition of themselves. At the time your father and mother gave birth to you, did they not tell you that your eyes grow on the top of your head, since you're a toad? PFFTT. Bai Hu, who was standing nearby, overhead and couldn't bear it anymore, laughing loudly. As he looked at Zhu Kei's twisted and insane appearance, he actually felt like gloating. He had absolutely no sympathy for her. Zhu Kei screamed, wanting to rush forwards and destroy Hashi's face. That woman dared to say that she, Zhu Kei, is a toad who wants to eat swan flesh. How dare that slut mock her? However, she had barely reached Hashi, when she suddenly sensed a huge wave of spiritual power head towards her. She felt a sharp burst of pain in her abdomen, and then her body abruptly resembled a kite with its string snapped as it flew away, before she then landed severely on the ground. Chapter 152, Remove Nangong Yu's Clothes. The one who attacked her is the silent and stone-faced Wu Xin, who had quietly been standing to the side. The room's door closed in front of her with a bang. No matter how much she pounded on the door to be let back into the room, no one opened the door for her. She had readied all the herbs, and began to use the pot to boil them like traditional Chinese medicine. For a while she hesitated, then secretly added spiritual spring water from the 9th secluded spirit spring into the pot. She even placed the silver needles she used for medical purposes into the pot with the medicine, then left it all to boil together. After an hour, the traditional Chinese medicine had successfully boiled, and the entire room was filled with the strong smell of medicine. The smell of this medicine is different from the smell of medicines normally used in the Luo continent. There is no sense of spiritual power, nor an atmosphere of vegetation. On the contrary, it only carried a strong bitter smell. Looking at the big pot of dense, dark soup, Qing Long's and the others' expressions turned somewhat fearful. Bai Hu couldn't help but murmur, "Princess, the thing in this pot, you won't give it to Master to drink, right? If Master drank the thing in this pot, will he really be able to survive?" She ignored him and poured the boiled decoction of medicine into the tub. The tub had been filled with hot water, and after more thought, she secretly added more spiritual spring water before giving a command, "Remove Nangong Yu's clothes and place him in the tub." Qing Long and others looked at each other in dismay. Ambiguous expressions on all of their faces. From the beginning, Miss Nayland hadn't admitted that she is a princess, continually denying an intimate relationship between herself and Master. How is it proper for an unmarried girl to see Master without any clothes? What they didn't know though, was that once she entered the role of medical practitioner, she will completely forget her identity and gender. Whether is it a man or woman, wearing clothes or naked, in her eyes they are all the same. Qing Long quickly put Nangong Yu into the tub, the black liquid rising up to cover Nangong Yu's chest. The moment the medicine touched Nangong Yu's body, it started to slightly boil. It was at this moment that Hashi's expression became serious. In fact, she knew that it was a risk to use congeal grass, as it is an extremely cold plant. But the cold energy in Nangong Yu's body is too strong, so if she were to purposely use all the herbs with a yang property, switching his temperature from extreme cold to extreme heat, it would seriously damage his body. It would be like the injuries he gets from the flame cave. So although his cold poison would be temporarily cured, in the long run it'll be even more damaging to his meridians. Therefore, Hashi had come up with the idea of using congeal grass as a guide, matching it with the other herbs to temporarily ease his illness. But congeal grass is still an extremely cold plant after all, so once it entered Nangong Yu's body, mixing with his cold poison, it will immediately make Nangong Yu's illness worse, even life-threatening. The only way to help prevent this is if she uses her silver needles. Before the congeal grass's cold essence can enter his arteries, traveling to his heart, she would unblock every one of his major acupuncture points, giving the other ingredients in the medicine a chance to advance. With this, they would be able to have an effect, neutralizing the congeal grass. And so, during this process, no one was allowed to disturb her. Qing Long and the others quietly left, guarding the room from outside. Yet the always silent Wu Xin couldn't help but frown. This Miss Nayland, if I remember correctly, she is a concubine's daughter and was abandoned by the Nayland family. With a cowardly disposition, she wouldn't complain even though she was forced to suffer bullying and humiliation. On top of that, she didn't even have a cultivation base. How can her true appearance and the rumors about her be so different? Before Qing Long could reply, Wu Yu clicked his tongue twice and laughed. If this little girl is considered cowardly, then there are no brave women in this world. Someone sold her to Gluttonous House to be an auction product, but when she opened her eyes, she cleanly killed all the guests in the room. Master and I personally witnessed it with our own eyes. Chapter 153, Would you like to touch something else? Wu Xin raised his brows, doubt written on his face. So are you saying that the rumors can't be trusted? Qing Long promptly responded, I personally witnessed her treatment of Ouyang Haoshuan. Her method was quite strange. You know that Ouyang Haoshuan had been crippled for more than a year with his meridians fractured, and seeing him in person, it was just like he was a person preparing to enter the gates of hell. Yet unexpectedly, because of her strange method, she was able to save him. Let alone walking like normal, even his cultivation base has been restored to normal. This matter has created a stir throughout Yanjing City, and up until now, there are still many groups of people searching for her. If Master hadn't helped to obstruct them, perhaps the genius Dr. Shi would have been fought over by all the powerful parties long ago. Several people heard what Qing Long said, their faces showing hope and admiration. Such an amazing woman, maybe she really can cure Master's illness. And so Hashi, the one that they were talking about, was currently in the room, her treatment reaching a critical moment. The speed of her hands was very fast. With only a vague shadow visible, the silver needles in her fingertips flickered as she concentrated on continuously roaming Nangong Yu's body. In order to have precise control over the effect of each acupuncture point, every needle that was inserted and removed used her spiritual power. As she carefully placed the set of needles in his body, Hashi's own body was already drenched in sweat, a faint pink flush appearing on her face. She sighed and wiped the sweat on her forehead, moving to sit down by the bedside. At this time the medicinal water in the tub had stopped boiling. It was now calmly rippling around Nangong Yu's body, and his body that was originally freezing, similar to an ice cube, had now gradually risen in temperature. As Hashi's gaze slowly traveled down from Nangong Yu's slightly flushed face, stopping on his chest, her face suddenly reddened. It was until this moment that she finally realized she had been examining Nangong Yu's naked body for a while now. Not only that, she had also practically touched every inch of skin on his upper body. Nangong Yu was currently unconscious, he simply sat leaning against the edge of the tub quietly. Seeing Nangong Yu like this, she slowly began to be lost in thought. Indeed, he really is an evildoer that could make a person's heart pound. His long hair was draped like a waterfall over his shoulders, like smooth black silk, while his pale skin was becoming a faint honey color due to the warmth. When he was wearing clothes he seemed to have a slender figure, yet now that he was naked she could see that he is covered with delicately defined muscles, especially that six-pack. If they were in the time of her past life, without a doubt, he could make all the women salivate. Of course, Nangong Yu's most outstanding attribute is his face. His facial features were as exquisite as a god's. With an undoubtedly elegant appearance, he gave people the impression of a ruler overlooking his lands under heaven. Such a powerful and majestic presence easily made a person become subconsciously intoxicated and subdued. With his outstanding appearance, if she was in her past life, she can't say for sure whether she would be able to pay enough to provide for him. Well, although she hadn't had any lovers in her previous life, if she had encountered such an extraordinary man, she certainly wouldn't have let him off. With the power and financial resources available to her in her past life, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to provide for 8 to 10 men. As she looked at those honey-colored arms, his muscles tight with tension, Hashi couldn't help but stretch out her hand and gently caress them. TSK, the feeling is pretty good, hard and yet smooth. She slowly became preoccupied with wondering about how it would feel to touch his six-pack, as when she was treating him she had solely focused on treatment, and now she realized she had forgotten to feel them. All of a sudden, a low and husky voice reached her ears, definitely satisfied. Hashi, without thinking about it, blurted out, "Indeed, really good." Low hypnotic laughter echoed in ears, like a feather teasing her heart. It's good if you like them. Do you want to try touching something else? What? Chapter 154, Attempt for Success. Hashi suddenly jolted awake from her thoughts, and raising her head, she came into contact with a pair of fathomless eyes. A corner of Nangong Yu's mouth held a loving smile, while his gaze was gentle and soft as he looked at her. His bright eyes contained waves that promised to drown her. Hashi felt like something was burning her, so she abruptly withdrew her hand. But because she used too much force, she almost stumbled to the ground. Alas, his charm is so potent that it was distracting her. Where did her alertness as an assassin go? She completely hadn't realized that this guy had already awoken. Hashi gave a low cough, and pushing down her embarrassment, she asked, "When did you wake up?" A secret smile shone in Nangong Yu's eyes, "When you were mumbling to yourself about how you would provide for me." Cough, 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 Hashi choked on her saliva. Hashi coughed several times, before she then raised her voice in embarrassment, "You heard it wrongly." What provide for him? She wouldn't admit it, she absolutely wouldn't admit it. A patronizing expression appeared across Nangong Yu's face, and reaching out a hand, he helped to gently pat her back while lovingly saying, I must have heard it wrongly." Hashi heaved a sigh of relief. At first she had thought that this guy was pretty good, she never would have imagined that he is actually black-bellied. But she soon heard Nangong Yu continue, "Compared to you providing for me, it's more likely that I'll provide for you instead. Hashi just blankly stared at him. She wanted to take back her previous thoughts. This guy, through and through, is a black sesame seed to the end. Nangonyu was amused by her rarely seen embarrassed and cute expression. His hand that had been patting her back slowly changed into a gentle stroking motion. Soon, the temperature between the two of them gradually started rising. Unconsciously, Nangonyu had already risen, unhurriedly approaching Hashi. His hot breath fanned across her face, causing the heat hanging in the air to become almost stifling. As the two became closer and closer, their lips nearly touching, Hashi suddenly tilted her head, causing Nangonyu's lips to land on her soft cheek. Panic appeared in Hashi's eyes as she hurriedly stood up. Silver needles still remain in your body, it'll be some time before they can be removed. You shouldn't move about and randomly tamper with them, be careful or else you will suffer. In actuality, there were only 6 silver needles that remained in Nangonyu's body. These needles were only there for slight adjustments, they didn't have any special effects. Yet Hashi herself was unsure of why she chose this moment to suddenly lie. Seeing that she wanted to struggle free of his grasp, sharpness flashed in Nangonyu's eyes as the silver needles in his body abruptly flew out. His hands holding Hashi tightened, dragging her back into his embrace. The two of them were still separated by the tub, yet their upper bodies were tightly entwined, causing the still wet Nangonyu to dampen Hashi's clothes, further reducing their distance. Nangonyu bowed his head, watching the girl in his embrace somewhat panic with a helpless expression. The emotion in his eyes flowed like hot spring water, soft and warm, and from his mouth he softly murmured, "You know that I want to kiss you, so." As his voice fell, he bent his head and kissed her deeply. Hashi felt like her whole body was wrapped in a mass of fire, her lips, her breath, her blood, all were being invaded by an unfamiliar taste. The taste of this man was strong and overbearing, yet still filled with adoration. Her mind became fuzzy and she felt that she would become addicted to this feeling, unable to extricate herself, unable to escape. However, an image abruptly appeared in her mind, one of Lingye glaring down at her. She heard that man say, "Since I can't have you, then it would be better to destroy you." That man had been her life and death partner, the only friend and close relative she had acknowledged. Yet ultimately he had stabbed her in the heart with a dagger, laughing like a crazy man, "If you can't be mine, then I will never allow anyone else to have you." 1. Black-bellied equals two-faced. Chapter 155, Unrelated. It was like cold water suddenly doused the passion in her heart. In an instant it erased all feelings of addiction that had just started to sprout. Hashi abruptly opened her eyes, vigorously pushing Nangongyu away from her. A loud bam sounded as Nangongyu was knocked against the edge of tub by her firm push, and he let out a pained groan. His complexion that had just started to regain a little color, once again became deathly pale. Even his skin had once more become icy cold and transparent. The room's door was pushed open and Qing Long rushed in. Noticing that Nangongyu was awake and standing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, you're awake." Nangongyu's face was ashen, and without taking his gaze off Hashi, he coldly said 2 words, "Get out." Qing Long trembled under Nangongyu's snarl, and seeing that Hashi's clothes were damp, his face blushed and he immediately rushed out. Once again, Hashi and Nangongyu were the only 2 people in the room. Yet this time, the atmosphere between them is no longer one of passion, instead, it was quite frosty. Hashi felt a twinge of guilt as she looked at Nangongyu's pale complexion, and hastily stepping forward, she grabbed his hand and took his pulse. Her worry obvious as she asked, "How do you feel now?" Nangongyu, however, flipped his hand and grabbed Hashi's small hand, tugging her in front of his body. His sharp eyes gazed at her firmly, as if he wanted to see through her, inside and out. Hashi shuddered when she felt his cold palm, making her worriedly ask, "Can you let go of my hand? Let me help examine you." Who knew that Nangongyu wouldn't only not release her hand, instead, his grip on her tightened. His voice gloomy with suppressed anger as he said, a moment ago, you were enjoying my embrace, so why did you suddenly push me away? Who did you think of when I was holding you?" Because he cared about her, he was therefore sensitive to the changes in her emotions. He had placed her in his heart and couldn't stand for her to be possessed by anyone else. In that split second before Hashi had shoved Nangongyu away, he had been able to sense her sorrow, resentment, and rejection. What kind of experiences had she gone through for her mood to change so abruptly? For whom was she sad? For whom did she grieve? When he thought that there might be another person in his heir's heart, Nangongyu struggled to suppress the bloodthirsty killing intent in his heart. If that person was in front of him now, without the slight hesitation, he would brutally dismember them. He startled, immediately shaking off his hand and snapping, "I don't know what you're talking about. You should quickly sit down. And let me examine your condition. The medicine hasn't entered your body completely yet, and if the cold now devours the heat, your condition will be worse than it was before. Do you wish to die?" Nangongyu remained unmoved. His eyes stared at her with a fixed gaze, as if he could see deep down into her heart. She became uncomfortable under that overbearing and stubborn gaze, but at the same time, she could see Nangongyu's complexion becoming paler. In her heart she hated his overbearing attitude, as much as she hated herself for worrying so much about him. Thus, she angrily flew into a rage and said, "We're completely unrelated to each other, neither friends or family, at most we can be considered strangers. How was it strange that I pushed you away? I don't like acting disrespectful towards strangers, but it's only right that I resist. Or do you think I should welcome any man who I've only known for little more than a month?" Nangongyu's face darkened, his beautiful eyes looking like they were about to ignite into flames. With a lightning-fast movement, he extended a nimble hand and firmly seized Hashi's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Grimly laughing, he said, "Haha, completely unrelated to each other, neither friends or family. So in Shi-er's eyes, I am completely unrelated and only a stranger." Chapter 156, Not Going to Bother. When Hashi recalled all the things he had done for her, like repeatedly saving her from traps, she couldn't help but feel guilty, her cheeks reddening. Her urge to push him away faltered and her small hand stayed on his bare chest, not allowing him to come closer, but stopping him from approaching. Nangongyu was pleased when he noticed her blushing cheeks, and lowering his head, he used a low, gentle voice to whisper in her ear, "Shi-er, you had best admit it. From now on, you are one of my people, the princess of Hell King Manor, I, Nangongyu's wife. Besides me, you aren't allowed to think of other men, furthermore, you aren't allowed to leave me." "You're crazy," Hashi replied, retreating back a step in a fluster. Recalling that the people in this manor had been calling her princess, her face once again reddened, but this time with annoyance, "Because you said I'm your princess, I'm your princess. When did I agree to that? When you proposed marriage in the modern era, you must kneel to present the ring." Yet unexpectedly this guy had acted on his own initiative, saying that she is his wife. For what reason? When had she promised to marry him? But in the end, she was still worried about his condition, secretly mumbling a few words to herself, "I'm not going to bother with this crazy man." Then, stepping forward, she grabbed Nangongyu's hand and began to take his pulse. This time Nangongyu didn't struggle and refuse her, his gaze on Hashi gentle and tender, able to make one's blood run cold. Hashi removed her hand, unhappily staring back at him. A smile flashed in Nangongyu's eyes, and raising an eyebrow, he said, "Doesn't Shi-er remember that you still owe this king a large favor? People say that to repay the kindness of saving someone's life, you should return it by devoting your life to them. Shi-er, guess how many times you owe this king your life's devotion?" The expression on Hashi's face slowly changed, and following that, she coldly snorted. Removing a bottle of spirit spring water from her space, she passed it to Nangongyu, sneering, "It's still unknown who promised who. However, now I'm the one saving your life." A corner of Nangongyu's mouth pursed with a slight curve, and he softly said, "How about as long as Shi-er is happy, this king promises to give in to you." Hashi stared at him in shock, thinking, "As your highness Hell King, the Azura of legends, you're supposed to be grand. Yet why do you have no sense of shame?" Nangongyu was all smiles as he took the spirit spring water, then drained the bottle in one gulp. Once the bottle was empty, astonishment appeared on his face. "This is 9th secluded spirit spring water." The look on Hashi's face changed, and caution emerged in her eyes as she asked in a low voice, "How do you know?" She had withdrawn the spirit spring water from her space, and she hadn't seen anything about it in any of the ancient books in this world, so how did Nangongyu know? Then what about her Shumi space and Dandan's existence? Will they be exposed? Nangongyu's eyes were full of shock as he gazed towards Hashi. "This is indeed spirit spring water from the 9th secluded spirit spring. This kind of spirit spring water is rare in Miluo continent. In legends, apart from being capable of helping to develop muscles, it's able to aid in the refining of pills, and help craft outstanding weapons. It's a treasure that all high-ranking doctors yearn to possess. Hashi frowned as she pondered, since there is no ninth secluded spirit spring in the Luo continent, how are you so sure? Nangongyu laughed, and without answering her, he instead continued with, in legends, it is said that there is a total of 9 types of spiritual springs left in this world since the wars in ancient times. Named according to their level, the 9th secluded spirit spring is the highest, even the grand clans of the upper realm are only able to take the smallest amounts. And yet you gave it to me to drink like it was just ordinary spring water. If other people were to know about it, do you know what that would mean? At this moment, Hashi had already calmed down, and hearing what was said, she slightly sneered. But instead of responding to him, she grabbed a handful of silver needles, beginning to rapidly insert the needles into his acupuncture points. Chapter 157, No one is as powerful as your man naturally. Hashi knew that it was never a good idea to inadvertently reveal one's wealth. Therefore, even though Shaoli and the others were aware that the food she could make was delicious, rich in spiritual energy, and very effective, they were unaware that she used spirit spring water when cooking. However, that was definitely a big secret. So how could she, just because of anxiousness, freely reveal it in front of Nangongyu? Could it be that in her heart she already considered Nangongyu trustworthy? Hashi's heart trembled, and the silver needles in her hand suddenly deviated from their desired position. Nangongyu let out a low groan, that husky, yet rich and magnetic voice like a cat's claws scratching at her heart. Hashi quickly withdrew her hand, and with a somewhat guilty conscience, asked, Are you okay? Nangongyu frowned as he replied, It hurts. Her heart wildly jumped about in her chest when she heard his answer. Hashi clearly knew that Nangongyu was deliberately acting weak, but he was far too sexy, with such an evildoer appearance. Hashi's face reddened as she removed the silver needles in his body, quietly asking, Now you know pain. Before, when you lost your mind trying to kiss me, how could you not know pain? Serves you right. Nangongyu's life is considered to be saved, and after going through several days of treatment, his body might possibly be able to recover to its previous state. But as mentioned earlier, regardless of whether it was the flame cave, or Hashi's current prescription, both were only temporarily solutions. Next year, on the 7th day of the 7th month, the cold poison in Nangongyu's body will once again flare up as before. In that case, she must think of a way to completely eradicate the cold poison in Nangongyu's body. Hashi's mind began to quickly search through every kind of medication and illustration in the All Living Things record. She compared each of them, one by one, hoping to find something with similar symptoms to Nangongyu's. While this was happening, Nangongyu summoned Qinglong to enter the room to wash him. Once he was dressed in clean clothes, Nangongyu returned to the bed to lay down. After he had finished helping, Qinglong quietly exited the room, once again leaving Nangongyu and Hashi alone. But Hashi was unaware of it all as she was still immersed in her thoughts. Affection and tenderness overflowed in Nangongyu's eyes as he smiled, and extending his hand, he gently gripped Hashi's small, soft hand. Is she worried about my illness? Hashi suddenly returned to her senses, struggling to break free of his grasp, yet found herself unable to. She couldn't help but look displeased, so what about it? I am a doctor and I'm interested in incurable illnesses, and anyway, it's something strange. Nangongyu decided not to expose her reluctance to admit the truth. Instead, he merely controlled his expression as he said, do you have an impression of what happened to you when you advanced cultivation bases? Hashi shook her head. She only knew about what had happened from what Qinglong had said. Nangongyu's expression became solemn, and in a deep voice he said, I've already warned the people in Hell King Manor, and no one has the courage to speak out about what happened last night. You must also remember that last night's unusual phenomenon has nothing to do with you. You only suffered injuries and was saved by me, who then brought you here and treated your injuries in one night. As for the rest, I will handle it, you just need to trust me, do you understand? Hashi's heart shivered as she nodded and wondered what he would do, especially since it was an event crying out for a supernatural explanation. When she recalled last night, when she was in a fight over her life and death, she couldn't help but to have lingering fears. You know who was it that wanted to kill me last night? She had heard that group of assassins was from the Drought Demon Organization, however, she didn't know what kind of power the Drought Demon Organization held. Nangongyu indifferently replied, the Drought Demon Organization is an underground trading market. They're listed as an assassin organization in the Luo continent. They have been ranked as one of top 3 killers, never slipping from their position. The top 3. Are they very powerful? Asked Tashi with a pondering expression. Nangong Yu faintly smiled, and all of a sudden he leaned closer to her ear, saying in low voice, "No one is as powerful as your man." Rouge. Tashi pushed him away, her face turning red as she said, "I will deal with my enemies on my own. I can handle it by myself, I don't need your help. The Drought Demon organization and whoever wanted to assassinate me, I will let them regret coming to this world." Chapter 158, Glad you trust me so much. Nangong Yu laughed in a low voice, lovingly caressing her small cheek. Indeed domineering, definitely a fancy woman worthy of me, Nangong Yu. Whatever she wants to do, know that as your husband, I will support you. What husband? Who wants you as a husband? Tashi glanced blankly at him, causing Nangong Yu to laugh before asking her, what rank is your cultivation base at now? Even though he had seen Hashi's cultivation base rapidly increase yesterday, after that strange phenomenon ended, the spiritual energy in Hashi's body had disappeared without a trace. Normally, you can tell what rank a martial artist on the Miluo continent is by the amount of spiritual power that they leak. It was only when they used a special method to conceal it that it was impossible to tell. Otherwise, a high-level martial artist would be able to easily see through to a low-level martial artist's cultivation base. But even with his current cultivation base, Nangong Yu was completely unable to see Hashi's rank. Hearing what he asked startled Hashi, and following Nangong Yu's directions, she focused her spiritual power before her eyes, looking towards Nangong Yu. Suddenly, a clear thought flashed through her mind: middle stage of the nascent soul stage. She suddenly remembered that when she had seen Zhu Kei, Bai Hu, and the others, although she hadn't focused her spiritual power before eyes, she had still received a vague impression that informed her the rank of these people's cultivation bases. How could that be? Even with a spiritual item, isn't it still impossible for a low-level martial artist to see the rank of a high-level martial artist? Hashi's heart was puzzled, when suddenly, Dandan's childlike and lively voice sounded in her ears, this is all due to Dandan's contribution. How is it, mother? I'm awesome, right? Hashi was shocked for a moment before she responded, Dandan, you're not allowed to read my thoughts as you please. You're invading my privacy. Dandan only laughed mischievously, and with its childlike voice it explained, Mother, you can rest assured. I know that it would be rude to be doing something indecent like listening when Mother and that big brother were playing kissing. Don't worry, Dandan did not see anything. Dandan, you're too much. And why he is big brother, while I am mother? Do I look that old? In her mind, she felt like she had just been run over by countless horses. She realized that she needed to find the time to have a proper talk with Dandan. Since it was a baby, this child's education is a must. Nangong Yu was still waiting for her response, and seeing her expression constantly changing, he couldn't help but ask her, what's wrong? Is there a problem with your body? No, Hashi shook her head, then hesitated as she said, if I'm feeling it right, I should be on the 8th rank of the foundation establishment stage. Nangong Yu's eyebrows raised slightly. Although he had expected it, when he heard this result, he still felt surprised. Hashi pursed her lips, and after once again hesitating for a moment, she said, also, I seem to be able to clearly see your rank, middle stage of the nascent soul stage. Hearing this first startled Nangong Yu, before his eyes then immediately filled with joy. Reaching out his hand, he gently tugged Hashi into his embrace, softly laughing as he said, I'm so happy. I'm extremely happy that you trust me so much. Hashi saw Nangong Yu's brilliant, flower-like smile, and felt that it made his handsome face become more dazzling and stunning. She couldn't help but secretly scold evildoer in her heart, while saying mockingly, what are you getting all crazy about? Nangong Yu loosened his arms, sternly saying, I'm very happy that you told me, but it should only be limited to me, do you understand? I don't know why you have this ability, but it's very likely that this ability of yours will attract the attention of other martial artists. Hashi scoffed, as she thought it was only to be expected as it was common sense, and said, of course I'm aware of this point. Who wouldn't understand that it would be easy for an ordinary and innocent person to get into trouble on account of greed? Do you take me for an idiot? Chapter 159, Complete Recovery in 3 Days. Nangong Yu's eyes gleamed with a gentle happiness. She clearly knew that she couldn't tell people her secret, yet she easily told him. Hypocritical little girl, still daring to say that she doesn't like him. He examined Nangongyu's body once again, to ensure that there were no remaining problems, and gave him a few bottles of spirit spring water for later. She then called Qinglong to enter. After He explained that there were some matters that needed her attention to Nangongyu, she prepared to leave. No one could have guessed that Nangongyu would suddenly grab her hand though, revealing a grief-filled expression of abandonment towards her. Black lines appeared on He's forehead. It was only after she had repeatedly said that she would come again tomorrow, that Nangongyu reluctantly released her. Qinglong followed behind He to send her off, while secretly observing his master's calm and serene face. Comparing it to his pleading look a moment ago, he couldn't help but shudder. He and Qinglong had barely left Nangongyu's quarters when she noticed Bai Hu, Wu Xin, Zhu Ke, and the others, anxiously waiting outside the door. Because Nangongyu's treatment had drained too much of her spiritual power, added with the temperature change of going from a blisteringly hot area to a then cool and refreshing area, He's face soon became colorless and somewhat pale. Her exhaustion evident on her face. Noticing her haggard appearance, Zhu Ke was overjoyed, thinking that she had won the bet. With her brows furrowed and fierce eyes, she darted looks of hate towards He while facing Qinglong, and in a loud voice said, "Qinglong, this woman is simply unable to cure Master, right? Now that Master's treatment has been delayed, his body would have suffered more harm, so how will you bear the consequences?" Qinglong slightly narrowed his eyes. He looked at Zhu Ke with disgust. However, he has always lacked much expression, so it was impossible for people to tell what he was feeling as he said, "Zhu Ke, you're so hopeful for Princess to be unable to cure Master. In your eyes, is Master's safety incomparable to your despicable mind? Stop with your venomous slander." Zhu Ke screamed, then shouted hoarsely, "Obviously you easily believe that slut, placing Master in danger. You even still call that slut Princess, you must have fallen for her beauty and were seduced by her, right?" A cold burst of spiritual power abruptly flashed in Qinglong's eyes, and with his long sword suddenly unsheathed and in his hand, he ruthlessly struck towards Zhu Quebec. Zhu Ke only had time to feel immense spiritual power hurtling towards her, like a mountain of pressure on her body. This caused her fall to her knees as she vomited blood, her complexion becoming pale. You, Zhu Ke's voice trembled, and she vomited another mouthful blood that foamed, completely unable to say a word. Wu Xin stepped forward as he anxiously asked, "How is Master's condition now?" Qinglong glanced at He's smirk, before faintly replying, "Master is already awake. In 3 days he'll be completely recovered. I personally confirmed this when I saw Master." When Wu Xin and the others heard this, their expressions showed their relief. And with this burden lifted from their shoulders, the tenseness in their bodies instantly relaxed. Despite Master being just a young man of 20 years old, compared to those of them who had lived for many years, it can be said that they considered him as a nephew. However, for the last few years, Master had used his unparalleled strength and intelligence to become the pillar of Hell King Manor and the Metal Qilin army. Without Master, it was likely that these people would be like headless flies without direction, incapable of knowing what's proper. Chapter 160, New Appearance. Once Zhu Ke heard this, her face blanked, and she looked at He as she screamed, "Impossible! How could she be able to cure Master? Qinglong, you must have teamed up with that slut to deceive us." Qinglong frowned, yet before he was able to speak, He had already taken a step forward as she faintly laughed. "Zhu Ke, since I already have the results of Nangongyu's treatment, isn't it about time that you fulfill your side of the bet? If you're truly able to cure Master, I will discard my cultivation base and henceforth no longer be a doctor." Zhu Ke's eyes revealed her panic, and suddenly standing up, she quickly took out a light greenish flying sword. Glaring at He with bloodshot eyes, she screamed, "Slut, you've obviously paired up with Qinglong to deceive me, and now you want me to fulfill the bet. Dream on. Today I shall cut you to pieces. Let's see how you will use your fox charm face to seduce Master then." After saying this, her hand gripped the flying sword tighter as she leapt towards He. Qinglong and the others became anxious once they saw this. Yet just as they were about to help, after all, Master's safety is now dependent on Miss Nalin's hands, they were stopped by Bai Hu, his eyes hinting at them to watch the play about to unfold. Seeing Zhu Ke's sword thrusting towards her, a golden light suddenly burst from He's body. The golden light contained thunder and lightning, and as it let out a crackle and a rattle, the tip of Zhu Ke's sword reached He's body. Zhu Ke shook all over. Her whole body spasmed as if it had been shocked by electricity, and her hands and feet twitched for a moment, shaking like she was having an epileptic fit. With just a few seconds' pause, Hashi took out her bone whip, lightly and skillfully sweeping it over the top of Zhu Kei's head. Ah! Zhu Kei screamed, and as her body retreated backwards, her hands quickly reached up to touch her head. However, she didn't feel the soft fine black hair that normally graced the top of her head as she expected. Instead, she only felt the slippery feeling of blood oozing from her scalp. Zhu Kei became frightened, and lifting her head, she noticed that Bai Hu and the others were trying their best to restrain their laughter, while Nailan Hashi had a sneer upon her face. Soon after, Hashi seemed to think of something, and returning the whip, she next took out a mirror. Facing towards Zhu Kei, she unhurriedly said, "You must be curious about your appearance now, right? Here, take a look at your new appearance that I styled just for you, are you satisfied?" Zhu Kei trembled all over. The mirror reflected a somewhat aged appearance, while on the face there was a sinister, centipede-like scar. Above that face there was now no longer any neatly groomed fine black hair, rather, there was only a smooth baldness. Ah! Zhu Kei let out a miserable scream, "This is not me. This is not me. Slut, you slut, how dare you change my appearance to this? I want you to die with me. I want you to die without a burial." Zhu Kei's eyes became blood red, her face exposing her insanity. All of a sudden, she took out a simple and unadorned lamp from her bosom. The moment they saw that lamp, the expression on Qing Long and the others' faces changed. This seemingly unremarkable lamp was called a dream travel lamp, a high-level magical item given to her by her teacher. This dream travel lamp could only be used by gold core stage and above martial artists. Just one hit could completely deplete the spiritual power within a martial artist's body. In case the spiritual power of the user was insufficient, blood essence could be used instead. But once used, it instantly made the opponent's consciousness fuzzy, causing them to lose all ability to resist. With such a dangerous magical item, Hashi wasn't the only one with an insufficient rank. Even Qing Long and the others were afraid that if Zhu Kei used it, then it wouldn't just be Hashi meeting her end. Chapter 161, Discarded Cultivation Base. Everyone watching expressed anxiousness on their faces as they wanted to save Hashi. But the speed at which Zhu Kei unleashed the dream travel lamp was too quick, and they were simply powerless to block it. As soon as it happened, the top of the lamp let out a light that headed straight towards Hashi. Yet suddenly, a faint white light covered Zhu Kei, together with the dream travel lamp. The radiance surrounding the dream travel lamp was instantly extinguished, once again returning it into a simple and unadorned lamp. It and Zhu Kei then fell towards the ground, Zhu Kei landing on her butt. As she gazed at a point not far in front of her, her eyes filled with panic. Hashi turned around, and saw Nangongyu unhurriedly walking out. With a straight posture, other than his somewhat pale complexion, he was barely showing any traces of sickness. Yet Hashi could sense the cold energy gradually increasing inside his body. She frowned and was about to speak, but Nangongyu spoke first, "I heard that you." And she made a bet. That if she was able to cure me, you would discard your cultivation base. Zhu Kei had been blankly staring at Nangongyu with infatuation, but when she heard that, she suddenly returned to her senses. Quickly kneeling, she began to weep, "Master, this subordinate was merely about worried your safety. Every year your illness flares up, and year after year it becomes more severe. Now, in order to save you when you were close to death, an unknown woman was brought in." Seeing that, this subordinate couldn't help but feel distressed and anxious. "Therefore, I thought that as long as my teacher were to come, if my teacher were to come diagnose and treat you, the source of Master's illness would definitely be completely cured." After hearing her remark, he only slightly smirked. So when Zhu Kei raised her head and saw his smiling expression, she thought that Master had forgiven her, her heart becoming extremely happy. But it soon dropped as she listened to Nangongyu indifferently say, "Forget it, whether you made a bet or not doesn't matter. Since you've been disrespectful towards Shi-Er, if Shi-Er wants you to be punished, then you should discard your cultivation base at once." Zhu Kei all of a sudden froze and looked up at Nangongyu in disbelief. Without waiting for her to react, a white light shaped like a sword flickered on Nangongyu's hand, and he casually pointed it at Zhu Quebec. Zhu Kei felt a burst of sharp pain all over her body, then, as if she suddenly sprung a leak, her cultivation base violently flowed out of her body like spring water. Her facial features rapidly aged, and in the blink of an eye, she looked like a 40-year-old woman. Master. I've always been faithful and true to you, in my heart I've always regarded you as the sky, so how can you do this to me? Zhu Kei's voice was hoarse, and with her eyes filled with emotions of unwillingness, despair, and resentment, she hysterically screamed. Nangongyou looked down at her. His expression was cold, like he was looking at a powerless and low ant. I said that she is my princess and yet you were still disrespectful towards her. It was unfaithful. Due to your selfish desires you blocked she from treating me, and that wasn't something a servant should do. Since you've proven yourself to be unfaithful, how do I know that you won't betray my subordinates at any time? If I discard you, what are you going to do about that? Zhu Kei dropped to the ground at once, tears and traces of blood across her face, while all hope was wiped clean from her features. Nangongyou glanced at Qing Long and the others, then indifferently said, "Bring her to the spirit ceiling prison, don't let her easily die." Qing Long and the others promptly complied, dragging the dazed Zhu Kei away. This time, no one sympathized with Zhu Quebec. This woman's actions had already crossed all of their bottom lines, and for her own despicable heart, she had put Master's safety at risk. Her crime deserved 1,000 deaths. As she saw Nangongyou's complexion become extremely pale, and quickly walking over to him, she said, "You still haven't hurried back to rest. This time you dared to use spiritual power, do you not want your life anymore?" Chapter 162, Jade Fire Toad. Nangongyou laughed faintly, reaching out his hand in the direction of the dream travel lamp. The dream travel lamp then lightly floated up to Nangongyou's hand. He gave the lamp to Hashi, gently caressing her cheek as he said, "These past few days I've been the cause of your suffering, leading you to being wronged. I didn't kill Zhu Kei not because I mean to spare her life, but because her teacher has her life lantern. If her teacher were to know that Zhu Kei had died, the Doctors' Association will try to find out how, and it will cause you danger instead. Don't be angry, okay?" "I'm not angry." Hashi spoke without thinking the matter through, pushing him back into the room. Just a mere Zhu Kei, of course she wouldn't take it to heart. Not to mention, all the weapons in her possession have yet to be fortified. At the moment Zhu Kei might not feel anything wrong with the wound on her head, but in a few days she will be in so much pain that she will wish she could die. Hashi will naturally take revenge by herself on those she has hatred for. To use other people's hands to get revenge for her is simply not her style. After Nangongyou returned to his room to rest, Hashi sighed. Yet just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by Qing Long and the others. "Princess, may I ask, do you have a way to completely cure Master's illness?" Hashi stared blankly once she heard this, then the light in her eyes slightly flashed. In regards to this problem, she had also been pondering over it, but when she was in the room before she had finally recalled something. After searching her memory, she finally found one type of poison herb that elicited similar symptoms to Nangongyou's. In the All Living Things record there is a highly graded cold poison, called Ice Star Seed. If absorbed, the Ice Star Seed would cause the Yin energy in the body to reach its peak, inside and outside, freezing and stiffening the blood and inner organs. For an ordinary people to take the Ice Star Seed, if the opposite object wasn't immediately found, it would be inevitable that the first time the illness flared they would die. With these kinds of symptoms, it can be said to be a very similar situation to the cold poison in Nangongyou's body. And in the All Living Things record, it was recorded that the Ice Star Seed's nemesis is the Jade Fire Toad. The Jade Fire Toad is different to common yang objects as it is a kind of spirit pet. In itself it doesn't have a fierce yang attribute, but its nature is to absorb cold energy, dissolving the cold energy without corrosion. Therefore, in the All Living Things record, it was documented that people who suffered from the Ice Star Seed, as long as they kept a Jade Fire Toad by their side, every time the illness flared up it would absorb the cold energy, relieving any pain. This process would continue until the effectiveness of the Ice Star Seed was depleted, then the illness will be completely recovered. Only, was the cold poison Nangongyou bore caused by the Ice Star Seed? She couldn't wait to discuss this because if she was able to procure a Jade Fire Toad, at least his body wouldn't receive such damage caused by continuously entering the flame cave, while the risks to his health would also be reduced. Hashi hesitated a moment before answering, "Do you know what a Jade Fire Toad is?" Jade Fire Toad. Qing Long and the others looked at each other in dismay, their expressions revealing their confusion. Qing Long even called a fourth-ranked doctor in Hell King Manor to come over. He was a gray-haired old man, and although his rank wasn't as high as Zhu Kei, his knowledge was vaster than hers. But when he heard this, he also repeatedly shook his head. Jade Fire Toad. What magic pill is that? This old one has seen all of the lists describing the Luo continent's magic pills, but has never heard of that one. Young lady, are you sure you haven't heard the name wrong? Hashi helplessly shook her head. It seemed that the things in the all living things record really couldn't be found in this world. Seeing Hashi's helpless expression, Qing Long couldn't help but to anxiously ask, is there no other way besides the Jade Fire Toad? Chapter 163, Secret Territory. I haven't yet thought of another way. Hashi pondered for a moment, then suddenly took out a blank jade slip. After pouring her divine sense into it for a quarter of an hour, she then threw it to Qing Long. Here's a detailed description of the Jade Fire Toad's characteristics, growth habit, and appearance. In the future, when all of you go out, pay a lot of attention when looking for it. If you can find a Jade Fire Toad, I guarantee that Nangong you will no longer need to enter the flame cave. At first Qing Long and the old doctor had thought that Hashi was only speaking nonsense, but when they saw the detailed descriptions vividly imprinted on the jade slip, they couldn't help but somewhat believe her. If it was only nonsense, it wouldn't be possible to compile such detailed information in such a short amount of time. Thinking that finding the Jade Fire Toad could cure Master's illness, Qing Long became excited. I'll immediately convey this information to everyone we know. I will use Hell King Manor's influence and try to find the Jade Fire Toad with all my strength. Master's illness, we entrust it to Princess. Hashi waved her hand, before turning around and leaving Hell King Manor. The moment she passed through Hell King Manor's gate, she suddenly stopped with an annoyed expression on her face. Why was she becoming more and more accustomed to the title of princess? She was now starting to feel that it was proper and to be expected. This is simply not scientific. Hashi refused Qing Long's offer to arrange guards to accompany her home, hurriedly walking in the direction of her courtyard since flying swords weren't allowed to be used in Yanjing City. Before leaving her courtyard, although she alone had led those assassins away, she couldn't be sure whether or not the Drought Demon organization had sent other people to follow Wet Nurse Chen and the others. Therefore, Hashi was now very worried about the safety of Wet Nurse Chen, Shaoli, and the rest. At this moment, Yanjing City was full of clamoring. Wherever she passed, she now and then heard the lamenting of families. Spiritual plants were withered, the crystal stones that weren't placed in storage tools had turned into dust, and even high-level magical items were damaged. Cold sweat dripped down Hashi's forehead. She really hadn't expected that what she and Dandan did last night would lead to such a big commotion now. Let alone those spiritual plants, even all the flowers and grass that she passed along the way seemed to have lost their vitality. Their leaves drooped, all dull and listless. Now what she had done was the talk of the town. But, when Hashi passed the city's most prosperous East Street, she found that the atmosphere here and its surroundings were somewhat different. The street was filled with anger, irritability, and disappointment. Sometime overnight, every hotel and restaurant had had a sudden influx of unfamiliar martial artists. The average cultivation base was Foundation Establishment stage, but there were also quite a lot of Meridian stage too. Even Hashi, as she weaved through the crowd on the second story of the intoxicated Immortal restaurant, could detect several strong gold core stage martial artists. These martial artists' faces showed both nervousness and excitement. Occasionally they would glance to the west, their eyes filled with determination, greed, and desire. Hashi frowned slightly, her pace somewhat slowing. Why had those martial artists gathered here? Concentrating her spiritual energy to her ears, she could faintly hear the dialogue of a few people downstairs. In my opinion, that was not the arrival of the demon day and night, that was clearly the secret territory coming into being. Our sect has already ascertained that it's in Tsang Mountain, so this time we must be faster than the other families. Once we get the secret territory's magical item, our sect will certainly be able to become Jin Ling's #1 sect. What is the use of this Jin Ling country's group of trash? Even a few nascent soul stage martial artists can't be found here. The hidden treasure is ours, the country is beyond. Chapter 164, At the Base of Tsang Mountain. Tsang Mountain. Hidden treasure. Wasn't my courtyard exactly at the base of Tsang Mountain? If all the high-level martial artists proceeded towards Tsang Mountain, then the safety of Wet Nurse Chen and the others. Hashi's complexion changed slightly, and not in the mood to eavesdropping anymore, her pace suddenly accelerated as she headed downstairs, rushing as fast as lightning towards her courtyard. In the blink of an eye Hashi reached the base of Tsang Mountain, discovering that as expected, martial artists swarmed the surrounding area, forming a large crowd. But fortunately, many people probably felt afraid of this secret territory with a hidden treasure, so at this point, most were still busy preparing manpower. What alarmed Hashi the most though, was that she momentarily couldn't find her own courtyard. It hadn't been razed to the ground, leaving only ruins for everyone to see. Rather, there was now an ordinary meadow where the courtyard had originally been standing. It was impossible to tell that there had previously been a building there. Just when Hashi was starting to be overcome with worry and bewilderment, her ears suddenly heard Shijia's pleasantly surprised voice, "Miss, you've finally come back." Hashi turned her head, noticing a sweat-covered Shijia approaching with a relieved expression. Once a proud-looking man, he now cut a sorry figure. His body was covered with dust, sweat dripped from his forehead, and his eyes were somewhat red. He was almost crying tears of joy when he saw her. Hashi quickly stepped forward and asked, "What happened? What about the courtyard? Are Wet Nurse Chen and the others still safe?" Shijia nodded repeatedly, and pointing at the original position of the courtyard, he said, "Miss, don't worry, the courtyard is still there. Shaoli used her smokescreen technique to conceal the place. Only a martial artist of foundation establishment stage and higher will be able to find it, as long as they gather their spiritual energy to their eyes. When so many martial artists suddenly came here, we were really afraid we were going to be found, but fortunately, Miss, you came back." In the beginning, Shijia and the others had regarded Hashi as a man. After all, female cultivators were rare in Miluo continent, preferring instead to get married. Therefore, they didn't doubt Hashi's gender at first. But later, after staying in the courtyard for a while, seeing and experiencing Hashi's methods and abilities, they immediately discovered that she is a woman. Yet to them, it was irrelevant. Being able to follow such a master is the greatest luck of their lifetime, so as for whether their master is a man or a woman, they really didn't care. All of them firmly believed that one day, Master's radiance will shine in front of all the martial artists in Miluo continent. After listening to Shijia's words, Hashi used her spiritual eyes, and sure enough, she discovered that her courtyard stood perfectly fine in its original place. It was only then that she heaved a sigh of relief. This was beyond her expectations. Shaoli actually had this kind of ability. She was able to use her smokescreen technique to deceive martial artists below foundation establishment stage. Hashi hurriedly rushed to the courtyard, where Wet Nurse Chen and the others were anxiously waiting for news from her. Once Wet Nurse Chen saw Hashi, she was almost crying as she rushed over to her. Examining Hashi up and down, she then wiped her tears. "Miss, how could you do this, risk your valuable self to, if you were to die, in the future when I go to the underworld, how could I explain this to Madam?" "All right, Wet Nurse, don't cry. In the future, I won't do this again." Hashi helplessly repeated this to appease Wet Nurse Chen, while inside, she felt a burst of warmth that she hadn't felt for a very long time. In this shabby courtyard there were people that worried about her, cared about her, trusted her, and they treated her genuinely. For her rely on their trust, this is a feeling that she had never experienced before. Obviously she has a bunch of cumbersome people shadowing her, but she wasn't sick of them in the slightest. Instead, she was full of hope for this life. Chapter 165, Nine-Tailed Fox. When Hashi inspected her surroundings, yet didn't see Shaoli, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where's Shaoli?" It can be said that whenever she returned home, usually Shaoli was the first person to pounce on her, acting like a spoiled child. After hearing her question, Wet Nurse Chen's face immediately changed into a grateful, yet worried expression. "Miss, you wouldn't know this, but it was thanks to Shaoli's actions last night that we can now be safe. But after that she shut herself in her room, and no matter what we say, she still refuses to come out. Miss, you better go and quickly see her." Last night, after Hashi had left to distract the assassins, Shaoli, Shijia, and the others had been worried about Hashi, so they secretly snuck back into the courtyard. However, they didn't even see the single silhouette of a person in the courtyard. They only found Hashi's room filled with blood, and an unfamiliar man's body. On one hand, they were frightened of someone breaking into the courtyard. While on the other hand, they were anxious about Hashi's safety. They didn't dare leave, so they could only wait in the courtyard, hoping that they would be able to see Hashi's safe return. Who would have thought that when they were waiting, the spiritual energy in the surroundings would suddenly riot? Normally, the spiritual energy at the base of Tsang Mountain is scarce, so even the spiritual energy vortex couldn't spread to here. Yet unexpectedly, the originally desolate Tsang Mountain suddenly experienced a strange change, and a portion of tremendous power caused rare beasts to stampede down from the top of the mountain. Out of all the beasts hiding in Tsang Mountain, a great number of them flowed like waves as if they were chased by something, frantically fleeing in disarray. And that portion of tremendous power pouring down from the top of mountain also spread to their small courtyard. The moment it almost came into contact with the edge of the small courtyard, Li Si and several others' puppets, as well as other servants waiting outside, died instantly without a peep, blood dripping from every pore in their body. Just when everyone in the courtyard was in imminent peril, Shaoli suddenly used up all her spiritual power to form an empty spiritual barrier, keeping them all safe in the courtyard. Although the force of stampeding beasts only lasted for a moment, in order to maintain the empty spiritual barrier, Shaoli ended up vomiting out a big mouthful of blood. Afterward, she shut herself in her room and refused to come out. She arrived alone outside of Shaoli's room and knocked on the door. "Shaoli, it's me, can you open the door?" In the room, the low sound of something banging could be heard, but soon after, silence. Then, a soft sobbing sound was faintly heard. Hashi's brows furrowed slightly, and gathering her spiritual energy into her hands, she placed them on the door, lightly pushing on it. Soon after, the tightly closed door easily opened. Walking into the room in large strides, she saw Shaoli crouched in a ball on the corner of the bed. Wrapped up in a quilt, not even her head was revealed, her small body trembling incessantly. Hashi shut the door, and walked slowly to the bedside. "Shaoli, come out and speak to me." Shaoli's body shook inside the quilt, and she tearfully said, "Miss, don't come near me, I'll scare you. Wah, I don't want Miss to hate me." Hashi frowned, wanting to remove the quilt. But just as her hand was about to meet the quilt, Shaoli quickly dodged. With her body still shaking, her weeping became even more sorrowful and despair-filled. Yet just when Hashi felt helpless, Dandan's childish voice sounded in her ears, "Mother, mother, I smell a nine-tailed spirit fox's scent. Is a nine-tailed spirit fox's meat delicious? Mother, roast it for me to eat." Nine-tailed spirit fox. Hashi startled when she heard this, immediately recalling the information recorded in the All Living Things record. The nine-tailed spirit fox is one of the ancient beasts. The fox's body is strong and full of vitality. Each time it advances, it will grow another tail. Each tail possesses one kind of magic power, and once it grows all 9 tails, it will have the power to turn the world on its head. Chapter 166, The Ancient Beast. Each tail of a 9-tailed spirit fox is more valuable than any treasure. After it has achieved 6 tails, it will be a treasure all martial artists yearn for. Although the 9-tailed spirit fox is an animal, it possesses the ability to perfectly transform its appearance. They caused a great threat to humans, so they were gradually all exterminated. They are currently extinct in Miluo continent. Dandan said it smelled the scent of a 9-tailed spirit fox, and other than herself, there was only Shaoli in this room. So does that mean she is the 9-tailed spirit fox? Hashi was astonished, yet she kept hearing Dandan making noise about wanting to eat 9-tailed spirit fox meat, so she unhappily said, "This is your sister, Shaoli. If you once again say that you want to eat 9-tailed spirit fox meat, don't ever think I'll make food for you to eat in the future." Dandan's voice choked off, and he didn't dare make a noise again. He felt aggrieved as he said, "Mother, don't be angry. Dandan won't eat 9-tailed spirit fox meat. Mother, quickly go and prepare food for Dandan." Hashi's gaze once again landed on the trembling Shaoli as she gently asked, "Shaoli, you're a 9-tailed spirit fox?" As Hashi finished speaking, Shaoli lifted the quilt to look at her in surprise. "Miss, you knew." Just as Hashi glanced at Shaoli, she spotted a long furry tail behind her, the color of its fur a pure silvery white. Under the light it appeared mysterious, noble, and beautiful. Shaoli's expression suddenly stiffened, her eyes revealing her despair and fear. "Since you know, miss, please kill me and take my tail. Rather than being killed by other people's hands and suffering torment, I would rather die in Miss's hands. Take it as a repayment for saving my brother's life." "What would I do with your tail?" Hashi glanced at Shaoli in boredom. "Make a fur coat." Shaoli's eyes widened, the distress on her face transforming into a blank look. "Miss, you didn't know. A 9-tailed spirit fox's tail is a precious treasure. If you take it and sell it, What nonsense are you talking about? Hashi sneered, you're my servant, I own you. If you were sold, then wouldn't I suffer a big loss? You think I'll go through with such a detrimental business transaction? Hashi's mouth was speaking in a disgusted manner, but in her heart, she couldn't help but celebrate. What kind of good luck is this? She just randomly helped heal someone on the streets, yet unexpectedly, she ended up bringing back an ancient beast. Though, she didn't know what beast her brother is. Could it be that he is a male fox? Having heard what was said, Xiaoli became dumbfounded. Staring at Hashi in a daze, she saw that her expression was indifferent and serene. Neither greed, desire, or loathing was evident. She really didn't regard her as different. In Mrs. eyes she is still the same Xiaoli, still her little servant girl. Her heart finally relaxed from the despair and fear that had plagued her for a day and night. Xiaoli pouncing into Hashi's arms as she wept and wailed. She had been really scared. Before she came to this mortal world, her brother had repeatedly warned her thousands of times, telling her that by all means she mustn't let humans discover her true form, or else she would be taken advantage of and skinned. She even once heard the birds personally talk about a member of her fox clan being boiled alive by humans. And afterwards, once he had died, they peeled his skin and tail off intact. Chapter 167, Lost. A Tale. In Xiaoli's small heart, she knew there were good people amongst the human race, but still a larger amount of bad people. Especially when they found out the secret about her body, then no one could hold back. However, ever since she's followed she's become more like her like this family, so last night she plucked up her courage and risked her secret being discovered to prop up the empty spiritual barrier, saving all the people in the courtyard. The empty spiritual barrier is a technique that belongs to nascent soul stage martial artists, but with Xiaoli's current cultivation base, she was only able to maintain it for a very short time before she surpassed her limits. So for her to maintain it, she had to sacrifice one tail, which she had cultivated with great difficulty. She now couldn't do anything to maintain her complete human form again. So this night, she hid in her room in fear that and the others would find out her true identity, drag her out, and sell her off. However, the fact is that and the other human beings here were really different. Xiaoli and her brother really didn't trust the wrong people. Hashi felt a headache starting as she looked at the little girl who had thrown herself into her arms weeping and gasping for breath. Seeing Xiaoli wipe her tears and mucus on her clothes, Hashi wanted to kick her. How can one or two of her people always cause her such trouble? Still, watching the little girl's red and swollen eyes, her weak and frail body, she somewhat couldn't bear it. In regards to yesterday's large calamity, if it wasn't for Xiaoli, the whole courtyard would have long been destroyed, and Hashi would have regretted it for sure. Xiaoli had used an ability that surpassed her strength, so certainly she's received a lot of injuries. Seeing this little girl being so pitiful and adorable, if she wanted to cry and wipe her face, then so be it. Hashi helplessly comforted her. Once she saw that Xiaoli's crying had almost stopped, only then did Hashi push her away. All right, have you cried enough? Let me help you examine your injuries. Xiaoli wiped at the tears streaking her red face, swishing the white tail behind her as she mumbled, Miss, don't worry, I'm all right, I only lost one tail, that's all. She said only losing one tail isn't serious. It was known that the nine-tailed spirit fox is an animal defying the natural order of things, and that those that advance in rank can also have heaven-level problems. Losing one tail meant that she couldn't maintain her human form, so this time Xiaoli's loss is really big. Hashi's eyes softened, and extending her hand to touch the little girl's face, she softly said, Anyway, this time you've saved everyone in the courtyard, I owe you a favor. Thank you, Xiaoli. The blush on Xiaoli's face deepened, her eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky, and grabbing Hashi's arm, she shyly smiled as she said, Miss, I'm so happy I'm able to know you, and that I'm able to stay by your side. In this world, there is certainly no nine-tailed spirit fox as lucky as I am. Black lines appeared on Hashi's forehead. Silly little girl, since when did you learn to use such sweet speech and honeyed words? Pursing her lips, Hashi hid the amused expression in her eyes and said, As for your strength, you can rest assured, I will help you to regain it. In the future, I will certainly find a way to help you advance. As she finished speaking, she took out a bottle of spirit spring water from her space, lightly saying, This is water concocted by myself to help you replenish your spiritual power. After you drink this water, you can at least maintain your human form. To help replenish spiritual power, there is nothing able to compare to the spiritual spring water in her space. Unfortunately, she is unable to reveal the existence of her space to people, and moreover, the spiritual energy of the ninth secluded spirit spring is extremely strong, so it's not easy to conceal it. So, after being cautioned by Nangong Yu, she used a strong medicament with a concentrated amount of spiritual power, and then diluted it with the spring water. This resulted in the spiritual spring water currently within Xiao Li's hand. Chapter 168, Courtyard Protection. This kind of spiritual spring water, although its level of replenishing spirit power can't compare with the ninth secluded spirit spring water, compared to the accumulated spirit pill, ordinary spiritual spring water is much stronger. But this way the smell of the ninth secluded spirit spring water was completely covered, so she didn't need to worry about the existence of her space and the ninth secluded spirit spring's water being discovered. Xiao Li took the spiritual spring water and drank a few mouthfuls of it. In a short time she felt clearer, her entire body that had been lacking spiritual power suddenly started to rapidly recover. Once she finished drinking all of the water in the bottle, the tail on her back slowly shrunk, then disappeared without a trace. Her pale and sallow face also becoming brighter. Xiao Li held the bottle, wishing there was still more. Licking a corner of her mouth, she quietly said, "Miss, what is this water? It's so good." She easily threw her another big bottle, and lightly said, "If it's tasty then drink it slowly. Once you've finished drinking it, come out and accompany me to inspect this courtyard's protection." After a series of things happening these last 2 days, He was now deeply aware that the safety of this courtyard is too low. She must find the time to reform it, especially because of the strange changes in Tsang Mountain recently. On top of that, a large group of martial artists had come to Tsang Mountain, and Xiao Li's smokescreen technique wasn't a guarantee that they wouldn't be found. Although with her current financial situation, she was now able to purchase a better house in Yanjing City for everyone to live in. But firstly, this side of Tsang Mountain was peaceful and she liked that there was no sign of human habitation. Secondly, since she first arrived here she had felt that Tsang Mountain is a piece of treasured land. Whether it is training Shi Jia and the others, or the future fortification, Tsang Mountain is her best choice. As for the thin spiritual energy, she has her space and spirit spring. Shi Jia and the others weren't walking a traditional martial artist's path, so in regards to the amount of spiritual energy, she really didn't care. As she took out the All Living Things record that old Manshumi had left for her, and flipped through its pages till she reached the spell formation chapter, reading it carefully. Because the All Living Things record is mainly an introduction, there were no detailed instructions on high-level spell formations inside. Nevertheless, old Manshumi had still written down the methods and theories for some simple and ordinary spell formations. From it, she found one type that was fairly practical, and combining it with Xiao Li's smokescreen technique, it would be able to form some protection over the courtyard. In this way, if a martial artist used spiritual eyes, they still wouldn't be able to find a trace of the courtyard. Even if they walked around it, they would automatically detour past. If a gold core stage or higher martial artist intentionally investigated, they might vaguely detect that something was wrong. Although this protection couldn't be regarded as absolutely foolproof, the need for some sort of protection was urgent. On top of that, she also had many things she must do, so for the time being, she couldn't find a better spell formation. Moreover, the most urgent thing now is for her to gather all the withered spiritual plants in the city. After all, those withered spiritual plants were just waste material for other people, but for her, they were a hard-to-describe treasure. She dispatched Shi Jia and the others to go out, telling them to use any method they could to collect all the spiritual plants from every courtyard in Yanjing City and along the way. Especially those from influential families. Almost every family has their own medicinal field, so they probably have large amounts of precious spiritual plants. Even though the spiritual energy in them had completely vanished and they couldn't grow anymore, the basic medicinal efficacy still existed. If she could get these plants, she would be able to completely improve the physical condition of Wet Nurse Chen, Shi Jia, and the others' bodies. Oh, of course the most important part is that she wouldn't have to spend a cent. Shi Jia and the others left in the morning, returning in the afternoon. Every one of them carried a huge sack on their backs, only, their complexions weren't good at all. Chapter 169, Medicine Delivery. Hashi's brows wrinkled slightly, a light as sharp as a sword flashed in her eyes, while her mouth indifferently said, "These are enough, as for those foolish people's words, you don't need to take them seriously." One day you will let them know who is waste and who is trash. Shi Jia and the others' eyes suddenly shined, the depression and humiliation lingering on their faces immediately swept away, and they nodded at He. Just at this moment, He's ears heard Qing Long's voice, "Princess, this subordinate is at your courtyard's gate. There is something I have to discuss with you." He was surprised, her figure flashed, and she abruptly appeared outside. Qing Long's cultivation base had already reached the peak of gold core stage, so long as he was determined to explore, of course he could easily discover the courtyard. But even though he found the courtyard, he couldn't easily enter. He could only wait outside and transmit his voice through the smokescreen technique. Once Qing Long saw He, he promptly hinted at his subordinates to come out. There were dozens of Hell King Manor's bodyguards, each carrying 2 big bags. One by one, they placed them in front of He. He's eyes widened in astonishment, because without her opening the bags and looking, she could already smell the scent of medicinal herbs. Qing Long bowed as he spoke. Master heard that Princess was collecting withered spiritual plants, so he ordered this subordinate to gather all the withered spiritual plants from every large influential family, as well as from the imperial palace. I hope Princess accepts it. For a moment, He didn't know what she should say. Nangong Yu, this guy was obviously still ill, but unexpectedly, he still knew her each and every move. Without waiting for her to open her mouth and ask, he helped collect the medicinal herbs for her and sent it to her door. These spiritual plants, a lot of Hell King Manor's manpower and physical resources must have been spent on it, right? Qing Long, however, quickly interrupted her. His voice was laced with proudness as he said, "If Hell King Manor wants spiritual plants from every family, let alone withered, even if they were still healthy, every family will still obediently send it." Master only needed to send out a notice, and every house sent several bags by themselves. Princess doesn't need to worry about being inconvenienced. Qing Long, you sure you haven't come to provoke my people who collected medicinal herbs from door to door, even being driven out? Your overbearing prince is simply too hateful. He's mouth twitched. Help me to thank Nangong Yu. Also, I'll go to Hell King Manor tomorrow morning for his second stage of treatment. Hearing this, Qing Long's eyes lit up and he quickly bowed, then, thank you Princess for your trouble. Finished speaking, he left with his group of people using flying swords. He was the Hell King's personal bodyguard, an expert of gold core stage, and using his distinguished identity, he brought these piles of medicinal herbs. Wasn't it in order to specially get this message from He? Believe that when he returned and his master heard this information, he would certainly be happy. With this large amount of medicinal herbs, He quickly wrote out several new prescriptions, instructing Xiao Li and Wet Nurse Chen to go prepare them. These prescriptions were to help Shi Jia and the others to temper their bodies, and there was also one to help Wet Nurse Chen heal. After a period of training Shi Jia and the others, whether in strength or temperament, they had already made quite an improvement. When they wore black clothing for practice, their appearance reminded He of her past organization members when they were training. Shi Jia and Shi Mao experienced the most rapid growth out of all of them. Their strength had already firmly reached the 9th rank of Qi refining stage, and as soon as they completed this stage of body tempering, they would be able to reach the peak of Qi refining stage. Next, they would start to advance to foundation establishment stage. But because their practice method was unusual, there were no cultivation records available at the market. So for the time being, He had not yet found a way to help them advance to foundation establishment stage. Chapter 170, Revival. As for Wet Nurse Chen, after she used this period of time to nurse her health, the clog in her meridians gradually cleared, while her aged complexion also became a little younger. And this time, after using medicinal baths and silver needle treatments to help allow her to resume cultivating, she slowly entered Qi refining stage. Unfortunately, for her to return to her previous cultivation stage, it would still take a long time. After all, Wet Nurse Chen's cultivation base had been crippled for too long. After she had finished dealing with the medicinal ingredients that were needed to treat Wet Nurse Chen, Shi Jia, and the others, She returned to her room to enter her space. Since Shi Jia and Nangong Yu had both collected withered spiritual plants, she now had too much. She had so much that it would last her a very long time, so She brought the bulk of it into her space, preparing to categorize it. However, she had barely entered her space when she was surprised by the scene inside. Noticing Danden's plump body crouched in the ancient rhyme spiritual field, she watched as it used its short hands and legs to diligently dig small holes, planting the withered herbs. Hashi was about to tease Dandan that it didn't have any common sense, as how could the withered plants live again? After all, once dead, the spiritual plants would need to be grown from a seed again to be alive, yet before her smile reached her eyes, she was shocked to discover that the dried herbs that Dandan planted into the ground suddenly restored themselves back to green, and at a speed visible to the naked eye. With branches and leaves gently swaying, it looked completely full of life. Hashi rubbed her eyes. She simply couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing and thought it was perhaps just her fantasy. However, once she turned around, she realized that the spiritual plants behind Dandan were also alive, and not only that, every stalk was green and lush, full of vitality. How could this be? Could it be that the ancient rhyme spiritual field was capable of bringing spiritual plants back to life? This is really too nature-defying. Dandan raised its head and saw Hashi. With surprise etched across its face, it used its short legs to run to Hashi, then hugged her leg as it acted like a spoiled child. "Mother, I was too bored, you haven't come to play with me in ages." "Right, did you bring me something delicious?" From the storage ring on her finger, Hashi took out a roast deer leg for Dandan. Seeing it swallow it clean in one big bite, she then picked Dandan up and used her finger to point at the now filled with green spiritual field, asking it, "Did you plant these?" "Yes, isn't Mother happy I sorted it out?" Dandan nibbled on the end of its small hand as it laughed foolishly with an adorable grin. "Mother, isn't Dandan well behaved? Did I help you?" "Dandan, you're really great." Hashi was calm on the outside, but inside, she was overjoyed. Kissing Dandan's small and tender cheek several times, she said, "Dandan, you can continue to sort it all out. After you finish, Mother will reward you with a large table full of delicious food." Dandan had just eaten roasted deer leg and wished to eat it again, so when it heard what was said, it immediately laughed happily. With eager strides, it used its small short legs to run back to the field for more planting. Hashi felt curiosity prick her heart. Picking up the stalk of a withered spiritual plant, she then dug a hole and planted it. However, while she expected the spiritual plant to live again, it did nothing. The withered herb was still withered, giving off no sign that it would live once more and become green. Hashi looked at Dandan in shock. "Dandan, how could this be? How was it that when Dandan planted the herbs they were able to live again, but when she did it, nothing happened? Could it be that it wasn't because of the ancient rhyme spiritual field, and rather, it was because of Dandan?" Dandan touched the small antennae on its head, its face confused. It then raised its claw and touched the dried herb that Hashi planted. The next moment, that small stalk of withered herb that had lacked vitality, suddenly revived in front of her. Chapter 171, Mystical Dandan. Hashi couldn't believe her eyes, so she tried another 3 plants. She even tried watering the withered spiritual plants with a little water from the 9th secluded spirit spring, but they still remained withered, completely devoid of any intention of giving her face by living again. Hashi helplessly gave up on rejuvenating the plants. She was already certain that Dandan is a mystical being, while she is just a normal human. It was better to not challenge supernatural events. Dandan sensed Hashi's disappointment, and with a deadpan expression, it patted her shoulder. Trying to comfort her, it gave her a look that clearly read, "Mother, don't be sad," causing Hashi to not know whether she should laugh or cry. Touching Dandan's small antennae, she cunningly said, "Poor Dandan, I can't do anything to help you. I have no choice but to leave it to you to plant the rest of these spiritual plants." Dandan looked at the large pile of withered herbs beside it. Its smiling face immediately transformed into one of tears, and with its small antennae hanging down, its grievances were plastered all over its face. Hashi couldn't help but laugh. Now, don't feel wronged. I was about to prepare food for you and you can eat until full, will this do?" When Dandan heard this, its tears finally turned into laughter. With renewed vigor, it returned to planting its pile of withered plants. And so, since she couldn't help with the planting, Hashi entered the spirit firmament palace and began collecting food ingredients. After the master and pet pair had heartily eaten, Dandan continued transforming the withered plants back into usable spiritual plants. Meanwhile, Hashi started harvesting the already ripe spiritual vegetables and spiritual fruits in her space, cooking them into delicious food. Looking at the spirit firmament palace filled with spiritual fruits, a thought flashed through Hashi's mind about brewing wine. One must know that the value of spirit wine was very high. Coupled with diluted spirit spring water from the 9th secluded spirit spring, the brewed wine would be extraordinary. Hashi buried half of the wine jugs in the spiritual field, and placed the remaining portion of jugs in the 9th secluded spirit spring. In her previous life, she had also once brewed wine and placed it in the spirit spring. Back then, after 3 to 4 days, she had discovered that the brewed wine was a success. Moreover, after only brewing for such a short time, the spirit spring wine, compared to wine brewed in the real world for a few years, had a far richer taste. Now that the spirit spring had been promoted, the quality of the wine would have certainly increased. As for the spiritual field, the previous spiritual field was barren and filled with sandy soil. Due to this, she had never even considered burying wine in it before. But now that the ancient rhyme spirit field's spiritual power is rich, it might be possible that the quality of the wine will greatly improve, and she wanted to give it a try. However, what she was unaware of was that growth rate of the ancient rhyme spirit field had increased 100-fold. It was now not only effective to the spiritual plants planted on top, it also affected the spirit wine buried below. And so, when she finally went to uncover the spirit wine, the fragrance of the wine was almost potent enough to intoxicate all the beasts on a mountain. She was totally dumbfounded. Of course, this is already way more than she could have hoped for. The next morning, she left the courtyard early to go to Hell King Manor. Compared to yesterday, the amount of martial artists at the base of Tsang Mountain had now increased. Their expressions were filled with anxiousness, determination, and excitement. The ranks of the martial artists from last night had varied between Qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage. Today, there weren't any Qi refining stage martial artists to be seen. Instead, it was all groups of soldiers who were either foundation establishment stage or meridian stage martial artists. And many of the clothes the martial artists were wearing were of the same design, clearly indicating that they were from the same clan. Fortunately, they all gathered on the west side of Tsang Mountain, while Hashi's courtyard was on the east side. Coupled with the proper camouflage, no one had yet noticed the existence of her courtyard. However, there was a lot of curiosity in Hashi's heart. In the end, just what had happened inside of Tsang Mountain that it could make so many martial artists rush here? Once her business with Nanggong Yu was concluded, she was determined to investigate. After all, here is where her headquarters were located. If there really was a secret territory, Hashi would feel that she had failed if she let others discover it before herself. With the morning sunshine just starting to warm the top of Hell King Manor's glazed tile roof, Hashi arrived before the door of the manor. At this point, she was wearing a white moon brocade robe. With a jade crest in her hair, it showed off the elegant and refined facial features of her disguise as a man. Her skin was exquisite, just like porcelain. Long shapely eyebrows were above phoenix eyes that seemed to radiate an inner light, while her lips were the red of ripe cherries. She was obviously dressed up as a man, yet she still attracted the gazes of people on the road. Chapter 172, His Highness Third Prince. Many people watching felt their hearts quiver, some even stopped paying attention to where they were walking and crashed into walls, thinking, how can there be such a beautiful man in this world? If I could have him, even if I had to become gay, I would still be willing. Hashi had barely arrived before Hell King Manor's gate, when she noticed that it was surrounded by a crowd of people. In the lead, there was a young man and a woman. The man was wearing brocade robes, and standing straight and tall, he cut an imposing figure. While the woman had cherry red lips and bright white teeth, her appearance beautiful and delicate. As they were standing by the gate, they were arguing something with Hell King Manor's butler. After the three had argued for a bit, rage was clearly visible on the young man's face, and suddenly raising his voice, he shouted, "Butler Nan, don't be mistaken. We are here by Royal Father's order to come and visit Hell King." It was an imperial edict. But now that the princess and I have personally come to visit, we're turned away at the gate. Who do you think we are? You're just a mere insignificant slave, yet you dare defy imperial decree. Hearing this, Hashi was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that this man and woman would actually be Jinling Kingdom's prince and princess. But now, a kingdom's prince and princess visiting by imperial edict had unexpectedly been refused entry. It clearly showed that Nanggong Yu's status in Jinling Kingdom is very high. Hashi clicked her tongue and shook her head as she looked at the uncle blocking that man and woman's way. This uncle known as Butler Nan looked about 40 years old, and while he appeared refined and gentle, in reality, he was actually an expert gold core stage martial artist. Hashi once heard Qing Long say that Butler Nan, apart from Nanggong Yu's 8 bodyguards, was Master's most trusted confidant, and that all of the manor's internal affairs were handled by him. As Butler Nan was being questioned, his face was neither servile nor overbearing, and he laughed lightly. Your Highness Third Prince is taking it too seriously. How can we defy an imperial decree? It's just that recently our prince hasn't been in good health, so it's inadvisable for him to meet guests. Please forgive me. The third prince knew that Butler Nan wasn't giving him any face, and he flushed in anger. Yet when he thought of Hell King's influence, he repressed his resentment and glared at Butler Nan with a dark look as he spoke. You know what our identities are. What power we hold. We are here to visit Hell King, yet you all actually dare to refuse us. This third prince, Shangguan Rui, is the brother of the current crown prince and born of the same mother, the empress. He's currently Jin Ling Kingdom's second prince, the son of the first wife, thus it is clear that his status is one that deserves respect. Throughout all of Yanjing City, whoever meets Shangguan Rui is respectful, and they try to curry favor with him. They all look upon him as the honorable prince, but only this place, Hell King Manor, it's the first time someone hasn't paid him any attention, not even letting him enter with his royal father's decree. Humph. Wait until royal brother becomes the emperor in the future. First thing he would do is eradicate Hell King Manor. The third prince's eyes flashed with cold killing intent, but a businesslike smile still stayed on Butler Nan's face, though a trace of disdain was hidden within his eyes. That's correct. Master has ordered that without his permission no one is allowed to enter and disturb him. Third prince and princess, please forgive me. What he didn't say out loud was that let alone the prince and princess, even if the crown prince and the emperor himself were to come, he also wouldn't let them enter. As long as master doesn't want to meet with people or do things, then even the emperor would have to step down. At the third prince's side, his hands clenched into fists, and a cracking sound could be heard. Still, while he could restrain himself, the woman beside him was beyond angry and loudly shouted, "You're just a slave, a dog. I demand that you inform your master that Princess Zhenyu has come, do you hear me? As long as brother you hears my name, I'm certain that he'll let me in." Chapter 173, Princess Zhenyu. Butler Nan lightly laughed. My apologies, princess, this subordinate has already announced your visit to master, but master's order is that he still won't see you. Impossible. How could brother you not want to see me? Princess Zhenyu was so angry her beautiful face turned red, her eyes full of rage. This is definitely because of you, you old man. You didn't tell him clearly. Quickly go back in and announce my arrival once again. Disgust and contempt flashed in Butler Nan's eyes, yet on the surface he politely said, Princess Zhenyu, did you still not understand? Master's intention is that he doesn't want to see anyone for the next few days. It doesn't matter who it is, they still can't meet him. Of course, this also includes you and His Highness Third Prince. Princess Zhenyu stared blankly in shock when she heard what Butler Nan said. Her long shapely eyebrows raised, and pointing her finger at Butler Nan, she cursed, "Wretched dog, who gave you the guts to speak back to us? Believe it or not, I'll report this to royal father when I get back. He'll cut your dog head off." Shangguan Zhenyu is a princess born of the first wife, the empress. Since childhood, she had always been arrogant and willful. She refused to learn any skills, remaining ignorant and incompetent. However, she liked to dance with swords. But still, she had no innate talent, so even though the emperor and empress found a lot of talent-enhancing treasures for her, they only helped her to barely advance to the middle of chi-refining stage. Since she grew up worshipping strength, when she first saw Nangong Yu in the gardens behind the imperial palace, she was startled. After that, she kicked up a fuss about wanting to be married into Hell King Manor. Unfortunately, there's no way Hell King would ever look upon such an idiot. Therefore, these past few years, this princess who was spoiled by the emperor had become the joke of everyone in Yanjing City. Butler Nan's face remained emotionless, completely devoid of anger or happiness. Only the clear contempt in his eyes gave away what he was feeling as he indifferently said, "Please do as you wish, princess." Princess Zhenyu pulled out the sword on her waist, and a swish could be heard. But just as she was about to rush forward and give this rude old man a lesson, she was stopped by the third prince. "Zhenyu, don't be rude." The third prince's complexion was also somewhat gloomy, but he understood Princess Zhenyu's temperament, and he was very clear on what the outcome would be if they went against Hell King Manor. Even though they were extremely angry, they had to endure it. Otherwise, it could hinder royal brother taking his position as the next emperor. The third prince turned his head towards Butler Nan, showing a tolerant and refined smile. "Zhenyu is still young, so she's not sensible. Butler Nan, please don't be bothered about her." We came on behalf of the Emperor and the Crown Prince in order to visit His Highness Hell King, not to create a disturbance. Unfortunately, Royal Sister is impatient, and as a result she has offended Butler Nan. Please help us convey our goodwill to Hell King. Butler Nan slightly smiled as he nodded, of course. Princess is a treasure of this kingdom, how could this slave dare to hold a grudge against her? Even though his words were humble, his speech and demeanor, however, were not the slightest bit respectful. Far from being servile, his countenance was one of haughtiness exclusively displayed by the people from Hell King Manor. As for the crowd watching this scene play out, they also felt that it was inevitable and to be expected. His Highness Hell King had alone managed to beat back the magical beast's army, so even if it's the prince and princess that came calling, so what? Without Hell King's protection, let alone Jin Ling's imperial family, all of Jin Ling Kingdom would have long been destroyed by the magical beast's troops. Hashi's heart lamented over Nangong Yu's unique and unparalleled position in Jin Ling Kingdom. Then, slightly moving her feet, she unhurriedly walked towards Hell King Manor's gate. Butler Nan noticed Hashi approaching from the corner of his eye, and his formal smile instantly changed into one of enthusiasm and pleasant surprise. Quickly stepping forward, he started to say, "Prin." Hashi shot him a glare, and the intelligent Butler Nan promptly corrected himself, all while smiling. Prince has already been waiting for a long time at the water pavilion. "Young master, please follow me." Hashi nodded, yet just as she went to follow him, she heard the somewhat gloomy voice of the third prince call out from behind her, "Hold on. Butler Nan, didn't you say that His Highness Hell King didn't want to meet with guests? Then why is this boy?" Chapter 174, Since When Does Who I Am Concern You? The third prince hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly saw Hashi's appearance as she turned around. With his voice lodged in his throat, he completely stiffened in place. There's often an ancient description of a beautiful man that went as bright as the sun and moon, like a lone pine standing on the edge of a cliff, with a graceful bearing and refinement matching the most exquisite jade. At the time, the third prince would scoff when listening to these words, rejecting the thought of a man ever being compared with a delicate and beautiful woman. But now, seeing this youngster before his very eyes, he became stunned, like he lost his soul. If those ordinary and vulgar people from his residence were to be arranged in front of this youngster, the difference would be like a pearly white cloud compared to mud. The angry look on the third prince's face immediately vanished, his expression changing into one of a refined and warm spring wind. In his hand, a fan suddenly appeared, his countenance confident and elegant. "This humble one is named Shangguan Rui. If I may ask, what is young master's name? Did you come here to visit Hell King?" Stunned by the youngster's peerless beauty, the crowd had momentarily forgotten how to breathe. But when they heard the third prince's question, they returned to their senses, their hearts full of doubt. A moment ago, when the third prince and Princess Zhenyu had requested to meet with Hell King, Butler Nan's attitude towards them had been neither cold nor hot. Not only that, even when Princess Zhenyu had drawn a sword against him, Butler Nan hadn't reacted in the slightest. Yet suddenly, towards a mere youngster, Butler Nan's attitude was like that of a completely different person. His face had always been refined and formal, but now a smile had lifted his cheeks enough to form wrinkles. In the end, who is this youngster? Hashi saw the third prince's sudden dramatic change in behavior, his pretentious prick-like attitude making her teeth ache. Without paying any attention to him, she turned around to leave. Butler Nan's eyes were cold as he glared at the third prince. "This is the princess that master fancied, their Hell King Manor's future madam. Whoever it is that dares to covet her would be damned." "Stop." At this moment, Princess Zhenyu, who had been stunned by Hashi's appearance, sobered, and walking forward 3 steps, she blocked Hashi's path and arrogantly asked, "My third royal brother asked you a question, didn't you hear him? Who are you? Why can you enter Hell King Manor?" Although this juvenile was handsome, when compared to Nangong Yu's appearance, although he wasn't inferior in any aspects, Princess Zhenyu's heart wasn't swayed. Instead, indescribable loathing and jealousy were all she felt. Hashi sneered, lazily glancing at Princess Zhenyu from the corner of her eye, "Since when does who I am concern you? Brazen. Do you know who I am?" Zhenyu pointed at Hashi's nose as she cursed, "How dare you talk to me like that? Believe me, I will get people to." Hashi slapped the finger away that was being pointed at her nose, laughing coldly, "Oh, really pitiful, she's even forgotten who she is. If anyone present knows who she is, they better hurry up and do a good deed by informing her. If the mind isn't stable, then you should avoid leaving home and being a public disgrace." Go back and remember to tell the doctor to give her brain medicine. You dare. Zhen Yu's complexion turned purple with her anger, her body trembling. Everyone watching heard what was said and couldn't help but laugh. However, they didn't dare be too impudent and restrained their amusement due to her status as a princess. As a result to restraining their laughter, their expressions distorted and their bodies violently trembled. Ordinary people were afraid of Princess Zhen Yu's status, but the guards of Hell King Manor and Butler Nan were nowhere near afraid of her status. So without restraint, the corner of their mouths turned up, and although they didn't make a sound, their eyes clearly showed their ridicule. Chapter 175, The Mysterious Young Master Shi. Before Princess Zhen Yu lost all rational, the third prince couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward. Then, with a calm and collected face, he asked, "Butler Nan, what's the meaning of this? Didn't you say that Hell King wasn't allowing anyone to visit? But why is this young master able to? Don't tell me you think our royal face is something that you can trample on as you wish." Although this youngster's beauty accelerated the third prince's heartbeat, the attitude of Hell King Manor really infuriated him. Moreover, when he used his divine senses to examine this youngster's cultivation base, he discovered that he was only at chi refining stage. Even if this youngster had some sort of background, how could he compare to him and Zhen Yu? Hell King Manor unexpectedly fawns on such a low-level martial artist, yet they would lock their door and refuse to see them. Looking down on imperial power like this was the last straw. Thanks to Dandan's help, Hashi had currently set her cultivation base at chi refining stage in case people were to examine her. The reason is very simple: in the future when she used her spiritual power in front of acquaintances, her lack of a cultivation base would attract suspicion. And since the advancing speed of her actual cultivation base would shock people, she had decided that chi refining stage would be good for the moment. Having heard what was said, Butler Nan's face didn't change as he replied, "Third Prince likes to joke. Master has said that young Master Shi is equal to the people of Hell King Manor, and that at any time he wishes, he is able to freely enter and leave Hell King Manor. He is not in the category of visitor. If Third Prince doesn't have any other matters, please allow this old slave and young Master Shi to be excused." Finished speaking, and without looking at the third prince and Princess Zhen Yu's complexions, Butler Nan and Hashi quickly entered Hell King Manor. And after Butler Nan and Hashi entered, the gate closed immediately. The bodyguards guarding outside the entrance displaying a cold look to indicate for people to stay away, completely ignoring the prince and princess. Shangguan Zhen Yu firmly shook off third prince Shangguan Rui's hand, furiously saying, "Third brother, why did you stop me? Clearly that old slave was deliberately making things difficult for us and not letting us in. On top of that there's that unknown boy, he actually dared to ridicule me in public. Wait until we return to the imperial palace, I'll send people to properly teach him a lesson." "Zhen Yu, enough." Shangguan Rui coldly cut her off. Then with a calm face, he turned around and walked over to the waiting carriage. Shangguan Zhen Yu had an undisciplined temper, but in fact, she was actually completely foolish, unaware of how high the sky reaches and how deep the ground lays. Hell King Manor considers everyone beneath their notice, and yet the Shangguan family hadn't dared to make a move against them. Why? Because Hell King Manor held a huge amount of power and influence, so if they wanted to, they could pull down the Shangguan family and take over as the emperor. In Miluo continent, it was the strong who were respected, and the weak who were prey to the strong. In this country it wasn't necessarily the emperor who held the most authority, it was usually a very large sect. Especially those old martial artist fanatics that reached nascent soul stage or higher, they only needed to move a finger and they would be able to move mountains and drain seas. Forget ordinary armies, whole households could be destroyed. So why would they defy the strong? So even if he was unwilling, the third prince didn't dare be rash towards Hell King Manor. And it wasn't just him that didn't dare, no one had the courage to go against Hell King Manor, not even royal brother and royal father. At this moment, Shangguan Rui's mind was occupied with remembering that beautiful youngster. Young Master Shi. Since when has there been a young Master Shi in Yanjing City? How come he didn't know about him? However, no matter what this person's status was, his and Hell King's relationship certainly wouldn't be simple. If he was able to entice young Master Shi, or even control him, then wouldn't he be able to learn some of Hell King's secrets? Chapter 176, To Find It Easily. Shangguan Rui's eyes flashed bright, and turning to a guard at his side, he commanded, Go find information regarding all the youngsters with the surname Shi in Yanjing City for me. I want to know who that boy is. The subordinate quickly accepted the order and left, leaving only the angry, stomping, and cursing Shangguan Zhenyu behind with Shangguan Rui. Shangguan Rui turned to glance at his sister and coldly snorted, a trace of disdain visible in his eyes. This royal sister was doted on by royal father till she had become incompetent. She even had delusions of marrying Hell King. If she continued this way and went out of control once more, she will surely fall heavily one day. I just hope she doesn't ruin the hard work that royal brother and I have achieved. At this time, the spectating crowd realized that nothing worth seeing would occur anymore and gradually dispersed. No one noticed that hidden in a shady corner of the street, a hawker dressed in plain gray clothing was fixedly watching Hell King Manor's gate. The hint of a smile appeared at a corner of his mouth, and soon after, he released a paper crane into the air. After a moment, the paper crane turned into a stream of light and landed in a courtyard. Sitting in the courtyard, there was an old man wearing white robes. The old man took the paper crane, and once he glanced at the information written on it, his face immediately flushed with excitement. After having traveled far and wide looking for something, it was found so easily. He hadn't expected that the young genius doctor they had been searching for more than a month would actually appear by himself. Moreover, he appeared to be connected with Hell King. Although Hell King's involvement will make things a bit complicated, but for that secret meridians technique, his Jiang family would do everything possible to grasp control of this youngster. The old man burnt the paper crane in his hand, and after pondering for a moment, he abruptly said in a low voice, "Quick, tell Xia Chongming to come meet me." A subordinate accepted the order and rushed to comply, and not a moment later, Dr. Xia arrived still dressed in his refining robes. Without waiting for Dr. Xia to open his mouth and inquire what was wrong, Elder Jiang had already begun to quietly speak. "The boy that caused you to kneel in defeat has already been found. You know what you should do, right?" Dr. Xia's expression hardened, strong hatred present in his eyes. But quickly covering it up, he lowered his head in a bow and said, "Elder Jiang, please rest assured. This subordinate will certainly discover that boy's secret meridians technique, and I will personally present it in front of you." She had barely entered Hell King Manor when she saw Qing Long, Bai Hu, and Wu Yu walking together towards her to welcome her. Following behind them was the fourth-ranked doctor from yesterday, Old Chiu, who had discussed the jade fire toad with He. After confirming that Nangong Yu's safety wasn't in danger, Wu Xian and Xian Wu had returned to their respective posts. So at this time Qing Long, Old Chiu, and the others' attitude had changed 180 degrees when they saw He. They now treated her the same way they would a bodhisattva. Old Chiu's face was filled with confusion as he asked He, "Princess, this old man honestly can't figure out why the withered spiritual plants, that are devoid of spiritual power, can still have a healing effect, completely unlike a medicinal pill. Princess, what method did you use to neutralize the congeal grass cold energy?" Yesterday this old man kept trying to think of it until my head hurt, yet I was unable to come up with any methods. "Princess, your medical skills are miraculous." "Stop." Hashi's face stiffened and she interrupted his chatter, "Can you stop calling me princess? Nangong Yu and I are not in the kind of relationship that you imagine us to be." Hearing that, everyone standing nearby paused. After staring at each other in dismay for a good long while, Qing Long finally coughed quietly while his eyes avoided looking at He. "Princess likes to joke. All of us here in Hell King Manor have already personally witnessed your relationship with Master. Especially on the night the vortex appeared, when we opened the door of Master's room, we all saw you and Master." Chapter 177, Wu Yu Lacks Integrity. Qing Long hadn't yet finished speaking, but He was already blushing. Without hearing any more, she could easily guess what this group of people had seen, and at this moment, she really wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. Bai Hu, however, thoughtlessly smiled. "To address you as Princess is Master's order. If Princess has an objection, you can talk to Master. Oh, by the way, Master has been waiting a long time for you in the water pavilion. Princess, please quickly go. Do you think that there is any use to complain about it to him?" Grinding her teeth, He removed a box of food from her space and handed it to Bai Hu. "This is the meal that your honored master ordered yesterday, quickly send it to him. I'll go and prepare the herbal medicine that will be needed later." Bai Hu didn't dare take the box. Instead, he took an exaggerated step backwards, waving his hands in denial. "Princess, please spare this subordinate. If master sees that the one who enters isn't princess, and rather it's this subordinate, he will skin me alive. Princess, you should quickly go and personally deliver it. Master will definitely be happy to see you, maybe it will help speed up the recovery of his condition and he will quickly get better too. As for dealing with the herbal medicine, old Chio has already mastered it and is willing to help princess, right old Chio? Yes, yes. Old Chio stroked his beard, beaming at her. It's an honor for this old man to be able to help princess. Hashi's heart became depressed, yet with no excuses left, she turned around and walked towards Nangong Yu's water pavilion. At this moment, Hashi was still carrying the box of food in her hands, and because she had moved, the aroma of the food permeated the air. As Wu Yu watched it all play out nearby, he couldn't help but breathe in deeply. What is this smell? Wu Yu craned his neck towards the box of food, constantly trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was inside. His gluttonous behavior caused Bai Hu to burst into loud laughter, and patting Wu Yu's shoulder, he said, "This is princess specially prepared spiritual food, its delicious taste can be compared to the delicacy of a jade dish. I even dare to say that although you've sampled fine foods from all over the world, it absolutely can't compare with the food princess makes. Once you've tried it, you'll never crave any other food again." As one of Nangong Yu's subordinates and as one of the 4 ferocious beasts, Wu Yu was positioned at Gluttonous House. All it would take is for someone to see his post to know that he has a hobby dedicated to eating fine foods. So when he heard Bai Hu, the longing in his heart grew extremely difficult to endure. Blinking his eyes at Hashi, Wu Yu suddenly resembled a small loyal dog trying to act cute. Hashi froze when confronted by his foolish eyes. Was this still Gluttonous House's impressive-looking young master, Wu Yu? His foolishness was practically on the same level as Bai Hu's. The most depressing part though, was that this guy continuously circled around her, and as he jumped about, he repeatedly shouted, "Princess! Princess!" It was like the noise of a devil, piercing her ears, and Hashi was itching to slap this buzzing fly away. Even Qing Long couldn't stand watching this display, and holding his forehead, he wished he could just drag this shameless guy out of Hell King Manor. However, he understood Wu Yu's character. Usually he was careless and leisurely, not paying much attention to anything, but once he cared about something, he would fight to the death for it. And Wu Yu's cultivation base, while it wasn't particularly high, by some odd twist of fate nobody was able to match him in skill. Even himself and Bai Hu wouldn't be able to subdue Wu Yu. Ultimately, Hashi couldn't do anything about his pestering and withdrew another box of food from her space. As she threw it at him, she coldly said, "Just this once, never to be repeated." Wu Yu caught the box of food. Breathing deeply, a rich fragrance assailed his nostrils, and immediately his eyes shined brilliantly, making him look like a child eager to devour the entire box of food. Chapter 178, Let Them Get Used to It First. Hashi helplessly shook her head, hearing Dandan's protesting voice as it said, "What, mother doesn't love Dandan? It won't matter if you give the delicious food to the big brother that you play kissing with, but why did you also give it to other people?" Obviously that was Dandan's. What, mother doesn't love Dandan anymore? What is this brat talking about? Qing Long soon brought Hashi to the water pavilion. At this moment, the fire crystal in the water pavilion had been removed, and surrounded by ventilation, with the wind blowing and causing the gauze to flutter, it seemed cool and comfortable inside. Hashi had barely entered the water pavilion when she noticed Nangong Yu sitting by the bedside, wearing only a white satin robe. Half of his long hair was draped over a shoulder, while the other half was tied up with a silver-braided tassel rope. Watching him from the side, she could only see the high and straight bridge of his nose, refined and handsome facial features, and his transparently pale complexion. Hashi and Qing Long had obviously entered the room, but it seemed as if Nangong Yu was completely unaware. With his slightly drooping long and thick eyelashes, his whole countenance appeared weak yet beautiful. Abruptly, a trace of indescribable pain was felt in Hashi's heart. She didn't like seeing this man looking so frail, he should be high-spirited and overbearing. Yet in order to save her, he had now become so weak. Hashi gently knocked on the door. It was only then that Nangong Yu turned his head, and seeing that it was Hashi, his cold countenance very quickly melted into one of a gentle and soft smile. "You've come." His tone was flat and nothing special, but it contained deep happiness and expectation, making Hashi's heart beat wildly in her chest. Composing herself, she walked forward while carrying the box of food. Soon, one of the servants that served in the water pavilion walked over to take the box of food, arranging everything in it on the table. When the smell of the food spread throughout the room, no matter how trained these servants were, they couldn't help but take deep breaths in. Swallowing the saliva pooling in their mouths, they restrained the longing on their faces with difficulty. Because the people of this world were unaware of the existence of seasoning, many people that ate spiritual foods were only concerned about its spiritual energy, and at most, they only ate sweet and salty things. So when they ate Hashi's specially cooked food, they simply didn't dare to believe that food could ever have such a great taste. That's right, ever since Nangongyu had eaten Hashi's food at her home, he had began to ask her for packages of food without any sense of shame. And so, the people in Hell King Manor were now more or less experienced with something called delicious food. Even though they weren't able to taste it, just seeing the color, smell, and spiritual concentration, coupled with Baihu's high praises, they knew that the food was of the highest quality. And when they were cleaning up the dishes, their fingertips would be stained with sauce, causing them to feel extremely hungry. Alas, if only Princess would marry into Hell King Manor, she could then teach at least 1/10 of her cooking skills to the Manor's kitchen. It would be great. Prince and Princess, please enjoy the meal. Hashi all of a sudden returned to her senses, the word princess echoing loud and clear in her ears. She couldn't help but say to Nangongyu with a low voice, "Since when did I become your princess? You should make it clear to your subordinates, tell them to not call me princess again. Later on, they can just call me Shiyu." Nangongyu used his chopsticks to carry some food into his mouth, and while enjoying its fragrance and taste, he laughed lightly. "Since she will be my princess sooner or later, is it wrong to let them call you that earlier? It's good to let them get used to it first." Chapter 179, Compensation. Hashi's mouth twitched as she said, "Who says I will become your princess sooner or later?" Nangongyu raised his eyebrows. "You don't want to?" Hashi glared at him. "We've barely known each other for a month." "Right, we've known each other for a month, but we've embraced, as well as kissed. We already have such a close relationship, yet you have the heart to say that we're only strangers." Hashi's forehead filled with black lines. What is he talking about, embracing and kissing? Clearly I was being forced. Nangongyu leaned closer to her ear and asked, "Are you unwilling to become my princess, to become my legitimate wife?" The man's warm breath fanned against her ear, and with his exquisite face so close to her, Hashi could feel her heart jumping in her chest and her face slightly blushing. This isn't a problem of being unwilling or not. Nangongyu immediately beamed with joy. "Ooh, then it means you want to. Since is willing, then the rest isn't a problem. I'm very happy that we agree." "Who's agreeing with your opinion?" Hashi's long shapely brows frowned due to her anger. Since when did this man become a scoundrel? Clearly the first time she met him he had the manner of a ruthless and handsome tyrant. Nangongyu swiftly switched positions, moving closer to where Hashi was sitting. He then gently placed his hands on her slender waist. "All right, my princess, now can you accompany me to eat? You see, I've had your dishes specially lined up for you, yet you haven't touched any at all. Are you ignoring me?" When the watching servants saw their master's completely peaceful countenance, totally opposite to his usual behavior, their eyes widened till they nearly popped out. They gazed at Hashi like they were seeing a rare creature. Princess indeed is the princess. They had never seen their master pamper and act so lovingly to anyone like this before. Hashi could feel herself being watched by the servants, causing her ears to turn red. Casting an angry glare at Nangongyu, she said, "Get your hands off." "No," Nangongyu replied, like it was only to be expected that he could touch Hashi. "Princess and I will be eating like this in the future. We have no need for you to serve us, you can all withdraw for now." The servants heard the order and promptly complied. With them hurriedly retreating, soon, only Hashi and Nangongyu were left in the room. Nangongyu said, "This way, no one will disturb us." You don't need to be shy anymore." "Who is shy?" "You're shy, your whole family is shy." Hashi was fuming, she really wanted to kick this shameless man. Nangongyu immediately changed his tone to one of grief. We clearly came to an agreement yesterday, and I wanted to see you as soon as I opened my eyes. I've been waiting for you since early this morning, shouldn't you compensate me?" Hashi recalled that scene from before she left yesterday, and she couldn't help but blush. "Who told you to wake up so early? Don't tell me that because you might wake up in the middle of the night, I also have to keep watch over you at all times. That's a good idea. Nangang Yu's eyes lit up. Indeed, you're my princess, living in this manner with me is only proper. Someone come. Hashi anxiously covered his mouth. What are you doing? Nangang Yu grabbed her small hand, and holding it in his palm, he innocently said, ordering my people to arrange a room for you. Ah, arranging one beside my bedroom would be good, or perhaps, you would prefer to share the same bed with me, she heir. That's exactly what this king has been waiting for. Hashi noticed that he was becoming more and more outrageous, and quickly interrupted him. Enough. What crazy things are you thinking about so early in the morning? Hurry up and let me go. Nangang Yu not only didn't let her go, instead, he encircled her waist with his arms, tugging her closer to him. I can let go, but I've been waiting since early this morning. So she heir, you must compensate me. Chapter 180, Men and Women Shouldn't Touch. What compensation do you want? Give me a kiss. Hashi's mouth twitched. Dream on, didn't you ever hear that men and women shouldn't touch? Men and women not touching only refers to people that are unrelated, right? Nangang Yu smiled as he said, you're this king's wife, how can it be possible that we aren't related? Not to mention, we've already kissed and embraced. As he said this, he leaned forward and brought his face closer with an expression of, I'm ready on it. Hashi wanted to laugh at his shameless. She really didn't know if this was his true character, or if it was because his illness had muddled his brain. Who is related to you? Stop imagining your love is reciprocated and showering your affection on an uninterested party. I'm not interested in you. Nangang Yu faintly laughed. He wasn't the slightest bit angry, instead, he only flicked the tip of her small and exquisite nose. Hypocritical girl. All right, if you won't kiss me, then I'll suffer loss and kiss you instead. Finished speaking, he held Hashi closer, leaning in to kiss her cherry-red lips. In response, Hashi pushed him away as she dodged, but who would have thought that once she pushed him, Nangang Yu would fall from his chair. And as he fell, his head knocked against the corner of a table, causing a loud bang to echo throughout the room. Hashi was stunned. She hadn't expected that the usually strong and overbearing Nangang Yu would fall with only one push. In fact, she had actually forgotten that her cultivation base was on the 8th rank of foundation establishment stage, while Nangang Yu's body had been suffering for the last 3 days, causing his strength to be limited. When Qing Long heard the loud noise from his position outside the room, he worriedly pushed the door open. Glancing around the room, he noticed his master was unconscious on the ground, while Hashi was standing still with a look of bewilderment on her face. With such a scene before him, Qing Long had suspicions as to what might have happened, but even if he wasn't sure, he was angered to think that Hashi would unexpectedly cause his master to once again sustain an injury and lose consciousness. Thinking till here, his body immediately burst with cold power. You only came here to examine Master's condition, right? No matter how much Master provoked or irritated you, was it enough for you to toss him aside? Don't forget, Master is only in this condition right now because he saved you. Qing Long had always been habitually silent. This was the first time that he had become so mad he would start shouting out of control. For them, Master's safety was the most important thing. But Qing Long had barely finished scolding Hashi when he bowed his head, his gaze meeting his master's serene and deep eyes. The emotion in his eyes flashed with a cold light, clearly projecting the words, "My princess is someone you can scold. Are you courting death?" Qing Long felt the veins on his forehead twitch, cold sweat immediately sliding down his back. The next moment, he could feel his 3 views, 1, cracking, no. His 3 views had started cracking ever since his master had first met Miss Nayland. He never could have thought that his master would be willing to beat him to death over a woman. However, Hashi was unaware of the secret communication happening between the two. Qing Long's snarls had made Hashi become distraught with anxiety, and quickly walking forward, she went to examine Nangang Yu's condition. At this moment, Qing Long tactfully moved over for Hashi, purposely helping his master to adjust his position and allowing him to be able to lean closely on Hashi's bosom. His job as Hell King's personal servant really isn't an easy one. Hashi held Nangang Yu's hand and began to examine him. Yet the more she probed for his pulse, the more anxious she became. There were no wounds on Nangang Yu's body, but his breathing was becoming extremely weak, his pulse erratic, and his veins were weakening. Hashi was flustered, and although she didn't want to admit it, at this moment, she was really very worried about this man. She was so flustered that it mixed with fear that he really would leave her. It was so bad that even though she was trying to treat Nangong Yu, she was no longer able to maintain her usual calmness. 1 literally means 3 views and most commonly refers to one's view of the world, life, and values. Chapter 181, You Deceived Me. From her space He took out a set of silver needles, and tearing open Nangong Yu's clothes, she revealed the muscles on his strong chest. Her small warm hands lightly touched the acupuncture points on his chest, inserting a series of needles in his heart veins. Suddenly, she heard Nangong Yu's deep and low voice in her ears. I didn't know that she is such a kind person. She stared blankly, and suddenly lifting her head, she saw a loving smile upon Nangong Yu's face. Although his complexion was still pale, his eyes were bright with emotion. Wasn't he unconscious and dying just moments before? You deceived me. She glared at him in disbelief, her eyebrows frowning. This scoundrel. Just moments ago she had been worrying in vain, and yet he had even gone so far as to make his pulse unsteady. This hateful man had actually deceived her. She stood up with a cold expression on her face, and turned around to leave. Nangong Yu pulled on her hand to stop her. Don't go. Originally, if she had wanted to shake off his hand, it would be very easy, but Nangong Yu had unexpectedly used the small amount of spiritual power that remained within his body. He had so little spiritual power left that his hand was icy cold, the life force within his body becoming extremely faint. You're crazy. Quickly stop using your spiritual power and let me go. Do you want to die? No, not unless she promises me that you won't go. Hashi's face revealed her anxiousness, and afraid that if he continued it really would become life-threatening, she promptly said, Okay. I won't go. With this, Nangong Yu finally released her hand, the trace of a shallow and weak smile at the corners of his mouth. Is it that difficult for you to admit that you have feelings for me? Finished speaking, his eyes closed, and this time he really did lose consciousness. Hashi remained standing in place, staring blankly at Nangong Yu's sleeping face. When the expression on his face remained unchanged, she finally released a long sigh. Although Hashi was angry that Nangong Yu had lied to her, she also knew his current state wasn't too optimistic, so she had to pay attention and save his life first. She got Qing Long to prepare a room full of hot fire. Crystals containing spiritual power, prepare a wooden tub filled with hot water, and arrange the treatment room like yesterday. The medicine this time, compared to a few days ago, was a bit different. Originally Nangong Yu had no longer needed to increase the amount of medicine, so Hashi had agreed to let old Chiu make it. However, who told Nangong Yu to court disaster by using his spiritual power? Without any choice, she removed a porcelain bottle from her space, pouring 1/3 of the medicine that she had just made not long ago into the bath. This porcelain bottle is something of little value or interest compared to a magical tool, and she herself didn't know where she got it from. It was only able to hold a very limited quantity of solid items, yet it could contain several tons of liquid. The medicinal liquid inside was prepared by Hashi in her space last night, during her free time. It used an extract from the spiritual herbs that Dandan had brought back to life by planting, then it was mixed with water from the 9th secluded spirit spring, and the resulting medicine was 1,000 times more potent than yesterday's. But an ordinary martial artist's body wouldn't be able to bear it, so originally Hashi hadn't intended to use it. Under Hashi's guidance, Qing Long placed Nangong Yu into the medicinal bath. Then from the side, he watched as Hashi took out her silver needles, and one by one, inserted them into several of Nangong Yu's major acupuncture points. After the silver needles had been placed on Nangong Yu, smoke began to rise from his body. The room that had at first been sweltering, now started to drop in temperature due to the smoke. This was because the cold poison within Nangong Yu's body was now being forcefully released. Hashi handed the porcelain bottle in her grip to Qing Long. Once the color of the medicinal liquid in the tub has faded, change the water, and pour in more of the medicine in this bottle. Continue this for up to 3 days, and Nangong Yu will be able to recover. Qing Long received the medicinal bottle, and quickly said, Princess, Master's current state is unstable. I hope that until Master awakens, you can stay here. Chapter 182, Learning to Refine Pills. He was afraid that when Master woke up and didn't see Princess, that he would be beaten to death by Master. Hashi saw Qing Long's expression, and right away she knew that leaving would be impossible. Besides, it was because of her that Nangong Yu was in his current situation, and she had also promised him that she wouldn't leave, so she should stay. She pondered a moment before speaking. "Do you have a refining room here?" "There is." "Princess, the reason you're asking for a refining room is to..." "Didn't Princess say she couldn't refine?" She said, "Bring me there. This time I will stay in the refining room. If there is something the matter, you can find me there at any time." Qing Long was puzzled, but he still bowed in agreement. As long as Princess agreed to stay, it didn't matter what she wanted to do, even if it was tearing down Hell King Manor. Hell King Manor's refining room was top of the line, complete with every kind of tool anyone would ever need. The room was about 20 square meters, with many runes engraved on the walls to help gather spiritual power. In the corner of the room there was an arrangement of shelves. These shelves were made using special materials. Spiritual plants or spiritual beast cores could be placed on top of them and the spiritual energy wouldn't drain away. In the center of the room there was a gray refining furnace, probably as tall as a person, and shaped with a 3-foot round belly. The surface of the furnace was engraved with all kinds of talismans. In the overflowing cauldron pill scripture, she had read that these talismans were special spells used to help gather spiritual power, greatly increasing the success while refining pills. The higher the level of the furnace, the more useful and complex the talismans would be. Arranged around the furnace were several mats, and against one wall there was a long table and a simple bed. These were to be used midway through refining if the person needed to rest. When He arrived at Hell King Manor she had a plan, and now she was eager to learn the refining techniques written in the overflowing cauldron pill scripture. Unfortunately, it was too inconvenient to do it in her courtyard, and plus, she didn't have a refining furnace. So since she was here anyway, she came up with the idea of borrowing Hell King Manor's refining room. In accordance with the directions written in the overflowing cauldron pill scripture, she began to slowly use her spiritual power. Focusing on fire spiritual power, she slowly condensed it as much as she could, until it finally formed a ball of golden spiritual fire on her fingertips. As soon as the spiritual fire entered the refining furnace, the spells used to gather spiritual power around the furnace began to slowly ignite, gradually lighting up the whole furnace. She wiped the sweat on her forehead, feeling that the single action of forming the spiritual fire had drained almost all of her spiritual power. To help replenish it, she drank a big bottle of spring water. Thinking of how much time and spiritual power went into just being able to condense a ball of spiritual fire, she became anxious. With this little ball of spiritual fire, she would only be able to refine a small amount of pills, and she estimated that they would be second-grade pills at most. However, what she didn't know was that if other doctors could see her actions, their eyeballs would pop out from shock. For a martial artist to achieve condensing a ball of spiritual fire for refining, they would have to at least be gold core stage. For an ordinary martial artist to be able to refine pills, they generally borrowed spiritual fire sources from nature. Yet she, who was currently only at foundation establishment stage, was able to accomplish forming spiritual fire. And not only that, her spiritual fire wasn't the normal dark reddish-brown color, rather, it was a high-rank light golden color. This was simply against Mi Luo continent's advanced refining principles. Unfortunately, she was unaware of this, as all of her knowledge on refining pills was coming from the overflowing cauldron pill scripture that old Manshumi had left. What was instructed inside was naturally what she practiced. How would she know that it was universally shocking? And so after replenishing her spiritual power, she took out the spiritual herbs from her space that she had prepared in advance according to requirement. Then, she wrapped them in a layer of her spiritual power, and threw them into the furnace. Chapter 183, Refining a Supplement Spiritual Pill. Because of the spiritual power, the spiritual herbs placed in the furnace were engulfed by the spiritual fire in an instant. This prescription was for the simplest supplement spiritual pill. It was listed as a first-rank medicinal pill, and was the best type for Hashi to practice refining. Gathering her spiritual energy, she opened her spiritual eyes. Using them to then examine what was occurring inside the furnace, she discovered that the spiritual herbs had already begun to slowly mix with the spiritual fire. Unfortunately, they weren't mixing well. Some areas had already melted, while certain areas of the spiritual herbs were untouched. However, if this were to continue, then wouldn't this affect the attributes of the medicinal pill? But if she was able to stir it, then wouldn't it be just like when she decocts her herbal medicine? Thinking this, she focused, and driving her spiritual power into the boiling furnace, she wrapped up the spiritual herbs, and continuously stirred the remaining herbs slowly. And when the spiritual fire wasn't strong enough in some places, she used her divine sense to split her spiritual power. Dividing it into strands, she then poured it into the spiritual fire so that the herbs were able to cook evenly. This is like when you lit a fire for cooking. When the fire wasn't big enough, that's when you added more firewood. She felt that this was very simple reasoning, yet this kind of technique wasn't written in the overflowing cauldron pill scripture. However, she thought that perhaps the techniques documented were the only ones ancient doctors could think of to refine medicinal pills. Yet what she didn't know was that this small action would greatly change this batch of medicinal pills' attributes, causing her to be very surprised. After an hour passed, she discovered that the herbs inside had dissolved completely. So after wiping off the sweat on her forehead, she replenished herself by drinking a bit of spring water. She estimated that with this speed, it would take about 2 to 4 hours to complete, eliminating her chances of success. Fortunately, the furnace in the room was filled with strong spells used to help gather spiritual power, greatly reducing the consumption of Hashi's own. Otherwise, if Hashi had to use her spiritual power for a few hours in a row, even if she continuously drank spring water, she still wouldn't be able to maintain that pace. Once another 2 hours had passed, all the spiritual herbs had finally finished fusing, and above the gray furnace a dazzling golden light burst forth. Hashi opened the furnace and a medicinal smell straight away assailed her nostrils, making her feel clear-headed and relaxed. At this moment in the furnace's second layer, there lay a small, finger-sized gray-black medicinal pill. The difference between this supplement spiritual pill and others is that on this gray-black medicinal pill there were thin golden lines. And although they were very faint, they were still visible if you looked carefully. 30 supplement spiritual pills, Hashi sighed. After refining for 4 hours, the result was only 30 supplement spiritual pills. With such demanding work on her mind and body, this was all she had to show for it. If word of this were to reach the ears of other refining masters, their spluttering would be able to drown Hashi. After refining for the first time and using the most common spiritual herbs, if a furnace producing 30 pills still wasn't enough, then how would that group of people have lived? But when Hashi worked out the cost of the supplement spiritual pills materials and compared it to how much she could sell the pills for, she immediately beamed with joy. Adding up the cost to produce the spiritual herbs for the supplement spiritual pills, it equaled no more than 10 crystals. So how much were the completed supplement spiritual pills worth? One low-grade supplement spiritual pill would be worth more than 100 crystals, while just one top-grade pill could fetch more than 1,000 crystals. When looking at it this way, spending 4 hours on making them was totally worth it. 3 days passed very quickly. Throughout this time, Hashi studied the overflowing cauldron pill scripture and practiced refining during the day, while during the evenings, she would meditate in her space and cultivate. Now that 3 days had passed, all the porcelain bottles that she found in her space had already been filled with medicinal pills, and once those were filled, she even managed to find a large jar to store the medicinal pills in. Then, she placed them all inside the Spirit Firmament Palace. Chapter 184, You're Awake. In any case, the Spirit Firmament Palace has the effect of protecting the freshness of stored items. No matter what was placed inside, when it's removed, it will still be exactly the same as when it was originally stored. Hashi had now refined a lot of medicinal pills. Unfortunately, all of them were only first-grade pills. When she had attempted to refine second-grade medicinal pills, she ultimately failed due to a variety of reasons. There was a note written in the overflowing cauldron pill scripture mentioning that the intensity, and the rank, of the spiritual fire would affect the grade of the medicinal pill. So even though she wanted to refine a second-grade medicinal pill, it apparently seemed that the rank of her spiritual fire wasn't high enough, leading to any attempts failing. However, Hashi's failed medicinal pills were different compared to other refining masters' failures. Their failed attempts at refining would end with the medicinal pills crumbling into powder, and the entire furnace exploding. Yet when Hashi's attempt at refining second-grade medicinal pills failed, small round pills still formed. Compared to normal second-grade supplement spiritual pills, these were a little smaller and darker. Hashi thought for a moment, then she decided to store the failed pills away and research the cause of the failure at a later date. During this period of time, Hashi of course still went to check on Nangong's condition. While he had continuously slept for all 3 days, Hashi had continued Nangong's treatment of medicinal baths, plus other treatments. And to avoid him being angry, she had continuously drugged him into unconsciousness for those 3 days, stopping his treatments only yesterday. The results of the treatment were better than expected, as sure enough, Nangongyu's body had become stronger than before. So although the effects of Hashi's medicinal treatment was very powerful, to ordinary martial artists, they would find themselves devoured instead of healed. Yet Nangongyu's body had unexpectedly been able to adapt, easily passing through 3 days of treatment. On top of that, the cold poison in his body had dispersed, letting the spiritual power once again circulate in his dantian. Even the injuries he'd previously received in the flame cave were gradually recovering. It can be said that until today, Nangongyu had already completely recovered. But now that he had regained the peak phase of his cultivation base, until the next time the cold poison attacked, he wouldn't need to worry about it. Right now Hashi stood behind Nangongyu and began to remove all of the silver needles from his body. The moment the last silver needle was pulled out, Nangongyu's eyes abruptly opened. Hashi had just happened to move in front of Nangongyu, when she suddenly came into contact with a pair of beast-like eyes. Luminous and fiery, they gazed into her eyes, causing her to momentarily stare blankly. "You're awake." Being stared at with such a piercing stare, Hashi didn't know why her heart started to grow apprehensive. It was as if she was his prey, instinctively making her want to escape. "Then, since you're fine, I'll go back." Finished speaking, she replaced the silver needles in her space and turned around to run away. However, before she was even able to turn around, her wrist was gripped tightly by a certain man. The big palm that held her back no longer felt as cold as ice, rather, it was scorching hot, like burning charcoal. Fine beads of sweat formed on Hashi's forehead. "Stop it, what are you doing?" Hashi hadn't yet finished speaking when her body suddenly rose into the air, and since she completely lacked the strength to resist, she was dragged into the medicinal tub. Due to the surprise, Hashi cried out in alarm and felt herself drink a mouthful of bitter medicinal water in the process, causing her small face to pucker up as she repeatedly coughed. "You're crazy. Do you want me to choke to death?" Finished speaking, she used one hand to support herself on the edge of tub while she jumped out. Unfortunately, before she could escape, Nangongyu pushed down on her shoulder with one hand. Then, gently pulling her back, he trapped her between himself and the tub wall. "Naughty little thing, choking to death is too cheap for you." Hashi was intimidated by his burning gaze, and because of their ambiguous position, their bodies sticking closely to each other, she could feel her face turning red. Using both hands, she pushed on Nangongyu's chest to create some distance, her face taut with the effort she was exerting as she said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Chapter 185, Punishment. Nangongyu smiled evilly, and leaning closer to her, he blew a breath into her ear as he said, "You don't understand. Then wouldn't it better if I helped you to remember? Let's say you first pushed me, making me lose consciousness, and then you even dared to add a knockout drug into my medicine. Your courage is really growing." Hearing what he said, Hashi's face immediately reddened, her guilty conscience making her turn her face to the side. "Stop talking nonsense. You fainting is your own fault. I already told you not to use your spiritual power. And what knockout drug, do you have any evidence?" After saying this, she firmly pushed against the men who trapped her, wanting to slip away. But since Nangongyu's cultivation base had now recovered, she was unable to move him. Her action of pushing him was ineffective, instead, it only made Nangongyu tighten his hold on her. Hashi suddenly wanted to smash a stone down on her foot in depression. Had she cured Nangongyu only for him to act undisciplined and suppress her? Nangongyu quietly laughed, his muscled chest faintly vibrating. Tell me, how should I punish you? It's me who cured you, Hashi hadn't yet finished speaking when Nangongyu lowered his head, firmly sealing her small alluring lips. With heated palms, he clasped one closely around Hashi's waist, while the other pressed against her head, firmly confining her in his arms. Once the kiss ended, Hashi felt limp all over, completely pliable in Nangongyu's embrace. Nangongyu's arms encircled her entire body, and lifting up her petite frame, he bent her legs and placed her on his lap. Hashi's translucent cheeks were glowing a peach-like crimson, while her eyes were like black glass, filled with a trace of moisture and a faint purple light. Her small red lips were slightly parted as she gasped for breath, revealing her pink tongue and pearly white teeth. Nangongyu felt his heart tighten, and holding her a little higher, he couldn't help but kiss her once more. This time, the kiss lasted until Hashi was almost faint from a lack of air. At some point her arms had subconsciously wrapped themselves around Nangongyu's neck. It seemed as if her whole body was on the verge of melting. Nangongyu's eyes were flooded with strong passion, and as he lowered his gaze to the girl's captivating black-purple eyes, he could feel the heat in his body surge to somewhere in his lower regions. "She-heir, if you seduce me like this again, I certainly won't be able to restrain myself and will make you my princess right now." The man's deep and husky voice contained a strong desire, making it feel like he wanted to swallow her entirely. His ink-black eyes had become a scorching red as they intently stared at her. Hashi suddenly returned to her senses, realizing that the two of them were tightly pressed against each other. And since she was sitting on his lap, she could definitely feel the changes occurring with Nangongyu's body. You pervert. Shameless." Hashi immediately jumped from his lap, retreating to the other side of the tub. Nangongyu laughed. "Aha, I'm shameless, but I'm only shameless to my family, she-heir." "Buffed. Who's your family?" Hashi absolutely wouldn't admit that there was a trace of happiness in her heart. Nangongyu moved, suddenly appearing beside Hashi and pulling her into his embrace. "She-heir, don't avoid me, all right? You can't run away, you're destined to be mine." Hashi angrily retorted, "Why am I yours? You're more or less mine, don't forget that you now owe me a favor for saving your life." Once the words were out, Hashi immediately regretted it so much that her intestines were green. Isn't this the same as giving this shameless guy an opportunity? Chapter 186, Forgive My Clumsy Eyes. It was all because of this scoundrel making her angry. It was his fault that her IQ had decreased. Sure enough, when Nangongyu heard her words, he lowered his head and kissed one of her red earlobes. What she-heir said is right. I'm yours for as long as you want, I'm your man." Hashi was just about to retort, when Qing Long's nervous voice suddenly sounded from outside. "Master, Ice. Lotus Fairy has come to pay a visit." Qing Long knew that his master was currently together with Miss Naylin, so whoever dared to disturb them must be prepared to be skinned alive. However, the person who came is Ice Lotus Fairy, so he had no choice but to inform Master. Nangongyu looked at Hashi, pondering for a moment before he said, "I'm occupied at the moment, let her wait a while." Qing Long peeked inside the room from a crack in the door, and sure enough, what occupied at the moment, is it taking a bath together with Miss Naylin? Qing Long silently scoffed, yet on the surface he still answered respectfully. "Yes, Master." Just as he was about to leave, he heard Hashi's distinct voice from inside the room. "She doesn't need to wait, he has time now." As Hashi finished speaking, she pushed Nangongyu away while glaring at him, then turned around and pulled herself out of the medicinal tub. Hashi was able to use her spiritual power to quickly dry the clothes on her body. Unfortunately, yellow stains were clearly visible, while there was still a distinct smell of medicine. And although her clothes were now unsightly, she was unable to do anything about it as she didn't have any spare clothes to change into. Fortunately, she was currently wearing men's clothes, so even if she was dressed somewhat sloppily, it wouldn't cause people to pay attention to her on the streets. Once Hashi finished straightening her clothes as much as she could, without bidding farewell, she pulled open the door and rapidly fled the room. The distinct sound of Nangongyu's bright laughter could be heard echoing behind Hashi, causing her to gnash her teeth. Qing Long had thought that he was used to seeing the interactions between his master and Miss Naylin, yet watching this scene, he became shocked and bewildered. What had Master been doing with Miss Naylin for him to reveal such a rarely seen expression? Hashi accelerated as she fled through the courtyard, continuously using one hand to smooth out the wrinkles on her clothes. While she was passing through the courtyard, a group of people were heading towards her. Hashi didn't want to be delayed in Hell King Manor again, and moreover, she obviously didn't know who these people were, so she intended to just ignore them and leave. Yet just when she had turned around to go down another small path, she heard a tender voice shout, "Stop!" Hashi stopped, and looking over, she saw a delicate and beautiful woman dressed in purple separate herself from the group of people. Placing one hand on her hips, she used her other hand to point at Hashi as she angrily said, "How can you work in Hell King Manor when you don't even know to pay your respects to my young miss when you see her?" Hashi narrowed her eyes and coldly said, "Who told you that I work in Hell King Manor?" As Hashi spoke, everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to her face, and once they clearly saw her appearance, they couldn't help but gasp. This youngster was dressed in old and wrinkled robes, and there was only the smallest amount of spiritual power fluctuations coming from his body. But unexpectedly, his features were so radiant and beautiful, especially his eyes. They were like bright and cold gems, sparkling and translucent, they were piercing with their gaze. Because of Hashi's outstanding features, the woman dressed in purple was stunned and forgot how to momentarily speak. But detecting that Hashi's cultivation base was only chi refining stage, disdain was immediately visible in her eyes. You're merely a rude boy who's an insignificant chi refining stage martial artist. Even if you're not one of Hell King Manor's people, if you're able to enter and exit here, you ought to know that my young Miss's status in Hell King Manor is special. It's only natural that you should pay your respects to my young miss. Hashi simply wanted to laugh when she heard this woman's annoying and stupid words. Crossing her arms in front her chest, Hashi coldly looked at the woman. Who's your young miss? Forgive my clumsy eyes, but I don't see any important person here that deserves my respect. Chapter 187, Ice Lotus Fairy. The woman dressed in purple furiously said, my young miss comes from the Feng family. She's the young clan head of the Luli sect, known as the Ice Lotus Fairy. Country bumpkin, don't say that you don't know that Luli sect is one of the 4 greatest sects in the Luo continent. Even here in Hell King Manor, Qing Long, Bai Hu, and the others must respectfully salute my young miss when they see her. It's an honor that a no-name rude boy such as yourself is able to appear in front of my young miss, yet you actually don't know the difference between good and bad. Hashi slightly narrowed her eyes. She despised it the most when people had such an arrogant manner when speaking to her. If you like to kneel and lick the boots of others, that's your choice. It would be better if you didn't provoke me. The woman dressed in purple didn't expect that after she had explained that this young man would unexpectedly not only not express any fear, his manner would instead become more unrestrained. She couldn't help but be furious as she said, you know, my young miss not only has an exquisite appearance, she will also be the future princess of Hell King Manor. Since you dare to be rude to my young miss in Hell King Manor, are you not afraid of His Highness Hell King cutting you two into 8 pieces? The future princess of Hell King Manor. A sharp coldness flashed in Hashi's eyes, while her heart felt like it was being scratched by something. Anger and annoyance surged forth from her chest, making her want to commit murder. But on the surface she only exposed an indifferent smile. So, as it turns out, it's the future princess, but even if it's Hell King's princess, what does that have to do with me? I'm not one of the people from Hell King Manor. Finished speaking, she turned around to leave. Anger flashed across the face of the woman dressed in purple, causing her complexion to turn an unsightly shade of red, while her body violently trembled. With a swish, she pulled out a long sword, and using the approximate force of a meridian stage martial artist, she rushed towards Hashi to stab her. Hashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and seeing the sharp long sword flashing coldly in the sunlight as it headed straight towards her, a corner of her mouth rose in a smirk. Ziyan, don't be rude. Just as the long sword was about to reach Hashi, a crisp and gentle voice could be heard softly scolding in an imposing manner. Immediately, the long sword headed for Hashi was like a kite with its string tugged. Stopping in mid-air, it soon after floated back to the woman dressed in purple. Ziyan gripped the long sword in her hand, stomping her foot as she said, young miss, this rude boy was extremely disrespectful towards you, how can you let him off without teaching him a lesson? Ziyan's eyes gazed at the crowd, and it was at this moment that it parted. A woman wearing a long white muslin skirt slowly separated herself from the huddle of people. When Hashi saw this woman, she felt like there was something glaringly bright before her eyes. Her appearance was elegant and refined, and with a slender and graceful figure, it seemed like she was so attractive that she didn't belong to the mortal realm, especially with her graceful and noble aura. It made her resemble a flower on a high mountain, too far away to be disrespected and played with. While Hashi was sizing up the woman dressed in white, the other party was also examining her. Studying Hashi's exquisite and elegant face that looked like it was crafted by the heavens, the eyes of the woman dressed in white flashed with a trace of darkness. But, when Hashi realized that the woman had only glanced at her for a moment before turning away and dismissing her, Hashi felt like she was just a jumping clown, unworthy of the woman's attention. This kind of arrogance made Hashi very uncomfortable. Young miss, just let me teach this rude boy a proper lesson, okay? Ziyan moved to Ice Lotus Fairy's side, half to appeal, and half to act coquettishly. Suddenly, a graceful and arrogant smile appeared on Ice Lotus Fairy's face. Ziyan, when all is said and done, we're currently in Hell King Manor. Even if you want to teach this rude boy a lesson, it should be up to Hell King Manor's people to undertake it, isn't that right, brother you? Chapter 188, An exceptionally pleasing pair of jade annulus. Hearing this, Ziyan raised her head, and sure enough, there was Hell King. With Nangongyu's tall, handsome, and straight figure before them, she immediately became overjoyed and said, "Miss, sure enough, Hell King personally came to welcome you. Only you are lucky enough to receive this privileged treatment." When Ziyan said this, she purposely raised her voice, not forgetting to occasionally throw contempt-filled looks at Hashi. She did this like she was informing Hashi of the offense she had committed towards a respected person. A corner of Hashi's mouth raised as she noticed that Ice Lotus Fairy had already stepped forward, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she looked at Nangongyu. "Brother Yu, I heard that you were sick, are you feeling better now?" The moment Nangongyu saw Ice Lotus Fairy, the expression in his eyes was no longer indifferent, even his tone became slightly gentler. "Lian Ying, why did you come here?" Ice Lotus Fairy took out a porcelain bottle as she said, "Eldest brother wanted to discuss something with you, and since I was worried about your health, I volunteered to help him by coming over with the information myself. This is medicine that was personally refined by my master, I think this'll certainly be useful for you." Nangongyu didn't receive it, rather, his fathomless eyes glanced towards Hashi. "No need, I have my personal doctor. Although Zhu Kei's medical expertise is excellent, it can't compare to my master's. Brother Yu, it's better that you accept this medicine, don't let Xin Air worry about you 1,000 miles away." "It's not Zhu Kei," Nangongyu sneered faintly. Yet when he saw the pitiful way Ice Lotus Fairy was looking at him, he gave in and accepted the bottle of medicine. But his stare stayed on Hashi the whole time as she stood not too far away, and he explained, "My personal doctor's skills are extremely outstanding. Lian Ying, in the future you don't have to worry me." Ice Lotus Fairy followed Nangongyu's gaze, the arrogant and rude boy's figure entering her sight. She frowned slightly. This youngster's cultivation base is only chi refining stage, so how could he be a doctor? "Brother Yu, is this your new attending medical doctor?" Doctor and attending medical doctor, although there was only an additional 2 words, their positions were as different as heaven and earth. Attending medical doctors normally had a low cultivation base, and could usually only do unskilled work, such as nursing. They weren't proficient in the fields of refining and treatment, so therefore their status was naturally not high at all. Large common households who couldn't afford a high-ranked doctor, would instead hire an attending medical doctor to ensure the health of their family. Ice Lotus Fairy examined Hashi's cultivation base, and upon discovering that she was just a mere chi refining stage martial artist, she naturally suspected that Hashi was just an attending medical doctor. Hearing what was said, Nangongyu laughed quietly, then helplessly said, "An attending medical doctor? I wouldn't trust one. Not to mention, which attending medical doctor would dare to not give their master face?" When the Ice Lotus Fairy heard the loving tone in Nangongyu's voice, her graceful eyebrows wrinkled. This was the first time that she had heard Brother Yu speaking in this tone. Standing at a distance, Hashi watched the 2 people looking at her expectantly and talking softly. Her face was calm and tranquil, completely unmoving. However, her eyes flooded with a cold light. With such a distance, if she were to use her internal energy to eavesdrop, it wouldn't be difficult to understand the content of their dialogue. However, she didn't want to, because this had nothing to do with her. She had originally wanted to distance herself from Nangongyu, wanting to clearly distinguish the gratitude and resentment between the 2 of them, helping them to having nothing to do with each other. Now that she knew he had a future princess, wasn't that good? Watching from a distance, the 2 people were picturesque between the shady trees and blossoming flowers. They resembled a pair of jade annulus, exceptionally attractive. Ziyan's voice suddenly interrupted from the side, filled with pleased laughter. "Boy, do you see it now? His Highness Hell King never lets other people get close easily, but our young miss is an exception. In all of Hell King Manor, who doesn't know that my young miss will become Hell King's future princess? How is it, aren't His Highness Hell King and my young miss very well matched?" Chapter 189, Why Are You Mad? Hashi indifferently said, "Indeed, they're well matched." Hearing this, the smile on Ziyan's face became proud and arrogant. "That's good if you know. My young miss's status, how can you such a lowly person like yourself neglect it? Don't think that just because you can enter and exit Hell King Manor that you can be arrogant and despotic." Ziyan's voice suddenly disappeared with her surprise as she discovered that Hell King was no longer having an intimate chat with her young miss, and was unexpectedly making his way over. Seeing Hell King's handsome face, with his tall and straight figure, both of Ziyan's cheeks instantly blushed. Slightly bowing her head, the corners of her mouth were tinged with the traces of a shy smile. However, Nangongyu didn't pay any attention at all to the existence of Ziyan, rather, he quickly moved in front of Hashi, reaching out his hand to pat her head. "What are you talking about? Why are you so serious that you were even unaware that this king had arrived?" Hashi subconsciously wanted to avoid Nangongyu's hand, but what kind of person was Nangongyu? Now that his strength was back to its peak, how could Hashi avoid him? As a result, he didn't only caress her head, but had also gently pulled her waist into his embrace. The man's deep and quiet laughter echoed in her ears as he said, "You're still angry." Hashi was just about to struggle, when all of a sudden her whole body quivered. She could sense a strong murderous aura coming from behind her, as if someone wanted to dismember her body into 1,000 pieces. But this murderous aura only lasted for a moment, because when Hashi turned to find the source, she could only see the Ice Lotus Fairy's expression lightly examining them, the corners of her mouth lifted into a shallow smile. Her face revealed no clues as to where the aura had come from. Hashi frowned and pushed Nangongyu away. "We're talking about the future princess of Hell King Manor. Indeed, such an ideal couple, a match made in heaven." Nangongyu couldn't help but laugh, and lowering his voice, he leaned close to Hashi's ear and softly whispered, Are you praising yourself?" "Ah, but what you said is right, I like it." Hashi sighed sadly. In the end, does this guy really not understand, or is he pretending to not understand? "Stop acting stupid in front of me, the beauty is over there. Your Highness Hell King, please refrain from teasing me in the future." Nangongyu stared blankly. After their relationship had become more familiar, Hashi rarely called him His Highness Hell King. But when he noticed the sneer on this girl's mouth, and her cold eyes, he realized that she really was angry. But, why is she angry? Nangongyu turned his head to glance at Ice Lotus Fairy standing at a distance from them. With his eyes immediately lighting up with realization, he quietly laughed. Are you jealous?" Hashi unhappily glared at him. "What jealousy are you talking about? You're thinking too much. Just continue receiving your lovable visitor, I'm very busy so I'm leaving now." Nangongyu pulled Hashi back into his arms as she was about to leave, whispering so that only the two of them could hear. "Such an awkward girl, just admit that you like this king. Is it so difficult for you to admit you feel jealous to this king?" Seeing Hashi about to burst, he promptly explained, "Mine and Lian Ying's relationship isn't like what you're thinking. Be good and don't think too much, all right? I'll get Baihu to send you back, as I have a few matters to which I have to handle these next few days. The person who hired the Drought Demon organization to kill you still hasn't been found, so during these days you should stay at home as much as possible, only going out if need be. If there is something you need, find Baihu, and you must constantly wear the imprint that I gave you, so I know whether you're safe or not. As soon as I've finished dealing with this matter, I'll find you." Nangongyu softly kissed the side of her face, his voice gentle. "Obediently wait for me at home, Hashi felt that the surrounding glares on her were so scorching that they felt like they would burn a hole through her clothes. Her face immediately turned red, and she quickly pushed him away again. "No need to have Baihu send me, I can go back on my own." Chapter 190, Are You Looking for Me? Finished speaking, her feet flashed as she rapidly fled away. Hashi didn't realize that her depressed mood had unknowingly changed into a combination of shyness, annoyance, and relief. With the warmth from Nangongyu's kiss still lingering on her cheek, her whole face unknowingly turned red, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. As Ziyan watched Nangongyu and Hashi's interaction from the side, her complexion turned green, then white, and she clenched her jaw so tightly that it almost crushed her white teeth. This youngster, although his appearance was elegant, he was still only a man, so how could Hell King be interested in him? Could it be that the rumors were true, His Highness Hell King really had that kind of hobby? He's cold towards women because he likes men. Then what about her young miss? Ziyan anxiously looked at Ice Lotus Fairy, Feng Lianying, only to see that her expression was still as calm as ever. Her beautiful eyes were as tranquil as water while she gazed at Nangongyu, not even the slightest trace of haziness or darkness could be seen. It wasn't until Nangongyu was sure that He had left his manor, that he turned towards Feng Lianing and said, "Let's go, we can go to the study to talk." Obviously Shi had just left, but he was already impatient to see her again. This is the first time that Nangongyu had understood the expression, "one day apart feels like 3 years." He really hoped that he would be able to marry Shi as soon as possible. Feng Lianing agreed, then seemingly asked unintentionally, "The young master that just left is?" "He's called Shi Yu. Since Shi doesn't like people knowing her identity, he would naturally help her to hide it. My personal doctor, and as far as I'm concerned, a very important person to me." While he was speaking, Nangongyu recalled how the two of them were getting along, his eyes turning soft with love and tenderness. Feng Lianing lowered her gaze, her expression hidden in the shadows. After exiting Hell King Manor, He turned to go down East Street, towards the medicinal ingredients store. Although a lot of spiritual plants were now growing in her space, most of them were somewhat valuable, while the remainder were common spiritual plants used for refining. And because she had used up a large amount of spiritual plants and materials when she had been practicing her refining, she didn't have much supplies left and decided to buy the replacements today. After barely walking around the corner, She abruptly sensed a burst of coldness behind her. It seemed that someone was firmly glaring at her with a strong murderous aura. She steadily continued her pace, the trace of a smirk appearing at a corner of her mouth. Someone wants to follow her. Even back when she had no spiritual power, she was still able to sense Qing Long following her, while the person who was following her now was obviously much weaker compared to Qing Long. The next moment she sped up, her figure completely disappearing by a remote corner. Here there was a small shabby alley, and although it was close to the bustling East Street, it was a place where many beggars liked to sleep at night and was permeated with the stench of unwashed bodies, urine, and feces. Because of this, few people ever ventured near. Several breaths after she disappeared, the figure of a woman dressed in white appeared in the small alley. With no mask covering her face, her delicate and pretty facial features were clearly visible, yet her eyes were filled with killing intent and a touch of surprise. She had definitely seen she enter the alley, but just a breath later, and she had completely lost all traces of her. Obviously she, herself, is at the peak of foundation establishment stage, while the other party is merely a boy on chi refining stage, so how could she have lost him? Just when the woman dressed in white was becoming bewildered, her ears abruptly heard a voice speaking with a cold sneer. "Are you looking for me?" The woman dressed in white was immediately startled, and before her eyes, the youngster's figure very quickly appeared. Under the sunshine, the youngster's skin seemed like sparkling and translucent jade, bright and dazzling. Yet, his beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with cold frost, chilling those that saw them. Chapter 191, Earthbound Spirit Poison. The woman dressed in white felt an indescribable sensation, and couldn't help but quiver all over as she was stared at by those eyes. Immediately after, she realized that the youngster's cultivation base was only a chi refining stage, and she coldly snorted. "Boy, I'll acknowledge that your little trick worked. You were unexpectedly able to cover your tracks. Unfortunately though, you've overestimated your abilities, and if you had escaped a moment ago, perhaps you would have had the opportunity to live. I didn't expect you to be so stupid, delivering yourself to my door. Humph, don't blame me for being ruthless." She slightly raised her brow. "Oh, is that so? So that's to say, you following me the whole way because you intend to kill me. Is she really so easy to bully that people think they're able to come and assassinate her? The account between Drought Demon Organization has yet to be settled, and yet here comes another one." The woman dressed in white coldly said, "At first the order I accepted was to find out your identity, then to look for an opportunity to get rid of you. But now it seems that I don't have to investigate and can just let you die without a burial place, regardless of your identity and background. Haha. So you want to kill me here? What, now you know how to be afraid?" The woman dressed in white burst out into loud laughter. Unfortunately, it's already too late. As she finished speaking, she began to gather her spiritual power, and bringing out her flying sword with a swish, she flew towards Hashi. The flying sword not only headed straight for Hashi with severe power, but also brought with it an icy cold energy, freezing the air around it into frost as it traveled. The most peculiar thing of all, though, was that the spiritual energy in the atmosphere seemed to be absorbed as the flying sword swept past. This caused the momentum of the flying sword to become fiercer, and so as the flying sword drew closer to Hashi, she also sensed the intense suction of spiritual energy. Annoying boy. Go die. Spiritual power ruthlessly rushed forwards from the woman's hand, her delicate and pretty features warped into a sinister smile. Yet the moment the flying sword was about to pierce Hashi, stabbing her weak body, the woman dressed in white thought something flashed before her eyes, and suddenly Hashi had already disappeared from her original position. The woman stared blankly, then she abruptly went white with shock and wanted to recall her flying sword. But the next moment, she found that she couldn't move. With her body frozen with one leg forward, and one leg back, her hands flailed about as she tried to use her spiritual power. This position was very strange and hilarious, yet she was unable to budge even the tiniest bit. The worst part was that she could feel her feet becoming colder and slowly freezing, as if someone was wrapping a layer of mud around her skin. It was at this moment that Hashi's cold voice echoed in her ears. "How is it, do you still want to kill me now?" Panic flashed across the woman's face, her eyes filling with intense dread. What are you doing to me? Why can't I move?" "Oh, this is a type of poison called earthbound spirit poison. I made it for fun in my free time." Moving around to the front of her, Hashi kicked the woman's stiff lower leg, indifferently laughing as she said, "Earthbound spirit poison makes a person's body completely stiff. It's like it becomes possessed by an evil spirit binding them to the ground, causing them to be unable to move a muscle. With time the body deteriorates, gradually becoming stiffer and weaker, until finally, it resembles a stone statue. One touch is all it takes for it to break into a million pieces." The more the woman dressed in white heard, the more pronounced the fear on her face became. She was so afraid, that the muscles in her face started twitching. Hashi nonetheless laughed. "But you don't have to worry, earthbound spirit poison solidification is only really effective on an ordinary person's body. For a martial artist, as long as they have spiritual power to protect themselves, it isn't so easy for them to become a stone statue. Earthbound spirit poison will only hinder you from moving for a few hours, that's all." Chapter 192, Squirrel Human Fish. Hearing this, the woman dressed in white immediately released a sigh of relief, yet before the fear in her eyes could vanish, Hashi continued. "You don't have to worry about earthbound spirit poison, because what you should be worrying about is what I'll be doing to you next." With that, she pointed at the flying sword lying on the ground. Suddenly, the flying sword that had originally belonged to the woman dressed in white leaped into Hashi's hand. Slicing the long sword through the air a few times, Hashi then lightly tapped the sword's edge against the woman's face. The woman dressed in white felt the cold metal and sharp edge against her cheek, and instantly turned pale with fright. "What are you doing? Is there any woman who doesn't appreciate her own beauty? No woman wouldn't feel scared when their face was being threatened." Hashi coldly said, "Speak, who sent you? If you tell me, I'll leave your body intact." The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of alarm, and she immediately shouted, "Since I'll die anyway, why should I tell you anything?" "Oh, such a courageous spirit." Hashi withdrew the long sword, clicking her tongue as she said, "However, don't you know how many kinds of methods there are to kill people? If you're beheaded, you're dead. If you're skinned alive, you're dead. One long slice across the waist with a sword, you're also dead. Do you really think that dying by these methods is all the same?" The complexion of the woman dressed in white quickly became deathly pale. Hashi had only described simple methods of execution, but the woman was already so scared that her whole body was trembling. Unable to bear it any longer, she yelled, "Don't you know who I am? If you kill me, you absolutely won't be able to escape." Abruptly halting her words, the woman dressed in white firmly bit her lips, refusing to continue speaking. A corner of Hashi's mouth curled upwards. "Do you know what my favorite dish is?" The woman dressed in white didn't understand why Hashi suddenly changed the topic to food, yet not daring to speak, she could only firmly glare at Hashi. Hashi continued speaking, "My favorite dish is called squirrel mandarin fish. 1. The so-called squirrel mandarin fish isn't really made with squirrels, rather, it's made with fresh fish. First you slice the fish meat into thin pieces without completely cutting them off, then, you take a spoonful of hot oil and pour it on top. Just listen to the squeaky sounds it makes, it resembles the sounds a real squirrel makes. The delicious and fresh taste that dances on the tip of your tongue, it's a temptation that most top chefs can't resist." The woman dressed in white paled further, while the expression in Hashi's eyes as she looked at her caused the woman's hair to stand on end. Hashi's next words frightened the woman so badly that she nearly fainted. "I know, how about I make you into a squirrel human fish? First, I'll slice the flesh on your body into strips, making sure that the thickness is well distributed so that they won't rip off. Then, I'll place you on a big iron plate to grill you, slowly pouring on the hot oil. I've never made such a big squirrel human fish before, but I believe that the taste will be particularly delicious. As she finished speaking, she examined every inch of the woman's skin, mentally measuring up the material she had to work with. The woman dressed in white was so frightened that she almost collapsed, and as she was on the verge of sobbing, her voice cracked as she spoke, "You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare do that to me." But, without waiting for the woman dressed in white to finish shouting, the long sword in Hashi's hand suddenly waved through the air. The woman let out a miserable shriek, tears and mucus streaming down her face. Where before there was smooth skin on her cheek, there was now a thin piece of flesh hanging down to her neck, exposing the tender pink flesh inside. However, what was weird is that even though this was clearly such a big wound, not the slightest amount of blood could be seen oozing out from it. Hashi lightly laughed. "You still want to say whether I'll dare to or not?" After saying this, she approached and looked at that piece of flesh. "Seems that the thickness of the cut isn't well distributed. Since I haven't made squirrel mandarin fish in such a long time, it seems that my hands have become stiff. I'd better try slicing another section." 1. In making this dish, a whole fish is deboned with the fillet still attached to the tail. The fillet is then cut in a crosshatch pattern and when deep fried, will look like a squirrel in flight. The sauce served with it is sweet, slightly tangy, and pleasantly red. Red is the auspicious color for the Chinese, so this sauce is extremely appropriate for the Chinese New Year. It is the signature dish of the premier restaurant of Jiangsu cuisine, known as Su Xiao Xiao. Apparently, a long time ago, an emperor wanted to eat carp, but carp was forbidden by his own laws. Of course, being the emperor, he wanted to get his way and told his chef that his head would be on the ground if he was not served carp. His chef then had to devise a way to make the carp uncarp-like, and using his unmatched kitchen techniques, made the fish to look like a flying squirrel instead. Another legend has it that during Emperor Qianlong's extensive tour of the south, he caught sight of a particularly frisky carp and, delighted by its apparent zest for life, ordered it to be cooked immediately. In an attempt to capture the fish's former joie de vivre, the chef focused on giving it a reanimated look when he fried it. Others say that the origin of the dish's name lies in the squirrel-like squeaks and squeals that erupt from the flesh when hot sauce is poured over it. Chapter 193, Demon. After Hashi finished speaking, she raised the long sword in her hand. The woman dressed in white saw the cold edge of the sword press closer to her, and was no longer able to endure the painful torture and her fear. Her expression collapsed as she shouted, I'll speak, I beg of you to spare me." "Then speak, on whose order did you come here to kill me?" It was Hell King Manor. "The people from Hell King Manor ordered me to kill you." "Hell King Manor?" Hashi narrowed her eyes. "Why would the people from Hell King Manor want to kill me? And which person is the one who wants to kill me?" The woman's entire body twitched, and with her eyes slightly flickering to the side, she weepingly said, It was Qing Long." "Right, it was Qing Long who ordered me to kill you. Because you're a man, and yet you still dared to seduce His Highness Hell King, ruining His Highness Hell King's reputation. This caused Qing Long and the others to want you dead, so they sent me to kill you." Qing Long wanted to kill her because she used the identity of a man to seduce Nangong Yu. This was simply a big joke. Did they think of her as a 3-year-old foolish son? However, Qing Long, Bai Hu, and the others, already knew that she was a woman. Moreover, if they wanted to kill someone, they wouldn't send such a trashy person to do it for them. Hashi sneered, slicing another chunk of flesh off of the woman's face. "Since you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't have much interest in who wants to kill me anyway. As a matter of fact, you would be better used as a practice dummy for my knife skills." The flesh on the woman's face, and the flesh on her arms, was sliced off piece by piece. The woman dressed in white let out a sharp shriek filled with misery. Even though this type of injury was common for martial artists and could easily be cured, the process of this torture was really too horrible. The woman thought that the person before her eyes was simply a demon, causing her to experience true fear this time. Who knew what kind of terrible punishment would be waiting for her next? The woman dressed in white finally broke into tears. I'll speak, it was Ziyan who ordered me. Please spare me." Ziyan. For a moment, Hashi didn't react to the name Ziyan. Who is she? Why does she want to kill me? The woman dressed in white wept while saying, I'm Bai Ji. I serve my young Mississippi. Compared to me, Ziyan is a higher-ranked servant as she is young Mrs. Personal Maid. Ziyan said that you were seducing His Highness Hell King, causing our young Miss heartbreak, so she ordered me to kill you. As long as I could accomplish this task, she would request that the young Miss raises my status. Hashi's eyebrows slightly pursed. Is your young Miss that Ice Lotus Fairy? That's right. The mention of her young Miss made the woman dressed in white's face to immediately expose an expression of reverence. My young Miss is the Fong family's young Miss, born of the first wife. She is also Luli Sek's young clan head. Throughout all of Mi Luo continent, the only one who is fit to partner with Hell King is my young Mississippi. Who are you? You're a man and yet you're unexpectedly so shameless as to willingly lie low under a man's body. Even attempting to vainly snatch away His Highness Hell King. I'm warning you, you had better release me this instant, otherwise, my young Miss will absolutely not let you off. Okay. The trace of a sneer appeared around the edges of Hashi's mouth. I've heard your warning very clearly. Now as for you, you can go and die already. With her words having barely fallen from her mouth, and without waiting for Baiji to react, Hashi gripped the woman's neck with one hand. Slightly pressing down with her fingers, a crack could be heard echoing down the alley. Baiji's eyes abruptly opened wide, her face filled with horror, and soon, her head drooped down, her neck lacking any strength. She, a second-ranked servant of the Fong family, a martial artist at the peak of foundation establishment stage, in the end was unable to even let out a groan and silently died. Hashi stared at the dead body, not a trace of emotion visible in her eyes. From a pocket near her chest, she then removed a small bottle of corroding bone water, pouring it onto the dead body. Chapter 194, Old Beggarman. A moment later, the dead body issued shoo sounds, followed by clouds of white smoke and a rotten stench that permeated the air. After several breaths, Baiji's dead body disappeared without a trace. After she had finished dealing with Baiji's body, Hashi turned around to leave when suddenly, from behind her, she heard a faint sigh. Such a vicious baby doll. Not even such cruel torture was enough, you even went and destroyed that person's body, exterminating all traces of her. Haha, but whatever, you let me see such a good play. Hashi abruptly quivered all over, then quickly turned around. But once she turned around, it was to discover that there was no one there, it was just an empty alley. Not even a person's shadow could be seen, and yet she had obviously heard someone's voice. Moreover, even though she was releasing her spiritual power and divine sense with all her might, she couldn't sense the slightest hint of another party's existence. How could this be possible? Even if it was Nangong Yu standing in the shadows, her highly perceptive awareness would be able to sense him. In the end, just how powerful was this person? Hashi became frightened, however, on the surface she still looked calm. With her eyes tightly scrutinizing her surroundings, she coldly shouted, "Who are you?" A person who hides their head and only reveals their tail while peeping on others, is that decent behavior? The sound of laughter suddenly echoed throughout the empty alley, and this time since Hashi was listening very carefully, she discovered that it was the voice of a man. Furthermore, it was the voice of an old man. While Hashi was still bewildered, a figure unexpectedly appeared in front of her out of thin air. It was an old man dressed in rags with messy hair and a dirty appearance. As an indescribable stench wafted from his body, he examined Hashi and laughed. Standing in the alley, he would occasionally take long gulps from a broken gourd bottle in one of his hands. An old beggarman such as this could be said to be a common sight on this street. If he were to mix in with the other beggars lying on the ground in piles at night, no one would be able to detect any abnormalities. But at first glance of this person Hashi had felt like she was facing an enemy, and was unwilling to let down her guard in the slightest. Because, even with her extraordinary abilities and how she was able to effortlessly determine Nangong Yu's rank, she was completely unable to determine the rank of the old beggarman before her eyes. And this old beggarman, not only had he been able to follow her without her realizing, but he had also managed to see through her disguise as a man with just a glance. What made Hashi even more apprehensive, was that after Dandan had noticed the old beggarman, he kept shouting at her in a panic from her space. "Mother, I'm afraid. Then hide in the spirit firmament palace and don't dare come out." Dandan's fear, coupled with how she still couldn't sense any spiritual power fluctuations coming from the old beggar man's body, could only prove that the old beggar man's rank was higher than hers. But, Heshi's character has always been one that would rather break than bend. Even if she was facing a strong opponent that would end with a fight to the death, she would never choose to back down and show weakness. Therefore, after only being shocked for a moment, she then coldly asked, "Who are you that you've come to fight for justice for her? Were you that woman's partner?" "Baby doll, your looks are very pretty, but how can your eyesight be so bad? Does this old man look like that woman's partner?" Hearing what she asked, the old beggarman became angry. As he jumped around and pointed at Heshi while scolding her, he completely lacked the poise and refinement of a gentleman. If Heshi hadn't known beforehand that he was a high-level expert, she would seriously think that this was just an insane old man. Heshi sneered. Peeping from the shadows, following someone, and saying bad things behind a person's back, those things don't count as decent behavior, right? The old man choked, his beard whipping furiously through the air as he replied, "This old man is clearly an honorable and moral person. How could this be considered as peeping? It's you, baby doll's ability that's not decent. Just because you were unable to discover this old man's presence, why do you have to blame me?" Heshi was too lazy to pay attention to this old beggarman who seemed like an annoying troublemaker any longer. Since he had no malice towards her, then it wasn't necessary for her to debate with him anymore. Chapter 195, Surprise Attack. Unfortunately, Heshi had barely lifted her foot to walk away, when she abruptly felt a burst of coldness coming from behind her. The next moment she sensed a strong force of spiritual power, honed into a sharp blade, heading towards her spine at the speed of lightning. Without time to think, she removed her whip from her space. Rotating her body 180 degrees, she used the momentum of her turn to firmly whip the weapon that was attacking her. A crack echoed down the alley, and the tip of the bone whip scraped against the ground, causing a burst of sparks to fly into the air. However, the weapon that had been attacking her surprisingly disappeared without a trace, only to unexpectedly reappear swaying before her eyes. Heshi's mouth flattened into a thin line. She hadn't expected that it would be a gourd bottle that was attacking her. The gourd bottle was now swaying in the air as it floated before her, occasionally nodding forward, as if it was mocking Heshi for her incompetence. Heshi glared at the old man. "Didn't you just say that you and her weren't partners?" The old beggarman scratched at the louse on his head, and while laughing mischievously, he said, "Of course this old man isn't her partner. But you wrongly accused me, baby doll, and if I don't do anything as payback, then how could this old man have any face?" As Heshi's expression sank, she turned around to escape by using her evade technique. Unfortunately, even though her movements were fast, the gourd bottle ended up being faster than her. Practically every time she would try to use her evade technique to leave, the gourd bottle would completely intercept her. When Heshi used her bone whip to attack, the gourd bottle would dodge and withdraw to a safe distance, swinging its rotund body as it continued to ridicule her efforts. Heshi's eyes slowly hardened. It seemed like the gourd bottle was able to clearly read her mind, as it was able to predict her every action. Since there was no way to guess what her opponent's first strike would be, she could only catch him off guard with a surprise attack. With her next course of action planned, Heshi pretended to use her evade technique, and sure enough, the gourd bottle went to attack her with a strong amount of spiritual pressure. Yet Heshi not only didn't stop this time, rather, she released all of her spiritual power. So without retreating, and instead continuing forward, her whole body was like a sharply honed blade as she dashed towards the gourd bottle. In a split second, Heshi's whole body released a bitingly cold, murderous aura that could cause people to tremble. The old beggar man's expression abruptly changed. Originally he had had the look of one watching a good play, but now he was slightly startled as he stared blankly at Heshi. And due to his absent-mindedness, the gourd bottle's attacks halted and it froze in midair. With a loud crack, the gourd bottle was split in half by the bone whip, before it then shattered into hundreds of small pieces and fell to the ground. This caused the spiritual wine inside to cascade out, permeating the air of the alley with the smell of wine. The old beggarman stared blankly once again, then immediately rushed over to the gourd bottle in distress. As he reached the puddle of wine, he repeatedly walked around it as he breathed in the fragrance of wine. "Ah, my wine, my divine wine. You must be a girl who's unable to tell the difference between good and bad. Do you know that this wine isn't easy to get? Only after trading away 1,000 treasures was I finally able to get this small amount. Did you know that throughout all of Yanjing City there isn't a second bottle?" Heshi raised her nose into the air, disgust promptly revealing itself on her face. "What divine wine? According to what she had seen, calling it imitation wine would be good enough. It could in Northwest way come close to matching the spiritual wine that she currently had fermenting in the 9th secluded spirit spring. When she thought of the fruit wine that she had brewed in her past life, she knew that even the taste of this wine was incomparable to that. Apart from the small amount of spiritual energy that the spilled wine had held, what was so special about it? Furthermore, being unable to find another bottle in all of Yanjing City. Why not just say that you hadn't seen another one in the whole world? The old beggarman grabbed Hashi's shoulders and yelled, "I don't care. Baby doll, it's you who knocked over my wine, so quickly replace it as compensation. Otherwise, I'll finish you." Hashi's complexion turned black and she glared at him. "What do you mean, you smelly old man? It was obviously you who attacked first, so why should I compensate you?" "I don't care." The old beggarman was furious. "You had better compensate me for my precious divine wine. If you don't, then in the future, you can just become my little maiden girl." 1. Similar to the concept of child angels in the West, maiden girls and boys are children who serve the deities in heaven or temples. Chapter 196, Tantalizing Wine. As the old beggar man's implication fell, Hashi felt the spiritual power within her body suddenly freeze. She didn't feel any obvious spiritual power pressure, yet her limbs were pinned in place, and she was unable to take even a single step. Hashi's complexion changed greatly, feeling somewhat helpless before this shameless old scoundrel. If she didn't compensate him with wine, maybe he really would turn her into a maiden girl. She unhappily said, "Okay, so it's just a broken bottle of wine, right? So if I just compensate you it'll be okay. Stop trying to fool me." The old beggarman in no way trusted her. "Do you know where divine wine can be found? Which spiritual kitchen has a master vintner?" "Why should I know that?" Hashi sneered. "I only know that the wine I ferment is 100 times better than your spilled divine wine. If you don't believe me, release me, and I'll immediately bring it out and give it to you." The old beggarman was stumped for words and stared blankly at Hashi. Slowly, suspicion crept onto his face. "Baby doll, don't think that you can deceive this old man." With that, his eyes flashed, and Hashi felt movement return to her limbs again. With a calm and collected face, she fished out a jug of her potent wine from the 9th secluded spirit spring. This wine was an imitation of Chinese white wine from her past life, and since it was made with the spiritual fruit from her space and diluted with spirit spring water, an ordinary person would become completely drunk with only 1 cup. "Humph, it's best if you drink till death, old man." The old beggarman had originally believed that Hashi was only talking big, as after all, even the top spiritual kitchen in Miluo continent didn't necessarily have a master vintner. She was just a little teenage girl, how would she able to ferment good wine? However, when Hashi's hand held out a small black wine jug, the old beggar man's expression suddenly changed. From where he stood, he inhaled and tried to smell the contents of the wine jug, then he deeply inhaled again. His muddy eyes immediately lit up, and his gaze focused on the wine jug with such concentration that it was like he was trying to burn a hole through it. It was covered with a lid and yet he could already smell the potent tang of alcohol, if the lid was removed so that he could drink the wine. Gulp, the old beggarman sucked in an exaggerated breath. As fast as he could, he snatched the wine jug from Hashi's hand and opened the lid. For a moment, a strong fragrance mixed with spicy undertones assaulted their senses. The scent of Hashi's handmade wine overpowered the fragrance of the spilled divine wine in the alley, as it was far more potent. The old beggarman hurriedly held the wine jug to his lips and swallowed a few hearty mouthfuls. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Such potent wine. This is truly a superb wine, ha ha ha, here I've been claiming in vain to be a wine connoisseur, and yet the divine wine that I drank is simply plain bath water compared to this. Hashi was too lazy to watch the smelly old beggarman go crazy with his exuberance, and since the debt between them had been settled, she turned around to leave. When the old beggarman saw that she was about to leave, he suddenly shouted anxiously, "Hey, baby doll, don't go. This wine is really something you fermented by yourself." Hashi coldly replied, "Yeah, so what?" The old beggar man's eyes shone brightly, and he swallowed down the saliva pooling in his mouth. "Then when you were threatening that woman, when you said something about squirrel mandarin fish, was that also true? Is the dish really so delicious?" Hashi frowned, and asked with impatience, "In the end, what is it that you want?" This smelly old man still hasn't settled matters yet. The old man smiled mischievously, and randomly grabbing at his straw-like hair, he licked the edges of his lips. Baby doll, I see that you're still young, yet have courage, insight, and talented hands. Have you got any past experience? Have you paid your respects to a sect master yet? Mind your own business. However, Hashi had barely finished speaking when she abruptly felt a burst of formless spiritual power surround her. This spiritual power barrier didn't have a murderous or threatening aura, but it caused her to be unable to move her body once again. Moreover, she had the terrible feeling that her entire body was being thoroughly examined. Chapter 197, Reluctantly Accept You as a Disciple. Hashi's face twisted in anger, and when her body was free to move again, she threw a handful of invisible needles at the old beggarman. The old beggarman dodged with an exaggerated movement while laughing mischievously. Baby doll, while your appearance is pretty good, your temperament, however, needs some work. This old man just wanted to test the level of your body's innate talent, to see whether or not you had the qualifications to become my disciple. Ah, it's not bad at all. Your temperament, strength, and the outstanding innate talent that you already possess at such a young age, all are considered rare qualities in the Jinling Kingdom. Since it's like this old man volunteers to tackle the difficult job of accepting you as my disciple. Hashi became enraged due to this smelly old beggar man's nonsense. She had never before met such a shameless troublemaker who wanted to rush in and accept a disciple. What's more, he even did it with an extremely reluctant attitude. Smelly old man, have you consumed so much wine that it's made you foolish? This young lady has no need of a sect master, and furthermore, I have no need of any type of master. There's no need for you to reluctantly do something you don't want to, as I'm unwilling to pay my respects to you as a master anyway. Finished speaking, Hashi turned around to leave without looking back. Hey, you undiscriminating baby doll, do you know who I am? The old beggarman angrily shouted at Hashi's back. Have you heard of the name Taoist spiritual master Xian Qing before? Go to any random large sect in Jinling Kingdom and see which ones dare not worship me, cough cough. In short, you know, throughout all of heaven and earth there are many people who want to pay respects to me as a master, yet I'm not willing to accept them. Today, I've given you a massive opportunity and have accepted you as my disciple, and yet baby doll, you would actually dare to ignore me. The old beggarman proudly spoke with his nose in the air, waiting for Hashi to return and beg to be his disciple. However, when he glanced in her direction, what was reflected into his eyes was the little girl's retreating figure as she walked further away into the distance. The old beggarman was stunned. He didn't expect that he, someone who was born many years ago, would actually have to sell himself as a master, and yet would still be refused. This baby doll didn't have any foresight, she was simply unable to tell the good from the bad. However, when he thought of that endlessly good wine, and remembered the name of food he had never heard of before, squirrel mandarin fish, gulp. Swallowing his saliva, the old beggarman promptly tossed the dignified manner of a master to the back of his mind, and not caring about his image, he chased after her. Hey, baby doll, is it because you don't believe in my skills? How about this old man demonstrates them for you? I won't move either my hands or my feet, and you see if you can land 3 hits on me. If you can't touch me, you lose. Would you then pay your respects to me as a master? Baby doll, do you know how many benefits you'll gain if you follow me? In the future, all of me Luo continent's handsome bachelors will line up and follow you. No matter how many of them you want, master will give them all to you. The whole time they were walking, Hashi felt like there was a fly continuously buzzing in her ears. This behavior of non-stop chatter and bargaining, which was completely unlike the usual composure of a master, was similar to the multi-level marketing schemes from her past life. Hashi was now beginning to wonder if her initial perception of him was wrong. In fact, she was now starting to think that he wasn't an expert sect master, and that he was just a genuine crazy man. As they made their way through Yanjing City, Hashi took note of Yanjing City's current situation. She discovered that after the spiritual power vortex had brought misfortune to the city, these past few days, the city had slowly recovered from its shock. Now a small number of people were starting to talk and guess about that unusual phenomenon, while the rest of the population were equally concerned and excited about exploring Tsang Mountain to find where the secret territory was located. This situation, while it wasn't the greatest, was enough to make Hashi sigh in relief. If someone had been able to track the spiritual power vortex, there was a chance that it could lead back to her in the future. Like an ordinary person that was falsely charged with a crime, perhaps she would unexpectedly encounter a variety of martial artists that would attack her from all sides. Or worse, they could try to use her for strange research and experiments. Even with all this, there was still one thing that caused Hashi to be in an excellent mood. Chapter 198, Shameless Old Men. This was due to the withered spiritual plants and spiritual herbs found in Yanjing City. Because of the spiritual power vortex draining the energy out of them, the price for just one spiritual plant stock, or one spiritual herb stock, would now greatly increase. And since all the spiritual plants in Yanjing City were now withered, including the ones stored in jade boxes, people who refined pills and used the spiritual plants for medical treatments, now had no other choice than to purchase them from outside the city. Thus, this would cause the price of medicinal pills and spiritual plants to naturally rise at a frantic pace. Hashi recalled the medical herbs, and the large pile of first-grade medicinal pills that she had just finished refining in her space. As a corner of her mouth perked up, a sly smile was reflected in her eyes. It seemed that an opportunity for her to make a fortune had finally arrived. The old beggarman following beside Hashi noticed that her expression changed. Rolling his eyes, he laughed as he said, "Oh, I wonder if you've heard about the unusual phenomenon that occurred a few nights ago. It was so dramatic that even the drunk in me was awoken by that thing. TSK, I wonder what sort of senseless person advanced in rank and caused such a huge commotion. If other people had observed this, it would certainly be disastrous. Although, with this so-called unusual phenomenon, there must certainly be treasures. On the surface it appears that the influential families haven't yet made a move, but secretly, they must be looking for the source. Hey, it'll surely be very lively in Yanjing City in the future, right?" As the old beggarman was talking, every so often he would glance at Hashi's face to gauge her reactions. With what he was implying, it was clear that he already knew Hashi was the main culprit behind the phenomenon. Hashi wasn't surprised that the old beggarman knew. When she had been wrapped up in the old beggarman's spiritual power a while ago, she was unable to shield herself and had felt like everything was visible to him. This included the secret of her space and muddled dantian. But there was no greed or killing intent in the old beggarman's eyes. Instead, there was cunningness and delight, like he was watching a good show. Hashi's face was blank as she spoke. "Oh, is that so? Such a mystical scene, I wish I had also seen it. Unfortunately, I wasn't in the city that day, so I didn't get to see it." The old beggarman's eyebrows raised and he lightly laughed. "Baby doll, it's okay to try and deceive others, but it's naive of you to try and lie to this old man. If I'm not mistaken, the seal within your body was only lifted a short while ago, right? That seal was rather complicated. If that seal had been at its strongest, then even this old man would have had to expend a lot of energy to remove it. For you to have been able to lift the seal so you could advance in rank, you would have naturally required a great amount of spiritual power. Calculating the time of your advancement, it seems to coincide with the time the unusual phenomenon occurred." Speaking until here, the smile on the old beggar man's face became somewhat wicked. "You tell me, with so many coincidences, if it was noticed by anyone observant, wouldn't they suspect you? I'm afraid that many influential families would assume the worst and not let you off." Hashi stopped walking and coldly looked at him. "In the end, what is it that you want?" The old beggarman was startled, promptly repeating his request. "Pay your respects to me as a master. And then give me delicious food every day." Without the slightest hesitation, Hashi shook her head. "No. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak your secrets?" The old beggarman asked in disbelief. "Why is this girl so stubborn?" Hashi sneered, splaying out her hands palm up before her. "Do whatever you wish. Even if he leaked her secrets, so what? Without evidence, how would he be able to prove it? As long as Dandan's existence wasn't revealed, based only on her unsealed muddled dantian, she really didn't believe that she would be hunted down by the martial artists of Miluo continent. As for those who offended her, she wouldn't hold back and would pay them back 100-fold. Of course, the most important thing is that Hashi had now come to a conclusion. Such a thing as daring to make another person's secret public, it really was a degrading act. This old beggarman who claimed to be Taoist spiritual master Xian Qing, he was simply not worth thinking about. Chapter 199, Destined Person. When the old beggarman noticed Hashi's carefree attitude, he became incensed. Since the start he had been speaking until the skin on his lips became chapped, yet this little girl remained completely unmoved. Paying respects to him as a master was an opportunity that people yearned for, something they dreamed about. Yet why is there such a smelly girl in this world who didn't even put him in her eyes? And yet even though this little girl had nothing but disdain for him, he was still following her. At first it was only for food, but now, he wanted to make this girl kowtow before him for just one breath. To think that he was the dignified Taoist spiritual master Xian Qin, could it be that he would have to yield to a little girl? What a joke! During the old beggar man's endless talking, He finally arrived at the foot of Tsang Mountain. Currently, there were countless martial artists gathered on the east side of Tsang Mountain. What made He apprehensive though, was that compared to the previous collection of Meridian stage martial artists, there were now even several gold core stage martial artists loitering around too. Most of them circled around the base of Tsang Mountain, while everyone's eyes were trying to fixedly stare into the depths of Tsang Mountain. Sometimes they would look at each other with mutual understanding, their eyes brimming with a sparkling radiance. However, the strangest part was, that amongst all these cultivators, no one dared to enter the depths of Tsang Mountain. Even the several low-level martial artists that had still been lingering around Tsang Mountain a few days ago were now no longer visible. The people standing at the foot of Tsang Mountain had clearly reached a consensus. Now they were waiting at the foot of Tsang Mountain, waiting for an important moment to approach. In the end, what was actually inside Tsang Mountain that made this group of people so determined to wait? But after seeing so many gold core stage martial artists, and even the arrival of a few nascent soul stage martial artists, she completely stopped that train of thought. She was arrogant, but she wasn't conceited enough to think that she could handle 2 gold core stage martial artists. There was only one choice: if there was a group of gold core stage martial artists against her, then of course she would run away. What caused He to rejoice though, is that even all the martial artists were congregating around Tsang Mountain. Apparently everyone was already determined to focus on the direction of the entrance, which was on the west side of Tsang Mountain. And since Tsang Mountain was so vast, the north side was located on the other side of the country. Therefore, looking at the current situation, it seemed that her courtyard was still safe. Since the group of martial artists' eyes were all focused towards the west side, no one would come to inquire about a remote and shabby courtyard on the east side of Tsang Mountain. He let out a sigh of relief, but then noticed that somewhere along the way the noisy old beggarman had suddenly become quiet. He turned to see that the old beggarman was frowning as he pointedly looked at Tsang Mountain. He then quietly muttered, "I didn't expect that so many people would already be here, could it be that it really is?" His next few words were too vague and muffled for He to make out. Turning slightly to glance at He continued and said, "Perhaps this was fated, and you're the destined person." "What destined person? Has this old beggarman become insane? Instead of talking nonsense, he's now talking about something strange." However, watching the martial artists and the old beggar man's countenance, it seemed like there really was a secret territory hidden within Tsang Mountain. It was obviously a mountain without spiritual energy, and even the spiritual plants and spiritual beasts lacked spiritual energy, so how could there be a secret place? "Baby doll, do you want to go to the secret territory?" The old beggar man's voice suddenly echoed in her ears, and He instantly responded with, "I don't want to." The old beggar man's patient expression immediately stiffened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Baby doll, don't you know about the 1,000-year-old secret territory? It's a treasure-filled land that all martial artists yearn to find. Home to a countless number of treasures, there's also the opportunity that you might find something beyond your wildest dreams. Why don't you want to go?" Chapter 200, Help You. What's the matter with this girl? She's so stubborn that she won't listen to anyone's advice. Even the secret territory that made all the martial artists go crazy wasn't tempting enough for her. She completely lacked any greediness. In the end, was this girl normal? She sneered coldly, and with an indistinct expression in her eyes as she watched the group of martial artists, she indifferently said, "I would like to see the secret territory and treasure, but compared to those things, I cherish my life more. Do you think that I'd be able to beat those people?" The old beggarman wanted to say, "But isn't there still me as a master?" But when he heard He continue speaking, he decided to keep quiet. "The things that I want in life, I will personally grab them. If I desire status, I'll climb up step by step. What has been taken from me will one day belong to me again, and if it isn't mine, it's useless to fight for it." Finished speaking, and without the slightest hesitation, she turned around and walked over to her small courtyard. Remaining where he stood, the old beggarman stroked his beard. He then clicked his tongue and shook his head. Baby doll's character is so stubborn. Doesn't she have any ambition? Just because you don't want to let this old man help you, you think I'd listen to your words? He, this old man will help you. When the time comes, baby doll, you'll owe me a huge favor. You not paying your respects to me as a master is impossible, my delicious food, gulp. As soon as He returned to her courtyard, she was greeted with enthusiasm from wet nurse Chen, Xiaoli, and the others. Xiaoli hugged He's arm, fondness shining on her face as she said, "Miss, why did you go out for so long? I missed you." "That's right, miss." Wet nurse Chen sized He up, examining her clothes to see if there were any tears. "You're a precious eldest miss. Even if you disguise yourself as a man, how can you stay outside overnight? If someone conspired against you and ruined your reputation, how would that be good?" Inexplicably, He recalled Nangong Yu's shameless flirting and teasing. When she remembered that he had told all of Hell King Manor's attendants to address her as princess, a blush immediately crept up her cheeks. After obediently listening to wet nurse Chen's nagging, and indulging Xiaoli's pampered child antics, He took their pulses. Xiaoli's body was recovering very well. Although her lost tail wouldn't grow back for a long time, the spiritual power within her body was abundant, and she no longer needed to worry that her identity would be discovered by people. Moreover, seeing her rosy complexion, the happy smile on her face, and her continuous chatter, with one look anyone would know that her life in He's courtyard was very good. Her whole countenance was far more cheerful than previously, and she was no longer that shy, pale little girl who would hide behind her brother. As for the condition of wet nurse Chen's body, that was a little bit more complicated. After all, it's an old illness, and added with the fact that she hadn't been able to cultivate these past few years, all of her meridians had long since dried up. Therefore, for her to restore all of her lost strength, she would require a long period of rest. However, her dantian had already begun to accumulate spiritual power, so she would soon reach the third rank of qi refining stage. Wet nurse Chen wiped her tears, sighing with sorrow. "Miss, your medical skills are really amazing. This old servant never thought that she would be able to cultivate in this lifetime ever again. This must be Madame's soul in heaven blessing and protecting you. Miss, in the future, you might possibly marry a good person, then when the time comes that I go to the underworld, this old servant will be able to inform Madame." She couldn't even force out a bitter laugh. Doesn't wet nurse Chen know that following in the wake of cultivation, a person's body will become younger? Yet she's already planning what she will inform Madame of when she arrives in the underworld. Although the people around her she nagged and worried, it was all done out of concern and care for her. In her past life, she had never experienced these kind of emotions aimed towards her before. It caused her to feel an indescribable fondness for these people. After dismissing wet nurse Chen and Xiaoli, she summoned Shi Jia. When he arrived, she then fished out a pill and gave it to him. Chapter 201, Completion of Qi Refining Stage. This medicinal pill was something she had refined in Hell King Manor. Although it was a grade 1 medicinal pill, it wasn't made following a prescription used in Miluo continent, or one that was from the overflowing cauldron pill scripture. Rather, it was made according to Shi Jia and the others' body types, combined with a kind of intensifier to strengthen a cultivator's physique. This medicinal pill prescription was something that was listed in the overflowing cauldron pill scripture, but then He had improved on it, creating the current prescription by herself. At first she had failed several times, until the last time, when she finally succeeded in her refining. As a result, she was only able to make a total of 30 pills. He pointed at the medicinal pill and said to Shi Jia, "I've checked the descriptions of Miluo continent's medicinal pills, and found that they were basically focused on refining the spiritual power of a martial artist. Yet for all of you, you're all walking on a different path compared to an ordinary martial artist. Therefore, based on your unusual physical and spiritual advancement road, I specially refined this medicinal pill for you. However, I don't know whether or not this medicinal pill will have side effects, and I also don't know whether or not it will be able to help you advance to foundation establishment stage. You can choose to eat it or not." Actually, He already knew that this medicinal pill wouldn't have any side effects. She knew that its biggest effect was to enhance a person's strength and speed, tempering a martial artist's muscles and bones, all so that their body could achieve the result of resistance to spiritual power attacks. However, when all was said and done, this was the first time that she had refined anything. Moreover, it was her self-created prescription. So just in case, she wanted to explain it all to Shi Jia and the others. But before He had even finished speaking, without hesitation, Shi Jia picked up the medicinal pill and swallowed it. After a moment, Shi Jia felt heat in his abdomen. Following this, his meridians, including his dantian that had been devoid of spiritual power, suddenly became boiling hot. It was as if there was a steady flow of heat surging throughout his entire body. He told him, the force that is currently surging throughout your body will enter your meridians, circulating your body 12 times. After each lap, your body's strength will increase. Shi Jia promptly sat cross-legged, and in accordance with He's instructions, he began to slowly absorb this powerful force. An hour later, Shi Jia rose from the ground with astonishment plastered across his face. Lifting one of his hands before his eyes, he formed a fist, and he seemed to hear each individual joint crack. It was like his body was now covered in a fine dusting of gold. Miss, I believe I've perfectly completed Qi refining stage. Shi Jia shouted in pleasant surprise. In just 1 short hour he had gone from being 9th ranked Qi refining stage, to actually having completed it. This is something which he had never before believed possible, and yet, to his astonishment, young Miss had helped him to accomplish it. He nodded and said, "Disperse these medicinal pills to everyone. I want to see the results they have on everyone, so this time it's only 1 per person." "Yes, Miss." Shi Jia suppressed his excitement, taking the medicinal pills from He's hand. "Once my brothers receive the medicinal pills, they will certainly be happy." He then asked, "How's the situation surrounding Tsang Mountain been these past few days?" Shi Jia swiftly repressed his joyful expression and respectfully said, answering Miss, "The past few days a lot more people have come to visit Tsang Mountain, but they mostly focus on the west side of Tsang Mountain. A few days ago we had a number of martial artists examining our surroundings, but after that, no one has come here again. This subordinate sent people to secretly investigate the martial artists gathering around the west side of Tsang Mountain, and discovered that not only are some of the martial artists from influential families and Jinling sects, there are also martial artists from other countries, as well as people from the royal family. Previously quite a few conflicts occurred between the groups, but now it seems to have calmed down. Although, even when they do fight, they fight at a distance, as if they were afraid to alarm something inside Tsang Mountain." He frowned. Regardless of what happens outside, don't bother about it. Don't go near the west side of Tsang Mountain. At the moment a lot of gold core stage martial artists have gathered there, and with your current strength, you wouldn't be unable to provoke them and live. When you go out try to be careful, don't let people discover you. Chapter 202, Lonely Dandan. Shi Jia quickly nodded. "Yes, Miss. I will warn everyone here to be careful and to pay attention to their surroundings." He nodded. "You may go. With regards to your training, you can now start to enter the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage? Miss had once said that as long as they could get through the 2nd stage's training, that they would then have the strength to fight Foundation Establishment stage martial artists. Shi Jia nodded excitedly and accepted the medicinal pills from He's hand. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and respectfully asked, "Miss, may I ask, what are these medicinal pills called?" He stared blankly. Name. Those pills were something that she had only recently created. How could she know what they were called? "I haven't thought of a name yet," He couldn't care less about it and said, "You can all think of a name for it yourselves. Moreover, it was specially refined. For all of you anyway." Hearing that, Shi Jia was immediately filled with delight as he ran off. He and the other servants weren't foolish, they knew how precious this medicine was. Just 1 pill was enough to finally temper an ordinary person's spiritual root constitution, helping their strength to equal that of a martial artist's after they had used supplement pills and cultivation methods. If the medicinal pills were to be sold on the market, they would absolutely be extremely expensive. However, Miss not only gave it to them without hesitation, she even gave them the right to name it. This was a big honor, it showed how much she trusted them. She didn't expect that just because she was too lazy to think of a name, Shi Jia would imagine such complicated meanings behind her action. What's more, she didn't expect that the illiterate Shi Jia and others would straightforwardly name the medicinal pills invigorating pills. It was unknown now, but in the future, invigorating pills would become extremely famous in Miluo continent, and this horrible name would be forever engraved in every martial artist's memories. After dismissing Shijia, Hashi returned to her room and entered her space. What Hashi had learnt in Yanjing City before had made her realize that now was a good time to make money. But first, she would need to clean up her inventory and then she could sell it all for a high price. Straight after entering her space, Hashi caught sight of Dandan sitting on a pile of mountain melon fruit. With an unhappy expression on its face, it bit into a melon and kicked its small feet in the air. Its fat round face was filled with loneliness and sadness. Once Dandan noticed Hashi, it cried out cheerfully. Throwing away the melon, it then pounced towards Hashi. "Mother, why are you only coming and seeing me now? I was almost bored to death in here." "What, mother? I don't want to stay alone in here anymore, I want to go outside and accompany you." Seeing him like this, Hashi felt somewhat sorry. Although her space was vast and rich in spiritual energy, there was only Dandan living alone in here after all, so if she didn't come, then he would certainly be lonely. Hashi appeased Dandan for a moment, and only after the small guy had calmed down, did the two of them then proceed to start working on the spiritual field. Dandan had the nature of a filial son. A moment ago he was still weeping with an aggrieved and pitiful expression, but now that he was accompanying Hashi, he promptly tossed his loneliness to the back of his mind. Yet one moment he was helping Hashi with the farming, and the next he was running circles around her. Running around crazily in the ancient rhyme spiritual field, he made a flower garland and placed it on the top of his head. "Mother, does Dandan look good?" Having a chubby and plump small guy, with a garland of flowers on top of his head asking whether or not he looked good, Hashi couldn't resist laughing inside. Plastering an expression of admiration and praise onto her face, she nodded. "Aha, Dandan is the handsomest." Dandan immediately became cheerful, then continued to run around the spiritual field in glee. With his silver bell-like laughter echoing in Hashi's ears, her mood became light and tranquil. Chapter 203, Adorable Little Pig. Of course, what made Hashi the happiest was the nature-defying harvest from the ancient rhyme spiritual field. Looking at the small mountain of spiritual vegetables, spiritual fruits, and spiritual herbs, Hashi's eyebrows raised with delight. In her mind, she calculated the amount of crystal stones she could earn. After she gained the crystal stones, she could use them to reorganize and expand her small courtyard. With all the activity surrounding Tsang Mountain, she wanted to shore up her courtyard's defenses. Once she had finished sorting out the ancient rhyme spiritual field, she realized that it was now morning outside her space. Stretching out her body, Hashi stroked Dandan's small head. "Okay, I'm going to go now. You behave in here, I'll come and visit you often." No, Dandan tightly clutched Hashi's clothes with tears streaming down his cheeks, unwilling to release her. "Mother, let me go out with you, okay?" Dandan's big, watery, and misty eyes were a weapon that no one could resist. Yet although Hashi felt distressed for a moment, she still firmly shook her head. "No, don't you remember what old Manshumi said? If people were to recognize you, it would be very dangerous. Besides, your appearance is so unusual that it would definitely attract attention." Hearing this, Dandan immediately began crying and rolling about on the ground. Sobbing and sniffling, he refused to speak, instead continuing to loudly weep. This kind of attitude would melt the heart of anyone, even the most hard-hearted person. Hashi sighed. "Dandan, it isn't that I don't want to bring you out, it's just that your appearance is honestly too extraordinary. If I were to let you out, you and I will both be in danger. Unless, you can change your appearance into something less conspicuous." Dandan blinked his big eyes, his golden bean-shaped tears immediately stopping. Lifting his small head, he said, "Change my appearance, like this." Dandan's voice had barely faded, when a roast suckling pig suddenly appeared before her eyes. The eyes of the roast suckling pig rolled around, looking extremely ridiculous. But aside from that, all the other details, including the alluring fragrance, were exactly the same as with the roast suckling pig that Hashi had previously made. Hashi watched as this roast suckling pig blinked its big eyes, and when it hopped around on its short legs, she couldn't help but laugh. Could her Dandan be any more amusing? While Dandan jumped about excitedly, he asked, Mother, is it okay like this? Dandan's spiritual power doesn't leak either." This was true, Dandan had changed into a roast suckling pig, and except for his eyes, there was nothing unusual about him. He was just like a roast suckling pig, and even with Hashi's sharp senses, she was unable to detect any spiritual power fluctuations coming from his body. It seemed that Dandan's transformation technique, and a common martial artist's transformation technique, were completely different. An ordinary person really wouldn't be able to notice at all. Hashi pondered for a moment, then said to Dandan, "Dandan, change the color of your skin into a pale pink, exactly like that. Now change your height, become a bit smaller. Shorten your nose a little." Under Hashi's instructions, Dandan's appearance changed little by little, until finally, an adorable pale pink little pig stood before her. She had seen this little pig on television before in her past life. It was the leading character of an animated film named McDull, one, who was once extremely popular in her past life. Since Hashi was an assassin in her previous life, she naturally hadn't had any time to watch cartoons. But once, when she was carrying out a mission, she had glanced at a television and her mind automatically remembered its image. So when Dandan had turned into a roast suckling pig, she naturally thought of it. Looking at Dandan's version of McDull, Hashi nodded. Perfect. Now, you can go out with me." Hashi intended to first test out his appearance in her courtyard. If the people in her courtyard were unable to make out anything unusual about Dandan, then the risk of taking Dandan out of her courtyard with her would be much smaller. 1. McDull. LOL. Chapter 204, Faithful Follower. The result, contrary to Hashi's expectations, was that Dandan's little pale pink pig appearance was unexpectedly well received by Xiaoli, Wet Nurse Chen, and the rest of the women in her courtyard. In fact, their love of Dandan was extremely intense. Even the only female amongst the slaves, Shigue, was affected. When she saw Dandan, her eyes shone brightly, while her expression revealed her wish to hold him tightly in her arms. Xiaoli, on the other hand, didn't have the same reservations, and promptly hugged Dandan. She then rubbed her small face on his soft and tender skin, her expression as serious as a daughter-in-law's as she asked, "Miss, is this your spirit pet? Too adorable. How can there be such an adorable spirit pet in Luo continent?" Hearing Xiaoli's words, a corner of Hashi's mouth twitched. Because, at the same time in her mind, she could hear Dandan's angry yells. "Mother, this nine-tailed fox is too much. I'm a primary spirit. How can she pinch me like this? This is simply disgraceful. Can I eat her, mother?" "Hashi, you can't." Dandan immediately began crying. "Then mother, quickly help me. Dandan doesn't want to be kissed and hugged by such an odd girl. Dandan's chastity will be damaged." "Chastity? I see your integrity seems to have been washed away." Hashi firmly ignored the two small animals, and turned around to describe her business proposal to Zhangsan. The current Zhangsan had long since stopped being a wicked servant and taking advantage of his position to bully others. After becoming Hashi's servant and succeeding in advancing his cultivation base, he was now Hashi's faithful follower. Servants were usually poor people who were sent to serve as servants for the household of a rich family. In order to earn money to live, they would constantly be thinking of ways to promote their own strengths. Now this young miss was able to help him advance, and not only that, she was also able to pay him much more than Nalan Manor. So, what reason would he have to not be dead set on deeply revering this young miss? Hashi had also seen the changes in Zhangsan's behavior and found that, compared to Shi Jia and the others, Zhangsan's methods of handling the day-to-day affairs was much more efficient. After all, Shi Jia and the others were previously slaves, so she noticed that their abilities were limited. While on the other hand, Zhangsan wasn't able to quickly improve his strength, but he was very adept at dealing with social interactions, making him more skilled than the other people in her courtyard. Zhangsan accepted the low-level storage ring that Hashi handed him. After examining what was inside with his divine sense, astonishment lit up his face. "Miss, there's so many spiritual plants in here. Do you want to sell all of them?" His voice was laced with disbelief because this storage ring was filled with all kinds of spiritual plants. Moreover, each spiritual plant was fresh and full of spiritual energy. Where had the young miss managed to get so many spiritual plants from? Hashi nodded as she said, "Go find shopkeeper Zhou in Qingde Hall first. If the price he gives is reasonable, you can sell these spiritual plants to him." Qingde Hall's shopkeeper Zhou Yenin, was the young man who had helped her when she rescued and treated Xiaoli's brother, Wu Qi. Remembering the common people's reaction at that time, she realized that Xing Dahal's reputation was well respected, so regardless of her background or character, it could be assumed that she wouldn't be cheated if these spiritual plants were sold to them. In fact, she was thinking that she would like to establish a long-term contract with Xing Dahal if possible. Zhang San hastily nodded, and very carefully put the storage ring away. But just when Zhang San thought that the young miss had finished giving him her orders, He swiftly took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills, effortlessly throwing them to him. These are spiritual supplement pills, 1 bottle for you, and the other bottle I want you to take to the market and find out their worth. Spiritual supplement pills. Zhang San cried out in surprise. These, did you refine them by yourself, miss? Seeing He nod, Zhang San's dedication to He rose sky high. Is there anything in this world that his young miss couldn't do? Chapter 205, Medicinal Pill Appraisal. Miss, if I may ask, do these spiritual supplement pills also need to be sold to Xing Dahal? He shook her head while smiling slightly. No need, I leave it up to you on how to deal with them. I only need to see a sufficient amount of benefits. The value of a medicinal pill was higher than that of a spiritual plant. He was able to sell her spiritual plants to shopkeeper Zhou, but she wasn't able to sell medicinal pills to him. She was counting on the sale of medicinal pills to earn enough money to accomplish her courtyard's defense system. Zhang San had the bottle of spiritual supplement pills that He had given to him, and he couldn't help but swallow a pill before doing anything else. As a result, intense spiritual power spread throughout his dantian in a flash, circulating to every one of his meridians. It was obviously such a strong force of spiritual power, but where it flowed through his meridians, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain. Instead, he was so comfortable that he wanted to groan. Half an hour later, Zhang San stopped meditating and stood up to examine his cultivation base. Shock immediately flashed across his face. He'd had a breakthrough. Within only half an hour, he had actually managed to break through from the 5th rank of Qi refining stage to the 6th rank Qi refining stage. Moreover, his meridians hadn't suffered any damage, it was as if there were no impurities at all in the medicinal pills. This is a first-grade spiritual supplement pill supposed to be so strong. Or did the young miss give him a special medicine? Zhang San's eyes shone brilliantly as he hurriedly left the courtyard. First, he brought the spiritual herbs to shopkeeper Zhou to sell, and then he signed a long-term supply contract with him. And without showing the bottle of medicinal pills that he carried, he proceeded to head towards a medicine institute that specialized in appraising medicinal pills. He believed that the spiritual supplement pills that his young miss refined would certainly be graded as extraordinary, for sure they'll be the highest first-grade medicinal pill possible. When it became time for the Medicine Institute to issue an appraisal certificate so that the medicinal pills could be sold at auction, he firmly believed that they would be able to get a good price. Zhang San chose Yanjing City's most famous medicine institute to appraise the medicinal pills, Jinling's Imperial Pharmaceutical Institution. Yet after just entering the Imperial Pharmaceutical Institution, Zhang San found his path abruptly blocked by someone. The servant boy in charge of registration at the Imperial Pharmaceutical Institution noticed Zhang San's wretched clothes and low cultivation base, and he couldn't help but say with contempt, "Hey you, do you know that the cost of appraising a medicinal pill is at least 10 crystals, while the highest appraisal costs 1,000 crystals? Do you have enough for the appraisal fee?" Zhang San's eyes immediately lowered, and from a chest pocket he fished out 100 crystals, placing them on a nearby table. With a quiet voice he then said, "I want an advanced appraisal for a first-grade medicinal pill." When the servant boy saw the 100 crystals, he stared blankly for a moment, before he then registered Zhang San's words. Bursting into a fit of laughter, he said, "You came here just to get an appraisal for a first-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, an advanced appraisal. Does your brain have some sort of illness?" At the Imperial Pharmaceutical Institution, there were different appraisals available for medicinal pills. Of course, the higher the level, the more that could be detected about the composition and element attributes, better allowing the examiner to determine the value of the medicinal pill. But if the medicinal pill itself was of poor quality, then to ask for an advanced appraisal would not only not have any benefits, it would instead reveal the ignorance and stupidity of the owner of the medicinal pill. If the owner were to spend so much money on such an appraisal, it would only end with people mocking them. Zhang San said, "That's right, I want an advanced appraisal on a first-grade medicinal pill. As long as I can afford to pay with crystal stones, what is it any of your business what I want to appraise?" The servant boy sneered, his gaze filled with contempt as he looked at Zhang San. Nowadays there's no lack of people like you. You accidentally get your hands on a medicinal pill, and then right away you think you picked up a priceless treasure, eagerly coming to us to appraise it. Let me tell you, people like you will ultimately feel disappointment. Do you still think you've come to appraise a treasure now? While the servant boy had been speaking, he had registered Zhang San's medicinal pill, ordering someone to deliver it to the evaluation room. With a calm and collected face, Zhang San stood waiting on the side, completely without the intention of refuting the servant boy. Chapter 206, High-Grade Spiritual Supplement Pill. Zhang San believed in his young Mrs. medical skill and ability. If she was able to make him, a low-level martial artist, advance from the 3rd rank of Qi refining stage to the 6th rank of Qi refining stage within a few short months, how could it be possible that the medicinal pills she refined were just an ordinary product? Zhang San was waiting for quite a while, and after the servant boy had sent off the last client and noticed he was still sitting and waiting, he couldn't help but sneer. "Fool, it's useless for you to wait. In a moment, the result will come out and you'll find out that you wasted 100 crystals, you can't." The servant boy's words hadn't yet finished, when suddenly, a white-bearded old man abruptly rushed out from the evaluation room. While he was running with an excited and yet nervous look on his face, he yelled, "Number 97. Who brought medicinal pill number 97 in to be appraised?" Zhang San and the servant boy both stared blankly for a moment, before Zhang San looked at the number plate in his hand. He was number 97. With a glance, the white-bearded old man caught sight of the wooden number plate in Zhang San's hand, and like a whirlwind, he rushed over to him. Grabbing Zhang San's hand, he shouted, "Was it you who brought in medicinal pill number 97? Zhang San answered, "Yes, I am." "Was there a problem with the medicinal pill? Was it you who found this medicinal pill? Where did you find it?" Zhang San's cultivation base was only at the 6th rank of Qi refining stage, and moreover, it seemed that his overall innate talent was only ordinary. Of course the old man wouldn't think that Zhang San had refined this medicine. Zhang San shook his head. "That medicine was refined by my master, I didn't find it." The white-bearded old man's brows suddenly rose in surprise, a radiant light appearing in his muddy eyes. "You mean, your master is the one who refined this medicinal pill? It wasn't found. Do you have any other medicinal pills in your possession apart from this one?" Zhang San nodded, and he couldn't help but ask, "So how was it? What are the results of the medicinal pill?" However, the white-bearded old man ignored his question and asked impatiently, "Which great master is your master? Quickly take me to see him." Zhang San's brows wrinkled. "If you have something to tell my master, you can tell me instead. My master is very busy, he has already given me full responsibility to handle all matters dealing with the medicinal pill." Zhang San had always been a shrewd person, so he was obviously aware that she didn't want her identity revealed. How could he stupidly expose young Mrs. information? Hearing this, the white-bearded old man became frustrated. However, thinking about how all great masters were temperamental and eccentric, he was also relieved. This time, when he looked back at Zhang San, he was smiling. "So it's like this, the results of your medicinal pill appraisal have already come out, and no one expected that it would actually be a first-grade medicinal pill of the highest quality. Moreover, the appraisal found that the composition of the medicinal pill was perfect. This old man has never before seen such a perfect medicinal pill. Your master's strength absolutely already surpasses that of this sect master. How could that be possible?" The servant boy exclaimed nearby, his expression one of shock and bewilderment as he looked at Zhang San. As for Zhang San, when the old man had passed over the appraisal results, he only glanced at it before his eyes widened with shock. First-grade spiritual supplement pill, contains 10 crystals worth of spiritual power, 99% essence purity, and suitable for unrestricted long-term usage. This information, was it really that of a first-grade medicinal pill? It was even stronger than a mid-level second-grade medicinal pill. Firstly, the spiritual power contained in most top-level first-grade spiritual supplement pills was at max only 3 crystals worth of spiritual power, and secondly, the 99% essence purity, that was enough to make martial artists go crazy with longing. It meant that even if a martial artist consumed many spiritual pills, they wouldn't have to worry about an overaccumulation of spiritual power. This was practically an amazing way for a low-level martial artist to advance by medicinal pill. "I am the vice-head of this imperial pharmaceutical institution, and also a 4th-ranked doctor. On behalf of the Imperial Pharmaceutical Institution, I wish to sign a long-term contract with your master for this high-grade spiritual supplement pill. If there are any conditions you may have, we can discuss. Chapter 207, Visiting Tsang Mountain. Zhang San stood in place in a daze, and while he could hear the vice head of the Imperial Pharmaceutical Institution politely discussing contracts, he only felt dizzy, like he was walking on air. What kind of frightening talent did his young miss possess in the end? If this kind of medicinal pill was to be sold, and this kind of attribute appraisal result was to spread out, it would absolutely turn all of Jinling Kingdom's low-level martial artists upside down, right? While Zhang San was negotiating contract terms, He was standing on a certain hill on the east side of Tsang Mountain. From a distance, she could see plumes of gray fog rising from the top of Tsang Mountain, and as she stared at it, she found herself contemplating. In regards to Tsang Mountain, she had researched about it in some of Luo continent's ancient books and records. It was said that more than 1,000 years ago Tsang Mountain was once full of vitality. However, all in one night, every living thing on Tsang Mountain suddenly died. Moreover, after that, any martial artist that futilely tried to enter into the depths of Tsang Mountain never returned, even their bones couldn't be found. And as time passed, all the spiritual plants growing on Tsang Mountain began to vanish, along with all the animals. The only thing to remain was a powerful darkness, where dark spiritual beasts would occasionally roam. Some people said that Tsang Mountain was cursed, and that anyone who ventured near would be cursed too, until finally, they suffered an unnatural death. He of course didn't believe in curses, but since Tsang Mountain was obviously devoid of spiritual power fluctuations, it really gave her a strange feeling. The thing she found strangest of all though, was that she felt like something in Tsang Mountain was faintly calling to her, and as time went on, this feeling only became stronger. Recalling that some time ago there was a blast of power, followed by spiritual beasts that headed towards her courtyard from Tsang Mountain, He's brows wrinkled. It was fortunate that last time Shaoli was able to hold it back, so that the people in her courtyard were able to escape from disaster. But if it were to happen again, everyone would certainly be in danger. Glancing at Shi Jia and the others that were currently training in the valley, she then turned to glance at her courtyard where there was a curl of smoke rising from the kitchen chimney. Abruptly, she quietly said, "Dandan, we're going to enter Tsang Mountain and have a look around." Standing beside her, Dandan immediately lit up with happiness once he heard this and said gleefully, "Okay." Dandan wants to go on an adventure together with Mother the most. Recently, the things occurring in the vicinity of Tsang Mountain had made He become somewhat concerned. The current atmosphere surrounding Tsang Mountain was very unstable, it was nowhere near calm and safe. Instead, it was very likely that since every major force in the Jinling Kingdom would end up fighting over the secret territory, this area would become a slaughterhouse. Although she was fond of this courtyard, in the end, the people here were more important to her than any object. So for those people, she would head to the east side of Tsang Mountain and properly examine it. If it turned out that it wasn't suitable to stay here anymore, she would still be able to move everyone as quickly as possible. Bringing only Dandan along with her, she didn't notify Wet Nurse Chen and the others. Instead, she chose to trust Shaoli to pass on the message, before she then entered Tsang Mountain. As she only planned to quickly examine the east side of Tsang Mountain, she assumed that she wouldn't be away for more than 3 days. Since she had been watching the black fog rising from Tsang Mountain at a distance for quite a while now, she figured that the area closer to the mountain would be covered in a thick layer of fog, permeated with a sinister aura. However, as she got closer, she discovered that there were a lot of healthy green plants. Moreover, although there were no spiritual plants, and also no spiritual energy, the air was actually fresh and clean. There were even quite a lot of unknown wild flowers growing on the roadside, each of them emitting bursts of a flowery fragrance capable of lifting a person's spirit. Dandan, who had been closed away in He's space, and then the courtyard for a long time, was now like a wild horse out of control as he ran around everywhere, exploring this unusual and vast area inside of Tsang Mountain. He of course wasn't actually worried about Dandan's safety, as the two of them were connected. If Dandan was to run into danger, she would naturally be able to be there straight away. But, not long after entering Tsang Mountain, the previously frolicking Dandan ran back to her, his small and short legs trembling. Chapter 208, Disappearing Food. As soon as he saw he clutched her leg and started sobbing. "Mother, there's a monster up ahead. I'm scared." He became apprehensive. "A monster? Except for a few dark spiritual beasts, there were no other kinds of animals in Song Mountain, right? Could it be that maybe what Dandan ran into was a spiritual beast? With great difficulty she appeased Dandan, and with him leading the way, as she cautiously walked forward. Not long after, the huge figure of a monster was reflected in Hashi's eyes, yet she couldn't help but release a sigh of relief, before she then burst out into a fit of laughter. What spiritual beast? This is only the large skeleton of a spiritual beast, that's all. But then, this spiritual beast's skeleton was really huge. The height of the skeleton was 3 times taller than Hashi, and if it was still alive, it would certainly be a huge monster that could terrify everyone. Hashi poked Dandan's head, unhappily saying, "You're such a coward. That's just a skeleton, yet it unexpectedly made you so scared." Dandan was still shrinking behind Hashi, and as he nervously peeked at the skeleton, his small body slightly trembled. No longer paying him any heed, Hashi walked towards the skeleton and carefully inspected it. She couldn't recognize what spiritual beast this skeleton was from, however, this skeleton was still completely intact. From its outside appearance she couldn't see any visible scars, or even any signs of poisoning. Picking up a piece of bone, Hashi examined its density, finding that this spiritual beast was in the prime of its life and full of vitality. Yet from the bone's color, this spiritual beast had died at least a few hundred years ago. What could have caused such a giant spiritual beast to wordlessly die, and without even the hint of a bruise? Hashi was puzzled. What had occurred at Song Mountain during that time? Following the discovery of the spiritual beast bones, Hashi and Dandan entered further inside Song Mountain. The deeper they traveled, the more skeletons they saw, skeletons of all different kinds of spiritual beasts, and even human bones. Every skeleton was completely intact, and no skeleton showed any traces of scarring or bruising. It was like in one breath they had suddenly died, without leaving any traces of a struggle. The more Hashi saw, the more apprehensive she became. To be able to make all living things on the mountain die without them having the strength to resist, how formidable was that power? Did the so-called Song Mountain curse really exist? Hashi was deep in thought, when suddenly, she heard the sound of a stomach gurgling. As soon as she bowed her head, it was to see Dandan using 2 of his small piglet hooves to clasp his belly. When he noticed Hashi watching him, he laughed foolishly. Once he had seen that first spiritual beast skeleton and experienced such a fright, and then seen so many spiritual beast skeletons along the way, Dandan had slowly begun to calm down. So now, every time he saw those smooth bones, all he could think of was delicious roast suckling pig. As a result, his stomach began to growl in hunger. Hashi looked at the color of the sky, and noticed that the sun was high in the clouds, indicating that it was now noon, lunchtime. So from her space, she removed all the food that she had prepared in advance, barbecue meats, creamy soup, cool vegetables, all kinds of pastries, fruit salad, and even fruit juice made from spiritual fruit. It was like they were about to sit down for a leisurely picnic. Dandan held a piece of barbecued meat covered in grease to his mouth, and as he ate one side of it, he shouted, "Mother, the dishes that Mother makes are the best in this world, so delicious." After he finished devouring a chicken leg, Dandan extended a hoof to grab another piece. However, his hoof didn't make contact with the familiar tender and fragrant meat, rather, it landed on an ice-cold tray. Dandan unwillingly extended his hoof to another dish, only to find that it was empty too. Grumbling under his breath, he got up and crawled onto the tablecloth to see the trays, yet what greeted him was a strange scene. The tablecloth previously overflowing with an arrangement of food was now completely empty. One by one, all the food on every bowl and tray had disappeared without a trace. Even the soup had disappeared without a drop remaining. Chapter 209, Thief. Dandan suddenly remembered the skeletons he saw on the way, and he immediately pounced into Hashi's arms, panicking as he said, "Mother, there's ghosts, really real ghosts." Dandan's scared. When Dandan had been in her space before it came to her and had been able to follow the owner of the previous space around, he had experienced a lot of human world knowledge, ghost stories were one of them. So even though the cowardly Dandan was born as a powerful primary spirit, he was very afraid of ghosts. Although Hashi wasn't afraid, she still found this scene strange, so with a grave expression she wholeheartedly became alert. She didn't believe in supernatural beings like Dandan, especially in such a world where cultivation was real. The so-called supernatural beings were nothing more than the original souls of martial artists, that's all. But the scene before her eyes nevertheless caused her to become dumbstruck. After all, what sort of creature was able to make strange things happen in front of her, yet do it without letting her sense the slightest clue? She got up to look around, and yet after still not finding anything, she checked and found that the food on the tablecloth was still rapidly disappearing. She coldly snorted and suddenly waved one hand, collecting all the remaining food back into her space. The next moment, a familiar voice was immediately heard. "Hey! Where did it all disappear to? I still haven't finished eating yet, put it back, quickly, quickly. That duck wing was really delicious. Girl, how did you make it? Give this old man 20 more pieces." A corner of Hashi's mouth twitched, and soon an old man's body reeking of wine became visible. Surprisingly, it was the old beggarman that had been pestering her yesterday. She frowned and said, "Smelly old man, has no one ever told you what a thief is? With this type of morality and conduct, you still have the nerve to say that you're a large sect master." "Ooh, baby doll is too stingy," the old beggarman stroked his messy beard and laughed loudly. "Aren't all delicacies of the world meant to be shared with others? Besides, we know each other, baby girl, so how can you regard me as a stranger? Quick, bring the food out again, I'm still not full. Ah, those duck wings, and there was also roast duck, so delicious. I've lived for so many years, and yet I've never eaten such delicious food before." Hashi's brows slightly raised. This old beggarman, although his behavior was crazy and weird, his strength was absolutely top grade. Suddenly taking out a roast rabbit leg from her space, she lightly swayed it in front of the old beggarman's face. With saliva sliding down from a corner of his mouth, he pounced at the roast rabbit leg. Hashi unhurriedly asked, "Want to eat it?" The old beggarman nodded repeatedly, lacking the slightest bit of decorum. Hashi then sternly said, "Then tell me, what happened to Tsang Mountain and why are there so many spiritual beast skeletons inside? What are those martial artists fighting over?" The old beggar man's expression abruptly stiffened, before he then laughed loudly. "Ooh, baby doll, didn't you say that you weren't interested in Tsang Mountain's secret territory? Why are you inquiring about it all of a sudden?" Hashi sneered. "I'm not interested in the secret territory, but the area I live in is located at the base of this mountain. I have to find out what kind of place Tsang Mountain is as my neighbor, and whether or not it'll be a future threat." The expression on the old beggar man's face flickered through countless emotions, before he then finally said, I just came here to have a stroll, that's all. The secret of Tsang Mountain and whatnot, how could this old man know? Oh. Since that's the case, Dandan, this is for you to eat." Dandan took the roast rabbit leg from Hashi's hand. After he devoured it clean, he then held his small plump belly while laughing, "Mother, it's so delicious, I want more." Chapter 210, Fighting Over Food. "Ah. Such a waste, such a waste," the old beggarman said as he watched the disappearing rabbit leg, flinging his beard around in distress. "I say, baby doll, why are you so serious? No matter what you want to say, I'm still your master. Presenting food to this old man as a show of filial respect is only proper." Hashi sneered, "When did I agree to pay my respects to you as a master? Stop speaking nonsense. Ah, it won't hurt you if you pay your respects to me. Why would you rather give your food to this guy, but not give any to me? It's simply unfilial of you." After the old beggarman said this, he suddenly waved his hand in the air. Dandan, who had still been rubbing his belly, abruptly appeared being held by his neck by the old beggarman and hanging in midair. Hashi instantly turned pale. Moving so fast her figure flashed, she rushed over to snatch Dandan back. However, no matter how fast Hashi moved, she couldn't even touch a corner of the old beggarman's clothes. While Dandan loudly cried, the old beggarman stroked his beard and laughed raucously. "Baby doll, your innate skill is pretty good, but if you want to snatch this thing from my hand, then it's still too early for you." The light in Hashi's eyes slowly became icy cold, and closing them, she suddenly extended an arm. The next moment, the old beggar man's body was knocked down with a thump. "Ooh, so you've landed the first strike. You unexpectedly have such a keen sense of intuition, even if the old beggar man was taken down, Dandan was still captured by him, only now, he was floating in the air. Watching Hashi with a satisfied smile, he laughed happily. "The more I learn about you, the more eager I become to accept you as a disciple." Hashi's face was cold as she looked up and watched as Dandan struggled in vain in the air, and she said with a grave voice, "What do you want?" The old beggar man's face fell, and he pitifully said, "Baby doll, do you still have any of that roast rabbit leg? I've been hungry for many days and I haven't really eaten till full." "Forget it. It's just food anyways, she still has plenty more. She's a normal person, she won't bother arguing with this crazy old beggarman." When the old beggarman saw the food, how could he care about holding Dandan hostage anymore? Who cares about paying respects towards a master? He exclaimed as he rushed towards the spread of food. And so once Dandan fell from the air with great difficulty and saw that his precious food was now being eaten by someone, he immediately forgot his previous fear and furiously yelled as he rushed forward, "Smelly old man, you're not allowed to eat my food. Mother's food is mine." Hashi held her forehead in resignation. This brainless little pig. He really made her not want to acknowledge him as her spirit pet. For a time, the old beggarman and Dandan began to compete in who could eat the most. So in the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the tablecloth that had been covered in food was completely demolished by the pair. Moreover, most of the dishes were meat dishes. The old beggarman rubbed his distended stomach and released a satisfied hum. Having been able to eat such delicious food in this lifetime, this old man could easily die without regret now. The food that mother makes, Dandan can eat it every day. Dandan pointed his small butt towards the old beggarman and scowled. In the future, only Dandan can eat it. I won't give you any to eat. Little guy, why re you the same as your master, so evil? The old beggarman joked, yet as he examined Dandan, a trace of suspicion appeared in his eyes. This pink little pig was apparently that girl's spirit pet, but the aura emitted from this spirit pet was unusual. It appeared different compared with a common spirit pet, even he was unable to see through its disguise. Although there were spirit pets able to speak on the Luo continent, it was very rare for a spirit pet to have such a high intelligence. Chapter 211, Greeting Gift. It seemed that this little girl had a lot of secrets up her sleeve. The old beggarman rolled his eyes, and suddenly fishing a jade ring out of his pocket, he waved it in front of Dandan and asked, "Like it?" Dandan blinked his big eyes, then nodded repeatedly. The old beggarman laughed. "If you like it, then I'll give it to you. All you have to do is, the next time there's food, remember to save a bit for me." Dandan quickly rushed to him, and accepting the jade ring, he held it close to his chest. Then, glancing at the old beggarman, he eagerly ran to Hashi. Mother, the spiritual energy in this jade ring is so abundant, it's a very good item. If we were to sell it, it would certainly make a lot of crystals, so I'll give this ring to you." Up until now, Dandan still remembered that Hashi continuously said that his eating habits were making her poor. Therefore, whenever he now saw valuable things, he wanted to give them to her. If she were to then sell them, she would be able to buy food materials and cook delicious food. Hashi took the jade ring, and without needing to use her divine sense to check, she could already feel through her hand that it was something valuable. She couldn't help but extend her hand and stroke Dandan's head while praising him. Dandan really is a good child. A corner of the old beggar man's mouth twitched as he watched this scene from the side. His abundant dragon ring that everyone in the Miluo continent would forcibly take if the chance occurred, these two guys didn't know anything. They actually wanted to sell it, they were simply too ungrateful. The old beggarman glared at them, and after grunting, he then continued to gnaw on the last roasted sheep leg in his hand. For the sake of the food, he, Taoist spiritual master Xian Qing, wouldn't lower himself to the level of these two common people. Finished devouring the sheep leg, the old beggarman gazed at Hashi, yet this time, his expression became somewhat grave. Unlike before, he now no longer had the mischievous and lecherous expression of a wretched old man. "Baby doll, you really don't want to consider paying your respects to me as a master?" Hashi's expression was indifferent as she replied, "I'm not interested in a person with an unknown origin and unclear objective. Who knows if you harbor evil intentions towards my safety? Moreover, if I pay my respects towards you as a master, apart from cooking for you every day, what benefits do I get? This is a losing transaction that I don't want to do." Hearing this, the old beggar man's eyes flashed and he unexpectedly laughed, mysteriously saying, "What a joke. If you pay your respects to me, the Taoist spiritual master Xian Qing, how could you not receive any benefits? If you don't believe me, I'll give you a greeting gift." Finished speaking, the old beggar man's left hand lightly waved, and suddenly, a gale erupted within the forest, while a plume of intense pressure abruptly filled the air. She still hadn't figured out what that crazy old beggarman meant, when suddenly, she felt extremely dizzy, her body feeling as if it was being ripped apart. When she returned to her senses, it was to discover that she was now in a strange place. Before her eyes stood a closed stone door. The stone door was so tall that even when she looked up as far as she could stretch her neck, she was still only barely able to see the top of it. Right above the stone door, there were 3 words scrawled in a blood-red script, "Sealed Dragon Domain." She was startled. Yet when she tried to figure out where this place was and turned around, it was only to find that there was a seemingly endless dark passage behind her. From a distance, it seemed as if it led to the underworld. As soon as the cowardly Dandan saw this, he immediately threw himself into Hashi's arms, shivering as he said, "Mother, is this the gate of the underworld? I'm scared." This little guy's IQ wasn't very high, but his memory was particularly good. Having heard ghost stories, he clearly remembered something like Yellow Springs, 1, Hell, the Gate of Hell, and Old Lady Meng's Soup, 2. Unfortunately, his courage happened to be particularly small. Hashi was also somewhat tense, as things seemed to have exceeded her expectations and control. What was that smelly old man up to? Right at this moment, Hashi abruptly heard the old beggar man's happy laugh in her mind, and he cheekily said, "Baby doll, didn't you say that if you pay respects towards me as a master, you wouldn't get any benefits? Here, I'll give you the benefits now." 1. In ancient Chinese religion, the underworld was called Yellow Springs, Wangchuan, possibly a reference to the ubiquitous Yellow River. The Yellow Springs were not a hell where one suffers retribution, but rather a place where the souls of the departed were supposed to reside, the destination of the white soul, Pa. 2. Mengpa is the Lady of Forgetfulness in Chinese mythology. Mengpa serves in Diyu, the Chinese realm of the dead, in the 10th court. It is her task to ensure that souls who are ready to be reincarnated do not remember their previous life or their time in hell. To this end, she collects herbs from various earthly ponds and streams to make her 5-flavored tea of forgetfulness, which is then given to each soul to drink before they leave Diyu. The brew induces instant and permanent amnesia, and all memories of their other lives is lost. Having been purged of all previous sins and knowledge, the dead spirit is sent to be reborn in a new earthly incarnation, and the cycle begins again. Occasionally people are able to avoid drinking the brew, resulting in past life memories surfacing in children. Chapter 2:12, The Secret Territory opens. Benefit. Just for her to benefit, he had to send her to such a ghost place like this. Hashi unhappily said, "Where am I? And why on earth did you send me to such an odd place? Ha ha ha, such a stinky girl, unable to appreciate the value of things. Didn't you see all the martial artists waiting outside Song Mountain? They're all rushing towards here." The old beggarman laughed loudly, then continued, "That's right, behind this door is the sealed dragon domain, the secret territory that everyone is looking for. The greeting gift that this old man has given to you is pretty good, right? Quickly go inside and find your destiny. The sealed dragon domain is the secret territory." Hashi turned pale. "Smelly old man, didn't I say that I didn't want to enter the secret territory? Hey! Oi!" She no longer heard any voice in her mind, only Dandan's echoing sobs reached her ears. Hashi's mouth twitched, and after quickly sizing up that endlessly dark passage, she had no choice but to give up. So turning back around, she tried pushing the iron door open. At first Hashi had thought it would be impossible to push open such a mountain-like iron door with only her own strength. But who would have thought just when her hand touched the carved pattern on the door, that a sudden burst of golden light would shine brightly before her eyes. The entrance that was originally an unremarkable gray color momentarily lit up, as if it had electricity running through it. All the carved lines on it were glowing a bright gold, lighting up the narrow passage she was in for a moment. Dandan covered his eyes with his small hooves, and leaned against Hashi's shoulder as he shouted, "Mother, we're going to enter the door of hell. Will there be a lot of ghosts inside?" Hashi ignored him as she was watching as the golden light finally dispersed, and the tightly closed iron door slowly opened with a creak. In between the iron door, there was a gap only big enough for one person to pass through. This time, Hashi no longer hesitated as she directly stepped forward and walked through the gap. Since Hashi had now entered the secret territory, she was unaware that the moment the iron door had opened, the once quiet Song Mountain suddenly issued a violent rumble, followed by the entire mountain peak shaking. Countless crushed stones tumbled from the top of mountain, while beasts incessantly stampeded and ash rained down from the west side of the mountain. Abruptly, an innumerable number of golden lights exploded into the sky. Moreover, following Tsang Mountain's non-stop shaking, these rays of light continued to spread until they completely covered all of Tsang Mountain. At the base of Tsang Mountain, all of the calmly waiting martial artists sitting in meditation soon started a commotion, one by one standing up to take a look. Only, they were shocked to see that erupting out of Tsang Mountain were thousands of golden lights, and slowly, a pale golden arch door was revealed in the lights. The peak of that arch door extended higher than they could see, standing tall and proud, it seemed to reach through the clouds. This door was so eye-catching and humongous, that people within several hundred kilometers of it could see its presence. What's going on here? All of the waiting martial artists' faces showed their shock. Why would a door abruptly appear at this time? Secret territory, the secret territory has opened. Someone exclaimed. Quickly go and inform the sect elders, the secret territory has opened. In just a moment, the base of Tsang Mountain erupted in complete chaos. In Yanjing Imperial Palace, the Supreme Emperor's throne incessantly shook along with the earth's tremors. On the throne, a middle-aged man quickly stood up, his eyes staring at the dazzling golden lights in astonishment. Someone come. What has happened? Answering Emperor, it's Tsang Mountain. Tsang Mountain started the earthquake and the door of emptiness has been raised. Tsang Mountain. The door of emptiness. Does this mean that the secret territory has opened? However, isn't it too early? The expression on Shangguan Wenji's face became one of uncertainty, and it was a while before he gravely said, immediately send people over to enter the secret territory and make sure to get all the treasures inside. Granted that if we can't obtain anything, we absolutely can't allow other people to obtain anything either, do you hear me? Yes, Emperor. Chapter 213, Greedy People. Naylan Manor. At this moment, Naylan Jingza was respectfully sitting in a seat slightly lower than an elderly man, quietly saying, I've already received reliable information. This time, only Gold Core Stage and Nascent Soul Stage martial artists will be able to enter the Sealed Dragon domain. Great Elder, we of the Naylan family hope to seize the treasures from the secret territory, and it's only you who are able to help us. The person who Naylan Jingza called Great Elder was a long-bearded old man. He looked about 35 to 36 years old, but his hair and beard were completely white, while his wisdom and high cultivation base were visible in his gaze. This person was called Naylan Yenming. His cultivation base was currently the highest amongst the Naylan family, and he was also the Naylan family's prestigious Great Elder. Listening to Naylan Jingza's words, a cold, sharp blade flashed in Naylan Yenming's eyes as he unhurriedly said, the ancient pill prescription, primal chaos inheritance, millennium spirit fruit, no matter which one, all are priceless treasures. As long as we can get these things, our Naylan family will be able to stabilize our place in Jinling Kingdom. But, it's not determined yet which expert will enter the secret territory. I'm afraid that I might not be able to take advantage of them. Naylan Jingza slightly laughed, and fished out 2 bottles of medicinal pills from his chest pocket. Therefore, I've prepared these 2 bottles of medicinal pills for Great Elder. One bottle contains devouring spirit powder, it's able to corrode the meridians and spiritual power of a Gold Core Stage martial artist. And the remaining bottle contains a miracle elixir capable of stimulating Great Elder's cultivation base within an amount of short time. Believe me, if you have these 2 bottles of medicinal pills, you will be able to gain the upper hand in the secret territory. Naylan Yenming's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the 2 bottles of medicinal pills. Yet just as he was about to open the lid on one of the bottles, the ground suddenly started to violently shake. Dust from the ceiling rained down on them, while the antiques on the shelf clattered loudly. What's going on? The Earth Dragon has freed itself. Naylan Jingza asked in bewilderment. Not good. Naylan Yenming's complexion changed, and his figure flashed as he dashed out of the room. At this moment, the earthquake was becoming more severe. The street and public square filled with panic-stricken and shocked people. They all looked in the direction of Tsang Mountain, where there were continuous bursts of harsh light. Inquiring voices could be heard here and there, while everyone wore an expression of dread. Suddenly, someone pointed in the direction of Tsang Mountain and shouted, "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked over to the direction that person was pointing in, only to see twinkling golden lights appear as the door of emptiness slowly rose. Standing tall and imposing between heaven and earth, it was like a giant looking down at tiny ants occupying Yanjing City. Secret territory, that's the door to enter the secret territory. Someone exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Tsang Mountain's secret territory has finally opened. As soon as these words were spoken, Yanjing City was immediately in an uproar. The long heard about sealed dragon domain and the legendary treasures found in Tsang Mountain, both had been a hot topic these past few days. Just thinking of the chance to gain all the treasure hidden in the secret territory caused every martial artist's eyes to shine brightly. This kind of treasure, as long as one was able to take possession of just the tiniest bit of it, that would be a meteoric achievement in one's career. Who didn't have such a dream? Who didn't long for such a great opportunity? After only a moment's hesitation, a crowd of greedy people began to frantically rush towards Tsang Mountain. Their eyes were shining brightly and their faces were flushed, all of them deluding themselves with dreams of grandeur. At the base of Tsang Mountain, on the west side, a woman dressed in white and covered with a veil gazed at the groups of people rushing about on their flying swords from a distance. Her mouth revealed the traces of a cold sneer. People are always easily blinded by greed and desire. Focusing only on possessing the secret territory's treasures, they've forgotten that just based on their own ability that they would first have to make the unreasonable request of surviving in the secret territory. Chapter 214, The Door of Emptiness. Little sister Lian Ying is kind-hearted. Standing beside the woman dressed in white, a man dressed in purple robes laughed and said, "In my opinion, since this group of ants is incapable of recognizing their own abilities, it would only serve them right if they were to die. In Mi Luo continent, the weak are prey for the strong, they simply don't have any other value. If they have delusions of snatching away things that aren't rightfully theirs, then that's their own fault for overestimating their capabilities." Feng Lianing slightly laughed, but otherwise didn't respond to the men in purple robes. Instead, she gazed at the handsome young man beside her. "Brother Yu, why do you think the secret territory has opened so early?" Nangong Yu shook his head, and as he stared up at the door of emptiness bathed in a golden light, his eyes flashed. The men in purple robes laughed, "Who cares why it's opened so early? No matter what the reason, we must be the ones to get the things found inside. Little sister, when we find the treasure, you get to choose what you want first." A bright and beautiful smile plastered itself across Feng Lianying's face. "You promising alone doesn't count. What if by chance brother you and the other don't agree? What's the relationship between you and Nangong? How could he not agree?" The man in purple robes laughed as he spoke, but his tone was somewhat sour as he looked at Feng Lianying and implied more than friendship. "As for the rest, Tian Rue is your biological brother. How could he not yield to you, his baby sister?" Hearing this, Feng Lianing smiled bashfully and secretly glanced at Nangong Yu. But Nangong Yu just looked at the sky, his expression grave. Feng Lianying's heart sunk, and a dark light appeared in her eyes. Standing beside her, Ziyan observed the mood of her young Miss Fall, so suddenly moving closer to her ear, she whispered, "Miss, I wonder whether or not that young master she will also join in the fray of entering the door of emptiness. His cultivation base is only at Qi refining stage, so if he goes in, most likely he will die on the peripheral of the secret territory. Perhaps he won't even make it to the borders of the sealed dragon domain. If he were to die inside." A corner of Feng Lianying's mouth stretched into a shallow arc. As this was happening, the beautiful eyes of the men in purple robes, which were like tranquil lakes reflecting the sun, watched as her expression became blank. At this moment, a man's deep and cold voice was heard, "Nangong, everything is ready, we can enter now." At this time, Hashi had just stepped foot into the sealed dragon domain's most inner enchantment and was completely unaware that because of her, the secret territory had opened earlier than planned. After barely entering the narrow crack in the door, Hashi abruptly felt like her body was being ripped apart and twisted, even her soul seemed to be squeezed out. When she could finally stand firmly with great difficulty, she slowly opened her eyes, and she couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before her. Here is a strange mountain forest. Hashi's feet stepped on the dark green lawn. In front of her, there was a verdant and lush ancient tree forest, while extending into the distance, she could make out a river and mountain peaks. There even appeared to be pure white snow covering the summits. Hashi turned around and discovered that there was no longer an iron door behind, rather, there was now a towering cliff. Growing across the surface of the cliff were hundreds of brightly colored, fragrant flowers. What is this place? How come there were all kinds of landforms centralized in one area? especially the soil and stones of the cliff. Many different kinds of colors were visible, so it seemed like several different mountains jumbled together. Hashi took a few steps towards the direction of the forest. The trees in here were all very tall, and all extremely rich in spiritual energy. Looking into the distance at the clouds and mist curling around the tops of the trees with the bright contrasting colors, Hashi thought that it looked as beautiful as a fairyland. Dandan had already hopped down from Hashi's shoulder, and striding a few steps forward with his short hooves, he inhaled deeply through his small nose and said, "Mother, the smell in here is so nice, there's something delicious in here." Chapter 2:15, Golden Bodhi Tree. He had barely finished speaking when his eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran towards the forest. He was going so fast that Hashi had to use all her strength just to keep up. Dandan ran for a quarter of an hour before abruptly stopping, allowing Hashi to heave a sigh of relief. Yet just when she was about to tell him not to go running off again, she noticed something in front of her and her expression suddenly changed. Less than 5 meters away from Dandan and herself, there was a golden python curled up motionlessly. Golden python. The golden python was a 6th-ranked magical beast. Amongst the existence of magical beasts, it belonged to a powerful class, its strength equal to that of a nascent soul stage martial artist. A magical beast of such rank, how could it appear here? Hashi sucked in a cold breath, and slowly turned around to retreat. What a joke! With her current level being gold core stage, she would barely be able to hit him. Against a nascent soul stage golden python, she would instantly lose. However, just as Hashi was about to run away, she noticed that Dandan had returned to his original appearance, and with his small and short legs, he ran straight towards the golden python. Hashi's eyes widened in shock, and she stared blankly as she watched her small and foolish pet clinging to the giant snake's body. Releasing a hiss, the golden python started rolling its body and continuously turning over. What the F***ck? Is that even possible? Hashi watched as Dandan climbed past the golden python's spiraling body, and ran towards the base of a tree. Holding onto the thick and solid trunk, he started to climb up it. Hashi followed Dandan's movements with her gaze, and was once again shocked. It unexpectedly turned out to be a golden Bodhi tree. Compared to the Yuanyang fruit, this tree's high-level spiritual fruit simply couldn't be found anywhere on the Luo continent. Even the All Living Things record said that the Bodhi tree only bloomed once every 1,000 years, and that it took 10,000 years to bear any fruit. For a Bodhi tree to become a golden Bodhi tree, it had to have bloomed and borne fruit at least 10 times, causing its worth to be beyond measure. A single Bodhi fruit didn't only enhance a martial artist's cultivation speed, but was able to strengthen a martial artist's dantian and meridians, while it also helped to purify their spiritual power. As for the effects of a golden Bodhi fruit, it could be said that the advantages were in defiance of the natural order of things. Hashi's heart leapt. If she were to plant the golden Bodhi tree in her space, then wouldn't she be able to get rich? However, at this time, Dandan had rapidly been climbing up the golden Bodhi tree, plucking the golden Bodhi fruit, and then stuffing each and every one into his mouth. He also stuffed the last fruit into his mouth even though it had yet to ripen. A corner of Hashi's mouth twitched. This little good-for-nothing glutton, how could he eat this much again? Her golden Bodhi tree and dreams of getting rich were just completely destroyed by him. Hashi no longer hesitated. With power fluctuating from her body as she used her qin gong and not her spiritual power, she lightly landed at the base of the golden Bodhi tree. Then, using her hand, she gently knocked on the roots of the tree. In the blink of an eye, the golden Bodhi tree disappeared and Dandan fell from midair, his stomach distended from eating so much. As he landed on the ground with a thump, he looked up at Hashi with a foolish yet adorable expression. Hashi pointed at his small head, and just as she was about to scold him, her expression suddenly changed. Grabbing Dandan and throwing him into her space, she then leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow from the golden python. The golden python released a furious snarl, its big blood-red eyes staring menacingly at Hashi. And as the venom dripping down its fangs landed on the ground, a sizzling noise could be heard as the ground corroded. Why would Hashi dare to stay? Condensing the spiritual power within her body to her feet, she then rapidly ran away as fast as lightning. But no matter how fast her speed, the golden python was even faster. Obviously its body was gigantic, yet it could somehow still move freely amongst the forest. With a fishy stench, black venom unceasingly hurtled towards Hashi. And wherever the venom landed, not even a single blade of grass was spared. Chapter 216, Dragon's Cry. The spiritual power within Hashi's body was slowly depleting, and realizing that the golden python was about to catch her, she decided to do something unexpected. So using her left leg, she abruptly kicked off a large tree and twisted in the air, pouncing towards the golden python. The golden python apparently didn't think that such a petty and low human, who would steal its golden Bodhi tree, was actually worth its time and would have the strength to attack back. So for a moment, it stared blankly in shock. And it was exactly at this moment when the golden python was frozen that Hashi all of a sudden jumped on top of its head, fiercely stabbing down on one of its blood-red eyes. However, the golden python reacted faster than Hashi had imagined it would. Just as her dagger was about to pierce its target, the golden python promptly closed its eyes. The dagger capable of cutting iron as if it was clay stabbed at the golden python's eyelid. Unfortunately, it failed to pierce its eye, and Hashi only managed to leave a shallow cut. The golden python let out a furious hiss, and fiercely shaking its head, it roughly flung Hashi's petite body away from itself. Next, it released a stream of rock-corroding venom. Throughout his long lifespan, he had never seen such a brazen tiny human. While he was in the middle of cultivating, this human had not only stolen all of his golden Bodhi fruit, she had even stolen the entire golden Bodhi tree. For this crime she deserved to die 10,000 deaths. She thought she could injure me, the king of pythons, with just her small dagger. What a joke. The golden python abruptly stopped shaking its head, while pain and shock were visible in its eyes. The small scratch that Hashi had made, in a speed visible to the naked eye, suddenly started to rot and turn gray. Next, the eyeball itself began to blacken and shrivel up until finally, all that remained was an empty eye socket. The golden python had been rolling around on the ground in non-stop pain, yet suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual power unexpectedly burst out of its body. At the same time, the golden python's tail swept towards Hashi. Hashi was still dizzy from being previously thrown off, so unfortunately, she was too late to dodge the tail. When the golden python's tail filled with strong spiritual power knocked into her, her body immediately flew into the air, before heavily crashing against an ancient tree. She felt like her internal organs were in so much pain from being shaken about, that she couldn't breathe. And as blood trickled out from a corner of her mouth, it slowly dripped down onto a jade ring. That jade ring was the thing that Dandan had received from the old beggarman, and when Hashi's blood landed on it, a glaringly bright light abruptly burst from her body. Then, it was like the golden python's swaying head suddenly hit a transparent screen. A loud bang echoed in the area, and the golden python's body severely flew backwards. The next moment, an earth-shattering dragon's cry resounded over the entire secret territory. It was as if an ancient legend had once again begun. Hashi felt cool liquid flowing down her throat. This liquid was sweet and aromatic. Once it entered her body, it instantly changed into strong spiritual power and flowed throughout her body. This in turn made the areas of her body that were burning hot due to pain immediately cool down and become comfortable. Mother, are you all right? Don't scare Dandan. Hashi drowsily opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Dandan's small tear-streaked face. In his left hand he held a slice of golden Bodhi fruit, and in his right, he held a cup of spiritual spring water. It was apparent that he had been feeding her both as he tried to see which one could save his mother. Hashi slowly stood up and discovered that she was actually in her space. The golden Bodhi tree had now been planted in the ancient rhyme spiritual field, while the few remaining golden Bodhi fruit had become plump from the nourishment of such rich spiritual energy. After checking her own body, she found that the injury she sustained due to the golden python's attack had now completely recovered. Unfortunately, she didn't know whether it was thanks to the effects of the golden Bodhi fruit, or the effects of the spiritual spring water. The experiences this time in the secret territory had made Hashi become somewhat nervous. If she were to casually run into any more spiritual beasts that were 6th rank or above, someone of her skill set wouldn't be in any way equipped to handle them. Chapter 217, Golden Dragon. That deranged and smelly old man, did he really want to give her a greeting gift, or did he want to kill her? Hashi grit her teeth as she cursed that smelly old beggarman. And after ordering Dandan to remain in her space, her consciousness then returned to her corporeal body. But once Hashi returned from her space, she was shocked at the scene that greeted her. Before her eyes wasn't the forest from her memories, rather, there was now an absolutely empty room. In this room, there were several arched doors with surfaces that resembled mirrors. At this moment, they were all broken and emitting random bursts of silvery light. Laying lifeless on the ground at Hashi's feet was the golden python's body. One of its eyes was wide open and filled with dread, while its remaining eye was corroded down to the bone by Hashi's poison. Grabbing the golden python's tail and slightly lifting it up, Hashi was shocked to discover that every one of the python's bones were unexpectedly fractured, as if it was forcibly beaten by something. She then recalled that before she fainted, she had heard the sound of a dragon's cry in a glaring white light. In the end, who was it that saved her? Hashi took the golden python into her space. This was the fresh corpse of a 6th-rank spiritual beast. Its skin and venomous fangs could be made into a powerful weapon, while its meat was a rare ingredient used in refining specialist supplements. This was the perfect opportunity to make use of the python in 3 ways. After sorting out the golden python, Hashi began to examine the strange room she now found herself in. The room had no ceiling, so a few gray clouds were visible in the sky. At this moment, the clouds were constantly condensing and spreading, causing a shadow to form. Hashi was baffled at the sight of the forming shadow, when suddenly, a burst of glaring golden light exploded out from the center of it. Following that, something fell on her head with a thump, and the skin on her face felt icy smooth to the touch. What was that? Hashi was often described as having lightning-fast reflexes, so she managed to quickly grab the thing on her head and held it up in front of her eyes. When she was able to clearly see the thing in her hand, a surprised expression spread across her face. Is this a snake? This tiny golden thing that was no bigger than the thickness of her thumb was a snake. No wait, since when did horns grow on the top of a snake? What actually is this thing? Just then, the tiny snake in her hand slowly opened its eyes and revealed a pair of golden-purple irises. In the beginning, the tiny snake appeared weak and powerless, but after it clearly saw Hashi it slowly said, "Brat, are you the person who helped me to undo my seal?" Brat. This little guy that was only the size of her palm actually dared to call her a brat with such a sweet voice. Hashi was dumbfounded and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What sort of thing are you? The tiny golden snake's eyes suddenly opened wide in a glare, and it angrily said, "Audacious brat. I'm the guardian beast of this secret territory, the divine golden dragon. You're only a small foundation establishment stage martial artist, and yet you dare to call me a thing. Golden dragon. Oh, so it turns out that this guy was a small dragon. No wonder horns were growing on its head. But compared with a majestic dragon that her imagination conjured up, this little thing had a puny and smelly appearance." The little golden dragon shook its small head, and asked again, "I'll ask once more, was it you who helped me to undo my seal?" "What seal?" The little golden dragon's body shimmied, and suddenly, a jade ring appeared in Hashi's hand. With a glance, Hashi recognized that this was the jade ring that the old beggarman had given her, but now, the once dark green jade ring had abruptly turned a half-gold half-red color. The little golden dragon sniffed the jade ring, then sniffed Hashi's body, before it snorted and said, "As expected, it's you, this useless little brat, who helped to undo the seal on this king. As such, this king unfortunately has no other choice but to reluctantly accept you." Reluctantly accept me? Reluctantly accept me for what? Chapter 218, Conclusion of a Contract. The little golden dragon raised up half of his body and scowled at Hashi. "From now on, I have decided to let you become my master. In the future you are mine, the divine golden dragon's master. How is it, are you happy now? Why don't you quickly kneel and thank this king for his kindness?" A corner of Hashi's mouth twitched, and she became speechless as she looked at the tiny snake in her palm that could easily be killed with just a slap. Shaking her hand, the little golden dragon fell from her palm and landed on the ground with a plop. He cut a sorry figure as he stared up at Hashi from the ground. Towering over the little snake, Hashi looked down at him and sneered, "I see that you've become foolish since you were sealed away for such a long time. You want me to thank you for your kindness? Believe me, I can step on you and squish you to death instead. Audacious mortal. Do you know what this king's identity is? I'm a divine golden dragon, the highest class of dragon from the dragon race." The little golden dragon was furious and stomped on the ground in frustration, but when he noticed that Hashi was refusing to acknowledge him and was instead turning around to leave, he panicked. He'd only been unsealed mere moments ago, so his strength was still weak. He wasn't even yet able to defend himself against a low-level spiritual beast. If he wanted to survive until maturity, then there was only one way, and that was to establish a contract with a human. He had been waiting in this secret territory for 1,000 years, waiting for a martial artist capable of establishing a contract with him to come. If he were to let her escape, then there was every chance that he would have to wait another 1,000 years before the next suitable martial artist would come along. All of a sudden, the little golden dragon's eyes flickered with desperation, and launching his body into the air with a swoosh, he wrapped himself around Hashi's wrist. Then, without waiting for her to react, he opened his tiny mouth and fiercely bit into one of her delicate fingers. Hashi's reaction speed was also extremely fast, and just moments after she had been bitten, she had already ripped the little golden dragon off and thrown him away from her. But it was too late. Golden light suddenly radiated from her body, and a pattern of fine gold lines appeared engraved around the bite mark on her finger. After flashing brightly for a moment, the pattern then disappeared without a trace, as if it had never even been there. Yet, if one were to use their divine sense to examine her body closely, it was possible to see a golden pattern within her dantian. The little golden dragon rolled about on the ground and burst into a fit of laughter. We've already concluded a master and spirit pet equality contract. Now, you won't ever be able to abandon this king. Hashi waved her finger in the air, even though the wound on it had already healed. Then, with a gloomy expression, she unhurriedly made her way towards the little golden dragon. The little golden dragon was intimidated by her imposing manner, and shrinking his body as much as he could, he immediately raised his voice and said, Don't you dare hit me. We've already concluded a master and spirit pet equality contract. Due to the contract, if you use any martial artist techniques on me, you'll also experience any injuries that I do. Hashi lifted the little golden dragon up and pinched it as she sneered, You think I need to use a martial artist technique on you to beat you up? Are you joking? Believe it or not, all I need to do is slowly peel your skin away, then slice your flesh into thin strips, and I'll have succeeded in making 8 treasures snake soup. The little golden dragon stared at the dark smile on girl's face and became terrified, his courage freezing with his fear. What, she's obviously only a useless foundation establishment stage martial artist, yet why did he feel so much dread when he faced her, compared to when he faced his previous masters? The little golden dragon had always gotten away with bullying his previous masters, but now, Hashi's intimidation tactics were more than enough to make him shiver with fear. His loftiness immediately disappeared without a trace as he pleaded, Master, don't get angry. Now that the master and spirit pet contract with me has already concluded, you're able to obtain countless benefits. Hashi raised an eyebrow as she looked at him with distrust. What benefits? The little golden dragon saw that there was an opportunity to placate her, and he promptly became excited. Twisting his tiny body to and fro on Hashi's hand, he rapidly began to chatter away. Master, the reason you entered this secret territory was to hunt for treasure, right? I'll tell you a secret. This secret territory was made for me by my previous master, so all the treasures in this secret territory belong to me. It's up to me who I wish to grant them to. Hashi looked at him suspiciously. With just your words alone, why should I believe you? Chapter 219, Inheritance. What's wrong with me? The little golden dragon's body twisted in anger. I said that I'm a divine golden dragon. If you don't believe me, then look for yourself. After saying this, a fine golden ball of light abruptly shone out of the little golden dragon's mouth. Next, it floated down and lit up with a reflective surface in front of its body. Suddenly, the surface of this mirror-like ball that was shrouded by a golden light began to ripple. Then, as the ripples began to spread outwards, the scene of a desert slowly became visible. In this desert scene, countless giant fire ants were attempting to devour many martial artists who were screaming as they fled in fear. Amongst the martial artists, there was one that was slower than the rest. And unfortunately, this martial artist happened to stumble, allowing the giant fire ants the opportunity to catch up to him. In the blink of an eye, the giant fire ants converged on him as one, completely devouring his flesh until nothing but chalky white bones remained. This is... The little golden dragon was clearly pleased with himself as he said, this king's previous master was very powerful. In this secret territory, he created various kinds of locations with different atmospheres, and every location is unusual as each one has a different trial. The further in the secret territory a martial artist explores, the crueler and more severe the trials become. Of course, the greater the trial, the greater the treasure hidden in that location will be. Take this group of martial artists for example. It's obvious that they lack strength, and yet they still dared to enter the third domain of the secret territory. Blinded by their greed, it's only natural that they would die. The little golden dragon spat out several more golden light balls, allowing Hashi to see what was currently happening in other locations across the secret territory. These golden light balls showed miniature copies of locations in the secret territory. Each scene would show things like deserts, forests, marshlands, and also glaciers. Furthermore, every location seemed to be filled with some sort of dangerous secret, as from time to time a martial artist would appear, only to perish not long after in a violent disaster. Amongst these martial artists, there were even a few experts at the peak of Meridian's stage. Although Hashi was somewhat puzzled, why did it seem like her experiences were different compared to everyone else's? Even though she was the one who had found the golden python, it clearly wasn't as bad a trial as what others seemed to be dealing with now. The little golden dragon seemed to know what Hashi was thinking, and appeared proud as he said, "Master, you directly entered the inner core of the secret territory through the sealed dragon domain door. Of course you wouldn't need to pass through those trials." After saying that, he couldn't help but be smug as he said, "Hee hee, so how is it? This secret territory is awesome, right?" Hashi stroked her chin as she asked, "You said this secret territory belongs to you?" "Of course." The little golden dragon proudly wagged his tail. "Then, can you get the hidden treasures for me?" The little golden dragon's figure stiffened, before his tiny claws started waving in the air. Unfortunately that's out of the question for the time being. My previous master said that he had left the treasure hidden in the secret territory for me, Luo Continent's chosen person. Even if you're now my master and want those treasures, you still have to pass a trial. Seeing the contempt on Hashi's face, the little golden dragon immediately felt that his dignity was wounded and promptly shouted, "But I know where the most precious treasures are, I can take you there." Hashi blandly asked, "Oh, then what is the most precious treasure found in this secret territory?" "It's me, of course." The little golden dragon didn't have a trace of modesty as he used his claws to pat his chest. Hashi's expression remained unmoved and caused the little golden dragon to feel wronged, so he poked a claw at her as he said, "Originally, I was the most useful. Anyway, apart from me, the most precious treasure here is certainly my previous master's inheritance. My previous master's inheritance is on the level of being divine. There's only one in all of me, Luo Continent." "Inheritance? What kind of inheritance?" Hashi inquired. "Ah!" the little golden dragon suddenly exclaimed. "A group of people just entered the inner core of this secret territory. It'll certainly be because they want to snatch the inheritance for themselves. Quickly! We have to go to Zijin Palace." Chapter 220, Determination. Hashi glanced at what the little golden dragon was looking at, and saw a woman dressed in a white muslin dress. The woman's face was covered with a veil as with a burst of spiritual power, she landed on the patch of grass that Hashi had previously been standing on. Her beautiful eyes gleamed like water reflecting sunlight as she examined her surroundings, and as she turned to look in the direction of the forest, a determined expression appeared on her face. Just then, a gentle breeze reached the woman and lifted her veil, revealing an elegant, exquisite, and cold mien. "It's Feng Lian-ing." Hashi's brows rose in surprise, and suddenly, before her eyes, a towering and majestic palace appeared before her. The entire structure of this palace was enveloped by a purple light, and next to it, countless silver bells hung around an octagonal pavilion. When the wind swept past, a sweet, melodious sound could be heard. The little golden dragon looked at the forest behind him and relief spread across his face. Fortunately, she's only just arrived at the verdant golden forest, so there's still some time left. "Master, quickly go in. You must pass the test to receive the inheritance before she comes." Hashi's deep eyes glanced back at the forest, before she then walked into Zijin Palace. While standing in the forest, Feng Lianing held a jade tablet in her hand, the corners of her mouth showing the hints of a cold smile. This jade tablet was a treasure that her master had given to her before she departed. With this jade tablet, she had been able to pass through the door of emptiness and bypass layer upon layer of restrictions, until finally, she had been delivered to the inner core of the secret territory. While other people were still fighting for their lives in the outer layers of the secret territory, she was now close to the treasure hidden in the secret territory's inner core. In addition to the inheritance hidden in Zijin Palace, she was also determined to get a treasure her master had told her about, a priceless golden Bodhi tree. As long as she was able to get her hands on a few golden Bodhi fruit, she would be able to immediately advance her cultivation base. That's right, when she was finally able to give one golden Bodhi fruit to Brother Yu, he would certainly be very grateful towards her. Thinking of Nangong Yu, a shy yet happy smile appeared on Feng Lianying's face. Unfortunately, even though she had followed the directions on the tablet to the location of the golden Bodhi tree, when she arrived, she was shocked to discover that it had disappeared. Even the golden python that her master had warned her was guarding the golden Bodhi tree, both of them had completely disappeared. How could the golden python and the golden Bodhi tree both have disappeared without a trace? How could this be? Abruptly Feng Lianing noticed something, and crouching down, she lightly stroked a few marks on the ground. This is human blood. So someone came, defeated the golden python, and took away the golden Bodhi tree. However, how was this possible? The golden Bodhi tree needs to be planted in divine soil to survive. If it's planted into ordinary soil, it will immediately wither and die. In the end, which wretch stole the golden Bodhi fruit? Even going so far as to destroy the entire golden Bodhi tree, since divine soil is impossible to find in Miluo continent. Feng Lianing gnashed her teeth as she looked at the empty hole where the tree had been. Suddenly, her expression changed. These marks are new, so obviously someone came here just a moment ago. In that case, wouldn't the person who stole the golden Bodhi tree also be aiming to snatch away the Zijin Palace inheritance? Thinking of this, Feng Lianing suddenly froze, before her figure was as swift as a phantom as she rapidly flew forwards. She was thoroughly prepared when she entered the secret territory. She even had a way to deal with a high-level martial artist on nascent soul stage. The golden Bodhi fruit and Zijin Palace inheritance were the two things she was determined to win. For the golden Bodhi fruit, it was first come first served. So even though she felt distressed at the thought of someone else having them, with her skills, sooner or later she would find a method to force that person to spit them out. However, there was only one Zijin Palace inheritance. If it was snatched by someone, even if she were to kill that scoundrel, she still wouldn't be able to get it back. Therefore, she must hurry and catch up to that hateful thief before he receives the inheritance, and kill him. Chapter 221, Zijin Palace. As soon as she entered Zijin Palace, she couldn't help but crinkle her eyebrows. From the outside it seemed like Zijin Palace was very imposing and majestic, but once you had walked through the entrance, you were presented with an absolutely empty room. After entering, the entire room was plainly visible. It was approximately only 100 square meters in size, and there didn't appear to be any stairs or doors leading into other rooms. It seemed that Zijin Palace's interior didn't match the exterior. The most eye-catching thing in the room was an earth-based 8 trigram engraved in the center of the room on the floor. Arranged in the center of it was a huge purple gold furnace. From its outward appearance, it appeared somewhat old-fashioned and unremarkable, yet at first glance, she had felt that this furnace must be 100 times more precious than the furnace in Hell King Manor. It seemed that the owner of Zijin Palace was an alchemist master. So the inheritance here is also related to alchemy. Thinking of this, Hashi's interest rose a bit. Although she had the overflowing cauldron pill scripture in her hands, many of the spiritual plants required for refining couldn't be found in Miluo continent. In fact, most were unheard of. Moreover, apart from the overflowing cauldron pill scripture, she didn't actually have any refining tools. If the inheritance of Zijin Palace included treasures like this furnace, then that's great. The little golden dragon on Hashi's arm shook his head, and with a proud and arrogant expression on his face, he said, "Little girl, do you see it? This is what countless martial artists yearn for. They all dream of obtaining the divine level inheritance of Zijin Palace. If you want to know how to begin the acceptance test, you have to properly serve this king." The little golden dragon was still speaking when it suddenly grunted in shock, and looked at Hashi with an unreadable expression. A small, light golden ball of spiritual fire was flickering on Hashi's fingertips, before she then gently tossed it into the furnace. As soon as the light golden ball of spiritual fire entered the furnace, it began to spread along the furnace wall, forming an irregular circle. While this was happening, the color of the flame kept changing. The little golden dragon pointed at the ignited furnace, stuttering, How did you know you must release spiritual fire in there? No. That's wrong. Girl, aren't you only on foundation establishment stage? Since when has a martial artist on foundation establishment stage been able to release spiritual fire, and moreover, a very high-level spiritual fire? This is simply. Really, at first he had only wanted to show off in front of this girl, to have her properly serve him, to make her beseech him for half a day, and then he would share a wisp of his dragon fire with her. Who knew she would unexpectedly open up the test of inheritance using spiritual fire that only a martial artist higher than Foundation establishment stage should possess? In the end, what's the identity of this girl? Hashi ignored the little golden dragon's shock and approached the side of the furnace, checking on the state of the spiritual fire. But just as she was about to approach the furnace, abruptly, an intense purple light bloomed in front of her eyes. Soon after, a wisp of light gray smoke curled upwards from the center of the furnace towards her face. Hashi was shocked, and instinctively wanted to avoid it. Just then, she heard the anxious shouts of the little golden dragon. "Hey, don't move. Stupid girl, that is the divine sense's mark and represents the start of the test. Why on earth are you avoiding it?" Hashi stopped moving, and that wisp of light gray smoke quickly bore into the space between her eyebrows. The next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual power encircled her entire body, causing her consciousness to become blurry. And so, the light gray smoke steadily continued to drift out of the furnace and surround Hashi. Gradually, it covered her whole body, making it seem like she was merging with the smoke. Chapter 222, Maha Inheritance. The little golden dragon's voice lost its proud and lovably annoying tone as it turned solemn, heavily resonating in Hashi's ears as it said, "Now that your mind has been imprinted with the previous owner's divine knowledge, the door to the trial has officially opened. Remember, when you accept the trial you have to concentrate, you cannot get distracted and don't stop. If the test is interrupted, it will lead to your cultivation base being broken off, and you will lose your life. Do you understand?" Hashi nodded slightly, and soon after slowly dispelled the distracting thoughts in her mind. Closing her eyes, she entered a meditation practice mode. And so the light gray smoke curling around Hashi's body slowly gathered together, gradually disappearing into her, as if completely melding with her. With that, she felt a mysteriously powerful force enter her body in a split second, causing her whole person to feel like it had been brought into a void. The spiritual power in her body began to move uncontrollably, and the empty space in her dantian where it had been stored, slowly started to grow larger. Steadily, her cultivation base that had already attained Foundation establishment stage began to rise. Hashi felt delighted. She hadn't expected that the inheritance of Zijin Palace would unexpectedly enhance her cultivation base. Could it be that this inheritance didn't only involve alchemy and wasn't so simple? However, the next moment, Hashi's complexion suddenly changed. An intense pain came from her chest, and soon after, a pain that felt like someone was using a blade to cut into her meridians and forelimbs spread throughout her body in a flash. Next, Hashi felt like countless ants were creeping along her bones and biting her bone marrow. Such pain was beyond what an ordinary person would be able to endure. Arg! The sound of a groan slipped out from Hashi's mouth. She wanted to abandon her meditative position and examine what was happening with her body. Just then, a deep and magnetic voice leisurely spoke in her ears, "If you desire to learn my Maha inheritance, spirit, determination, innate talent, not a single one is indispensable. Little girl, your innate talent is pretty good, but it's still far from enough. If you want to receive my Maha inheritance, you must first go through a burning heart and eroding bones, forged body and refined soul trial. This can be regarded as a beginner qualification." Burning heart and eroding bones. Forged body and refined soul. Hashi resisted the pain with great difficulty, and lifting her eyes, she was bewildered as she saw the slender figure of a man. The man's features were indistinguishable, but his body emitted a one-of-a-kind presence, like he had an immortal aura, one that could make people unconsciously want to lower their guard and bow in reverence. Hashi forced herself to concentrate with great difficulty, and looked at him as she asked, "Are you the master of this secret territory?" The man smiled faintly, shaking his head as he said, "I'm merely the remaining imprint from Zijin's soul, the divine knowledge, so I'm not really the master. Little girl, the pain of burning heart and forged body you experienced just a moment ago was merely the beginning, a small sample. The real pain is simply unimaginable. If you want to back out now, I can break off the inheritance imprint for you and you won't be hurt." Hashi frowned but didn't speak. The man sighed and said, "Ordinary people absolutely aren't able to endure the pain of burning heart and forged body. Little girl, since your cultivation base is only at Foundation establishment stage, it's absolutely impossible for you to pass. This is the reason I set up restrictions so that only gold core stage martial artists or higher can enter the secret territory's inner core. If you choose to give up now, you won't lose anything, but once the trial starts, you will undoubtedly die if you fail to pass. Ordinary people can't endure it. But since when was Hashi, an ordinary person? Thinking back, this was like the time when she was still training in the organization. She sat with her eyes closed in a cage, and she didn't eat or drink for 3 days and nights straight. During that time, she wrestled with her comrades and fought with wild animals, and when she came out, none of the flesh on her body was still intact. Chapter 223, Do Your Best. At that time, in order to complete missions, she could motionlessly lurk in a wilderness full of poisonous insects for 7 days and nights, all for the purpose of striking the lethal blow. So would an insignificant pain like burning heart and forged body make her yield? Hashi sneered, her gaze suddenly becoming resolute. What should I do to pass this trial? The men seemed surprised for a moment, then he lightly laughed. I really haven't seen such determined eyes for quite a while. After a pause, his smile vanished and he continued, passing this first trial is actually very simple. You only need to keep circulating your spiritual power around your body during this painful torture, until the trial ends. Remember, your spiritual power must keep moving, it can't stop even for a moment. If it stops, your bones and meridians will immediately be jolted apart and you'll die. Little girl, don't think that this kind of trial is very easy. With such a tremendous amount of pain, your mind will be unable to concentrate, while your divine sense will also become weaker. If you want to control your spiritual power, you must use willpower and determination 100 times more focused than usual. I understand. Hashi's face was tranquil as she nodded, not a trace of nervousness or fear in her eyes. A touch of admiration flashed in the man's eyes, and he lightly laughed as he said, since that's the case, then let's begin. The man's voice had just faded, when a portion of ice-cold spiritual power wrapped around Hashi's body. In a flash, intense pain assaulted her 4 limbs, bones, and internal organs once again. However, this time, she clenched her jaws tightly, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes as she steadily began to circulate her spiritual power. A corner of the man's mouth hooked up, and as the dense mist that covered his face dispersed, it revealed refined and handsome features. His pensive gaze landed on Hashi as she meditated cross-legged on the floor, and it was quite a long time before he chuckled, Little girl, if you really are able to endure this trial, then there will be great benefits to your cultivation in the future. But really, the fact remains that passing this trial is extremely difficult, so do your best you. For a martial artist only on foundation establishment stage, enduring a trial of such severe torture of her willpower and determination will help wield her soul into something extremely stable. Afterwards, when she advances and encounters the demon inside her heart and bottlenecks, she will be able to break through with far less effort than other martial artists. A foundation establishment stage martial artist wants to obtain the Maha inheritance. Interesting. The man's voice slowly faded out, and his figure gradually disappeared in the void. Only Hashi remained in the void, maintaining a meditative position as she endured the acutely painful torment. And so at this moment in Zijin Palace, the little golden dragon was lying on his stomach across Hashi's shoulders with a pleased expression on his face as he continuously absorbed the overflow of spiritual power coming off of Hashi's body. He was using the spiritual power to flush the impurities out of his body, resulting in his previously dull dragon scales to slowly become glossy and shiny. On top of that, his small body, which had only been about the length of a finger, had also slightly lengthened. You. This rotten egg, you deceived my mother. I'll beat you to death. Abruptly, the little golden dragon felt his body heavily hit by someone, and as he immediately stumbled and fell from Hashi's shoulder, he heard the voice of an angry child. The little golden dragon was lucky, and narrowly avoided the miserable fate of falling to the ground by using his tail and hooking it around Hashi's neck. As soon as he had steadied himself and looked up, he saw a pink little pig standing not too far away and glaring straight at him with anger in his eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. The little golden dragon saw this adorable little pig, and he didn't know why, but his anger at being hit was suddenly doused, like water being poured over fire. He subconsciously used a slightly gentler voice as he asked, "Where did you come from, little pig? How can you enter Zijin Palace? Don't you know it's very dangerous here?" Chapter 224, Conversation between Spirit Pets. You're a bad guy. Don't fake kindness. I already know you deceived Mother into accepting that something inheritance, so now Mother is in pain. If Mother dies, I'll bite you to death. What? This little pink pig was without a doubt Dandan. He and Hashi's life essences were connected, in Hashi's space he saw all that Hashi experienced, and although he couldn't feel what she was feeling, he still knew that something was wrong. He didn't quite understand the meaning of inheritance, but what he did know is that his mother was now in pain, a lot of pain, and he didn't want his mother in pain. The little golden dragon gaped in shock, and glancing at the pale complexion of Hashi as she meditated next to him, he suddenly had a realization and said, "You're this little girl's spirit pet." Ah, is her brain rotten? How could she accept such a useless little pig as her spirit pet? One must know that once a martial artist accepts a spirit pet, he's accepting them for a lifetime. The spirit pet and the martial artist's life essence will then be strongly tied together. Because the contract between a martial artist and a spirit pet consumes a lot of life essence, a martial artist wouldn't usually accept a useless animal as a spirit pet. He's the majestic golden dragon, and now he's unexpectedly become a spirit pet together with this little pig. This is too outrageous. Dandan isn't a little pig. Dandan was so angry that his both cheeks bulged. Then, after he pounced towards this hateful little dragon, he bit him on his tail. "Scoundrel, you better return my mother now." Ow. Don't bite, don't bite. The little golden dragon shouted and cried. He wanted to shake off this little pig, but since his tail was being bitten by him, he couldn't even use his techniques and could only shout, "Your mother has a great opportunity, and if she can endure this trial, she can gain countless benefits. How are you not able to differentiate between good and bad, and instead, you prefer to question my good intentions?" Dandan finally released the little golden dragon's tail, yet his expression was one of profound sadness rather than relief. "But I heard that handsome big brother say that if mother doesn't pass the trial, that she will die." What? Dandan doesn't want mother to die. Rest assured, your mother is extremely powerful, so she'll definitely pass this trial. It isn't that difficult, so don't cry. Dandan rubbed at his tears as he happily asked, "Really? Mother will really be okay?" Of course, the little golden dragon felt guilty and averted his eyes, then laughed out loud, "I'm your mother's newly accepted spirit pet. Since master and spirit pet share both honor and disgrace, how could I deceive her?" Hearing that, Dandan immediately lit up with a happy smile, and he looked at the little golden dragon with a gaze brimming with kindness and adoration. The little golden dragon's conscience felt heavier, and he kept his gaze averted. What he didn't say was that the agreement sealed between himself and Hashi was an equality contract, and that he had only urgently signed the contract with Hashi because she had the abundant dragon ring. The abundant dragon ring had been necessary for him to be able to untie the seal, allowing him to leave that sealed space. As long as he could leave that sealed space, he would be able to slowly gain his strength back. In the future, when his strength surpassed Hashi's, it wouldn't be a difficult matter to undo the contract and dump her. And if Hashi died during their contracted time, the little golden dragon would naturally receive some damage, but it would only be a minor injury, with his cultivation base dropping a little. Later on, he could still find another person to sign a contract with him again. But seeing this adorable little pink pig's worshipping expression before his eyes, the little golden dragon suddenly thought that maybe becoming this little girl's spirit pet wasn't so bad. "Oh, how about I find a way that will allow her to pass the trial?" The little golden dragon coughed, but just as he was about to speak, his expression abruptly changed slightly and he whispered, "Don't speak, someone's coming." Chapter 225, Feng Lianying's Jealousy. One dragon and one pig, both of them quietly and rapidly moved to the door frame, and peeped out through a crack. What they saw was an elegant woman dressed in a white muslin skirt standing straight outside the palace, her bright eyes deeply examining Zijin Palace. The little golden dragon laughed mischievously and complacently said, "I don't know what methods that brat used to enter the secret territory's internal core, but it won't be so easy for her to enter Zijin Palace. If it weren't for me lending a hand to your mother, she absolutely wouldn't have been able to reach the entrance of Zijin Palace. So rest assured, for the time being she won't come inside, and by the time she does manage to enter, your mother's acceptance of the inheritance will already be completed." Receiving even more of Dandan's worshipping gaze, the little golden dragon triumphantly nodded his small head. However, the next moment, the proud look on his face turned into one of shock. Watching outside the palace, he noticed that the woman dressed in white took out the piece of a jade tablet, and as her red lips lightly moved, the jade tablet flew high in the air and suddenly released a blue light. In the next moment, the door of Zijin Palace unexpectedly opened itself without even a gust of wind, and the woman standing outside the palace laughed quietly as she slowly walked towards the door. The little golden dragon's complexion changed greatly, and with a strong burst of wind under his feet, two small bodies rose into the sky and quickly fled forwards, sliding to hide under a corner of the lower hem of Heshi's skirt. Feng Lianying retrieved the jade tablet, and as she faced the wide-open door of Zijin Palace, a smile full of relief appeared on her face. Since Zijin Palace hadn't disappeared, and the restriction on the door was still there, then that meant that the inheritance hadn't been taken away yet. That's great, luckily she came fast enough. And fortunately she had this spell-breaking jade tablet in her hands that was given to her by Master so she could easily enter Zijin Palace. Feng Lianying leisurely marched into the palace, and since the inside of the palace wasn't all that large, she could see what was currently happening with just a glance. Sitting cross-legged and concentrating beside Zijin furnace was Heshi. Feng Lianying's eyes suddenly widened, and a mysterious light of disbelief flashed in her eyes. It's that stinky boy. Precisely the one who was extremely intimate with Brother Yu, that bullshit personal doctor. However, isn't his cultivation base just at chi refining stage? How could he enter the internal core of the secret territory? And how could he even attempt to receive Zijin Palace's inheritance trial? Did he also use a secret method to bypass the restrictions of the secret territory? Who was it that helped him to come here and compete in gaining the inheritance with me? Don't tell me, was it Brother Yu? With this thought, Feng Lianying's elegant features twisted, her gaze brimming with hate and bitter resentment as she looked at Heshi. There were no lights or windows in Zijin Palace, but there was a kind of radiance in the palace that lit everything up, and at this moment, that radiance was shining upon Heshi's face. This light clearly revealed a flawless complexion before Feng Lianying's eyes. Lips the color of vermilion, eyebrows such a deep black that they seemed like they were painted, and skin as perfect as white jade, exquisite and translucent. His long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans and cast faint silhouettes upon his cheeks. Even though this was the face of a man, it was actually more outstanding than her own to some degree. What if this was a woman, what kind of evildoer would she be? And what kind of peerless talent and devastatingly beautiful woman would she be? Feng Lianying firmly gritted her teeth, and suddenly, a corner of her mouth stretched into a sly smile. Heaven has a path yet you don't walk down it, while hell has no door yet you insist on charging in. Today, you will die in here, and there's no one to blame but yourself for overestimating your capabilities and delivering yourself to my door. Humph, you're just an insignificant and useless person on chi refining stage, and yet you unexpectedly attempted to snatch away Zijin Palace's inheritance from me. Death is the only repayment you deserve. With that, Feng Lianying raised her sword, and unhurriedly moved towards Heshi. The edge of her sword approaching Heshi's flawless face little by little. This is the face that made her, Feng Lianying, feel both loathing and jealousy. If she destroyed it, she wondered if Brother Yu would treat him differently. Chapter 226, Raging Blue Ice Flames. Did you rely on this face to seduce Brother Yu? He, what type of dignified man uses his appearance to serve people? You're really shameless. Since you have no sense of shame, then I'll destroy this face first, and then when you die, I'll let everyone know how despicable you are. The powerful sword edge was just about to touch Heshi's face, however Heshi was completely oblivious to what was happening around her, she was too busy enduring the sharp torture necessary to receive the inheritance in the void. Hiding in the hem of Heshi's skirt, Dandan's eyes turned red blood. And he was so angry that he was about to rush out and beat that hateful woman to death. The little golden dragon covered Dandan's mouth, and whispered quietly in his ear, "Don't worry, watch me." The next moment, all of Zijin Palace abruptly started to quake slightly, and following that, a low and imposing voice slowly said, "It is forbidden to fight inside Zijin Palace. Those who dare violate this law shall be banished from the palace, and will never be allowed to enter again." Feng Lianying's sword was just about to hit Heshi, but it suddenly halted in mid-air, and turning pale with fright she withdrew her sword and started looking all around. The palace was still the size of about 100 square meters, there wasn't the trace of a person's shadow, and it didn't seem like anything was odd. With bewilderment plastered across her face, she thought about her perfect preparations for visiting the secret territory. Her master had practically told her everything she needed to take note of in Zijin Palace, and of course that included how to pass through every spirit treasure restriction. Yet even with all that, he didn't mention that you couldn't fight in Zijin Palace. Master had even said that in order to prevent someone from entering Zijin Palace and snatching the inheritance, he had specially prepared a powerful spirit weapon that was guaranteed to be foolproof. However, why now did Zijin Palace warn her that fighting was prohibited? The little golden dragon's purple-gold eyes widened in nervousness as he peeked out from under Hashi's clothes, his scales sticking up all over his small body. The woman before his eyes was merely a minor gold core stage martial artist. If it was the him of the past, then with just a simple slap, she would have been annihilated into a puff of smoke. However, his seal had only just been removed, so he was still in the form of a young dragon. He was currently unable to defeat Hashi, let alone a gold core stage martial artist. Therefore, he could only mimic his original master's tone to scare her into retreating, and hope that she didn't dare act rashly. If that still didn't make this woman stop, then he couldn't do anything about it anymore. He could only abandon the little pink pig and flee. Luckily, Feng Lianying's eyes flashed, and eventually, she unwillingly glanced at Hashi with ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Your life may be great, but your luck, it won't be so good every time. Now for her, the most important thing is the inheritance of Zijin Palace. It was for this reason that they, the Luli sect, had paid a great price. Only then had they been able to be well prepared. They absolutely wouldn't allow any mistakes. As for this stinky boy, with his cultivation base at just chi refining stage, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, and anyway, there will be more opportunities to kill him in the future. Thinking until here, Feng Lianing withdrew her long sword, and fished out a jade box from within her sleeve. When she opened the jade box, the wisp of an ice blue colored flame sprang out from the jade box, before it then fluttered in the air and fell into the furnace. This ice blue flame was a 5th level raging blue ice flame that her master had found after searching everywhere for it. Once it was found after searching through many treasures, it was given to her to help her with refining. Unfortunately, her current cultivation base rank wasn't high enough, so therefore she was unable to subdue the fire within her body. As soon as the ice blue colored flame entered Zijin furnace, it slowly burned within the furnace wall. Feng Lianing had thought that as soon as her raging blue ice flame entered the furnace, that it would absorb Hashi's low-grade spiritual fire, and then at that time she wouldn't have to move her hands, as Zijin Palace would judge Hashi's trial as a failure and she would die. However, contrary to Feng Lianying's expectations, once her raging blue ice flame encountered the light golden-colored flame that had already been in the furnace, it unexpectedly dulled in an instant. Chapter 227, The Pain of Burning Heart and Forged Body. Although the flame wasn't extinguished, the ice blue-colored flame was obviously shrinking. It seemed to be dodging the light gold-colored flame as it cowered to the side and didn't dare approach. Shock was written across Feng Lianying's face, and following that, her gaze became twisted and rage-filled as she stared at Hashi. Her raging blue ice flames were a 5th-level spiritual fire. When it encountered common low-level flames, it would swallow them whole. But this stinky boy's spiritual fire not only didn't become extinguished, it actually subdued her raging blue ice flames. How was this possible? In the end, what was the level of his spiritual fire? And who was it that helped him to subdue such formidable spiritual fire? Don't tell me, was it, Brother Yu? That's right, it was definitely Brother Yu. Without Brother Yu's help, how could he, a boy of chi refining stage, have such opportunities and abilities? Thinking of this, an intense murderous desire surged forth in Feng Lianying's heart, and she had an almost irrepressible urge to kill him on the spot. However, at this moment, the raging blue ice flame in the furnace was accepted, and a wisp of gray smoke wafted out, launching into the space between Feng Lianying's eyebrows. Feng Lianying inhaled a few deep breaths, and with great difficulty she was able to suppress the killing intent in her heart. Then, sitting cross-legged on the mat before her, she began to receive the test. Moments after entering the inheritance void, Feng Lianying noticed Hashi sitting cross-legged a certain distance away. Currently, Hashi's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and her lips trembled slightly. As it was clear that she was withstanding a tremendous amount of pain, her once moist red lips had cracked and lost all color. Like before in this void, the shadowy imprint of Zijin's soul appeared, and informed her about receiving the test. Feng Lianying's face was filled with confidence as she nodded, and soon, the image of Zijin's soul imprint disappeared. At the same time, a portion of ice-cold spiritual power wrapped up her entire body. In the next moment, Feng Lianying's complexion changed greatly as she let out a blood-curdling screech. So painful. It felt like all the bones and meridians in her body were being ripped apart. This kind of pain absolutely wasn't something that normal people could endure. Since childhood she, Feng Lianying, had everything run smoothly and had always been hailed as a genius. Sought after by everyone, many people had attempted to gain her favor. With all this, how could she now bear this kind of pain? Could it be that that boy called Shiyu, who was sitting opposite her, had also been enduring this kind of torment? How could this be possible? This type of pain, how could this be called a test? Wasn't this simply asking for a human life? She, a gold core stage martial artist, was unable to endure it, let alone an insignificant chi refining stage martial artist, so how could that brat possibly survive? This loathsome youngster will certainly die in this inheritance void. A corner of Feng Lianying's mouth lifted into a wicked smile, and from her pocket she fished out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Soon, the pain all over her body faded away without a trace, and Feng Lianying's face was full of pride as she lightly laughed. Fortunately, Master prepared this earlier. All I need to do is swallow the spirit powder pill, and I won't need to endure the pain of burning heart and forged body, allowing me to pass this test effortlessly. As for this boy called Shiyu, since he's just a chi refining stage martial artist, how could he ever hope to survive? Seeing how much he's suffering now, perhaps he won't be able to endure it much longer. At that time, wouldn't the inheritance be hers? Feng Lianing sneered, then, closing her eyes and meditating, she effortlessly prepared to wait for the test to end. At the same time, Hashi was currently experiencing a hell-like boundless pain. Her every meridian, every joint, and even every drop of her blood, seemed to be burning and freezing all at once. On top of that, it felt like countless ants were biting her body, causing her so much agony that she wanted to scream and shout, as well as scratch her own flesh off little by little to ease the pain. However, despite her body being in such terrible pain, from the beginning, in her mind, there had constantly been a part of her that was clear-headed. This part was reminding her, was insisting for her, to become stronger. Chapter 228, Becoming Stronger Again. She didn't want to return to the days when she was taken advantage of and humiliated. She didn't want to lose her freedom and become a puppet. She desired a part of the world she could call her own, so no one would dare look down on her and humiliate her. She wanted to possess a supreme power that would help her to protect the people who were important to her, and the strength to punish those who would injure her and those she cared about. For such a purpose, she was willing to endure all kinds of suffering torments. As long as she could become stronger by tolerating any kind of suffering in exchange, she wouldn't give in. A violent surge of spiritual power washed over her body and kept flowing all the way through, ultimately gathering in her dantian. Then, her originally vast dantian, at this moment gradually became larger as a tiny whirlpool formed. Hashi's whole body began to slowly emit a multicolored light. On the outside of the inheritance void, the imprint of Zijin's master was leisurely watching the two people who were in the middle of being tested. When he saw Feng Lianing pull out the spirit powder pill and swallow it, a corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift into a sneer. Such a mighty gold core stage martial artist can't actually bear such a test of willpower, while on the contrary, that little girl of foundation establishment stage is better. She clearly isn't aware that this test, although painful, is the best place for gold core stage martial artists to cultivate. TSK. She really doesn't know how to use things to the best of her advantage. After that his gaze turned to look at Hashi, his brows slightly wrinkling. This little girl's state and willpower is really formidable, it's enough to easily intimidate people. Yet after all, she's only a foundation establishment stage martial artist. I'm afraid that for her to pass this test is, perhaps. Suddenly, the imprint of Zijin's master's voice halted, his face a mask of shock. This little girl, what is she doing? In the inheritance void, the multicolored lights from Hashi's body became brighter and brighter, while a tiny vortex began to appear in her dantian. As the vortex spun, the spiritual energy in the inheritance void began to frantically enter Hashi's body. Along with the spiritual energy, her meridians that had barely been tolerating the pain of burning heart and forged body slowly started to restore and become even tougher. Was that even possible? The imprint of Zijin's master exclaimed lightly, and following this, his face broke into a delighted smile. Perhaps, just maybe, this little girl could really create a miracle. In the inheritance void, following the spiritual energy entering Hashi's body, Hashi could feel the pain in her body slowly beginning to decrease and her cultivation base starting to advance once more. Slowly, she went from the middle of foundation establishment stage, advancing to the peak of foundation establishment stage. Moreover, she could feel that after going through this process of burning heart and forged body, her meridians and dantian had become much stronger than before. On top of that, the impurities that had been accumulating because of absorbing too much spiritual energy from foreign sources had also disappeared without a trace. She had become stronger once more. Suddenly, she heard a familiar deep and quiet voice in her ears. "Congratulations, together the both of you have passed the test of burning heart and forged body." She was surprised, and as she opened her eyes, it was to see the scenery before her eyes starting to blur. When she could focus once again, she was startled to find that she now appeared in a refined, simple, and unadorned room. Sitting on an armchair near the front of the room there was a young man with a graceful mien. He was none other than the imprint of Zijin's master who had been speaking in the inheritance void a moment ago. Standing beside Hashi there was a woman dressed in white, and as soon as Hashi saw her, she frowned slightly. Feng Lianing. So she even entered Zijin Palace too. When Feng Lianing noticed Hashi standing undamaged in front of her, she almost crushed her own teeth due to hatred. This stinky boy, obviously his cultivation base was as low as an ant's, so how could he be so lucky every time? He was even able to survive the pain of burning heart and forged body. Chapter 229, Avoid Choking. A trace of killing intent flashed in Feng Lianying's eyes, but quickly disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile on her face. "Young Master Shi, this is such a coincidence, I didn't expect to see you in here. I wonder how young Master Shi was able to find Zijin Palace." Without any expression on her face, Hashi indifferently said, "Naturally I have my ways, what does it concern you?" Feng Lianing grit her teeth, and she released a soft laugh from her mouth. "However, I heard that if it isn't a martial artist of gold core stage or higher that enters the internal core of the secret territory, that they will be torn into pieces. For you to be able to come here, you must have a great ability." Hashi's eyes showed a trace of impatience. "However, the Ice Lotus Fairy entered, that was how I entered too." Feng Lianing rolled her eyes, her expression somewhat bashful as she said, "It was Brother Yu who helped me to enter. He started planning this many years ago while waiting for the secret territory to open so we could hunt for treasures. Besides finding the divine treasures he desired, the most important thing he wanted was for me to enter Zijin Palace and receive the inheritance." After saying that she suddenly paused, then said in a slightly surprised tone, "Young Master Shi, you didn't know about Brother Yu wanting to enter the secret territory? He didn't inform you that we were coming here together?" Hashi's lips flattened, her eyes appearing slightly chilly. Feng Lianing saw the change in his expression, and realizing that it wasn't really Nangong Yu who helped him enter, a burst of ecstasy immediately appeared in her eyes. Yet all that was heard from her mouth seemed to be apologies. "I'm really sorry, young Master Shi, that, when I saw that you and Brother Yu were so close, I assumed that your relationship must be very good. Therefore, I thought that Brother Yu surely would have informed you that we were entering the secret territory together. After all, even if a low-level martial artist can't enter the internal core, with the protection of Brother Yu, an average martial artist would be able to obtain some treasures in the outer layer. It's an opportunity that'll only come once in their lifetime. I really didn't expect that Brother Yu didn't actually have any intention to bring you along. He didn't even tell you that he wanted to come to the secret territory. Anyway, Brother Yu also entered the secret territory, so the two of you could run into each other anytime. Or else you can wait until after I receive the inheritance, then I can ask him for you. Perhaps Brother Yu might be having some difficulties. Don't worry, from childhood until now, Brother Yu has always told me if he has any secrets, I will certainly ask him. Clearly for you." Feng Lianying's gentle voice was laced with obvious mockery, continuously resounding in Hashi's ears and making her heart irritated, while a biting cold spread throughout her body. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile all of a sudden, and her expression as she looked at Feng Lianing morphed into a sneer. "Wait until after you receive the inheritance. Ice Lotus Fairy, isn't there something wrong with your brain? Who said that the person who'll ultimately be receiving the inheritance will be you? Moreover, how I came to the secret territory is my business, that has nothing to do with Nangong Yu. Even more, it has nothing to do with you. Do I need you to meddle in my business?" Feng Lianying's expression suddenly sank, then she sneered, "You're merely a foundation establishment stage martial artist, the process of how you got here doesn't matter. However, just because of your luck so far, do you really think that you can compete with me over the inheritance? I advise you, young Master Shi, you should conduct yourself with integrity and not overestimate your capabilities." Hashi laughed quietly, and coming into contact with Feng Lianying's forceful power pressure, she didn't cower in the slightest as she said, "Whether or not it was luck, we'll know once the inheritance trial has ended. Before you boast, Ice Lotus Fairy, it's best you take it easy so that when your words slap your face you avoid choking on your tongue. Feng Lianing was just about to attack, when the imprint of Zijin's master, who had been quiet until now, said, though Zijin Palace and my Maha inheritance will dissipate from this world, along with myself, I never expected that someone would really be able to enter here. Furthermore, it was two people at once. Chapter 230, Relying on One's Own Ability. He and Feng Lianing shivered for a moment, before their gazes then fell on the imprint of Zijin's master's image. After seeing the true appearance of Zijin's master, He's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected that his appearance would be of one so young, or that his whole body would give off the feel of a refined scholar. From what she had heard from the little golden dragon, she had assumed that his master would have been a white-haired old man with a long beard, someone who would look like a sage. Zijin's master slightly raised his left hand as he smiled and said, "Welcome to my nothingness void, here is where my inheritance can be received. Unfortunately, my inheritance can only be given to one person, so to determine who will receive my inheritance, the two of you will have to pass 3 tests. The winner." Zijin's master was still speaking, yet Feng Lianing hurriedly stepped forward and interrupted by respectfully handing over the jade slip in her hand. "Your Honor, this is the letter that my master wanted me to give you. My master said as long as you read this letter, that you'll understand and know who to choose." As she was handing over the jade slip, Feng Lianing proudly glanced at He. She had total confidence that as long as Zijin's master read this jade slip, that he would certainly give the inheritance to her. However, who would have thought that he didn't bother taking the jade slip, instead laughing, "No need, I know who your master is, yet accepting you based on that old guy's reputation isn't possible. A pity really, since that old guy's reputation isn't small either. With this being the case, I will not choose who due to another's reputation. Both of you will just have to rely on your own abilities." "What?" Feng Lianing paled. How could this? However, she hadn't finished speaking when Zijin's master had already waved his sleeve, and suddenly a ray of light rose from the ground, wrapping around each of the two girls. When He recovered her senses, she found herself floating in the air with a distant and familiar voice resounding in her ears, "Sister, I will protect you. I absolutely won't let them hurt you." He's body suddenly started shaking, and following that, she felt like the world was spinning in front of her eyes as a white building abruptly appeared before her. That building was the orphanage where she had lived in her past life, and the scene at this time was in the orphanage's toilet. A thin and weak girl and boy were trapped in the toilet while a few people were continuously kicking them. At the same time, a couple of other people were holding dirty mops and brooms, whacking the faces of the two children now and then. The boy's frame was thinner than the girl's, but he unwaveringly shielded the girl behind him. No matter how badly he was beaten, he refused to move out of the way. They forced the boy's head into the toilet bowl as they kept punching and kicking him, excitedly yelling, "Beat these two freaks to death." Watching the boy starting to suffocate from his head being pressed into the toilet bowl, the girl finally snapped, and an intense burst of energy surged out of her body and struck all the scoundrels bullying them. This resulted in them all falling to the ground in an unconscious heap, half of them seriously injured, the rest of them barely breathing. He was stuck floating in the air as she watched this scene. Stiffly biting her lip, her eyes no longer revealed their usual coldness, they were brimming with anguish and painful memories instead. That little girl was her, and the little boy protecting her with all his might was her biological little brother. After they were sent to the orphanage, because of some extraordinary abilities they had possessed that they were unable to suppress, they were regarded as freaks and often bullied by many of the other children there. At that time, after seeing her brother nearly die before her eyes, the energy within He's body erupted with her fury and shocked the entire orphanage. The scene in front of her changed once again, and as He floated in the air, she watched her little brother go to the dean of the orphanage without her knowing, and admit that the immense energy attack was caused by him. Chapter 231, Memory Maze. Soon after, her little brother was taken away by a group of mysterious people who secretly sent him to an underground laboratory. When she saw this, He's body began to tremble violently, the pain and anger in her chest surging like a tide. As she floated in the air with a blank stare, she watched as her little brother was pushed into the laboratory. Little by little his body was dissected, his limbs snapped and torn, and his skull scooped clean. Afterwards, he was discarded like garbage into a pile of waste. Watching this scene, She felt a fury so destructive that it could destroy heaven and exterminate earth surge up within her, causing her to almost lose her mind and make her wish she could kill all the people in this world. Like a wounded cub, she roared as she charged towards the murderers of her brother in the scene below her feet. However, the scene suddenly changed once again, morphing into the desert prison in ADX. In order to rescue her partner, Lengye, she broke into the prison alone. Yet in exchange for her efforts, Lengye had stabbed a dagger into her chest. Lengye had wanted her for himself, and when he had realized that it wouldn't ever be possible, he decided that if he couldn't have her, no one could, and felt that it was better to kill her. The organization had taken advantage of her, and when they had felt threatened by her, they had decided to kill her. In her past life she was like a chess piece, constantly being manipulated by fate and other people, with no freedom and no way to protect the people she had truly loved. Would she just accept her fate as a chess piece? No. She wasn't willing at all. In this life she wanted to become stronger, stronger than anyone else, so no one would be able to hurt her, and no one would be able to manipulate her. She suddenly opened her eyes, and before her was the familiar elegant room and Zijin's master's smiling features. Wiping the perspiration off her forehead, her hand felt cold and clammy. Suddenly, she heard Feng Lianying's taunting voice say, "You couldn't even pass such a simple refined heart spell, but you still wish to compete with me over Zijin Palace's inheritance." As she glanced briefly at Feng Lianying and saw her leisurely relaxing, her manner more fitting to someone who hadn't just been completely trapped in a memory maze. Hence she couldn't help but sneer, "Passing the test by relying on spiritual items and therefore cheating, what qualifications do you have to mock me? You." Feng Lianying's face flushed red, but when she looked at the smiling yet pensive look on the face of Zijin's master, she couldn't help but push down her anger as she didn't dare act rashly. She had indeed depended on the spiritual items given to her by her master, so of course she had effortlessly passed the refined heart spell. But how could this stinky boy know that? Zijin's master laughed slightly and said, "No matter how you did it, congratulations to the both of you on passing the first examination. The result of this test was a tie, and now the second test will begin." Feng Lianying was dissatisfied. Obviously she was the first one to exit the memory maze, so why was the result a tie? Yet, before she had a chance to speak, Zijin's master once again flicked out his sleeve. Soon, dozens of porcelain bottles appeared in front of He and Feng Lianying. Apart from the first porcelain bottle being red, these numerous bottles were all the same with no difference, and all of them were decorated with blue and white stripes. Zijin's master laughed faintly. "While the treasure you want to inherit is my Maha inheritance, the greatest pride in my life was my alchemy technique, and it beats the inheritance due to my somewhat unique healing techniques. Therefore, this second test will be testing your medical expertise. In front of each of you there is a red porcelain bottle. In this red bottle there is a highly poisonous medicinal pill called dense viper orchid. This dense viper orchid was something I refined when I was younger. The person who takes this pill, even if it's a nascent soul stage martial artist, will be poisoned within a quarter of an hour. Once poisoned, your body will be covered with scales, just like a snake's. But these scales don't grow outward, rather, they grow and spread within your body, until they finally erode your heart and dantian. If you're not cured in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, then even God can't save you." Chapter 232, The Greatest Pride to Depend On. Feng Lianying sucked in a cold breath, and her face turned an extremely ugly shade. She was well aware of how terrible dense viper orchid was, because even her master had mentioned this poison once before. Nevertheless, with a grave face she glanced at Zijin's master, wondering what he intended bringing out this poison. A sharp glint flashed in Zijin's master's eyes, then he continued, "What you have to do is take this dense viper orchid, and before you die due to being poisoned, you have to find dense viper orchid's antidote amongst the remaining 30 bottles of medicinal pills. These 30 bottles of medicinal pills contain nearly the exact same attributes as the real antidote, be it color, scent, or accumulation of spiritual power. Apart from the real antidote, none of them have any effect at all, and in case you take them, they will cause the effects of dense viper orchid to accelerate instead. Therefore for this test, it's up to either of you to decide whether or not you want to participate, so you should think it over properly yourselves." She took 2 steps forward, and picking up 2 of the small bottles, she opened the stoppers and sniffed. Sure enough, regardless of the shape, color, or scent, there was no difference. Finding dense viper orchid's antidote wasn't difficult. What was difficult was when this kind of extremely poisonous pill was ingested. As the time limit for taking the antidote approached little by little, with frightening scales slowly appearing in the body, how could any ordinary person still stay calm enough to differentiate which was the antidote? Hashi laughed coldly, and without a single hesitation, she picked up the red medicinal pill bottle and swallowed a pill instantly. Zijin's master raised an eyebrow with a look of surprise in his eyes. Hashi's courage really made him, who had already lived a millennium, have no choice but to admire her. The moment the dense viper orchid poison reached Hashi's stomach, a distinct red line started to trace down the veins on her arms. Slowly, this red line got longer, extending itself towards her heart. Hashi's expression sharpened with her concentration, and the speed of her hands suddenly became very fast. In the blink of an eye, all 30 blue and white striped bottles were opened, and all of the medicinal pills were poured onto a tray. Then, suddenly, a silver needle appeared gripped in one of Hashi's hands. Using the silver needle, she inserted it a little into one of the pills that she had just placed into her mouth, and the scent of spiritual herbs wafted into the air. The smell and spiritual energy properties of most medicines were very similar, so even if a common doctor in the Luo continent used spiritual power to inspect them, they still might not be able to find the real antidote. But Hashi was different. When she differentiated between medicines, she also examined them using a subtle touch and a sense of taste. Although she had tasted all kinds of herbs as a divine doctor in her past life, with this she had to distinguish the 5 elements between the 30 medicinal pills, so it wasn't like it would take no effort at all. Just 3 brief minutes later, Hashi picked up a medicinal pill, a faint smile showing on her face. Seeing that she was about to stuff the pill into her mouth, Zijin's master couldn't help but say, "You still have a lot of time to examine the rest, so there's no need to be so hasty with deciding. If you swallow the wrong pill, it's very possible that you will immediately die from the poison. Have you thought about it properly?" A glint of confidence flashed in Hashi's eyes, then, without the slightest hesitation, she swallowed the pill. Showing a reckless smile, she said, "I apologize, I always firmly believe in my medical expertise. Even if you've lived 1,000 years old, man, Zijin's master, it's not likely that you'll be able to ever surpass me in medical expertise." This is Hashi's greatest pride that she depended on. As expected, after the medicinal pill entered her stomach, the poison source that had been circling her dantian was instantly neutralized. Zijin's master's face showed disbelief and admiration. His gaze as he looked at Hashi was becoming more and more amiable. Chapter 233, Regardless of Life or Death. Hashi's gaze indifferently landed upon Feng Lianying. "Ice Lotus Fairy, I've already passed my part of the test. Since it seems that you're reluctant to swallow the medicinal pill, does that mean you're ready to forfeit the inheritance?" "Why would I give up?" Feng Lianying shouted in a frail tone, her whole face flushing a deep red. "Anyway, it's merely differentiating the antidote, that's all. Do you think I'll lose to you?" With that, she poured out a pill from the red bottle. But just as she was going to stuff the pill into her mouth, there was distinct fear in her eyes. This was dense viper orchid. Once it was swallowed, the whole body would be covered with scales, becoming more ugly than a beast's. As she saw that Feng Lianying was so scared that her face had turned white, so she couldn't help but shake the empty red bottle held in her hand and leisurely say, "Ice Lotus Fairy, there's no need for you to force yourself. If you don't dare to swallow the pill, then you had better immediately admit defeat." "Who said I don't dare?" Feng Lianying felt her anger surge as she was taunted by Hashi, and without thinking, she swallowed the pill. A red line soon appeared on her fair arm, and like a line of death, it continually spread towards her heart. Feng Lianying's eyes filled with horror, and even her movements of seeking the antidote by opening the white and blue striped bottles became frenzied. This caused the bottles to knock into each other and produce clanking sounds as she searched. As time passed and was about to run out, Feng Lianying still hadn't found the antidote. "Arg. I don't want to become ugly." Feng Lianying looked at the skin on the back of her hand, and finally unable to bear it any longer, she collapsed to the ground. "Save me. Zijin's master, save me." However, Zijin's master had no intention of saving her, and with the same gentle smile on his face as before, he said, "All the tests need to be accomplished by the prospective new owner of the inheritance. Regardless of life or death, it's the responsibility of your own misfortune or good luck, so it's unnecessary for me to save you." Feng Lianying looked at Zijin's master, then looked at Hashi watching indifferently from the side. With a hateful look aimed at the two of them, she grit her teeth till they nearly broke. Eventually, while still clenching her teeth, she fished out a tiny silver-white jade bead that she had kept hidden on her body all this time. Firmly pinching it to crumbs, she then smeared it onto her eyelids. The next moment, Feng Lianying's eyes shined brilliantly, and her weak divine sense suddenly increased. Looking once more at the black pills that she had previously poured out, her eyes soon lit up as she picked up one of them and quickly swallowed it. As soon as the antidote entered her body, the red line and dark patch on her hand disappeared without a trace in a flash. Her dantian that had already started burning quickly restored to its original state, the poison finally cured. Zijin's master laughed faintly, then stood up to say, "Congratulations to the both of you, you both passed the second test once again. However, again, the outcome isn't decided on who will be able to receive the inheritance, so we can only proceed to the third test to see the result." When He heard that, her expression was only indifference. Feng Lianying, on the other hand, tightly massaged her arms, her eyes lowered. During the test a moment ago, she had used the precious bright sense bead that her master had given her. Unfortunately, the bright sense bead was a single-use only item. When it was used against an enemy, it could increase her divine sense to limitless possibilities, increasing her speed and 5 senses. It was a very formidable weapon that could save one's life, but today, she had unexpectedly used it in such a place. Moreover, just because she was too late in detoxifying the poison, while most of the scales on her skin had disappeared, she now had a black mark remaining on her left arm. Feng Lianying had always been beautiful, yet now she had such an ugly mark on her flawless left wrist. How could she be willing to accept this? Chapter 234, Life Spirit Beast, Qing Sha. Shi Yu. All of this was caused by that bastard, Shi Yu. Just wait until she received the inheritance. When she departed Zijin Palace, she would definitely dismember his body into pieces. Zijin's master was in high spirits as he observed the reaction of the two people. Then slightly flinging out his sleeve, the scene before their eyes immediately changed. Suddenly, they appeared in an expansive garden, and crouching in the middle of the garden there was a huge ferocious beast the size of a small hill. This ferocious beast's physique was somewhat similar to a bear's, but its face resembled a dog's. At this moment, it was half lying on the ground, appearing a bit comical. When Zijin's master saw this ferocious beast, his face became gentle and he walked up to the ferocious beast. Reaching out his hand, he stroked its fur as he said, "This is a life spirit beast that I subdued in Miluo continent when I was younger, Qing Sha. He is also one of my most important companions. Your third test is to make Qing Sha acknowledge you. Whoever can gain Qing Sha's approval can become the owner of Zijin Palace." As if responding to Zijin's master's words, Qing Sha quickly poked Zijin's master with its big head, acting all coquettish and clingy. Standing on the side, Feng Lianying's gloomy face finally revealed a smile. Taking a step forward with confidence, she laughed gracefully before asking, "Zijin's master, this time can you let me try first?" Zijin's master nodded. "You may." Feng Lianying leisurely moved forward, and as she passed beside He, her steps suddenly halted, the corner of her mouth lifting into a strange smile. "May I ask Zijin's master, if I'm able to tame this spirit beast, doesn't that mean that I would immediately become the inheritor of the inheritance?" Zijin's master was slightly startled for a moment, a glint of light flashing across his eyes. He then smiled as he nodded. "Exactly. Qing Sha will only recognize one master, so no matter who gets the recognition of Qing Sha, that person will receive the inheritance." After hearing that, the smile on Feng Lianying's face immediately became brilliant and proud. Then, she turned to He and faintly said, "Young Master Shi, it wasn't easy for you to come here, but unfortunately, the conclusion will disappoint you. I will certainly become the inheritor of Zijin Palace. After all, Brother Yu is still eagerly awaiting my good news." After that, without waiting for He to respond, Feng Lianying's figure flashed as she floated like a fairy and landed in front of the spirit beast, Qing Sha. Feng Lianying wasn't acting blindly, she had genuine confidence in herself. Her reputation in Miluo continent as the young clan head of the Luli sect, with the title of Ice Lotus Fairy and mid-level member of the Doctor Association, had spread far and wide. But few people knew that she, Feng Lianying, was also a master beast tamer. Relying on her own strength, she had already formed contracts with 3 spirit beasts, all of them quite highly ranked. Being presented with this third test, it was just like it was custom-made for herself, What reason would there be for her to not win? Feng Lianing faintly laughed, and slightly lifting her still spotlessly fair wrist, an exquisite little silver bell soon appeared in front of her. As her delicate hand gently swung the little bell, a melodious and beautiful tinkling sound could be heard. Seeing this bell, Zijin's master couldn't help but look up with the hint of an interested smile. The yin and yang bell, that's rather interesting. That old man really gave any spiritual item to his treasured disciple. The bell's ringing didn't cause any reaction at first, but after a while, Qing Sha's eyes lost their focus and became somewhat vague. Seeing this happen, Feng Lianing was overjoyed and swayed the little bell in her hand faster. As the tempo became faster and more coherent, the bell tones came together and formed a slightly queer melody. Chapter 235, The Risk of Being Bitten Back. As He watched, Qing Sha's eyes slowly changed from being unable to focus, to lifeless and dull. Then, with involuntary movements, it step by step walked towards the direction of Feng Lianing. Watching the unfocused and uncontrolled state of Qing Sha, He's eyebrows creased. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, Feng Lianing was using an enchantment technique. Moreover, if this technique was used on a low-level spirit beast, it would damage the spirit beast's divine sense, resulting in it becoming a puppet that had no choice but to obey all orders. It could be said that spirit beasts that had been tamed this way hadn't properly made a contract with their master, and instead, they were just a mere tool being controlled. As Qing Sha's eyes continued to lose their focus, it had slowly walked in front of Feng Lianing, following her order of crawling on the ground. A glint of excitement flashed in Feng Lianing's eyes, and her hand continuously shook the bell. Gently extending her other hand, she placed it on top of Qing Sha's head, slowly releasing her new level of spiritual power and wrapping it around its head. Not a moment later, Qing Sha's eyes slowly started to focus, but it had become very meek, as if it was only a house dog crouching before Feng Lianing. Successfully tamed. Feng Lianing was no longer able to suppress the proud look on her face. As she stopped shaking the bell in her hand, she took a step forward, towards Zijin's master, and bowed. Zijin's master, luckily I didn't fail to accomplish this test, I've tamed Qing Sha. However, there was no change to the expression on the face of Zijin's master, except for a corner of his mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. Oh. Are you sure? Feng Lianing stared blankly for a moment, and just as she was about to ask him what his words meant, her complexion suddenly changed. Qing Sha, who had up until this moment been completely meek, abruptly released a snarl, a burst of formidable spiritual pressure exploding from its entire body. This kind of spiritual pressure far surpassed what a gold-core stage martial artist could take, and Feng Lianing was caught completely off guard, directly struck by that spiritual pressure. Combining this with the effort she had used for the enchantment technique, and she was too powerless and ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood, before her entire body then fell weakly to the ground. Raising her head, she looked at Qing Sha, who had snarled at her in disbelief, murmuring, "How could this be possible? My method for taming beasts, how could it fail?" A glint of ridicule flashed within the eyes of Zijin's master as he replied, "Oh, I forgot to warn you too, being threatened and forced are the things that my Qing Sha loathes the most. You have to make him want to recognize you. For example, you have to make him willing to do it. Otherwise, you have to bear the risk of being bitten back." After hearing that, Feng Lianying's complexion paled further, her heart brimming with unwillingness and resentment since she had failed the final test. However, just thinking that if she couldn't do it, then it would be near impossible for that stinky boy to accomplish it. With that thought in her mind, her heart felt a little better. As long as he couldn't do it, then the result would be a draw and she would still have a chance. She was determined to win Zijin Palace's inheritance. After Zijin's master finished warning the two of them, he looked at the current ferocious appearance of his spirit beast, and couldn't help but shake his head. Qing Sha is now in a bad mood, its temperament will be more violent than usual. I'm afraid that if you still want to tame it, that it will be extremely difficult. She crossed her arms as she examined this huge spirit beast growling angrily, pondering how she was going to make it submit to her. She was different to the martial artists of this world, as in regards to spirit beasts, her concept of them from the beginning was limited to her adorable Dandan and that smelly little golden dragon. As for how to subdue ordinary spirit beasts, she really had no idea at all. However, seeing the spirit beast with a head like a dog and a body similar of that to a bear's, she suddenly remembered the wild animals of her past life. How would she have gotten a wild animal to be obedient back then? At least, obedient in the shortest amount of time. After thinking about it for a while, Hashi's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she slowly strode towards Qing Sha, but when Qing Sha saw someone approaching it, it suddenly raised its body up from its crouched position. With its mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, it released a warning snarl, as if in the next moment it would swallow Hashi whole. Chapter 236, Gluttonous Nature. With such a scene before her, Hashi wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, she extended her hand to lightly touch the tip of Qing Sha's tongue as it poked out from its huge mouth. In the next moment, the thing that made Feng Lianying and Zijin's master stupefied occurred. The spirit beast that had been looking like a monster with bared fangs suddenly quieted down. It even smacked its lips while revealing an expression of joy. Zijin's master was stunned, yet when he saw something sparkling flash within Hashi's palm, he chuckled wryly. So, it was like that. That girl unexpectedly used that method to tame his Qing Sha. That girl was simply too clever. Now that the fierce and terrifying looks Qing Sha had been making a moment ago were no more, it was currently behaving like a real pet dog, incessantly rubbing against Hashi with eager and expectant expressions. Then, Hashi turned her wrist, and soon a piece of cake dropped onto her palm, the cake emitting rich spiritual energy along with a sweet smell. This wasn't just an ordinary piece of cake, but rather, she had produced this cake after mixing in a small amount of spirit water and basing it on the cheesecake recipes from her past life. She had known that the spirit beasts of this world had preferences similar to that of humans, and furthermore, that many spirit beasts liked honey desserts. Although she didn't know how to tame spirit beasts, she did know that it was common to have a gluttonous nature in this world. Without mentioning spirit beasts, even intellectual people like Nangong Yu found the deliciousness of the superb cake on Hashi's hand hard to resist. Everyone watching fell into an unspeakable silence. So when Feng Lianying saw Qing Sha rubbing against Hashi with its big head, she couldn't believe her eyes. She had relied on her skills as a master beast tamer, and the secret treasure, the yin and yang bell given to her by her master, to help her. Unfortunately, even she was unable to tame the spirit beast. Yet to her surprise, under this stinky boy, she used hands, it had become so obedient. How could this be possible? That brat must have used some shameful method and cheated. That must be it. Zijin's master quickly recovered, then faintly laughed before he said, "The outcome of the third test has been decided. Little boy, I congratulate you on receiving my Maha inheritance." A corner of Hashi's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile, but before she even had time to speak, Feng Lianying started screaming out of control. This is impossible. I don't believe that he was able to tame Qing Sha. Even I, a gold core stage master beast tamer, was unable to subdue that ferocious beast, so how could he, mere trash on Qi refining stage, have been able to subdue it? I'm sure he must have used some sort of shameful trick. Zijin's master, you're a wise person, so by all means you shouldn't be deceived by him. A trace of contempt rapidly flashed within the eyes of Zijin's master, but the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest as he indifferently said, "During this third test, the one who relied on their own ability, and the one who cheated, I indeed saw it all clearly. When you used a spirit powder pill to avoid feeling the pain of burning heart and forged body, I didn't interfere and allowed you to pass. Do you really think that I knew nothing about your little tricks? That's different." Feng Lianying shouted quietly, but then the complexion on her face darkened into an ugly shade of red. What Zijin's master said wasn't wrong. If she could use small tricks to pass the tests, then why couldn't that stinky boy? She had cheated her way through all of the tests, so what qualifications did she have to accuse him? But, for the purpose of obtaining this inheritance, how many years had they, the Luli sect, been preparing? How much of their strength and their resources had they spent? Even her master had given her precious treasures over, even though she normally guarded them carefully. And when she had done so, she had repeatedly told Feng Lianying that she must receive the inheritance. Chapter 237, Spiritual Sense. Now, with such an outcome, how could she be willing to accept it? Feng Lianying grit her teeth, and after aiming a look of resentment towards Hashi, she then turned her gloomy and cold gaze towards Zijin's master. Zijin's master, are you really disregarding the old kindness of my family head, and giving Zijin Palace's inheritance to this stinky brat? Don't forget, his cultivation base is merely on Qi refining stage, and moreover, he is insupportable and has no foundations. Plus, he has no family background, so when the time comes that people under heaven know about the matter of him receiving the inheritance, he might even be unable to keep his small life. Zijin's master, aren't you worried that your inheritance might cease to exist in his hands? Not waiting for Zijin's master to reply, Feng Lianing raised her chin in arrogance and continued, but with my Luli sect it's different. If the inheritance is in my hands, I can ensure I'll make the best use of it. With the power and influence of my Luli sect, who in this land would dare to covet it? On top of this, my family head will owe you a big favor as well. Such a result has many advantages, without disadvantages, for Zijin's master. Hence, Zijin's master, you really won't consider it once again. Finished saying these words, Feng Lianying's confidence was brimming. She believed that as long as people had a brain, they would know how to choose. This stinky brat Shi Yu's cultivation base was low, he had a lowly status, and except for his good luck in passing the 3 rounds of assessments, what else did he have? However, contrary to what Feng Lianing expected, after Zijin's master heard her speech, a glint of coldness flashed within his eyes as sharp as a blade. Then suddenly, a burst of icy cold power pressure erupted from his body. It seems that I've forgotten to tell you, I'm the same as Qing Sha, and one of the things I loathe the most is when other people threaten me. Your skills are inferior, you lost the competition, and in spite of everything, you still dare to talk nonsense in here. You're overestimating your capabilities. Considering your master's face, I'll spare your life today, but right now, I want you to immediately leave this inheritance void. Don't let me see you again. His words had barely fallen when Feng Lianing felt a sharp pain throughout her entire body, and in the blink of an eye, she sank into darkness. Feng Lianying's figure gradually dissipated, leaving only Heshi and Zijin's master in the inheritance void. The body of Zijin's master then slowly floated upwards in the void, his deep and low voice resonating as if it was being projected from the horizon. Little girl, are you ready to receive the inheritance? Heshi nodded, her expression showing rare respectfulness. Many thanks to Senior for bestowing such a generous gift. The face of Zijin's master showed the traces of a satisfied smile, and the next moment, he and Qing Sha's figures suddenly exploded into blinding white lights. The white lights scattered in all directions, the sight resembling fireworks blooming from afar. Then, these lights rapidly shot towards Heshi, drilling into her mind and body. Heshi uttered a muffled groan as she felt a strange energy incessantly surging and circulating within her body, which then slowly converged around her dantian. And in her mind an avalanche of information began to appear, along with the words from Zijin's master. Little girl, in this secret territory, Qing Sha and I were only the remaining wisps of spiritual sense. And only by obtaining a spiritual sense, are you then able to open the divine key and practice the methods of my Zijin technique, the Maha inheritance, to your heart's content. After you've completed the acceptance of the inheritance, Zijin Palace will disappear, and you will become the new owner of this secret territory. However, if you genuinely want to control the secret territory, you still need to do a lot of things. Heshi's brows creased. Zijin's master had said that she would become the new owner of the secret territory, but he didn't actually say how she would control the secret territory, right? Does this mean that she would have to explore the entire secret territory? Currently, the secret territory was crawling with gold core stage and above martial artists. Moreover, there were many dangerous places with layer upon layer of protection, causing Heshi to feel her scalp become numb. If she wanted to explore the secret territory with her current strength, it would be even harder than reaching the sky. Chapter 238, Feng Lianying's Jealousy. However, when Heshi heard Zijin's master talking about the contents of the Maha inheritance, she immediately tossed her concerns about the rest of the matters to the back of her mind. This then left only excitement and expectations in her heart. The ability of the Maha inheritance was apparently duplication. The power to duplicate other people's abilities, and even their cultivation methods. Of course, in the early stages it was impossible to have such a large ability. At most it could only duplicate the abilities of a martial artist at a lower cultivation level than herself. However, when it reached peak level, there was an 80% probability that it could completely duplicate the cultivation methods of a martial artist that was one level higher than herself, a 50% chance that it would duplicate the cultivation method of a martial artist 2 levels higher than herself, and a 10% chance that it would duplicate the cultivation method of a martial artist 3 levels higher than herself. Moreover, once the divine key was opened, the martial artist's spiritual sense and essence power would be greatly enhanced, helping her to rapidly master any cultivation methods to advance. As a result, her progress would be more than twice as fast as other martial artists. As she pushed down the exclamation that surged forth in her heart, and sitting cross-legged, she began to slowly refine and link up the spiritual sense Zijin's master had left for her in the inheritance void. Only through absorbing the spiritual sense could the divine key be opened, and this could then be considered as completely receiving the inheritance. By then, her strength would also greatly improve. And at this moment, on the outside of the inheritance void, Feng Lianing, who had suffered from Qing Sha's bite and the forced banishment of Zijin's master, slowly woke up with her complexion an ugly shade. Straight after she awoke, she then spat out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face pale and unhealthy looking. Reaching into a pocket of her robes, she fished out a jade tablet that immediately started emitting a faint light. When Zijin's master had expelled her from the inheritance void, he had used quite a lot of power. He had initially hoped that she would be incapacitated for about an hour, giving Heshi plenty of time to finish receiving the inheritance. However, Zijin's master didn't foresee that Feng Lianing would have actually brought a wind seal with her. With that kind of treasure on her, it would allow her to become clear-headed in just a short half an hour. Feng Lianying's delicate hand tightly clenched the jade tablet, revealing traces of the veins on the back of her hand. She's awake, but so what? In the end, she didn't get Zijin Palace's inheritance, she lost to that stinky brat. She had spent so much to get to this point, yet stumbled on the final hurdle. How would she explain this to everyone in the Luli sect, and even more, explain it to her master? Feng Lianying raised her head. Seeing Heshi sitting cross-legged in meditation in front of her, an intense jealousy and murderous rage suddenly lit up within her eyes. Abruptly standing up, she then pulled out her long sword and engulfed it in a blazing flame. All of this was because of that bastard. He had brought trouble to her by causing her to lose the inheritance, which would result in her losing face when she returned to her sect. Today, even if she had to risk being banished from the secret territory by Zijin's master, she must kill this wretched boy. The sword lit up, and like lightning, it shot forth towards the clueless and unaware figure of Heshi. She had thought that this lad's body would be stabbed by the sword, and furthermore, he would be burnt to ashes by the flame. However, the blood-splattering display that she had expected to see didn't actually happen, and instead, Feng Lianing heard a bang, and her long sword was unexpectedly blocked by a golden barrier. Feng Lianing was startled, and soon heard the rage-filled voice of Zijin's master say, "I told you before, it's forbidden to use violence within Zijin Palace. Why are you still here? Quickly get lost, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zijin Palace started shaking following the command of Zijin's master, seeming to express his wrath. Feng Lianying's hand holding the sword couldn't help but tremble, while her face revealed the mixed emotions of unwillingness, jealousy, anger, and resentment. This made her previously beautiful face become twisted with a sort of sinister maliciousness. Chapter 239, You Cannot Harm My Mother. Under Heshi's clothes, the little golden dragon was a bundle of nerves as he stealthily watched Feng Lianying's reactions. At the same time, he was also trying to appease Dandan and pushing away his small claws. Even though she was clearly unwilling, they watched as Feng Lianing carried her sword with her as she walked out of Zijin Palace, causing the little golden dragon to finally heave a long sigh of relief. Then, turning towards Dandan with a proud smile, his mouth noisily opened and closed as he said, "See, I told you that I could handle that evil woman." However, the little golden dragon had yet to finish speaking, when Dandan suddenly cried out in alarm, and his pale pink body abruptly swelled as blinding lights burst from his body. The next moment, a bang echoed throughout the room, and the two little spirit pets flew out from under Heshi's clothes to land heavily fell upon the ground. Dandan uttered a painful wail and his swollen body deflated at a speed faster than the naked eye could follow, becoming smaller and smaller. His pig appearance seemed to have lost all moisture, and his soft skin was no longer as shiny and smooth as before. Rather, it was now all wrinkled, as if completely dried out. "Dandan, are you okay?" The little golden dragon cried out in fear, shock and terror clearly written across his face. This foolish little pig, in order to protect him. I had thought that it was truly an order from Zijin's master, yet as it turns out, it was only two cunning little beasts. I was almost deceived by the two of you. When the little golden dragon heard that, he raised his small head and furiously said, "My master has already begun the process of receiving the inheritance of Zijin Palace, which means that he will soon become the owner of this secret territory, the younger family member of Zijin's master. If you dare harm my master, be careful because Zijin's master will definitely seek you out to pay back your debt. Upon hearing that, Feng Lianing burst into a fit of laughter. Since you said that the acceptance has just began, then that means it's not yet complete. If I kill him now, he's not a descendant of Zijin's master, so naturally no one will take revenge on behalf of him. What's more, can it be that you really think my Luli sect is afraid of Zijin's master? After saying that, the look on her face suddenly became fierce and she gloomily said, if I can't receive the inheritance, then I won't let others receive it either. With that remark, her figure flashed as she charged straight towards He, cloaked in an intense murderous aura. Mother! Dandan cried out loudly, and without thinking, his figure once again swelled as he pounced over before He. You cannot harm my mother. The power of a gold core stage martial artist's sword was very formidable, and Dandan was merely a newborn primary spirit. How could he withstand it? When the sword pierced his body, Dandan let out a shrill scream, and in a flash he fell into He's arms as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His previous pink skin was now nearly completely covered in wrinkles and lifelessly dull. It was as if he would shatter into a million pieces at any time. But the next moment, Dandan shockingly grew even larger to protect He. His voice was brimming with fear and tears, but it also carried stubbornness and the strong conviction of one prepared to sacrifice their life for their beliefs as he said, you cannot harm my mother. Mother, don't be afraid, Dandan will certainly protect you. Feng Lianing withdrew her long sword, and as her towering figure looked down at the little pig who was firmly protecting He, she sneered in contempt, based on what abilities do you want to block me? Such nonsense. Well, since you're Southwest anxious to court death, then I shall kill you, and your master. Little foolish pig, are you insane? Hurry up and run away. She's a gold core stage martial artist, how could you be her opponent? If you continue like this you'll die. Dandan firmly shook his head, stubbornness and persistence showing on his face. Mother is the best mother in this world, Dandan will absolutely not abandon mother to run away. If you're afraid, then you can go. Chapter 240, Dying. How could I be afraid? When the little golden dragon heard the last sentence, he stomped in anger as he scolded, who said I would ran away? I only wanted to deceive that shameful woman, that's all. You're merely a gold core stage martial artist, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Upon saying that, the little golden dragon leaped in front of Dandan and started to curse as he faced Feng Lianing, you're such a venomous-hearted woman. I'm not saying your looks are ugly, but that your heart is so vicious, it's no wonder that Zijin's master doesn't give you the inheritance. Take a look at my master, in comparison to your looks, his are more beautiful than yours, and his ability is higher than yours. Which idiot would choose you, an ugly woman, over my master instead? Standing behind the little golden dragon, Dandan promptly joined in with, exactly, such an ugly woman. She can't even compare to one of mother's fingertips. Cross-eyed, hooked nose, toady face, and ugly looks with a vicious heart. Be careful in the future, when you give birth to a son he won't have a butthole, and after you die, you'll go straight down to the 18 levels of hell. Since Dandan had still been inside his huge egg from the beginning, his knowledge was now incomplete. Each of his owners had had different personalities, so naturally he received all different kinds of information, including some things that were weird. Now that he was angry and worried, he spat out the most vulgar curse words that he had learnt. If He was awake at this moment and could hear her cute and clumsy spirit pet cursing and shouting at people like a wife in the street, she would certainly be so shocked that her jaw would drop to the floor. On the other hand, when the little golden dragon heard those curses, he loudly cheered. Then, looking at Dandan as if he himself had taught him, he continued adding insults. Little foolish pig, some of your phrases were wrong. This woman is so ugly that whoever marries her will have bad luck, so how would anyone be willing to marry her? Since no one will marry her, how could she give birth to a son without a butthole? Feng Lianing was born noble, surrounded by people who flattered her, fawned upon her, and who were always trying to curry favor with her. Since she was a child up until now, she had never suffered such insults and abuse. At this moment, she only felt her chi and blood boiling, her face clearly showing murderous intent. Two lowly beasts actually dared to insult me so much, very good. Today, I'll skin you both alive, slowly pull your tendons out one by one, and dismember your bodies piece by piece. You'll then be reunited with your master in the underworld. As Feng Lianying's words left her mouth, a fireball condensed in her hand, before she then fiercely threw it towards them. In a flash, the fireball transformed into several sharp arrows, all of them heading towards Hashi, Dandan, and the little golden dragon. "We can't let her hurt Mother." Dandan shouted loudly, immediately making his body swell large again to protect Hashi. The little golden dragon's complexion paled. He was more knowledgeable than Dandan, and therefore he knew just how terrible one strike from a gold core martial artist was. However, when he looked at the foolish pig behind him, completely disregarding his own life, the little golden dragon clenched his teeth and the golden light surrounding his body suddenly exploded. Boom! An earth-shattering noise was heard that caused Zijin Palace to shake, as if a major disaster had befallen them all. After the sound of the explosion quieted down, the little golden dragon fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he slowly started to faint. At this moment, a large area of his dragon scales were burnt, the horns on top of his head were broken, and his entire body was covered with blood and ghastly wounds. The little amount of energy that he had previously managed to collect with great difficulty after becoming unsealed, was now completely used up. Dandan started crying after seeing such a miserable appearance, and his body rapidly shrunk back to normal size as he went to the little golden dragon's side. Long, are you all right, Wah? Don't die. Little foolish pig. The little golden dragon spat out another mouthful of blood and foam, baring his teeth as he said, "Don't you know who I am? How can I die so easily?" He was unable to finish what he was saying before he fainted, the golden light around his body fading without a trace. Chapter 241, The Shopkeeper of Xingda Hall. Feng Lianing sneered, "You're a young dragon that's not much better than a snake. Even the low-level disciples of my Luli sect might be able to catch you as a pet, and yet here you are, daring to be so arrogant in front of me. Don't overestimate your capabilities and attempt something impossible. As far as a useless spirit pet goes, you're the most useless. Since you were so devoted in protecting him, then I'll help you all die together." Upon saying that, her long sword suddenly lit up with a blinding red light and was surrounded by leaping flames, as if it was about to burn all of Zijin Palace down. Fear and sadness clearly showed on Dandan's face. But, in the next moment, he resolutely clenched his jaw and leaped into the air, firmly wrapping himself around Hashi. He had experienced thousands of years of waiting in loneliness, before he had finally managed to meet Mother. Mother was so gentle, so kind, she made so many delicious types of food for him, and she would even hug him to appease him. If he lost Mother, then would he have to return to that boundless darkness, where there was no longer any food, no light, and no more of Mother's hugs to warm him? No. He didn't want that to happen. As long as he could be together with Mother, even if he had to pay any price, he would do it without any hesitation. Dandan's body grew bigger and bigger, and the spiritual power in his body started surging violently, forming into a faint spiritual power vortex. Next, the long sword enveloped in blazing flames issued an ear-piercing buzzing as it was aimed straight at the two spirit pets. Dandan's eyes filled with determination, and he recklessly launched the spiritual vortex. But suddenly, a refreshing screen of water appeared before their eyes. During a moment of life or death, it had unexpectedly blocked that whizzing long sword and its blazing flames. Feng Lianying's complexion became extremely unsightly, and she asked in a dark voice, "Who is it? Come out here now." Her words had barely fallen when the door of Zijin Palace was slowly pushed open, and a man dressed in a black robe entered the palace holding a wooden protection tablet in his outstretched hands. The man's looks were scholarly and ordinary, while his voice when speaking carried a refined and amiable tone. "Ice Lotus Fairy, your reputation is well known, and your Luli sect is a dignified and large sect. By taking advantage of such a precarious position and mounting an attack on a member of the younger generation, it wouldn't be good if it were to spread outside, right?" When she clearly saw the man's face, Feng Lianying's expression showed a hint of disgust in a flash. "I was wondering who was it, and as it turns out, it's actually shopkeeper Zhou of Xingda Hall. You're merely trash who depended on medicinal pills to forcefully accumulate enough spiritual power to reach gold core stage, and yet you dare to meddle in this fairy's business. Just who do you think you are?" The person who had come was Zhou Yenin, a second-ranked doctor and shopkeeper of Xingda Hall that Hashi became acquainted with when she was rescuing Xiao Li's brother. Zhou Yenin quickly walked over to stand before Hashi, and Zijin Palace's doors slowly shut behind him. Inhaling a deep breath, he said, "The people in this world have a duty to meddle in affairs that have nothing to do with them if someone is about to be hurt. Furthermore, this is young Master Shi, who this humble one happens to be acquainted with. Hence, no matter what, this humble one can't just sit back and watch him die by your hands." Feng Lianying's words were laced with contempt as she sneered, "If those words were said to me by your master, Gulu Feng, I might have shown some fear, but since it was you, you have no qualifications to talk to me like that." Finished speaking, Feng Lianying brandished the long sword in her hand once more, and ruthlessly shot towards Zhou Yan'an. With a bang, a water mist rose into the air and blocked Feng Lianying's strike. However, this time the water barrier vibrated extremely hard, like it was only just managing to withstand the attack and resist shattering into pieces. Feng Lianying retrieved the long sword, and seeing the wooden protection tablet still in Zhou Yan'an's hands emitting a faint silvery light, she sneered, "You think that such a lousy protection tablet could block my attack? Dream on." Chapter 242, Unable to Contend. Like she had thought of something, Feng Lianying's jealous-filled gaze swept over towards He and she gloomily said, "Since shopkeeper Zhou came here, it was presumably to also receive the inheritance of Zijin Palace, right? However, this palace has now been taken away by that stinky boy using his despicable methods. Shopkeeper Zhou, didn't you want to get the inheritance?" Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Zhou stared blankly, before then glancing in disbelief at the boy meditating with his eyes closed. Young master once said that if one wants to receive Zijin Palace's inheritance, that they must at least be a martial artist of gold core stage or higher, and moreover, they need to have a certain level of medical expertise. Young Master Shi's cultivation base was clearly just Qi refining stage, but unexpectedly he was able to get the inheritance. Could it be that his medical expertise is really so high that it's reached perfection? When Dandan heard Feng Lianying slandering He, he angrily shouted, "Evil woman who won't ever be able to be married off, it was obviously because your skills weren't as good as mother's that you lost, and Zijin's master even said that you were inferior to mother. With your venomous heart you were jealous of mother, and thus you wanted to take advantage and kill her when she's in the process of receiving the inheritance. Such a vile person. Shameful and malicious people like you will absolutely not have a good ending." Zhou Yan'an was baffled. Young Master Shi was a man, yet his spirit pet called him mother. At the same time, Feng Lianying on the opposite side was angered so much that she trembled all over. As she glared at Dandan and He, it was clear that she wanted to mince them up into meat patties. "Zhou Yan'an, you better get out of here if you know what's good for you, or else I will kill you together with them." As her words fell, a formidable and imposing spiritual pressure burst out from Feng Lianying's body, tightly wrapping itself around Zhou Yan'an and Dandan. Zhou Yan'an instantly turned deathly pale, causing him to fall back a step. The light of the wooden protection tablet in his hand seemed to dim slightly. His eyes expressed his dread and panic. It's precisely as the Ice Lotus Fairy had said, he had depended on medicinal pills given to him by his young master to help him forcibly accumulate enough spiritual power to raise his cultivation base to gold core stage. And it was all done for the purpose of entering the secret territory and obtaining Zijin Palace's inheritance. His strength simply wouldn't be able to contend with the woman's before his eyes, so the wisest choice was to leave. However, Zhou Yan'an turned his head back and caught a glimpse of He. The youngster's long eyelashes were resting gently on soft, round cheeks, while his exquisite skin was sparkling and translucent. It was like this person was carved out of white jade, exceptionally beautiful and delicate. An image of this youth rescuing that boy emerged before his eyes. He was radiant and glorious, as if any incurable disease in this world could easily be solved by his hands. If it was him, perhaps he could really cure, it wasn't certain but maybe. If it was him, perhaps he would have more confidence than himself, and be more successful in accomplishing a miracle. With these thoughts, Zhou Yan'an clenched his jaw, his face showing obvious determination. "Ice Lotus Fairy, I'm a person who learned medicine, and we medical practitioners have benevolent hearts and are charitable in our deeds as a fundamental rule. With your conduct of willfully killing a teenager because of hate and jealousy, you don't deserve the title of doctor. Today, this humble one finally knows that the Ice Lotus Fairy who was originally rumored to be as spotless as jade, with the heart of a bodhisattva, was nowhere near as good as she was made out to be. Good, very good. Since you yourself want to court death, then don't blame me for being merciless." Zhou Yan'an's remark was more refined than Dandan's, but the meaning still caused Feng Lianying to become furiously angry. With bloodshot eyes, the muscles on her face slightly trembled because of jealousy and hatred, turning her previously beautiful face into something sinister and distorted. This appearance completely replaced her usually irreproachable image. If it was the normal Feng Lianying, then no matter how much she hated a person, she would have perfectly controlled her temperament and maintained her graceful appearance. Chapter 243, Advancing to Meridian's Stage. But today, with her fail in competing over Zijin Palace's inheritance, the hatred she had for He made her extremely irritated. All this, coupled with Dandan, the little golden dragon, and Zhou Yan'an's words on top of that, it made her completely lose all rational and she was unable to maintain her fairy-like image. Zhou Yan'an's strength could in no way contend with Feng Lianying's power, and as a result, after just a few short fights, he fell into a disadvantageous position, his body sustaining a few wounds. Watching from the side, Dandan suddenly jumped over in an attempt to distract Feng Lianying and assist Zhou Yan'an, but Feng Lianying ruthlessly kicked him away with a burst of spare spiritual power. This caused him to smash into He's body so hard that he ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feng Lianying pointed the edge of her blazing sword at Zhou Yan'an, severely striking him. With a bam, the wooden protection tablet in Zhou Yan'an's hand shattered into pieces. After which, he staggered before tumbling to the ground, his complexion deathly pale. This wooden protection tablet was a spiritual item given to him by his young master, and it was able to resist the full strength of an attack from a martial artist at the peak of Gold Core stage. Zhou Yan'an had been able to avoid so many of Feng Lianying's attacks so far because of this protection tablet. Now that the protection tablet was broken, and the spiritual power in his body had been used up to the last drop, he could no longer withstand another blow from Feng Lianying. A cold and malicious expression was clearly visible on Feng Lianying's face. Whether it was Zhou Yan'an, the two little beasts, or He, she absolutely wouldn't allow them to live. In this world, any person who dared to humiliate her would pay the price 1,000 times over, and they wouldn't be allowed to die a natural death. However, since Feng Lianying was immersed in her hatred, while Zhou Yan'an was focused on her and his despair, neither of them noticed what was currently happening with He. As she sat silent and cross-legged to the side, her body began to emit a faint silver light. Dandan raised his small head, and his big eyes welled with tears as he looked at He with a surprised expression. Mother. Along with the light slowly getting brighter, at a rate faster than the eye could see, He's spiritual power started to frantically increase. A tiny whirlpool formed in her dantian, and little by little, it started absorbing the spiritual energy from Zijin Palace into her body. Next, He's cultivation base rose from the peak of Foundation Establishment stage, to the completion of Foundation Establishment stage, all the way up to Meridian stage. Finally, she stopped advancing once she reached the second rank of Meridian stage. It must be known that in Miluo continent, a martial artist's rank was categorized and divided into Qi Refining stage, Foundation Establishment stage, Meridian stage, Gold Core stage, Nascent Soul stage, Divine stage, Void and Darkness stage, Overcoming Tribulation stage, and lastly, Completeness stage. The higher the rank a martial artist reached, the harder advancing would become. It would be as if one was ascending to heaven. For a martial artist with ordinary innate talents, advancing from Foundation Establishment stage to Meridian stage would take at least several decades. Even a genius martial artist with outstanding innate talents would need at least 5 to 6 years. But He had unexpectedly, in just one short month, managed to jump to the second rank of Meridian stage without a cultivation base. If such an advancement speed were to spread out, it would absolutely shake the entire Miluo continent to its core. With the silver light slowly dissipating, it ultimately seemed that everything had completely entered He's body. Next, the eyelashes of the youngster slowly trembled as he sat cross-legged, and he slowly opened his eyes. This scene was stunning, yet it all happened within the blink of an eye. So except for Dandan, Feng Lianying and Zhou Yan'an didn't discover what had been going on. Seeing the sword about to reach him once more, Zhou Yan'an closed his eyes in despair and he muttered 2 words, "Young master." However, the pain he expected didn't come and instead, he suddenly felt something wrap around his waist. Zhou Yan'an's body flew into the air, brushing past the tip of Feng Lianying's sword in the nick of time. Almost at the same time, the entirety of Zijin Palace erupted in a burst of dazzling silver and purple lights, as if millions of shooting stars streaked across a night sky, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Chapter 244, Disappearance of Zijin Palace. Feeling pain in her head due to the blinding light, Feng Lianying quickly covered her eyes. And through the gaps between her fingers, she could vaguely see the blinding white light converging in one direction. A gentle breeze blew past after the light had completely dissipated, and she was shocked to discover that she was no longer in Zijin Palace, but was now standing in a vast field. No, it should be said, that Zijin Palace had completely disappeared. And standing opposite her was Zhou Yan'an, who was still in a panicked state. Tied around his waist was a white bone whip, while his clothes were tattered and soaked with blood. His breath was released in pants, as if his spiritual power would dry up at any moment. But Feng Lianying was already too busy to worry about Zhou Yan'an, her crazed, unwavering gaze falling on the teenager beside him. You're such a shameless person. Actually daring to receive the inheritance. Not only had he received the inheritance, his cultivation base had also advanced extremely fast. When he was still in the inheritance void, he was obviously only at Qi refining stage, but now he had reached foundation establishment stage. This must be because Zijin's master had passed down some sort of secret technique for him, to enhance his cultivation base in such a short amount of time. If the one who received the inheritance had been her, then perhaps she would have been able to break through to the peak of gold core stage. It was because this stinky brat, this bastard, had caused her to lose her inheritance. As soon as Dandan saw that He had awoken, he was no longer able to bear it and immediately pounced into her arms as he loudly cried, "Mother, you finally woke up." What? Dandan was scared he wouldn't see you again. Once He hugged Dandan, she felt that something was wrong. The little pink pig's skin was previously soft and smooth, yet now it had become all wrinkled. Furthermore, the color of his skin was all dull and lifeless, while in the corner of his mouth there was a distinct trail of blood. "Dandan, are you injured?" "What, mother, it was that evil woman who bullied us. She beat Long Long to death, and she even wanted to kill mother and uncle." "What?" Dandan wept with grief. Even though he was still immature, he had never in his life encountered anyone so repulsive and bloodthirsty. It was the first time he had known that people could be so awful, so cruel. She shifted her gaze towards the little golden dragon beside her foot, and saw that he was indeed covered all over with cuts and bruises. And as she examined his dying form, she noticed that even both of his horns were broken, exposing bloody wounds. And laying at her side, with his spiritual power completely used up, was a man struggling to breathe. She instantly recognized him as shopkeeper Zhou of Shengda Hall. This person and these spirit pets, had they ended up in such a miserable state in order to protect her? A strange warm feeling surged in He's heart. It was sour and painful, making her feel touched and distressed at the same time. But when her gaze moved towards Feng Lianying, the look on her face became cold and furious in a flash. This is the so-called Ice Lotus Fairy, whose skill in the inheritance void had been inferior. She had actually wanted to kill her in the real world, even injuring Dandan so severely. Thinking until here, the glint of a cold murderous aura flashed within He's eyes. "Young Master you, hurry up and run away. We aren't strong enough to be her opponents," Zhou Yan'an said weakly. "I've informed my young master of the situation, so as long as my young master comes, he can save you. Don't mind me, quickly escape." A trace of surprise showed on He's face. She hadn't expected that a stranger she would meet by chance would help her, but he had recklessly risked his life just for her. Only, no matter what the purpose of Zhou Yan'an helping her was she, the type of person who would abandon her benefactor and run away in order to protect her own safety? Chapter 245, Kowtow to apologize. When Zhou Yan'an didn't see him moving, he became anxious. "Young Master my spiritual power is used up, and my meridians are damaged. It's certain that I won't be able to escape, so you should quickly go, otherwise, it'll be too late." He didn't pay attention to his words. Rather, she rapidly took out her silver needles and in a flash sealed several of his major acupuncture points. As his acupuncture points were sealed, the spiritual energy and power that leaked from Zhou Yan'an's damaged meridians slowly stopped, and his pale complexion began to return to normal. Not waiting for Zhou Yan'an to say anything further, He quickly fished out a few spiritual supplement pills and stuffed it into his mouth, before indifferently saying, "It's only a small injury, why should you make out as if you were half dead? Rest assured, you and I won't die." Slowly he felt spiritual energy gathering in his dantian, and even his meridians which had previously been burning gradually started to cool down. Zhou Yan'an was astonished, and as he looked at his gaze steadily became more respectful. Yet when he saw Feng Lianying's dark expression as she walked towards them carrying her sword, he couldn't help but become anxious. Young Master Shi, even if you were able to save this humble one's life, with just our strength alone, we're simply not able to be a match with Ice Lotus Fairy. I'll only drag you down. Zhou Yan'an's words hadn't yet finished, when he suddenly felt his throat clog and he could no longer utter any sound. She coldly withdrew her finger that had been pressing on his voice acupuncture point, and indifferently said, "You're too noisy, go to the side and obediently watch. Who said that we weren't a match with that damned woman and could only die? Even if I really have to die, I must shed a layer of that vicious white lotus's skin. In this world, no one can injure my Shiyu's people without paying the price." Feng Lianying's eyes were still dark, as if they contained venom. Yet hearing this just as she was starting to calm down caused her to burst into a fit of loud laughter. "Who do you think you are? You're merely Foundation establishment stage trash. You think that since you received Zijin Palace's inheritance that you'll be able to go against me? In your dreams." Once that was said, Feng Lianying's expression became extremely dark and sinister. "If you hand over the golden Bodhi tree and Zijin Palace now, this fairy will kindly leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. My Luli sect has so many methods to torture people, and at that time, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to live in agony yet be unable to die. By then, even if you beg for forgiveness, it will certainly be too late." She sneered, then took a confident step forward before indifferently saying, "If you want me to hand over the golden Bodhi tree and Zijin Palace, I can. That's as long as you, Feng Lianying, kneel on the ground and kowtow towards me, shopkeeper Zhou, and my spirit pets to apologize. Furthermore, admit to the people in this world that you, Ice Lotus Fairy, are nothing but a reputation with no substance, a woman with a venomous heart. Then, I'll give the inheritance to you. How is it? You bastard, you court death." Once she heard that, Feng Lianying flew into a rage. With a blazing flame springing up around her entire body, the long sword in her hand formed out countless sword lights, one that shot straight towards Hashi. Hashi immediately threw Dandan and the little golden dragon into her space, and seeing the sword lights flying towards her, she abruptly brandished the white bone whip in her hand. The white bone whip transformed into a whip with layer upon layer of shadow, and mixing with a murderous aura that was as cold as ice, it then enveloped the sword lights into a ball. With the movement of Hashi's feet blurring into shadow, she disappeared from where she was currently standing in the blink of an eye. Hashi's ice spiritual power was of course unable to resist a fire attack by a gold core stage martial artist. So the icy cold energy was rapidly engulfed by the flames, turning it into steam before it disappeared without a trace. But within this split-second gap, Hashi had also disappeared. This resulted in the long sword hurtling past and returning to Feng Lianying's hand without success once again. 1. Sword light, also translated as a sword ray. A dazzling, powerful energy attack released from the edge of a blade. Forming sword light generally requires a profound cultivation base and a deep mastery of swordsmanship. Chapter 246, Dual Attributes of Water and Fire, Heavenly Spiritual Roots. Bastard, if you have the abilities then don't hide. Do you think that just because you can hide, you can really avoid my attack? Feng Lianying gnashed her teeth, and with her figure blurring, a barrage of blazing darts flew everywhere. With the darts practically flying all around, no matter how fast she moved, it was impossible for her to dodge this round of attack. Internally overjoyed, the corner of Feng Lianying's mouth curled into a sinister smile as she imagined all the holes about to be poked into Hashi, turning her into a sieve. However, the next moment, her wide smile froze. She watched as those burning darts, after gaining a few meters, suddenly seemed like they encountered something. Unexpectedly it slowed down their speed, and somehow, it began to force the darts to face a different direction, before they wobbled in the air and fell to the ground. Next, the flames slowly extinguished. When she saw this, Feng Lianying's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was almost dripping water, appearing particularly cold. Hashi unhurriedly appeared before Feng Lianying once more, but this time, she was accompanied by countless clones that flashed into view one after another. Each one of the clones had a contemptuous sneer on their face, while a melodious and penetrating voice rang out carrying a cold murderous aura. Ice Lotus Fairy, your trick was only SOSO. This was a technique that Hashi had used when she was still an assassin, illusionary step. Originally, if she would have used this technique on a martial artist with a high divine sense, it wouldn't have been effective at all. However, now that Hashi had advanced, her spiritual power and speed had greatly increased. In this world of martial artists, only the swiftness of a person's speed defined the winner. Therefore, now that she was using illusionary step, even Feng Lianying on gold core stage was unable to see where Heshi's real body was. Good, very good. I never would have thought that mere foundation establishment stage trash could have pushed me up to this point. The fury on Feng Lianying's face slowly vanished, transforming into a deep coldness. Loosening the grip of her right hand, her long sword worth several million spirit stones fell to the ground and produced a clang as it hit. It seems that you obtaining Zijin Palace's inheritance wasn't purely by luck. But since it's this way, it's even more reason for me to not allow you to keep on living. People like you would be a threat to me in the future, so it's better to eradicate you while you're still weak. Moreover, since you also attempted to seduce Brother Yu, if I'm unable to kill you today, I'll be in great trouble. The next moment, the shadow of a sword slowly formed in Feng Lianying's hand. But this sword was different from the previous fire attribute long sword. This sword's entire body seemed to emit the coldness of ice spiritual power. The sword flickered, and the spiritual herbs around the sword completely froze, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the frost spread to cover the ground all around it. Zhou Yan'an cried out in alarm, the ice crystal sword. A top-graded weapon, the ice crystal sword. Don't you have fire spiritual roots? Why are you able to use the ice crystal sword? Feng Lianying slightly raised her chin, an arrogant smile breaking across her face. Why do you think this fairy can be called the thousand-year unparalleled genius martial artist of Luli sect? It's because I have the rare dual attributes of water and fire, two of the heavenly spiritual roots of the world. Zhou Yan'an was dumbstruck. Dual attributes of the heavenly spiritual roots, where both attributes were completely unrelated. The dual attributes of water and fire, two of the heavenly spiritual roots, were represented when a martial artist practiced water and fire attribute cultivation methods. If practiced correctly, instead of each attribute cancelling each other out, it could result in each one complementing the other. If you were a martial artist with just one attribute of the heavenly spiritual roots, you were already considered to be a rare genius in the world. Yet Feng Lianying was a gold core stage martial artist with dual attributes of the heavenly spiritual roots. How could young master she ever hope to defeat this woman? Chapter 247, Paying the Price. If Zhou Yan'an were to know that Heshi, who to his eyes had no chance of winning, possessed 5 attributes of the heavenly spiritual roots, his jaw would probably drop in shock. Feng Lianying's gaze was filled with contempt as she looked at Heshi. Don't think that just because you were a little smart and have a tad bit of skill that you can regard yourself as a genius. Compared to a real genius, you're still far from that and remain as trash. Ever since this fairy got this ice crystal sword, I've never let it touch blood, so today, the two of you can be the first. Consider it a privilege. Finished speaking, Feng Lianying brandished the ice crystal sword in her hand. Following that, crackling sounds were heard that could make anyone's teeth ache, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if even the air was frozen. Those shadows of Heshis dispersed into the air one by one, disappearing without a trace. Shortly afterwards, a figure who was running away was firmly frozen by a layer of ice and was completely unable to move. It was Heshi. Feng Lianying burst into laughter, quickly stepping forward. I said before that I would certainly dismember your body. Brat, now you shall break apart with my capsule of ice. Feng Lianying raised the ice crystal sword, and fiercely threw it towards the frozen Heshi. However, before her sword could reach Heshi, the capsule of ice suddenly exploded with a bright red light. Feng Lianying was startled, but before she had time to react, she suddenly felt an acute pain in her abdomen. This caused her utter a miserable and mournful cry. At the same time she felt pain, her ice crystal sword had stabbed into Heshi's shoulder. The broken capsule of ice shattering into an icy powder that sprinkled the tops of their heads. Both of them had beautiful appearances, and under the fall of glittering ice dust, they seemed both stunning and breathtaking. But Feng Lianying's current expression was like she had met a ghost, terrified and filled with disbelief. The two of them were standing very close together. The dagger that had just been held in Heshi's hand was now nestled in Feng Lianying's abdomen, while Feng Lianying's ice crystal sword was deeply embedded into Heshi's left shoulder. Why? Obviously he had been frozen, but how was he able to thaw the ice capsule? Cold energy from the ice crystal sword slowly spread throughout Heshi's wound, but before it could completely freeze the left side of her body, the corner of her mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Ice Lotus. Fairy, it seems that I forgot to tell you, it isn't only you who possesses a gift of dual attributes of the heavenly spiritual roots. Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten what I said before. If you injure my people, you must pay the price. Even if I'll die, I will certainly make you pay a big price first. No. This is impossible. Feng Lianing screamed as she fell backwards. As the two separated, a squelch could be heard as the dagger and sword were pulled out of the pair, causing fresh blood to pour from their wounds. Feng Lianing covered the wound on her abdomen with her hands, her face filled with shock, resentment, and defiance. No. I don't believe it. You're just trash, a useless person. How could you and I have the same innate skill? It was at this point that Feng Lianing finally realized that He had deliberately been frozen by her. This was in order for her to draw closer to He and loosen her guard while thinking that she was winning. Just before, He had used her formidable water attribute cultivation method, so Feng Lianing had thought she was a martial artist with a single water attribute spiritual root. Hence, she had never thought that He would be able to escape with only her left side being frozen, until He broke free. He reached out her hand to briefly press down on several of her acupuncture points, blocking the cold energy from spreading further. She then used her fire spiritual power to heat the cold energy corroding her meridians. Thus, her complexion became pale, and her body tottered on the verge of collapse due to the excessive use of spiritual power to halt the ice-cold energy invading her body. Chapter 248, Terrible Poison. But He didn't stop to rest, and instead waved the white bone whip in her hand. Her aura picturesque as she flew over and appeared before Feng Lianing. Feng Lianing, who was immersed in her shock and hatred, suddenly snapped out from her thoughts with a burst of killing intent within her eyes. Bastard, so you want to sneak attack me with your minuscule abilities? In your dreams. After speaking, about a dozen swords appears in her hand and she immediately charged towards the white bone whip. As they collided, the white bone whip was chopped apart inch by inch under the sword swinging, falling to the ground like small worms. As He's body was strongly pulled forward by Feng Lianing, she felt a palm harshly strike her chest. However, the moment the spiritual power reached He's body she swayed, and like a kite that had its string snapped, she flew into the air before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feng Lianing had missed He's vital organs, but it was still enough oppression by immense spiritual power to make her qi and blood surge, as well as cause pain in her 5 internal organs. Feng Lianing sneered in loathing, detest, and contempt. At this moment, the wound on her stomach had started to recover, and she used her towering frame to look down at He. No matter how hard you struggle, you're just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you really think that with just your tiny cultivation base, that you can successfully attack me? You think I sacrificed my white bone whip and risked being injured in order to attack you? The corner of He's mouth curled into a sneer as she continued, Feng Lianing, could it be that until now you still haven't realized that there's something wrong with your wound? Feng Lianing became alarmed and lowered her head to see the wound on her abdomen in disbelief, noticing that it had already started to coagulate with dark spots appearing around the wound. Her previously arrogant voice was now trembling due to fear. You, what did you do to me? He supported her still stiff left shoulder as she stood up, laughing coldly. I only smeared the drop of an interesting poison on you. This poison initially had no effect towards you gold core stage. Martial artist, since the moment you become poisoned, you just need to take the antidote and you'll be fine. But, Ice Lotus Fairy, apparently you let jealousy affect your mind. Now the poison has invaded your dantian and begun to spread throughout your meridians. How does it feel? This is impossible. How could your poison hurt me? Desperation and panic flashed on Feng Lianing's face. It must be known that martial artists of gold core stage were basically already immune to poison, unless it was highly poisonous like dense viper orchid which was manufactured by a high-level martial artist. Otherwise, a martial artist's body itself would naturally repel the impurities from the poison. But now her body had really shown signs of being poisoned, and the circulation of her spiritual power was also slowing down. That brat was nothing but foundation establishment stage trash. He seemed to be about 16 to 17 years old, so how was it possible that he could concoct such a terrible poison? The long sword appeared once more in Feng Lianing's hand as she aimed it at He and screamed, "Bastard! If you don't want to die, then immediately hand over the antidote." Though He's complexion was pale and her voice was weak, her face still wore an indifferent sneer. It should be me saying those words. If you want me to hand over the antidote, I can. Now kneel down and apologize for me. Very well. Did you think that with just an insignificant poison that this fairy would really be afraid? Feng Lianying's expression twisted, and suddenly, a dark red medicinal pill appeared on her hand. As soon as that medicinal pill appeared, it emitted a delicate fragrance. Even if you were to merely smell this fragrance, it could give anyone a feeling of their spiritual power becoming incessantly agitated. Chapter 249, Mutual Destruction. Feng Lianying held the red medicinal pill in her hand with a conflicted expression on her face. This red pill was called a red phosphorus pill. It was one of Lu Li sect's secret protection methods, and a pill that was used to save a life in a crisis. Once you took a red phosphorus pill, no matter how serious a martial artist was injured, it would heal in a flash. Regardless of being infected by any poison, it would also completely clear up. Even the user's cultivation base would rise in a short time period, with their spiritual power increasing several-fold. However, this powerful red pill wasn't without side effects. After taking a red phosphorus pill, the martial artist's meridians would be damaged to a certain extent, and they would lose the possibility of advancing for at least 3 years. Therefore, unless they had reached a moment where they needed to use it as a last resort, the disciples of Lu Li sect absolutely wouldn't take it. Feng Lianying had always been ambitious and lofty. Desperately pursuing Nangongyu steps, she had initially planned to advance to nascent soul stage within 10 years to be on an equal level with him. However, if she took this pill, her desire would become only a dream, because it would be impossible to improve her cultivation base in such a short time, let alone reaching nascent soul stage. But just the thought of He, that bastard, as well as his and Nangongyu's intimate scene, Feng Lianying was burning with the fires of jealousy, completely losing all rationality. So much so that she didn't carefully notice that at this moment, the poison that had been congealing in her dantian was slowly weakening and dissipating. After all, when He had made her poison, she was only at foundation establishment stage. So for a foundation establishment stage's cultivation base, being able to manufacture a poison harmful to a gold core stage martial artist, that was as difficult as wanting to ascend to heaven. If only Feng Lianying had been paying attention, instead of being blinded by her jealousy and fear, she would have known that the poison simply couldn't injure her. At most, it could only add a few dark spots on her skin. Feng Lianying's expression twisted, and suddenly raising her hand, she swallowed the red phosphorus pill. In the blink of an eye, her spiritual power increased sharply from the energy throughout the secret territory, giving off an ominous feeling. The ice crystal sword abruptly appeared in her hand once more, and Feng Lianying's body slowly rose into the air to hover in place. She then looked down in contempt and disgust at He and Zhou Yan'an below her, like she would stare at tiny ants. You made this fairy lose the inheritance, and made me pay such a big price by taking the red phosphorus pill. I swear that today I'll cut off your limbs and destroy your dantian, making it so that you'll spend the rest of your life as neither a person nor a ghost in a boundless hell. This is the price you have to pay for committing an offense against me, Ice Lotus Fairy. After her words, Feng Lianying's body shook, and the ice crystal sword fused together with her body as she charged straight towards He like a tornado. Zhou Yan'an exclaimed out loud, his face filled with despair. He pursed her lips as she stood her ground, a formidable spiritual power vortex slowly condensing in her hand. This spiritual power wasn't only her made of her own power, but part of her space's unimaginably vast spiritual power. Once this spiritual power vortex exploded, not only would He and Feng Lianying die, this entire area of the secret territory would be affected. However, He's expression only showed a cold determination. There was neither remorse or indecision, rather, there was a determination capable of destroying heaven and exterminating earth, a conviction to die in mutual destruction. She had said once before that even if she should die, she would certainly make Feng Lianying pay a painful price. That price was death. But, just as the condensation of her spiritual power vortex started spinning faster and faster, and the ice crystal sword in Feng Lianying's hand drew closer to her, a sudden scarlet light shone before He's eyes, blinding her. But before she had time to react, it enveloped herself and Zhou Yan'an. Chapter 250, Gu Liufeng. A loud bang echoed around the area, and the ice crystal sword very quickly turned into steam and evaporated into the air as it hit the barrier of red light. Additionally, the barrier of red light slowly dissipated from the impact of the ice crystal sword, similar to when ice and fire collided and melted. The next moment, Feng Lianying's body was thrown backwards far into the distance. And as she coldly and gloomy glared at the barrier of red light, it disappeared without a trace. Before Hashi had time to react, Zhou Yenin became startled and shouted in delight, "Young master, you finally came." Along with Zhou Yenin's words, a figure in bright red clothes appeared in front of Hashi. From Hashi's angle she could only see that this person was slender and wearing a white mask on his face. Painted on the white mask was a queer ghost pattern, making the person look somewhat sinister. His pair of peach blossom eyes that weren't covered by the mask were gleaming like the reflection of waves under sunlight, a beauty that gave people a one-of-a-kind feeling of attraction. Once Feng Lianing noticed the white mask on the person's face, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Gu Liufeng." Although Hashi had never heard the name of Gu Liufeng before, she was very aware of Xingde Hall in Yanjing City. While its appearance was that of a small medical store, in actuality, it was a powerful intelligence organization. And the organization behind it mustn't be underestimated. And it could be assumed that the man addressed as young master by Zhou Yenin was the owner of Xingde Hall. Gu Liufeng unhurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Ice Lotus Fairy, long time no see. I trust you've been well since we last met." Having heard what he said, the look on Feng Lianying's face twisted with fierceness. She didn't understand, all she wanted to do was kill a Foundation establishment stage brat. It should have been very easy, but why did someone constantly appear to hinder her? Is that brat really so lucky? Feng Lianing grit her teeth as she answered, "Gu Liufeng, can it be that you want to meddle in my business too? Granted that if you want to meddle, you have to consider whether or not your strength is a match with Lu Li's sect." Since Gu Liufeng was wearing a mask, his expression couldn't be clearly seen. But even so, his voice gave a sense of laziness and indifference. "Fairy is so serious, the thing I dislike the most is meddling in other people's business. Similarly Gu Liufeng's people, also absolutely don't turn to other people to teach someone a lesson. I wonder how shopkeeper Zhou offended Fairy, to the extent that Fairy was using heavy hands on him." Feng Lianying's gaze shot back and forth between Zhou Yenin and Gu Liufeng, a glint of coldness flashing within her eyes as she said, "The one to start a feud with this Fairy wasn't really shopkeeper Zhou, but rather that Foundation establishment stage stinky brat. So if you grab your men and leave now, making him vow to never reveal what happened today, I'll let you off. How is it?" After Feng Lianing finished speaking, the look on Zhou Yenin's face became apprehensive. He anxiously looked at Hashi and couldn't help but move his gaze to Gu Liufeng, taking quite a while before he mustered enough courage to say, "Young master, I owe young master Xi a debt for saving my life. I can't abandon him, no matter what." However, Gu Liufeng seemed as if he hadn't heard him. He just slightly narrowed his eyes as he stared at the arrogant Feng Lianing in front of him and faintly sighed, "It seems as if Ice Lotus Fairy has misunderstood my intentions. Who said I asked you to let shopkeeper Zhou off?" Hearing this, a smug smile graced Feng Lianying's face. "Since young Master Gu understands the advantages and disadvantages, then that's for the best. Zhou Yenin has dishonored this fairy, so he should be given a lesson. I can promise that this fairy will be able to keep his little life." Chapter 251, Hiding One's Ability by Keeping Quiet. The corners of Gu Liufeng's eyes twitched as he continued, "What I mean is, Ice Lotus Fairy, is that since you injured one of my people, let me return the favor to Fairy in the same way you injured him. That way, the grudge between us can be considered as settled." "You. Gu Liufeng, you're clearly unable to differentiate between good and bad." Feng Lianying's entire body was shaking from anger. "If you were tactful you would scram, and if you don't blame me for being impolite. Your cultivation base is rather equal with mine, but since I now have the assistance of a medicinal pill, my power far surpasses yours. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Liufeng laughed lazily, his eyes gleaming brightly. "Or, Ice Lotus Fairy could choose to make amends by apologizing to my subordinate. You're looking for death." Feng Lianing furiously screamed, her whole body like a shadow sword as it shot over towards Gu Liufeng. Currently, what she hated the most was hearing others ordering her to kneel down and apologize. That bastard, had humiliated her. In this lifetime she would never forget this. In the blink of an eye, two figures, one red and one white, were locked together in battle. The two people's movements were extremely fast as they flew about in the air of the secret territory. They were constantly using formidable spiritual pressure wantonly, causing bright lights to bloom in the sky. Zhou Yenin watched on in a daze for a while. He felt a tightness in his chest, and although he was also a gold core stage martial artist, his current level wasn't enough for him to be a match in such a battle. He watched on with an extremely serious expression, strangely able to follow the movements of the two people in the air. To her surprise, at this time the two seemed to be evenly matched in their fight, but she felt that Gu Liufeng's strength seemed to be far more than what he was exhibiting. Was he hiding it? She frowned and seemed to be in trance, yet suddenly her eyes came into contact with a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. This pair of eyes resembled peach blossom petals. It was like they gleamed with the reflection of bright multicolored sunlight, but in a flash, these lights disappeared without a trace. Gu Liufeng. In such an intense moment of fighting, he was actually still able to be distracted enough to look at her. Moreover, those eyes contained a smiling expression that was deep and yet tranquil, as if they could see through her mind. She suddenly lowered her head, a touch of contemplation sweeping across her eyes. Zhou Yan'an noticed He bowing his head. With the side of his face delicate and pale, his whole aura was that of a frail yet beautiful porcelain doll that could shatter at any time. He couldn't help but comforted him with, "Young Master Shi, you don't have to worry, as long as my young master is here nothing will happen to us. Although he's only at gold core stage, he's entirely different compared to such a useless person like me. I've also never seen a martial artist on the same level beat him." He raised an eyebrow without answering, instead suddenly asking him, "Shopkeeper Zhou, we only met by chance and I have no affection towards you, so why did you want to risk your life to save me?" From the beginning she couldn't figure out this point. She could understand why Dandan and the little golden dragon would save her, but Zhou Yan'an and her were only strangers by chance. Helping her might be normal, but risking his life to save her was really too strange. Zhou Yan'an's face showed a trace of shame and indecision as he stayed silent for a long while, before replying, "To be honest, this humble one initially came to Zijin Palace to get the inheritance, but it wasn't for the Maha inheritance. Rather, it was to get a pill prescription from Zijin's master." Hashi's face showed her surprise. She had already received Zijin Palace's inheritance, hence she naturally knew that there wasn't any pill prescriptions included in the inheritance of Zijin's master. At most he only left her an extraordinary pill furnace in Zijin Palace. Chapter 252, Shi'er, why are you here? Zhou Yan'an continued and said, but after seeing young Master Shi, this humble one suddenly felt that compared to a fabled pill prescription of Zijin's master, maybe young Master Shi is our real savior. Savior? What does he mean? Zhou Yan'an's body was weak and his complexion pale, but at this moment, he got up from the ground and deeply bowed towards Shi. Young Master Shi, to be quite honest, this humble one risked his life to save you because there's something I must request of you. Tell me. If this humble one didn't guess wrong, young Master Shi is the genius doctor who healed Ouyang's heir. Zhou Yan'an was a little nervous as he looked at Shi, and it wasn't until she nodded in admission that he heaved a sigh of relief. He then continued and said, after we leave the secret territory, this humble one wants to ask young Master Shi for help with saving a person. Zhou Yan'an's words were extremely straightforward, and Shi released a long sigh. She was most afraid of being slyly schemed against and used as a chess piece. Shopkeeper Zhou's facade was plausible in how he dealt with business, but it was her most liked way of doing things. In any case, it was best to be clear about any business transaction over owing an unfathomable favor. Thinking up till here, Shi slightly raised her head and lightly said, "Okay, I agree to your request. It can be regarded as returning your favor of today." The 17-year-old youngster didn't have the slightest trace of hesitation on his face when speaking, and eyes were shining astonishingly bright. If such words were said to others, it would make people feel that he was arrogant. But in the case of this youngster saying it before Zhou Yan'an, he felt that it was only right and hence he was incomparably happy and relieved. When the two of them were chatting, Hashi's expression suddenly changed slightly. She sensed many people coming in their direction, each of their auras very powerful and frightening. Furthermore, she didn't know whether it was a group of friends or foes. Just when she was about to warn Zhou Yan'an and Gu Liufeng who was in the air, Feng Lianing abruptly uttered a pained screech. And like a kite being snapped from its string, she fluttered as she fell backwards towards the ground. Gu Liufeng's eyes filled with obvious astonishment, and then narrowing his eyes slightly, he revealed an interested smile. The next moment, a murderous aura as sharp as a sword charged straight towards Gu Liufeng. Gu Liufeng's expression turned slightly serious, replacing the previously indifferent expression he had when battling with Feng Lianing. With a wave of his hand, a blazing red sword appeared gripped in his right hand. Two swords then collided in high altitude, making an explosion of tremendous energy that caused spiritual energy to fluctuate throughout all of the secret territory. After the explosion, Gu Liufeng stumbled backwards a step and slowly fell to the ground. Because his qi and blood were boiling, blood as bright red as a cherry started flowing down his thin lips that were exposed under the mask. "Young master, you're injured," Zhou Yan'an exclaimed, then struggled to get up to treat Gu Liufeng. Gu Liufeng smiled slightly, his deep gaze looking towards the people slowly appearing from not far away. His voice clear as he said, "His Highness Hell King's cultivation base is profound, you really do have a well-deserved reputation." Among the group of newcomers, many of them were gold core stage and above martial artists. In the front, a man dressed in a purple robe had anxiety plastered across his face as he held the deathly pale Feng Lianying in his arms, desperately shouting, "Little sister Lianying, are you okay?" Behind the purple-robed man, walking with an indifferent manner and a gloomy expression upon his face, was Nanggongyu with eyes as cold as ice. Nanggongyu's icy cold gaze swept over Gu Liufeng, and as they landed behind him, his eyes suddenly widened. "Sheer, how come you're here?" Nanggongyu's voice abruptly became high, causing everyone present to almost jump in shock. Chapter 253, Why Can't I Be Here? His Highness Hell King's strength and identity were thought of as unattainable. His attitude to the outside world was always indifferent, cold, and unyielding. Even when everyone was rushing like ducks towards this dangerous sealed dragon domain, his attitude was like a skillful butcher with a cleaver, he didn't attach the slightest importance to any of the treasures. But at this very moment anyone who was observant could see how agitated Hell King was, how much anger and worry was contained in his voice. Qing Long, who was behind Nanggongyu, held back the impulse to support his forehead. Why does his master become a completely different person every time he saw Miss Naylan? She, of course, saw Nanggongyu. She had noticed earlier than Gu Liufeng and Feng Lianying that there were people approaching, but before she had the time to think any further, Feng Lianying seemed to have been seriously injured and fell, uttering a delicate yet miserable shriek. At first she felt that this was strange. The whole time Gu Liufeng hadn't been trying his hardest, while Feng Lianying had become quite powerful after taking a red phosphorus pill. So how could she have somehow been hit? It wasn't until she saw the purple-robed man holding Feng Lianying in his arms with a face full of rage, and Nanggongyu following behind that she understood. Her heart filled with an icy sneer. So it was a stage trick. No wonder she would rather bear Gu Liufeng's blow, it was all for the sake of staging this scene. Didn't she see how angry and how distressed her brother Yu was now? Thinking up to here, a corner of Hashi's mouth curled into a cold smile. "Your Highness Hell King and Ice Lotus Fairy could come here, so why can't I come? Or do you think this secret territory was opened by your Hell King manor?" Nanggongyu was dumbfounded. How long had it been since he'd heard Sheer using such a cold tone when speaking to him? However, when Nanggongyu's gaze fell to the wound that hadn't yet healed on her left shoulder and her small pale face, his heart tightened with intense anger and distress. How can this girl be so reckless? What kind of place is this sealed dragon domain? Even gold core stage martial artists were cautious when they would come, and yet she, such a delicate woman, actually dared to enter the inner layer of the secret territory. If something had happened, if... Nanggongyu didn't dare to think any further, the fear and worry in his heart changing into an overflowing fury. It caused him to walk over in large strides to the little girl who watched him with a stubborn attitude. However, he barely took a step when the corner of his robes were pulled by someone, while in his ears came Feng Lianying's weak voice, "Brother Yu, I'm cold, so painful." Upon saying that, she abruptly began to vomit blood. Her beautiful face had become a deathly pale, it looked like she could die at any moment. The purple-robed man holding her felt distressed. Due to his worry, perspiration was rapidly dripping down his face, and seeing Feng Lianying clinging to Nanggongyu, he couldn't help but urgently say, "Nanggong, what are you doing just standing there? Quickly come and check on little sister Lianying's condition." Nanggongyu didn't look back or turn to go see Feng Lianying, rather, he stared at Hashi with a burning gaze. The purple-robed man urgently said once more, "Nanggong, don't forget what you owe towards the Luli sect. If little sister Lianying dies, your lifetime debt won't ever be cleared. You still won't think of a way to save little sister Lianying. Do you want to see her die?" Nanggongyu's figure became slightly sluggish, before in the end he stopped and turned around to check on Feng Lianying's condition. He coldly watched this play of Nangong Yu turning around, squatting down, and enveloping Feng Lianying in his spiritual power. When she saw Feng Lianying's bashful and hopeful expression as she stared at Nangong Yu with fixed eyes, her heart surged with a violent anger. Chapter 254, Troubling Young Master Shi. She wasn't angry with Feng Lianying's shamelessness, nor was she angry with Nangong Yu's heartlessness. Rather, she was angry towards herself for actually being tripped over by a stone twice. She clearly knew that love and promises couldn't be trusted, yet why did she still care about it like a dimwit? And she clearly knew that she shouldn't be tempted, that she couldn't believe them. Yet why did she still allow other people to occupy her heart little by little? Hashi, in the end, what were you expecting? Were you expecting that Nangong Yu would abandon his childhood sweetheart and come to you? Or that you would be enough to turn him against his childhood sweetheart? Dream on. But since she had now woken up to reality, if she were to withdraw now it wouldn't be too late, would it? Hashi's hands tightly clenched into fists, not at all sensing her fingernails embedding themselves into her palms. Suddenly, a man's deep and magnetic voice entered her ears, TSK, this could be disastrous. His Highness Hell King and his bodyguard Qing Long, as well as Lu Li Sec's senior disciple Nie Jinchen, all of these few people possess at least the high-level strength of a gold core stage. Martial artist. His Highness Hell King is the strongest, so strong that no one can find out the depth of his strength. Now it seems that our situation is bad, really bad. She came back to her senses and glanced at the man wearing bright red beside her. When she saw him say the words really bad, she noticed that his expression was relaxed and without a trace of worry. But when he withstood Nangong Yu's sword attack, he had obviously sustained a heavy surge of spiritual energy. Now the bright red blood on his thin lips had faded into a pale color. She suddenly reached her hand out and gripped his wrist, then started pouring her spiritual power into his meridians. Gu Liufeng was startled. By reflex he wanted to struggle and free his hand, but when he realized the way in which she was examining his condition, he couldn't help but show an interested expression. You're the little genius doctor that Yenin mentioned. But before Hashi could answer, Zhou Yenin had already replied. Young master, it is him, genius Dr. Shi Yu. His medical skill has reached perfection. Even Ouyang's heir was able to have his broken meridians healed after more than a year of disability, believe me. Zhou Yenin hadn't yet finished speaking when Gu Liufeng took back his hand, preventing Hashi from continuing to examine him. Hashi didn't force him, instead indifferently saying, if you want to completely dissolve the energy from the sword concealed within your body, I need to give an acupuncture treatment to your 3 acupuncture points, lung meridian, shoulder meridian, and back meridian. Gu Liufeng stared blankly, then fixedly looked at her for a moment before suddenly laughing, then I'll have to trouble young Master Shi. After saying this, he didn't mind in the slightest and took off his clothes, exposing the packed muscles and smooth veins on his naked upper body. Hashi stood behind him and nimbly started to insert the silver needles in her hand into his acupuncture points. Then her figure flashed and she came in front of Gu Liufeng, inserting the last silver needle into his lung meridian acupuncture point to slowly help the excess energy drain out. Hence Hashi's movements became very slow, while the thin and transparent silver needles held in her fingers lightly twirled. This was accompanied with the pure essence of spiritual power permeating into the air little by little. At this moment, Gu Liufeng sat cross-legged on the grass with Hashi slightly bending her body over him to rotate the silver needles with a focused and dignified expression. The natural light in the secret territory fell on the youth's fair face and shined upon his straight exquisite nose, pink and tender cherry lips, as well as long eyelashes that were as thick as a fan. The youth's head leaned forward slightly, his long shapely eyebrows lightly creasing. From Gu Liufeng's point of view he could see the youth's pointed chin, fair and slender neck, and the fine radiance slowly extending to his delicate collarbone, which then slanted to his slightly open robe. Chapter 255, Pull Out Your Tongue. The youth's slender and fair hand was just like piece of carved jade as it gently hovered over his bare skin, while every so often the youth's cool touch would bring with it a throbbing feeling that made him shudder. Gu Liufeng felt a sudden skip in his chest, and bowing his head, the steady energy within his body suddenly surged and brought a bright red color to lips once again. His expression was calm, but in his mind a line continuously echoed, this little genius doctor called Shi Yu was rather too good-looking. As soon as Nangong Yu crouched to examine Feng Lianying's condition, he immediately knew that she only had minor injuries. It simply wasn't as serious as the expression on her face suggested. With his face turning gloomy, he then got up and went to find Hashi. Yet just as he did, his robe was once again pulled on by Feng Lianying. Brother Yu, just then I had to take a red phosphorus pill to be able to compete against Gu Liufeng. Later on, I won't be able to advance right. Brother Yu, will you dislike me then? Even with this remark, Nangong Yu still didn't respond. However, Nie Jingchen's, the purple-robed man's, complexion changed, and with distress and anger flashing across his face, he said, "Little sister Lian Ying, didn't master say that unless it was a last resort, you shouldn't take a red phosphorus pill? Your innate skill is rare, taking a red phosphorus pill will encumber you for several years." Feng Lianying showed a sad and grievous expression, while her beautiful eyes gazed at Nangong Yu as she choked on sobs. I was all alone, while the other side had 3 people. If I didn't use a red phosphorus pill, I don't know if I could have waited until the arrival of you all and Brother Yu. If I didn't have the assistance of a red phosphorus pill to allow me to hold on until this moment, I don't know how they would have humiliated me. They're going too far. Nie Jinchen roared with a gravelly voice. Since they dared to hurt you to such a point, I'll make those 3 wretches pay you back 1,000 times over. Little sister Lian Ying, just wait, I'll go take revenge for you now. However, Nie Jinchen hadn't yet finished speaking, when Nangong Yu's face darkened and he coldly said, "Shut your mouth." Nie Jinchen was startled and didn't react for a while. His face expressed a somewhat confused look. Nangong Yu's cold gaze swept over him, and he unhurriedly stressed his words, "If you say wretches again, I'll pull your tongue out." The weather in the secret territory was warm, but Nie Jinchen felt so cold he was shivering. Nangong Yu's gaze at this moment was too frightening. It was as if Nie Jinchen continued speaking, the other party would immediately tear him to shreds. However, Feng Lianying's pretty face twisted, intense jealousy and hatred glinting in her eyes. From his clothes, Nangong Yu withdrew a bottle of medicinal pills and threw it to Nie Jinchen. "Give this pill to Lian Ying and use your spiritual power to unblock her meridians. After an hour she will be healed." Joy flashed within Nie Jinchen's eyes. If he had to use his spiritual power to unblock her meridians, then that meant that he and little sister Lianing would have to be in close contact. Nie Jinchen was the senior disciple of the head of the Luli sect. At such a young age he had already reached the peak of gold core stage, so it could be said that he had boundless prospects. Throughout Miluo continent there were many women who admired him, completely willing to be his concubine. But in Nie Jinchen's heart, he had always been attracted to his junior, Feng Lianying, no other woman. With regard to Feng Lianying's words, he took them as absolute truth and would never disobey her. Now that Nangong Yu had given him an opportunity to get close to his goddess, how could he not be happy? Nie Jinchen poured a medicinal pill out of the bottle for Feng Lianying to swallow, but was fiercely pushed away. Watching as Nangong Yu got up without hesitation and abandoned her, her heart was filled with extreme hatred. Chapter 256, What Are You Doing? Before having known Shi Yu, that scoundrel, Brother Yu had never treated her like this. He had never regarded her as nothing. If that bastard could disappear sooner, then that would be great. With this thought, Feng Lian increased her brows and uttered a pained moan. Grabbing onto Nie Jinchen's sleeve, she said with a grief-filled voice, "Senior brother, all my life up until now, I've never suffered such a humiliation. Especially from that brat called Shi Yu. He's a man and yet he actually wanted to seduce Brother Yu. He even wanted me to kneel and apologize to him. When I didn't agree, they tried to kill me. Who gave them dog guts?" When Nie Jinchen heard this, he felt fury boiling in his heart, a murderous intent that burned him up. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a severe fluctuation of spiritual power mixing with a tremendous amount of fury rage through the secret territory. In their ears came Nangong Yu's demon-like voice, "What are you doing?" Although Nangong Yu had seemingly been occupied by Feng Lianying's dying drama, in his heart, he had only been thinking of Hashi. After he had confirmed that Feng Lianying was merely exaggerating a minor injury just to get his sympathy, he immediately became fed up. But, just as he turned around, he saw a scene that made him burn with jealousy. The scene was of the naked upper body of a young man wearing a mask, which revealed a smooth torso, while a beautiful youngster bowed his head and stared attentively at the man's body. The distance between the two was close, so close that their breaths were mingling. It was almost as if in the next moment they would intimately embrace each other. Nangong Yu felt a fiery flame soar in his heart, burning it. This flame seemed to carry with it thistles and thorns, mutilating his heart. On one hand he was angry, while on the other hand he felt the heartache and hatred of being betrayed and abandoned, making him want to tear up everything in sight. The moment Nangongyu had shouted, it just so happened that He had been cleaning the energy within Gu Liufeng's body, slowly pulling out the silver needle that was inserted in his lung meridian acupuncture point. But abruptly she felt an immense amount of spiritual pressure in the atmosphere capable of crushing people. After all, her cultivation base was only at meridian stage. This, coupled with the injury she had received before, using up her spiritual power, and now a formidable spiritual pressure attack, all caused her complexion to pale in an instant. The next moment a blazing shadow enveloped her, this tall figure blocking her without hesitation. She heard Gu Liufeng's concerned voice reach her ears, "My clothes are made from specialized silk, it can withstand most spiritual pressure and divine sense attacks. If you drape it over your shoulders you'll feel much better." He was startled as the crimson robes were wrapped around her. A slight trace of warmth and fragrance wafted from the clothes, making the uncomfortable feeling of a moment ago disappear in a flash. While Gu Liufeng was now only wearing white inner clothing, his aura seemed leisurely and graceful as he nonetheless firmly protected her behind him. Gu Liufeng faced Nangongyu, the sound of laughter clear in his voice, "Your Highness Hell King, I've always respected you as a hero of Jinling Kingdom, but now you're unable to distinguish the truth from lies and have listened to woman's slander. I'm afraid that isn't very wise, right?" How could Nangongyu pay attention to what he had said, when his heart and eyes were only filled with the sight of this man and He standing very close together? Furthermore, this man had even dared to drape his clothes over He's body. His complexion was so glacial it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it, while his voice was like a demon's from hell. Immediately get away from her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 257, Oscar winner. Gu Liufeng was startled, he felt that Hell King's attitude was very strange. But before he could speak, He pulled on his sleeve and stood in front of him. She then coldly said, "Move aside, this has nothing to do with you. The person they want to deal with is me, so you should take shopkeeper Zhou with you and leave now." Gu Liufeng ignored her and heedlessly walked up to stand by her side. "You don't know this, but from the moment Feng Lianying and I fought, our fates became intertwined. That shameful woman is so petty, do you really think that she'll let us off?" He's brows wrinkled, and glancing at the faint spiritual power fluctuations of Zhou Yan'an next to them, her voice became gloomy. "Sorry, it's because of me that the two of you have become involved." As Gu Liufeng tilted his head to look at the side of He's beautiful, snow-white face, he could feel his heart softening. It was as if there was a warmth slowly building in his chest. But before he could say something again, his expression suddenly changed. His hand that had initially moved to console He was abruptly pulled back, and he staggered backwards several steps. A sharp, sword-like energy fiercely struck his body and he fell to the ground. This made grass bits fly everywhere, some fluttering to land on He's hair and clothes. Gu Liufeng lifted his gaze, only to meet with Nangongyu's dark and fearful glare. It was in these eyes that he saw a murderous rage, one that seemed as if Nangongyu wanted to dismember him, crushing his bones and scattering their dust. The next moment Nangongyu changed his line of sight, looking from him to the point next to him. Glaring at the pale complexion of he slowly extended his hand. "Sheer, come here." He coldly looked at him, the look on her face like condensed frost. "Go over there, what for?" "To allow you, your Highness Hell King, to kill me and take revenge for your beloved little sister Lianying." The look on Nangongyu's face was beyond ugly, and he suddenly walked forwards a step before darkly saying, "Sheer, in your heart." His words hadn't yet finished, when Feng Lianying, who had previously been lying on the grounds acting like she was on her last breath, stood up. With Nie Jinchen's support, she went to Nangongyu's side and grabbed his sleeve. "Brother, you, don't be like this. Young master, she didn't purposely injure me, you mustn't blame him." He looked at the intimacy of the two people, and the coldness in her eyes became colder, little by little, like a 1,000-years-old glacier. Such a pure and kind-hearted white lotus. Look at that emotion in her eyes, that expression, and that tone. If this act had been seen in her past life, then Feng Lianying would definitely have been suitable to win an Oscar. In front of people she appeared pure, cold, and noble, but behind their backs she was malicious and fierce. And now, she had managed to change once more by becoming delicate and pitiful. A man would unconditionally believe her and want to cherish her, wishing to hold her in their arms. Nanggongyu was also a man. With such a beauty throwing herself into his arms, how could his heart not be moved? As she sneered at her own thoughts, Gu Liufeng suddenly leaned towards her and whispered in her ear, "Little Yuer, do you know if there's a problem with that fairy's eyes? Obviously it was me who injured her, yet why is she implying that it was you who injured her? You're only foundation establishment stage, while she's gold core stage. By saying that it was you who injured her, isn't she afraid of losing face? Little Yuer? Where did that stupid nickname come from?" As she aimed a glare at him, then looked back at Feng Lianying and sneered, "You say that as if she wasn't injured by me, and that she hadn't hurt anyone before me. So what if she was a gold core stage martial artist? She dared to provoke my people. Even if she herself wasn't a match with Feng Lianying, the least she could do was make her pay a price of being skinned alive." At this moment, Feng Lianying was wearing a white dress stained with specks of crimson blood, while her complexion was deathly pale. As the wind blew, it caused her white dress to flutter, making her appear like a willow, all delicate and charming. Chapter 258, Don't Touch Her with Your Dirty Hands. Upon hearing Heshi's remark, rage flashed in her eyes first, before glistening teardrops welled in them. Pulling on Nangongyu's sleeve, it seemed as if she had suffered an enormous grievance as she bit her lip and said, "Young Master Shi and young Master Gu's relationship is really good. I'd heard that Gu Liufeng's conduct was usually arrogant and unsociable, yet today you unexpectedly agreed with young Master Shi to regard me an enemy. The friendship between the two of you is really enviable. However, since I'm considering giving young Master Shi face, I won't bother dealing with Gu Liufeng. You'd better go, quickly leave before brother Yu gets angry. Rest assured, I will try my best to appease brother Yu." Though she'd said it in a lovely and pitifully manner, provocativeness and bragging was visible in Feng Lianying's eyes. As she looked at Heshi, a coldness appeared in her eyes that quickly disappeared, and when she turned to look back at Nanggongyu, she acted gentle and kind-hearted. Nie Jinchen was still supporting her on the side, and his face had long become flushed due to anger. Having heard everything she was saying, he could feel his rage growing. "Nanggong, don't listen to little sister Lianying. She was too kind-hearted, and that made some people who were unable to tell good from bad dare to have such ideas against her. Such vicious people like these, they shouldn't be spared. Let them know how people end up when they commit an offense towards people they shouldn't offend." Gu Liufeng clicked his tongue in praise, and putting a hand on Heshi's shoulder, he sighed, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never before seen one so shameless. I never would have thought that the famous Hell King would actually fancy such a disgusting woman. Really, seeing it for yourself is 100 times better than hearing it from someone else. Little Yuer, I think it's better that we don't get involved with this bunch of insane people. They're so shameless that it's unbearable to watch. Since we aren't their match in strength, we might as well take this opportunity to run." Having said that, Gu Liufeng leaned close to Heshi's ear to seemingly tease her, and whispered, "In a moment I'll count to 3. You take Yenin behind me and hide. We only have one chance to escape." Heshi nodded, but when she raised her head she met with Nangongyu's burning gaze, causing her chest to feel like it was being crushed by a heavy stone. Suddenly, Nanggongyu walked towards her with large steps. And because Feng Lianying was still latching onto his sleeve, she ended up stumbling due to his abrupt movement. She watched Nangongyu's back in disbelief as he left with quick strides, and she immediately shouted loudly, "Brother Yu." However, Nangongyu's pace didn't pause in the slightest, it even seemed as though he didn't hear her. Seeing Nanggongyu walk towards them, Gu Liufeng's face became grave. So leaning closer to Heshi's ear once more, he went to whisper to her. All of a sudden, lightning appeared out of the blue to fiercely strike Gu Liufeng's arm. Staggering a step backwards, he uttered a muffled groan. The arm that had been struck by lightning now a bloody sight to behold. Nanggongyu glared at him with a ruthless and bloodthirsty gaze, his voice dark and cold as he spat out from between his teeth and lips, "I said, don't touch her with your dirty hands." Gu Liufeng was startled, but before he could react Heshi had already grabbed his injured arm, quickly spilling a silvery white medicinal powder onto the wound. In the blink of an eye, that bloody wound rapidly stopped bleeding and healed. Following that, in such a short moment, it had already become a scab. Heshi heaved a sigh of relief, and asked him in a somewhat concerned voice, "Are you okay?" Just as those words left her mouth, she felt something tightly wrap around her waist. But before she could realize what was happening, her body soared into the air to land in a warm embrace. When she raised her head, her eyes met with Nangong Yu's bloodshot eyes. Chapter 259, How Could I Kill You? The eyes glaring at her were frighteningly bloodthirsty, and paired with such a murderous aura being exuded from his body, it could make anyone tremble from fear. It was as though in the next moment that she would be torn into shreds and devoured. Hashi's heart sank little by little, while the corners of her mouth curled into a forlorn yet mocking smile. This man, does he hate her now? Does he hate her because she injured his beloved woman? Those previous sentimental feelings, those previous promises, in front of his beloved Ice Lotus Fairy, does he regard them as? Nangong Yu raised her chin, then slowly said, "Sheer, I just told you to come to me, didn't you hear me?" His voice was exceptionally gentle, but when it reached her ears, it caused her to shudder. She wanted to step away from him, but her entire body was enveloped by a tremendous amount of spiritual power pressure, leaving her unable to move even a single step. This was her first time directly experiencing Nangong Yu's formidable strength, helping her to understand how it made despair grow in a person's heart. Feng Lianing suddenly raised her voice and shouted from where she was standing not too far away from them, "Brother Yu, I know you're angry on my behalf, but young Master Shi is your friend after all. Please, consider my reputation and don't make things too difficult for them, okay? Young Master Shi didn't intentionally injure me, I believe he certainly knows his mistake." After saying this, she then turned to shout at Hashi, "Young Master Shi, quickly admit your mistake to Brother Yu. Otherwise, when Brother Yu's anger explodes, even I won't be able to stop him. Do you want to just helplessly watch on as your young Master Gu dies in Brother Yu's hands?" Hashi sneered upon hearing that, and a lustrous purple shade gleamed within her jet-black phoenix eyes. She then firmly stared at Nangong Yu as she said, "Is this your purpose for calling me over? It was to kill me to take revenge on behalf of your close female friend. Nangong Yu, am I that foolish in your eyes, so foolish that I'll obediently send myself to you and let you kill me?" Nangong Yu's entire body shook, and his arm that was wrapped around her waist tightened as he said in a trembling voice, "Sheer, what nonsense you are talking about. How could I kill you?" Just hearing her say that and thinking that this girl might die in the secret territory, he was so scared his blood turned cold. Sheer would actually go so far as to say he would kill her. "Young Master Shi, I said earlier that I won't let Brother Yu kill you, so why do you have to misunderstand me?" Came Feng Lianying's tear-filled voice. "Wasn't it enough that you had Gu Liufeng try to kill me? Yet now you also want to slander me in front of Brother Yu. You, why do you hate me so much? Little sister Lian Ying, why you have to say so much to such a person? Just let me go kill him to avenge you." Nie Jinchen had reached his breaking point and he shouted at Nangong Yu, "Nangong, you still haven't quickly killed him yet to avenge little sister Lian Ying. Don't tell me that you really want to see our Lian Ying that has always been protected since childhood suffer such a grievance." Nangong Yu's face twisted upon hearing Nie Jinchen and Feng Lianying's words. The murderous intent within his eyes seemed to condense into a storm, as though at any time he could tear everything apart before his eyes. However, before he could make a move, a red light as sharp as a sword suddenly flew before Hashi. Latching around her waist, it quickly pulled her out of Nangong Yu's embrace. Gu Liufeng caught Hashi in the air, then steadily descended to the ground. Shoving Hashi behind him, he coldly said to Nangong Yu, "Your Highness Hell King, are you really unable to distinguish right from wrong today by being used as a tool by that woman? Get lost. My matter with Sheer has nothing to do with you." Hashi tugged on Gu Liufeng's sleeve, her face cold as she said, "Don't meddle again. The person they want to kill is me, this has nothing to do with you and shopkeeper Zhou." Chapter 260, Stay Your Hand. Although Gu Liufeng said that he had a way to escape, as long as Nangong Yu pursued them, in the end she would still be involving them. This being the case, then it was better that she settled it alone with Nangong Yu. Anyway, even if he really did want to kill her for his beloved little sister Lian Ying, it was only killing one person, that's all. Gu Liufeng revealed a reckless and uninhibited smile on his face as he spoke in a clear voice, "How could it have nothing to do with us? Today, since I see you as pleasing to the eye, I'm regarding you as my, Gu Liufeng's friend. Since we're friends, your matters are naturally my matters too. How could I abandon you here alone?" After saying that, he stepped forward a step to block Hashi from view, then said to Nangong Yu in a gravelly voice, "Dignified Hell King, do you really want to place your hands on a weak teenager whose strength is so much lower than yours? If this news was to spread, aren't you afraid that you'll become a joke of the whole world? Nangong Yu's gaze fell on Gu Liufeng. His cold, tyrannical gaze made Gu Liufeng's back tense in a split second. You think you can stop me? Upon saying that, Nangong Yu raised his right hand. This caused an invisible force to sweep towards Gu Liufeng. Gu Liufeng's complexion changed, and he started working the spiritual power within his body to bring forth his weapon. However, between the span of 2 breaths, his body and spiritual power seemed to be confined by something. There seemed to be a formidable energy encircling him, making him unable to use any spiritual powers. The most frightening thing of all, though, was that his body began to uncontrollably move forward, as if there were invisible hands controlling his body and quickly pulling him towards Nangong Yu. The next moment, Nangong Yu's palm suddenly clutched Gu Liufeng's neck. His look was extremely calm compared to a moment ago, but the storm contained within his eyes seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Drops of cold sweat seeped out from Gu Liufeng's forehead. In this very moment, he was clearly aware that the men in front of him really wanted to destroy him. Why are you near her? Why are you standing in between Shi-Er and I? In this world, anyone who futilely tries to snatch her away from me will die. Having heard that, Gu Liufeng was startled, shock appearing in his eyes. What was the meaning behind His Highness Hell King's words? Wasn't he getting revenge for that black-hearted White Lotus? The hand gripping his throat suddenly tightened, and Nangong Yu's body exploded with a burst of formidable spiritual pressure and a murderous aura. It seemed that at any second Gu Liufeng would meet with a violent death. Don't do it. Young master. Nangong Yu, stay your hand. 2 voices echoed at the same time. Zhou Yan'an's face was filled with fear and despair. Almost without thinking, she summoned an ice sword to her hand, and charged straight towards Nangong Yu and Gu Liufeng. No matter what, she couldn't involve Gu Liufeng and allow him to die for her in this secret territory. She disliked most the feeling of owing someone else, let alone the price of a life. The ice sword charged straight towards Nangong Yu, drawing dangerously close to his heart and chilling him to the bone. Nangong Yu turned around to avoid the attack. With his eyes staring fixedly at her, his icy cold, gloomy voice was filled with hoarse disbelief and heartache as he asked, "You actually want to raise your hand and fight me for another man?" She was engulfed by the swirling storm and pain within his eyes, causing her heart to become stifled as she saw this. Shi-Er, tell me. Do you really want to attack me for another man? Hashi's face paled, and the tense grip of her hand around the sword loosened. However, seeing an insidious smile on Feng Lianing nearby, as well as Gu Liufeng's slightly swollen and purple complexion, her expression quickly became cold. I said before, didn't I? Since Feng Lianing was injured by me, if you want revenge for her, then this has nothing to do with Gu Liufeng. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.